Lin Yang, traversing with a system, gazes speechlessly at the heavens. Why has he found himself thrust directly into the nightmarish realm of the perfect world? Fortunately, he can continue to traverse. There is no need for alarm. He shall bide his time for now. He never anticipated that he would begin from the chaotic ancient times, witnessing the chronicles of antiquity, transcending the forbidden zones of self-cultivation, enduring endless epochs, and living to the era of the post-ancient world, and perhaps even further still. Lin Yang declares, "My cultivation is not for the sake of ostentation, but solely for the pursuit of self-improvement, to benefit all sentient beings, with the heavens and the earth as my witnesses." Perfect world, the supreme of one era, coiling dragon, battle through the heavens, Lord of the mysteries, the record of the destruction of fate after ascension, martial arts master, the wilderness chronicle, devouring the starry sky. Chapter 1. The onset is a nightmare-level world. Where is this? Lin Yang groggily opened his eyes, realizing he was lying on a wooden bed, covered with an unknown beast hide, in a small room sparsely adorned with bows and spears. Just as he intended to roll out of bed and explore his surroundings, an excruciating pain coursed through his entire body, as if he had been crushed by a vehicle. Lin Yang inhaled sharply. Had it not been for his uncommon endurance since childhood, a mere mortal would have undoubtedly cried out in agony. He struggled to recall how he had come to be in this state, but after much contemplation, he could only remember going to bed as usual, and upon awakening, finding himself in this unfamiliar place. At that moment, the door swung open, and a middle-aged man clad in beast hide entered. The man paused slightly upon seeing Lin Yang awake and spoke. "Young man, you have awakened. You have been unconscious for a whole day." Although the middle-aged man's words were in a language unfamiliar to Lin Yang, he found that he could comprehend them. "Have I truly been unconscious for a day? Where's this place?" Lin Yang queried, gazing curiously at the middle-aged man, uncertain if he would understand Mandarin. Perhaps the language he heard was influenced by some unknown factor, emerging as his own tongue. "Indeed, the village's hunting party discovered you unconscious outside. At the time, you were devoid of anything but a piece of cloth for pants. For your safety, we brought you back to the village." Through his conversation with the middle-aged man, Lin Yang gradually discerned his current location. As he had suspected, he had traversed into another world. The village he now inhabited was named Zhu Village, home to over 1,000 households, named after the village's guardian spirit, which, according to the middle-aged man's description, is a spider of ritual significance. The village is situated in Lijiao, and according to ancient lore, there are approximately 3,000 such regions in the world. Ritual spirits, 3,000 realms. After the middle-aged man departed, Lin Yang grasped the situation he was in. Not only had he traversed, but he had also entered the narrative of the perfect world, a work often humorously referred to as one person's covering the heavens by its readers. Moreover, he had directly crossed into Lijiao, one of the 3,000 realms in the upper world. This Zhu village is the very place where Shihao underwent his rebirth after ascending. System, Lin Yang intoned mentally, harboring a sense of experimentation. After all, traversing into a fictional world might be a fluke. However, this inherent translation function must undoubtedly be a manifestation of a golden finger, akin to small towers, mirrors, or little trees. In numerous traversal novels, the most prevalent element is the system. Thus Lin Yang began his trials with this. As expected, just as he completed his internal invocation, a series of data manifested before his eyes. Task none. Training points, 0. Countdown, 28 days. Upon viewing these 3 lines of data, Lin Yang instinctively understood their significance. Upon satisfying certain conditions, this system would issue tasks. Completing these tasks would yield training points, while failure would result in no points being awarded, devoid of any punitive measures such as annihilation. Training points could be utilized to enhance one's cultivation level and learn skills, raising their proficiency. Besides acquiring points through task completion, they could also be obtained by slaying life forms of comparable strength. The final countdown indicated the time until the next opportunity for traversal. When it reached 0, he could choose whether to embark on another journey. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed, and with his body restored, Lin Yang decided to reside in Zhu Village. He was uncertain of his destination upon departure. From the book, he learned that this vast wilderness was teeming with rare and exotic creatures, leaving a mere mortal like him with no possibility beyond death. When the village elder inquired about his origins, Lin Yang refrained from excessive concealment and plainly stated that he had awakened in Uncle Zhu Xiong's home, unable to recall anything else. Uncle Zhu was the middle-aged man he had seen upon waking. He likely hails from beyond Lijiao, concluded the village elder, Sanagon. In ancient texts, He had read of mighty beings whose battles could rend space, drawing everything around them into the fray. Perhaps Lin Yang had arrived in Lizhou in such a manner. On this day, Lin Yang gathered with the younger generation of Zhu village in the heart of the village, where a robust and imposing man stood before them, elucidating the fundamentals of cultivation. Blood mobilization, cave realms, spirit transformation, inscriptions, formations, venerables, divine fire. Uncle Dahu, does igniting the divine fire signify one has become a prominent figure? A boy of about 8 or 9 years, brimming with curiosity, posed this question. Around him were children of similar age, with the exception of Lin Yang, a young man in his 20s, amidst a sea of mere infants. This situation rendered Lin Yang somewhat awkward. Although the children appeared diminutive, each possessed extraordinary strength, easily exceeding 1,000 jin, not to mention their potential upon reaching adulthood. To commence in such a nightmarish world, even a random passerby tossed into an ordinary realm could be deemed invincible. Lin Yang felt a sense of helplessness. While others had ascended gradually from weakness to strength, he found himself abruptly thrust into a realm where even deities were subordinate to mortals. The gods who ignite the divine fire are immensely powerful and capable of traversing from Lizhou to other continents. Such aspirations are indeed far beyond your reach. Uncle Dahu's words ignited waves of yearning among the youths. The records within the classics detailed that Lizhou alone spanned hundreds of thousands of miles, vast and boundless, a journey that an ordinary person could never hope to complete in a lifetime. Yet the gods could. I too shall aspire to become a figure akin to a deity. The boy's eyes sparkled with hope. To become such a formidable being, you must diligently train and not allow complacency to set in. Uncle Dahu did not discourage the boy, but rather conveyed the formidable challenges of attaining divinity. He too had harbored such dreams in his youth, yet decades had passed, leaving him merely at the cave realm, with spirit transformation still a distant goal. Within the entire Zhu village, Lin Yang was aware of only one spirit transformation entity, the spider deity at the village entrance. The first step in cultivation, blood mobilization, necessitates the summoning of all one's vital essence, with blood flowing like thunder, awakening the divine radiance to refine the world and nurture the physical form. Every word spoken by Uncle Dahu was comprehensible to Lin Yang, yet the collective meaning eluded him. Even with his extensive knowledge, he had never contemplated the process of cultivating to the blood mobilization realm. I recall that Shurhao simply consumed vast quantities of food and naturally attained this realm. Lin Yang meticulously reflected on the original text, acknowledging that initially there were no profound cultivation methods. Merely consuming the flesh of various ferocious beasts was sufficient for enhancement. Pay close attention to my movements and learn earnestly. This will yield better training results. As Uncle Dahu demonstrated a series of peculiar movements, Lin Yang and the children of Zhu village watched intently. After a while, he felt somewhat disheartened. The method diverged significantly from his expectations of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for cultivation. Indeed, this is merely a small village, lacking sophisticated methods for enhancement. These movements bear little distinction from the various exercises I practiced before my transmigration. It seems the world must possess a sufficiently high level of spiritual energy. Despite the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Yang followed suit, mimicking Uncle Dahu's movements alongside the others. Zhu village provided him with sustenance and shelter, and Lin Yang resolved to repay this humble village once he achieved prosperity. In recent days, Lin Yang had inquired about news beyond the village and learned that the warrior selection competition, as depicted in the original text, was about to commence. This indicated that Shurhao had vanquished all enemies below and was on the verge of ascending to the higher realms. Furthermore, based on his knowledge of the future, Lin Yang discerned his first opportunity. If he could seize it, he might rapidly attain the blood mobilization realm, thereby circumventing years of arduous effort. Chapter 2. Rapid Advancement. As the days passed, Lin Yang felt himself advancing at a pace visible to the naked eye. Now, with a single punch, he could exert a force of 600 to 700 pounds, sufficient to shatter world records, a rate of improvement that was nothing short of astonishing. Task none. Experience points, 0. Countdown, 17 days. During this period, he had confined his training to the village and had not ventured out to hunt, hence his experience points remained at 0. Or rather, he was still too weak. Stepping outside the village would surely lead to his demise, and even accompanying the hunting team would render him a burden. Thus, Lin Yang wisely refrained from asking the hunting team to take him along to earn experience points, as no one relished the idea of carrying an encumbrance. When Uncle Gio and the others returned, they brought back an injured outsider. A piece of news reached Lin Yang's ears that invigorated him. Uncle Gio was an elder in the village, typically accompanying the hunting team. At this juncture, the only person who could possibly be brought back from beyond the village was Shurhao, who had recently ascended to the higher realm. Finally, the moment had arrived. Lin Yang exhaled softly. He recalled that Shurhao would complete his nirvana in Zhu village, attracting the reorganization of the fundamental laws of the upper realm and solidifying his foundation. His goal was the nirvana pool constructed by Shurhao. Even if all the divine herb's essences would be absorbed by Shi Hao, leaving only the residue of transformed blood, it would still be an unparalleled treasure for him. If he could absorb everything left behind by Shi Hao's transformation, he estimated that he would be able to reach the blood-shifting realm, thereby gaining sufficient strength to protect himself while hunting with the team to earn experience points. With a target in mind, Lin Yang patiently awaited each day. He temporarily had no intention of approaching Shi Hao. After all, the Shi Hao who had endured countless tribulations to ascend to the higher realm was no longer the small fry from Stone Village. The chasm between them was vast, rendering any interaction unnecessary. On one particular day, a dragon's roar reverberated throughout Zhu Village, causing all to gaze in astonishment towards the pond at the end of the village. There, wisps of divine radiance spilled forth, dazzling and resembling a cascade of radiant rain. Some wished to approach the center of the phenomenon, only to be thwarted by the formation Shi Hao had previously set up. The resplendent, divine glow persisted for a day and a night before gradually dissipating. Lin Yang had long awaited outside the formation, accompanied only by the village's herbalist, Grandfather San. Apart from the two of them, no one else was present. Although the extraordinary sights resulting from Shi Hao's nirvana were wondrous and vibrant, they were commonplace in the upper realm and did not disrupt the daily life of Zhu Village. Incredibly, this was the essence of powerful cultivators. Lin Yang marveled at the Shi Hao who emerged from the formation, and despite not yet having entered the blood-shifting realm, he could sense that Shi Hao radiated an overwhelming vitality, akin to a blazing sun. Upon exiting, Shi Hao inquired of Grandfather San about the imminent commencement of the warrior selection battle, ultimately deciding to participate in this event. Lin Yang then ventured to ask, "Am I allowed to enter?" He was uncertain if the formation still held any protective effects. He had no desire to test it with his life. "What is this?" Shi Hao glanced at Grandfather San, initially assuming Lin Yang to be his junior, but now it was apparent he was not. "This is Lin Yang, say by the hunting team. He has been residing in the village as he cannot find his way home," Grandfather San introduced. He did not believe there was anything of value left in the formation, as the one who set it up had already achieved success and exited, leaving no divine artifacts behind. "Go in, there is no danger now." This was originally a place of the village, Shi Hao said, scrutinizing Lin Yang carefully. He had assumed that individuals from the upper realm would at least be in the blood-shifting realm upon adulthood, yet he was surprised to find an ordinary person. Had Lin Yang known Shi Hao's thoughts, he would have surely scoffed. In the immortal domain, adulthood equated to starting at the blood-shifting realm. Although the 3,000 Tao states brimmed with heavenly energy, not every individual possessed the strength of thousands of pounds. Ignoring Shi Hao, who departed with Grandfather San, Lin Yang suppressed his exhilarating emotions as he beheld the two nirvana pools excavated by Shi Hao. One pool was entirely empty, its essence and divine energy absorbed by Shi Hao for his transformation. Lin Yang's target was the second pool, filled with the residual blood left behind by Shi Hao during his metamorphosis. Even though labeled as waste blood to Lin Yang, it was brimming with vitality, with threads of divine radiance still lingering. An opportunity, Lin Yang sighed. Without this encounter, achieving the blood-shifting realm through steady progress would take him at least a year and a half. With only 10 days remaining before his impending journey to an unknown world, which might not guarantee safety, he had to seize this chance to elevate himself. Were it not for the fact that even a wild beast possessed thousands of pounds of strength, going out to hunt for experience points would have been a commendable choice. He pondered why he had yet to trigger any tasks. Was it because he was too weak? The Nirvana blood pool emitted an unusual fragrance, entirely devoid of any bloody scent. As he stepped in, Lin Yang felt as though he had plunged into boiling water, a searing sensation enveloping his entire body. Enduring the pain, he executed a series of peculiar movements he had learned. Lin Yang humorously dubbed this the National Youth Exercise Routine. Upon completing the series of motions, Lin Yang was astonished to discover that his strength had increased by at least 50%. It had only been a mere 10 minutes. Aside from the burning sensation, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. My strength may have reached over 1,000 pounds. Indeed, in such a realm, encountering opportunities could lead to rapid ascension. Lacking precise measuring tools, Lin Yang could only roughly estimate his strength. Perhaps today I can attain the blood-shifting realm, or even achieve great success. Lin Yang realized he had underestimated the formidable prowess of a venerable figure, or perhaps he had not anticipated that Shi Hao's transformative waste blood would be so extraordinary. Perhaps this blood pool contained the essence of the supreme bone blood that had undergone transformation in Shi Hao's chest, thus endowing it with such divine potency, enabling one to swiftly enter the first stage of cultivation. Lin Yang continued his relentless practice, repeatedly employing the training method. He reveled in the exhilaration of rapidly gaining strength. Undeterred by the setting sun and rising moon, fearing that the divine energy within the blood pool would be completely exhausted, he endeavored to absorb it without delay. It was not until he could no longer feel even the slightest hint of burning that Lin Yang realized he must have absorbed all the divine energy from the blood pool. The next time he wished for such rapid advancement, he had no idea when it would occur again. With the moon hanging high in the sky, twinkling stars shimmered above. As Lin Yang rose from the nirvana pool, he suddenly felt a jolt in his heart, realizing that not far from him stood a youth. Exuding a captivating and unique aura, Lin Yang recognized this person. It was Shi Hao, whom he had seen that very morning. Chapter 3. The Pinnacle of Blood Shifting. Uncertain of Shi Hao's intentions for coming, Lin Yang broke the brief silence, saying, "Thank you." Shi Hao shook his head slightly and smiled. "No need to thank me. You grasped this opportunity to transform yourself. Otherwise, the residual divine energy would have completely dissipated within 3 days." He had originally returned on a whim to take a look, not expecting to find Lin Yang honing his strength amidst the waste blood left after his transformation. While this may be waste blood to someone of his esteemed realm, for an ordinary person, it represented a chance for a complete rebirth. To you, it may be a trivial matter not worth noting, but I still owe you a debt of gratitude. Lin Yang continued. In my hometown, we have a saying, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. If the opportunity arises, I will certainly repay this kindness. Lin Yang had no clear notion of what level his system was, nor whether he could catch up to someone as extraordinary as Shi Hao, who had become a supreme being in a couple of centuries. Yet he felt it would not be difficult to repay Shi Hao's kindness. The Emperor of the Wild, a solitary figure on the path of the Tao, wielded his sword to sever the ages. However, Lin Yang was acutely aware of several regrets in his life, which constituted his advantage. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. I look forward to it. Remember, my name is Huang. Shi Hao laughed heartily, extending his finger forward as a beam of divine light flew into Lin Yang's body. He did not reveal his true name, wary of the hostile forces from the upper realm sending deities to hunt him down. Having just completed his rebirth, he was still in the process of refining his connection with the laws of heaven and earth, unable to wield his treasures. The divine light moved with astonishing speed, and before Lin Yang could react, he felt a jolt in his mind as he was struck by the divine radiance. Within the divine light were shimmering runes pulsating with lightning, and Lin Yang concentrated his thoughts on these runes, sensing that they were related to thunder and lightning. The Swan and Eye treasure art, once mastered, allows one to command all thunder in the world, Shi Hao explained. This was a formidable treasure art he had relied upon during his ascent in the realm of the cave sky, and it held little significance for him now. A great favor does not require thanks. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang's heart filled with joy. The blood-moving realm could be cultivated through diligent effort. However, the Swan and Eye treasure art, with its formidable power, was not something easily attainable even in the upper realm. Shi Hao was akin to a treasure-bestowing deity, or rather, an old grandfather. He had not only granted Lin Yang a means to enhance his cultivation, but also bestowed upon him a method of combat, ensuring that when he next traversed realms, he would possess an additional safeguard. Understanding that he could not cultivate the Swan and Eye treasure art in the short term, Lin Yang decided to test the extent of his physical strength. Shi Hao had already departed, deeming Lin Yang unworthy of prolonged attention. His offering of another treasure art was merely a whim, with no expectations of reward. Eager to experiment, Lin Yang hastened to the center of Zhu village, where a row of bronze tripods awaited, specifically designed for testing strength. Ignoring the earlier tripods weighing 1,000 jin, he approached the massive tripod at the rear, which weighed 10,000 jin. The bronze tripod bore the marks of time, clearly crafted long ago. 20,000 jin. Lift. With a swift motion of one arm, Lin Yang effortlessly raised the colossal tripod with a single hand. 20,000 jin was already indicative of mid-stage blood-moving realm strength, and Lin Yang accomplished this with ease. After placing the bronze tripod back down, he bypassed several more tripods to reach the final one, a formidable bronze tripod weighing 50,000 jin. Aside from its larger size, it bore no distinction from the smaller tripods. Lift. This 50,000 jin tripod was more than twice the weight of the previous one. Yet Lin Yang felt no significant strain as he raised it with ease. 50,000 jin represented the full realization of the blood-moving realm strength, and Lin Yang's current power far exceeded that, leaving no heavier tripod available for him to test his might. To ascertain his true strength, he needed special divine iron. Lin Yang paused momentarily, then his eyes brightened as he surveyed the earlier tripods. If I stack 2 or 3 together, that should suffice, he murmured as he placed a 40,000 jin tripod atop the largest bronze one and attempted to lift it. This time, it was far from as effortless as before. He could distinctly feel the exertion, yet he managed to lift it. This indicated that 90,000 jin was not his limit. He pressed a 30,000 jin tripod on top of the stack, and this time, lifting it proved exceedingly challenging. Lin Yang could feel his arms trembling. The ground beneath him began to crack and sink with the pressure. Exceeding 100,000 jin with a single arm was the pinnacle of the blood-moving realm. After returning the massive tripods to their original positions, Lin Yang was astounded by his own immense strength. Specifically, his power surpassed 120,000 jin, enabling him to lift objects weighing 60 tons. If he were to strike someone with full force, the impact might produce effects akin to those depicted in low-quality blood plasma films. In less than a day, his strength had increased by more than 150 times. If the people of Zhu village were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be envious. unable to fathom that one considered a waste could achieve such a miracle. The following day, Lin Yang continued his training as usual, discovering that after reaching the blood-moving pinnacle, his ability to finally control his strength had diminished significantly. Although he had never been particularly adept at it, he had at least surpassed his current capabilities. He did not rush to cultivate the Swan and Eye treasure art. Even though he had no prior experience with treasure arts, Lin Yang understood that mastery could not be achieved in a fleeting moment. His goal was to gain a preliminary understanding of the Swan and Eye treasure art before the next traversal. He harbored no illusions of attaining more. As the days passed, the warrior selection tournament, which had been rumored for a year, commenced, and the ambitious youth of Zhu village set off early to participate. Hao also joined the group, eager to witness the event, as he had not ventured far from Zhu village since ascending to the upper realm. Lin Yang chose to remain behind, aware that in a few days, Zhu village would remain tranquil. The young lord from the celestial palace was pursuing a silver-haired woman with hidden secrets, and the opportunity she possessed would draw the attention of several prodigies from the upper realm, igniting a battle of reverent proportions in Lei Prefecture. Contemplating the prodigies who would soon make their presence known, Lin Yang's gaze deepened. Despite the vast chasm between him and them, he remained undeterred. Surpassing them was merely a matter of time, and Lin Yang possessed the confidence to do so. Even if he had yet to reach the cave sky realm, while those prodigies had already established themselves as invincible in the realm of revered beings. Tomorrow, he would traverse to another realm. His anticipation was palpable, were it not for the impending convergence of formidable forces, including the potential intervention of true deities. Lin Yang would not be inclined to leave immediately upon the arrival of the time, for the system did not compel him, and the choice remained his. He was uncertain of which world he would traverse to. If it were a lower-tier martial arts world, the imagery would be magnificent. Lin Yang imagined himself striking down the so-called #1 expert in the world, reducing them to a mere pancake, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Such an encounter would yield no cultivation points. For an entire month, he had not triggered any missions, diminishing his hopes of acquiring cultivation points through them. Supreme of all. Chapter 4. Master of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Let's traverse. Gazing at the countdown nearing completion, Lin Yang cast a final glance at the little mountain village on this vast, desolate land, no longer feeling nostalgic, and chose to cross over, quietly departing without disturbing anyone. Lin Yang felt layers of light and shadow overlapping around him. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision, only to be replaced by brilliance, and the scenery around him transformed dramatically. Radiant hues adorned the sky, with a resplendent beam of light in the center illuminating the ground, which was scattered with rare, spiritual jade, reminiscent of a legendary, celestial sanctuary. The sounds of fierce combat reached his ears, and Lin Yang turned to find a burly man wielding a long knife, striking with lethal intent at a very young monk. A piercing, enchanting scream suddenly erupted, and Lin Yang noticed that apart from the two, there were several young men and women clad in ancient attire, indicating that he had indeed entered an ancient world. Could this truly be a lower-tier martial arts world? He mused, still uncertain of the specifics, and decided to observe the unfolding events before making a decision. Mission: become the universally recognized #1 on the martial arts ranking. 800 cultivation points. Cultivation points, 0. Countdown, 30 days. Martial arts ranking? It was indeed a martial arts world, though its exact location remained unclear. Upon seeing the system's mission finally appear, Lin Yang made his assessment. While he contemplated, the young monk seemed to move like a ghost, retreating with agility as he wielded his steel-crafted knife, unexpectedly striking the burly man off balance, nearly causing him to fall. The young monk did not seize the opportunity to strike. Instead, he called out in a youthful voice. "Calm down." The burly man steadied himself, looking at the young monk with uncertainty and trepidation. "Young benefactor, where is this place?" he inquired. He had been waiting for his enemy to arrive, only to find himself inexplicably transported to this location. Initially suspecting a trap, he had prepared to injure someone to relieve his stress. Now, observing the young monk's impressive martial skills, he reconsidered. If the monk were an enemy, he would have come boldly rather than resorting to subterfuge. The young monk scrutinized the newcomers, puzzled by their appearance. "From which remote place do you hail? Dressed in beast hides?" He then spoke in a calm tone. "This is the reincarnation world. I am Zhen Ding, and I simply arrived here a bit earlier than you." "The reincarnation world?" Lin Yang whispered softly, his expression shifting to one of perplexity. He had not anticipated finding himself in a world governed by martial arts and infinite possibilities. Yet the name Zhen Ding rang a bell. The Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation presided over this realm of cycles, orchestrating our journeys through diverse worlds, each filled with unique tasks to fulfill. Naturally, successful completion of these tasks would yield merits, while failure would result in the forfeiture of an equivalent amount. Those whose merits dwindle into the negatives would face annihilation at the hands of the Lord of the 6 Paths. The weight of the term annihilation bore a chilling aura, steeped in bloodshed. In this realm, merits could be exchanged for anything. Young benefactor, how might one depart from this cycle of reincarnation? I harbor no grand ambitions. nor do I wish to traverse one world after another. The speaker was an enchanting and alluring woman, the source of the earlier shriek. The Grand Luo Golden Talisman, valued at 300,000 merits, could grant one permanent escape from this cycle. Zhen Ding explained calmly. However, each time we complete the main quest in an alternate world, we return to our own realm for a respite, awaiting the commencement of the next task. As Zhen Ding continued his exposition, Lin Yang discerned the nature of the world they were in, the Supreme One. If memory served him correctly, they were currently in the midst of Meng Qi's second reincarnation task, with time yet to elapse before he would become the infamous Madblade. A burly man's eyes gleamed with eagerness as he inquired, merits can be exchanged for anything? Are there divine techniques? Legendary weapons? Deprived of the expected explanation, Meng Qi fell silent, gesturing towards a radiant pillar of light for others to observe. A pristine white light curtain descended from sky, inscribed with ancient symbols of obscure significance. The supreme techniques of the ages. The moment Lin Yang beheld these characters, their meaning flashed through his mind, and he directed his gaze to the lines of information displayed on the curtain. The Buddha's Palm Complete Edition. Exchange price, 1 million merits. The Buddha's Palm was a divine art created by the Buddha of this realm, comprising 9 techniques. A mere mastery of one would render an individual nearly invincible, and could lead to the attainment of the supreme Tao embodied in the Buddha's golden form. Heaven-cutting 7 swords, missing the 3rd and 6th techniques. Exchange price, 750,000 merits. Much like the Buddha's palm, this heaven-cutting 7 swords originated from the Taoist sage, capable of coalescing the body of the heaven-cutting Tao. In Lin Yang's estimation, these 2 techniques might even surpass the prowess of the immortal emperors in the perfect world. 8-9 mysterious techniques, Demon Emperor Codex, Human Emperor Golden Book, Phoenix Rebirth Technique. The techniques listed below were legendary arts only spoken of in myth, with some being foundational practices of sacred sects, such as the Jade Record of the Heavenly Emperor, the True Martial 7 Severing Scripture, and the Supreme Sword Canon. Arriving in this world without having cultivated any techniques was indeed fortuitous. According to his recollection, the current moment was relatively safe, granting him ample time for growth. As he finished perusing the first page of Divine Arts, the curtain autonomously turned to reveal a second page, the ancient symbols transforming into divine techniques, each capable of bestowing godly and demonic powers. Any single tome could stir tempestuous upheavals in the present world, drenched in bloodshed. Lin Yang skimmed through the page, not lingering too long, and swiftly absorbed all the content. The curtain then revealed various techniques corresponding to the stages of cultivation in this realm, ranging from the opening of the meridians to foundational building. At that moment, a cold and authoritative voice resonated within the hearts of all present. The general tenet of the reincarnation world must not be divulged to outsiders. Harming companions incurs a penalty, and the exchange of techniques is strictly prohibited. Before they could deliberate on this, the surrounding scenery shifted once more, mountains and waters intertwining, light and shadow overlapping. Once the scene before them crystallized, Lin Yang surveyed his surroundings. They found themselves in a desolate alleyway. Originally a group of several individuals, they now numbered 3 men and 2 women, including Lin Yang. It seemed the task had split into 2 factions, with Zhen Ding and his disciples forming one team. A young man clad in an 8 trigrams robe pondered the main quest. He addressed the newcomers, proclaiming, "I am Zhang Yuanshan of the True Martial Sect, and this is Jiang Jiwei of the Sword Washing Pavilion. We are both on our second reincarnation task. The Central Plains are embroiled in chaos, and the Northern Barbarians are seizing the opportunity to invade. Our mission is to deliver the list of traitors within the Shaolin Temple, bribed by Duo Urcha, within 3 days." Zhang Yuanshan succinctly summarized the task issued by the Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Jiang Jiwei, a young girl clad in a bright yellow gown with a sword at her waist, appeared no older than 15 or 16. Yet her gaze flickered with a sharpness akin to a purple lightning bolt, indicating she had awakened her spiritual sight. Wang Jin, spiritual sight awakened, replied a modestly dressed middle-aged man. Ku Bijuan from Jiangnan, the alluring woman, chimed in with a smile. "I cannot compare to your esteemed selves. I have merely achieved a minor level of energy cultivation." With only himself remaining, Lin Yang introduced himself candidly. "I am Lin Yang. I reside in Zhu village and have not practiced martial arts, but I possess innate strength." He was still clad in the animal hides typical of his village. "Once we complete this task, I shall select a martial art to cultivate," Zhang Yuanshan stated succinctly. Jiang Zhuwei observed the introductions with quiet contemplation, surprised that the Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation not only drew in young talents, but also included common villagers and unremarkable middle-aged men, making his intentions inscrutable. Wang Jin cast a glance at Lin Yang, dismissing him, thinking that a villager with no martial training could possess little insight. His so-called innate strength was merely laughable. "Our task requires us to reach Shaolin within 3 days, and along the way, we will face a lead interceptor sent by Duo Urcha. It seems peril abounds." Having experienced reincarnation once, Zhang Yuanshan took the lead, guiding the group out of the alley. Lin Yang followed silently. It had been several years since he last read this novel, and the specific plot details eluded him. He could not recall the exact encounter Zhang Yuanshan had faced on this journey, only that during his time with Meng Qi's group, no casualties had occurred, suggesting they had not encountered any significant dangers. Through inquiries, they learned they were in a town named Guanhua, situated at a considerable distance from the Shaolin Temple on Mount Shaohua. Under normal circumstances, it would take 3 to 4 days to reach Shaohua Mountain on foot. We should procure 3 horses and travel day and night, Jiang Jiwei stated incisively. I have prepared 100 taels of silver for our expenses over these few days. The group continued to inquire until they arrived at an establishment that appeared to rent and sell horses. Once Zhang Yuanshan produced the silver, a stable hand brought forth 3 chestnut horses, which the proprietor claimed could cover 600 miles in a day. Watching Zhang Yuanshan and Jiang Jiwei nimbly mount their steeds, Lin Yang awkwardly admitted, I cannot ride a horse. Brother Lin, you may share a mount with me. The remaining horse can be entrusted to hero Wang Jin. Zhang Yuanshan replied understandingly, recognizing that it was not uncommon for a villager from a small mountain village to be unacquainted with riding. Thank you. Lin Yang bowed in gratitude, mimicking the gestures he had seen in dramas. Wang Jin said little, mounting a horse alone, finding it to his liking. Jiang Jiwei wondered if Lin Yang would survive this task and kindly advised, once this task concludes, you should find an opportunity to practice. Such scenarios will be frequent in the future. Lin Yang nodded, indicating his understanding. Although his family background was not ordinary, he had never ridden a horse before. The group set off along the packed earth road, and Zhang Yuanshan, considering Lin Yang's lack of martial skills, took the opportunity to explain. There are several stages in martial cultivation, and I shall elucidate them for you, lest you find yourself fumbling upon returning after the mission. In Zhang Yuanshan's view, if there were any martial practitioners in Zhu village, a young man in his 20s like Lin Yang would not be entirely devoid of energy cultivation. Since they were now comrades in this reincarnation, it would benefit everyone to lend him some guidance. Lin Yang did not refuse and listened attentively as Zhang Yuanshan spoke, opening the meridians, gathering energy, the 9 orifices, and the external scenery. Zhang Yuanshan, hailing from a prestigious martial arts sect, elucidated the intricacies of cultivation with remarkable clarity, benefiting even the formidable Wang Jin, who gained profound insights into the path ahead. In the span of mere moments, the group arrived at the entrance of Guangtown. With just a little more time, they would bid farewell to it. Suddenly, a whistling sound pierced the air as dozens of white-feathered arrows, without warning, shot from the dense forest towards them. Zhang Yuanshan's gaze sharpened, his previously refined demeanor vanishing in an instant as he shouted, an ambush. Drawing his long sword from his waist, he expertly severed the arrows that threatened him, his eyes fixed on the depths of the jungle, where a figure slowly emerged. It was an elderly man, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, clad in a dark robe, exuding an enigmatic aura. It's the renowned Guanc Luo Guanhaoren, exclaimed a passing wanderer in astonishment. Who would have thought he would become a lackey of the barbarian tribes, betraying his kin and country, truly a sign of senility. Some recognized the assailant by the appearance of the arrows. He had entered the innate realm 2 decades prior, one of the few supreme masters in the world, and it seemed that a few would meet their demise here. The innate realm? Lin Yang pondered, curious about which level of martial artist it corresponded to, and whether he could withstand a single punch. However, Zhang Yuanshan did not grant him that opportunity. I shall deal with this old man. The ambushing soldiers and archers are yours to handle. Brother Zhang, be cautious, Jiang Jiwei advised before drawing her shimmering white sword, the Bihong Guanri, and leaping into the depths of the jungle. The old man made no attempt to stop her. He sensed a threat emanating from the young man in the 8 trigrams robe opposite him, which struck him as astonishing. The youth appeared to be under 20. Could he possibly have stepped in the innate realm? Observing Wang Jin and Ku Bijuan following Jiang Jiwei into the forest, Lin Yang exhaled softly, his emotions complex. He was finally about to witness bloodshed in this new world. How tragic that his first act of killing would be against his own kind. Having attained the blood transformation stage, he possessed not only immense strength but also extraordinary bodily defenses and resilience, far surpassing that of ordinary people. Even if pierced by those arrows, he would remain unscathed. As Jiang Jiwei unleashed a strike, a chilling beam of sword light sliced through the air, and before the 3 soldiers could react, their throats were severed, blood gushing forth. She's indeed an innate master, murmured voices from within the depths of the jungle. Little did they expect that a mere ambush would reveal 2 of the rare, innate masters in the realm. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuanshan, outside the fray, advanced toward Guahaoren with a seemingly ethereal stride, wielding his iron sword while executing the exquisite sword techniques of the Zhenwu sect. Lin Yang, confronted by the attacking soldiers, faced the descending long knives without flinching, extending a hand to counter. With a resounding clash, the soldier's blade shattered, and he felt an unimaginable force surge through him, causing the hilt to fly from his grip, leaving his hand bloodied and mangled. Was this man perhaps an innate master of external skills? He had no time to ponder as darkness engulfed him. Just ahead, Wang Jin witnessed a horrifying scene. The unskilled villager had used nothing more than a simple punch to utterly obliterate a soldier, tearing him apart into dismembered pieces, splattering blood everywhere. The gruesome sight churned his stomach. Such raw strength. How could such a monster exist? Wang Jin's mind went blank if he were struck by that punch. Even with merely the opening of his eye orifices, he feared that he would fare no better than that soldier, even if all 9 orifices were opened. Could brute force reach such heights? Even Jiang Zhui, hailing from a great sect, was astonished. Such power at the orifice opening level was nearly insurmountable. And even the top 10 talents on the rankings would likely be left in tatters. Gulme, kill me first. Lin Yang's expression remained composed. Having achieved his first kill, he did not feel the discomfort he had anticipated. The punch he had just delivered had only utilized a fraction of his strength. His words momentarily silenced the soldiers. Yet they charged forward fearlessly as duty compelled them. With military orders binding them, they could not retreat even in the face of peril. He unleashed a flurry of punches, slaps, and finger strikes. 3 moves riddled with openings, yet they claimed the lives of 3 soldiers in an unstoppable manner. This time, he withheld a portion of his strength. Perceiving the conflict merely as a matter of opposing stances, there was no need for excessive brutality. However, even so, his formidable power crashed against their frail bodies, resulting in gory explosions of blood, akin to the filming of a low-budget splatter film. They were simply too weak, posing no threat whatsoever, yielding not even a modicum of experience. Kicking one soldier into the air, Lin Yang turned to glance at Jiang Zhui and the others. The slaughter ceased. All visible soldiers lay dead, half of them meeting their gruesome fate by Lin Yang's hand. Once this task concluded, he would exchange for a light-footed technique and additional martial skills to enhance his combat experience, allowing him to rank among the top on the leaderboard. As Jiang Zhui wiped the blood from her sword, Bihong Guanri, she pointed out Lin Yang's shortcomings. She had discerned that this newcomer, aside from his innate strength, possessed a sophisticated form of external training. However, every other aspect was a glaring weakness that would lead to his demise against true masters. The leaderboard ranked martial artists by combat prowess, comprising young practitioners who had opened their orifices. Those over 35 automatically fell off the list, as did those who surpassed the orifice opening stage. Currently, it featured 50 individuals. Wang Jin believed that a villager from a small mountain hamlet could not possibly comprehend the significance of the leaderboard, so he took the time to explain. Jiang Zhui nodded. In addition to that, there are the Celestial and Earth rankings. The Celestial ranking lists the esteemed figures of the law body since its inception. The maximum has been only 14 or 15, and, at times, as few as 7 or 8 individuals. Currently, there are 10. The Earth ranking, on the other hand, features prominent masters beyond the earthly immortals, listing only the top 200, generally comprising masters above the 7th layer of external scenery. My master currently holds the first position on the Earth ranking. Upon hearing this, Wang Jin's eyes flickered with envy and jealousy. He praised, I had no idea that Miss Jiang was not only a disciple of the Sword-Washing Pavilion, but also a distinguished student of the legendary swordmaster Su from beyond the heavens. No wonder you are already a dragon among men at such a tender age. Ku Bijuan, not well-versed in the matters of the martial world, remained unaware of the significance of the top position on the Earth ranking. She interjected, I wonder how Zhang Daolang is faring. The old man who obstructed us earlier should also be a master of the orifice opening realm. Zhang Yuanshan's sect, the Jinwu sect, revered Taoism, so it was not inappropriate for Ku Bijuan to address him as Daolang. Just as Jiang Zhui was about to speak, she suddenly smiled. Brother Zhang is coming. Indeed, the impeccably dressed Zhang Yuanshan emerged from the forest, showing no signs of battle whatsoever. That old man, a master equivalent to one who has opened 4 orifices, exchanged 30 moves with me before I dispatch him with my sword, Zhang Yuanshan stated nonchalantly, glossing over the details of the combat. It appeared that in this world, the innate realm corresponded to the orifice opening levels. Jiang Zhui concluded. Having opened her ear orifice, she had overheard the words of passers-by. The horses were startled and ran away. We need to buy a few more before heading to Shaolin. Zhang Yuanshan scanned the faces of the group, pausing momentarily on Lin Yang, who was drenched in blood. He could discern that it was the blood of others. Very well, let us hasten, lest further complications arise. Chapter 6, Shaolin. The entrance to the main road leading to Shaolin was guarded by monks clad in yellow robes, while a burgeoning marketplace, and in nearby, buzzed with chaotic noise. The journey from Guangtown to Mount Shaohua had taken nearly 2 days, with only a single ambush encountered along the way. Approaching the guarding monk, Zhang Yuanshan inclined his head, saying, Master, we have urgent matters to report to the abbot concerning the survival of your esteemed temple. I am but a humble monk, De Guang. May I ask your name, benefactor? The monk replied, palms together, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Zhang Yuanshan. My master's name is not widely known in the martial world. Upon hearing Zhang Yuanshan's words, the monk's expression shifted slightly, and he respectfully replied, Ah, so you are the heroic Zhang, who felled Guank Luo Guanhaoren. Your esteemed name has reached my ears. As the group traveled, News of the events at the entrance of Guangtown had spread by carrier pigeon. Now, those well-informed in the martial world were aware of the young Zhang, who had slain the long-innate Guahaoran. The execution of the barbaric minions is an inescapable duty. Esteemed masters, please follow me up the mountain to meet the abbot. De Guang slightly bowed, recited a Buddhist chant, and turned to lead the way. As they traversed the heavily guarded mountain path, Lin Yang and the others entered the grand hall, where numerous monks were already gathered, judging by the colors of their robes. These were the chief elders of the various Shaolin temples. It became apparent that the upper echelons of Shaolin were present, which explained their lack of fear regarding our party being potential assassins of the abbot. They brought us directly to the mountain. Zhang Yuanshan understood the situation. Upon stepping into the hall, Lin Yang noticed that the flickering candlelight eerily formed a line of characters in midair. Main Quest 1 completed. Each entrant shall receive 50 merits. Zhang Yuanshan stepped forward to present the task item, the list of spies, to the Shaolin abbot. The abbot then meticulously inquired about the specific experiences of the group, to which they all truthfully responded, as there was nothing to conceal. Once the inquiries concluded, Zhang Yuanshan informed the abbot that due to concerns regarding the potential for a separate team to encounter unexpected dangers, they had split into 2 groups, with the other team expected to arrive at Shaolin shortly. Upon exiting the grand hall, the fallen leaves outside once again formed a line of characters. Main Quest 2. Defend Shaolin until the final moment. Completion rewards 100 merits. Failure will incur penalties. Lin Yang and the others arrived at the inn, where they could hear conversations from within, even from outside. That Zhen Helua has been in the innate realm for 20 years. Who would have thought he would be slain by the suddenly emerging Zhang Xiaoxia? It is said that Zhang Xiaoxia and his companions are the disciples of reclusive masters, and his companions should not be underestimated. They had originally believed that Lin Xiaozhang was an extraordinary prodigy for entering the innate realm before the age of 30. But now they realize there are indeed greater talents beyond their kin. Isn't it the Bagua Taoist robe? Could be Zhang Xiaoxia. Someone spotted Lin Yang and his party at the inn entrance. Indeed, there were 5 of them, 3 men and 2 women. It was truly Zhang Xiaoxia and his companions. The bustling inn fell into an immediate silence, as a multitude of martial artists gazed upon them with both reverence and trepidation. To slay someone in the innate realm before the age of 20 was unprecedented in the martial world. Lin Yang felt a thrill, relishing the attention. Once his shortcomings were addressed, he could confidently become the focal point of many. He must strive diligently. This time, he merely rode on Zhang Yuanshan as coattails, and ultimately, there were imperfections. After securing several rooms, Zhang Yuanshan and Wang Jin descended the stairs to gather information, while Lin Yang and Jiang Zhui remained in their rooms to rest. After 2 days of travel, they could finally take a breather. In this realm, the cultivation system is divided into 9 major stages: foundation building, chi accumulation, opening of the senses, external appearance, dharma body, legendary, transformation, other shore, and Tao fruit. The initial stages may not exhibit significant power, but the potential in the later stages is exceedingly high, making it one of the foremost systems in a world teeming with cultivators. Without delving into the realms of legendary and transformation, merely achieving a dharma body would elevate one to the status of a genuine deity among the myriad cultivation worlds. Once the dharma body reaches full maturity, the wielder could wield the power to obliterate star systems, capable of dominating the vast majority of worlds. This time, he must acquire a complete and unparalleled divine technique. Who knows when he will encounter a world with such a complete and high-potential system again. This technique is referred to as the unparalleled divine skill, as it directly leads to the unique realm that transcends all, where one can kill but not die. Setting aside thoughts of matters currently beyond his reach, Lin Yang calmed his mind and began to study the Swan and Eye treasure technique. Mastering the Swan and Eye treasure technique at an initial level would serve as a formidable trump card, rivaling his own physical strength. As time passed, the next day arrived in the blink of an eye. After lunch, Lin Yang, who had returned to his room to study the treasure technique, heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he saw Zhang Yuanshan, Jiang Zhui, and Meng Qi's group. At this moment, Meng Qi's monk robe was tattered, and the burly man who had initially clashed with him bore a gruesome scar across his face. The taciturn Qi Jingyan also appeared disheveled, clearly having endured a fierce battle to reach this place. Stepping aside to allow them entry, Lin Yang smiled at Meng Qi. "Little monk, you are truly fortunate." "Lin Shizhu, what do you mean by that?" Meng Qi asked with a bitter smile, recounting the perils they had faced. Had it not been for their decisive actions along the way, they would have long since fallen by the wayside. Jiang Zhui and the others looked at Lin Yang in confusion, having spent the last 2 days with him. They knew he was not one for excessive chatter. In your group, you are currently the weakest, yet you have successfully arrived at Shaohua Mountain. Hence I say you are fortunate. Lin Yang's words carried an implication as he cast a glance at Zhang Yuanshan and Jiang Zhui, then at the burly man, Xiang Hui. The true Dingjin master has sustained these injuries protecting me. He is quite strong. I am the weakest and most useless one here. The girl in pale, pink attire, Xiao Zi, softly interjected. She had relied entirely on Meng Qi's protection throughout the journey, Thus she could not bear to hear anyone belittle her savior. As she spoke, Xiao Zi's eyes brimmed with tears. Yes, yes, you are indeed the weakest. You've fallen to the lower ranks of the weak. Lin Yang refrained from voicing his thoughts. He had genuinely forgotten the ranking of the delicate girl Xiao Zi or the renowned Gu Shaoxing. The only certainty was that she was far stronger than Zhang Yuanshan and Jiang Zhuwei. Lin brother, let the true Ding disciples wash up and change into clean clothes. The abbot may summon them again. Lin Yang nodded in agreement with Zhang Yuanshan's suggestion, feeling that everything that needed to be said had been expressed. He trusted they would understand. After about half an hour, De Guang returned to the inn, stating that the abbot requested everyone to return to Shaolin Temple once more. Chapter 7. The Great Luo Demonis. Shaohua Mountain, Shaolin Temple, Grand Hall. As before, the abbot, Xing, inquired about Meng Qi and the others' experiences. At that moment, a figure darted forth from among them like a specter, striking towards Abbot Xing. It was the burly man, Xiang Hui, or rather, he was the shape-shifting scholar, Huang Qinhuang, one of the 4 innate experts under the command of the general, Duo, Ercha. Long before Meng Qi and the others encountered their second ambush, the real Xiang Hui had already perished. Subsequent appearances were all impersonations by the shape-shifting scholar. His aim was this unexpected surprise attack. If he could injure the half-step Zen master Xing with a single strike, no one in Shaolin could stand against General Duo, Ercha. Umaba. Abbot Xing had anticipated the assault and countered with a palm strike, his demeanor displaying no hint of surprise at the ambush. As their palms met, the shape-shifting scholar's eyes flickered with panic and confusion, not understanding which flaw had led to the failure of his surprise attack. Realizing the plan had been exposed, he attempted to leverage Xing's palm force to escape and flee, seeking revenge at a later date. Clang! The sound of swords rang out as Zhang Yuanshan and Jiang Zhuwei moved in unison, blocking the shape-shifting scholar's escape route. This little wench is also an innate expert. The shape-shifting scholar cursed inwardly as he deftly maneuvered through the sword light, searching for an opportunity to evade. At that moment, a sword light appeared, as beautiful as a celestial being dancing with a sword, defying description. The shape-shifting scholar was instantly struck with terror, feeling a chilling sword intent firmly locking onto his brow. No matter how he twisted and turned, he could not escape this sensation, as if the sword possessed a spirit destined to pierce his brow. Determined to use a meat shield to reach the sword's edge, the shape-shifting scholar moved with ghostly agility, approaching Lin Yang, the mountain village peasant. Knowing Lin Yang's true identity, the shape-shifting scholar resolved to use him as a scapegoat. There was no one more fitting present. If he could survive this ordeal, he would escape unscathed. Excellent. Lin Yang's eyes sparkled. Having observed the rapid exchanges between the combatants, he had hesitated to intervene, fearing he might complicate matters. Yet, he was surprised that the opponent would come right to him. Stepping forward, he struck out with a palm, arriving before the shape-shifting scholar. Bang! The shape-shifting scholar was sent flying like a kite with a severed string, crashing down at the feet of Abbot Xing. You! Blood flowed from his 7 orifices as he trembled, pointing a shaky finger at Lin Yang, unable to articulate his words. He had intended to withstand the palm strike, to seize an opportunity to escape, yet never anticipated that this peasant would shatter his internal organs with a single blow. Umaba. The abbot Shinji murmured a Buddhist chant, his gaze lowered as if he perceived the confusion of the metamorphic scholar. He said, when you ascended the mountain, Master Lin informed me that you were masquerading as his companion. However, he feared your elusive lightness of foot and thus laid numerous traps in this place. As it turns out, you have indeed come for the old monk, just as Master Lin suspected. During our stay in the guest house, Zhang Yuanshan discerned the implications of Lin Yang's words and devised a plan through secret communication. The metamorphic scholar, with bloodshot eyes, fixed his gaze upon Lin Yang, before collapsing weakly to the ground. At that moment, flames flickered beneath the Buddha seated in the hall, forming a line of text. Side Quest 1. Eliminate the adversarial metamorphic scholar. Lin Yang shall be rewarded with 50 merits, while Zhang Yuanshan and Jiang Zhuwei will each receive 20 merits. From a moment the metamorphic scholar launched his surprise attack to his demise, only a few breaths had elapsed. Meng Qi, upon seeing the task notification, finally understood the situation. Xiang Hui had long been deceased, and his companions throughout their journey had been enemies. At this realization, Meng Qi recalled Lin Yang's earlier words in the inn and shivered. Indeed, how fortunate he was. Had the metamorphic scholar chosen to disguise himself as him, he might have already met a grim fate. Amit Ba, the abbot Shinji chanted once more, then spoke slowly, I implore you, esteemed guests, to guard the rear mountain against any potential intruders seeking to scale the cliffs and launch an attack. I shall not fail the master's lofty expectations. The group followed the young monk who led them away. Senior brother, why did you not allow them to descend the mountain? If they are spies, it could jeopardize our plans, inquired an elder monk with white eyebrows. From the outset, Shaolin has not intended to withstand the full might of the Duozacho army. We plan to have the disciples carry elixirs and scriptures through secret passages to evacuate Shaolin, preserving the flame for the future. I fear that spies may inform Dozacha of our actions, prompting an early assault and rendering our preparations futile. The secret passage for the disciples does not lead toward the rear mountain. Thus we need not worry about being seen, the abbot Shinji explained. He continued, though Zhang and Jiang are youthful, they are indeed top-tier experts of innate skill. Lin, seemingly unremarkable, eludes even my perception. The metamorphic scholar could contend with me for a time after receiving a blow, yet upon taking a strike from Lin, he perished instantly. Had they been spies, I would have feared for my life had they joined forces with the metamorphic scholar. Upon reaching the rear mountain, the young monk departed, and Zhang Yuanshan turned to Meng Qi, saying, True Ding, does this place not seem familiar to you? Indeed, it mirrors the Shaolin temple of the primary world exactly. Meng Qi nodded. Jiang Zhui, puzzled, remarked, Our Shaolin is situated on Liantai Mountain, yet this is Shaohua Mountain. However, the environment is strikingly similar. Indeed, the world is vast and full of wonders. Lin, how did you discern that Xiang Hui was the metamorphic scholar? Meng Qi shuddered at the thought of having spent a night in the company of such a terrifying foe. Oh, I thought you might inquire why I refer to you as the weakest. Lin Yang chuckled, his gaze growing profound. Upon hearing this, Meng Qi froze. Indeed, even if Lin had perceived the metamorphic scholar's true identity, he should not have labeled him the weakest, especially when there was also the seemingly defenseless Xiao Zi. Zhang Yuanshan and Jiang Zhui immediately cast wary glances at Xiao Zi, while Wang Jin and Ko Bijuan discreetly distanced themselves. At such a time, concealing one's strength clearly indicated a significant scheme at play. Could it be? Meng Qi's mind raced with various thoughts. Replaying every interaction with Xiao Zi over the past few days, his memories finally settled on the previous night when Xiao Zi, in the throes of a dream, had cried out name. Xiao Sang, he murmured. Xiao Song? Gu Xiao Song? Both Jiang Zhui and Zhang Yuanshan exclaimed in unison, their expressions turning grave. Who is she? Is she renowned? Meng Qi, having never ventured beyond Shaolin, had never heard of this illustrious name among the younger generation of the primary world. Zhang Yuanshan explained. She is the holy maiden of the Luo sect, known for her 3 extraordinary feats, each surpassing her peers in strength, securing her place as 4th on the rankings. The Luo sect is one of the evil paths, standing in opposition to the righteous sects and martial families, Jiang Zhiwei added. Ah, it seems I've been discovered, Xiao Zi, rather. Gu Xiao Sang smiled mischievously. Killing comrades from the same faction will result in a deduction of merits. Why do you all gaze at me like that? She said, casting a playful look at Lin Yang. How about joining my Luo sect? If joining grants me access to unparalleled divine skills, I would surely commit myself to the Luo sect. Then I could seize the techniques and flee. Lin Yang said inwardly. Her audacity was astonishing. In a world where myriad sects and factions existed, only a handful held the pinnacle of martial prowess, possessing complete legacies of divine skills passed down from the age of myths, while most were merely techniques of the law body level. What a pity, Gu Xiao Sang said, her smile unwavering. Due to her unique circumstances, she was privy to many future secrets, and the notable figures among them did not include Lin Yang, indicating that he was not a stronghold of historical significance. With you all, I feel quite uneasy. Xiao Zi harbors feelings for this little monk, and initially intended to eliminate you. Gu Xiao Sang's figure seemed shrouded in mist, making her hard to discern. Her words echoed, as if from the heavens. This time, I shall spare you. With the abbot Shinji, who was on the verge of transcending to the next realm, and the formidable General Dozacha, it was evidently not the opportune moment to slay the righteous talents. Little monk, your survival thus far is truly a blessing from Buddha, Lin Yang remarked, glancing at the relieved Meng Qi. Zhang Yuanshan and the others refrained from questioning Lin Yang about how he had immediately discerned the metamorphic scholar. For a self-proclaimed rustic villager like him should not be able to recognize the renowned Gu Xiao Sang. Matters of personal secrets were not to be pried into recklessly. Chapter 8. Slaughter. Without delving into the group of reincarnators stationed at the rear mountain, we turned to the market at the foot of Shaohua Mountain. Alas, the desolate and distant sound of a horn echoed, accompanied by the thunderous clatter of hooves, resounding like a tempest. It is the Iron Wolf soldiers. A figure of the martial world exclaimed, his countenance paling. The 300 Iron Wolf soldiers under General Dozacha were said to be trained through secret arts, each imbued with immense strength, devoid of pain, and unafraid of death. Heroes, the terrain at the foot of the mountain is open, making it difficult to obstruct the cavalry. We must retreat to Shaolin and defend the mountain paths. Wise words from Sir Wei. Let us hasten to the mountain gate. The martial heroes rushing to provide support swiftly made their way to the foot of Shaolin, preparing to leverage the terrain to thwart the enemy. Dust clouded the area outside the market, a vast expanse, as the heavily armored cavalry in deep black surged forth, dragging a whirlwind of dust behind them, their only visible features being their blood-red eyes. Spare those who kneel. A chilling and authoritative voice resounded, clear even from a distance. It is General Dozacha. Someone gasped, their face turning ashen. As the cavalry approached, some beheld the towering figure of the burly barbarian General Dozacha. Though unmounted, towered above the Iron Wolf soldiers. At that moment, those closest to Duzacha felt the sky darken suddenly, a fierce wind swirling, gathering ominous clouds. The scent of blood and death assailed their senses, an overwhelming dread pressing upon their hearts. Under the influence of the celestial phenomena and psychological torment induced by Duzacha, these martial figures crumbled, some fleeing to the sides, while others inexplicably charged toward the shallow mountain gate. "By donkey, open the gates!" Upon witnessing this scene, Duzacha halted, coldly surveying the surrounding inns, and with an indifferent tone, commanded, 50 men will remain here, leave no trace of life. The rest, fall me up the mountain." The cavalry split, dispatching 50 soldiers toward the inns on either side, their blood-red eyes coldly surveying everything. They each wielded a long blade, half the height of man, as their steeds surged forward. A single stroke could sever a human body as easily as cutting through paper, blood gushing forth. Despite the multitude of martial artists present, none dared to resist. Paralyzed by the psychological pressure exerted by Duercha, only blind flight remained, and the annihilation of the entire army was merely a matter of time. At the rear mountains of Shaolin, chaos erupted at the foot of the hill. Jiang Jiwei spoke, having attuned her senses to the utmost. Her hearing surpassed that of anyone present, faintly catching the sounds of battle from below. "I, along with my junior brothers Zhending and Qi, and the valiant Wang and the fearless Ku, shall guard the rear to prevent any surprise attack. Jiang, you and Lin should assist Master Xing and await the opportunity to strike down Duercha." Zhang Yuanshan devised the most prudent plan. With her senses fully awakened, Jiang Jiwei grasped the essence of the lethal sword technique, ready to strike down Duercha when the moment was ripe. Lin Yang, endowed with unparalleled strength, remained unperturbed by the onslaught of the forces. If he could catch Duercha off guard, the situation would be in their favor. "Agreed," Lin Yang replied, recognizing that only an adversary of Duercha's caliber could provide the experience points he sought. He understood the necessity of honing his skills to avoid future pitfalls in encounters with formidable foes. In summary, his current status boasted high attack power, average defense, and speed comparable to Jiang Jiwei and other enlightened warriors. Beware of the great Luo Demonis. Those of the 9 evil paths are the most unpredictable. Jiang Jiwei cautioned before departing. Her warning was unnecessary. Even the much older Wang Jin, despite his vast experience, could not claim superiority over Zhang Yuanshan in the martial world, especially considering Gu Shaoxing. Inside the Shaolin Temple, chaos reigned. The sounds of slaughter echoed relentlessly, with lives extinguished at every moment, limbs severed, and blood flowing like rivers. The once sacred site, a haven for pilgrims, now resembled a hellish abyss. Shaolin disciples caught off guard either perished beneath the blades of the Iron Wolf riders or fell valiantly fighting against the black-armored cavalry. At that moment, in the Mahavira Hall, Master Xing sat in meditation before the smiling Buddha, alone. All the elder disciples had withdrawn early due to his resolute demeanor. Ultimately, this was a calamity. Master Xing knew that if he too fled, Duercha would undoubtedly pursue the Shaolin monks, leading to the potential annihilation of the temple's millennia-old legacy. Clutching his prayer beads, Master Xing rose and approached the hall's entrance, witnessing the hellish scene outside and the imposing figure of the General Duercha, brandishing a one-legged bronze figure. Amitabha, he intoned. With a single step, he traversed hundreds of feet, as if carried by the gentle breeze, his hand holding the prayer beads glowing with a golden sheen, evoking a sense of vastness that filled the heavens and earth in Lin Yang's eyes. "Oomph." Duercha snorted coldly as a bolt of lightning struck, entwining with the one-legged bronze figure in his grasp, unleashing a tempest of power. The golden palm met the bronze figure with a resounding thud, sending tremors through the surrounding Shaolin disciples and Iron Wolf soldiers, halting the slaughter for a fleeting moment. The ominous clouds above dissipated, allowing sunlight to stream down. After a brief stalemate, Master Xing staggered back, a flush of crimson appearing on his face, while Duercha merely retreated 3 steps. This exchange of blows clearly favored Duercha. "Your great strength, Diamond Palm, is indeed remarkable," remarked Master Xing. Once more, the clouds gathered ominously, the winds howled, and raindrops fell. This was the initial convergence of inner and outer realms, where each movement influenced the very heavens. The tumultuous phenomena of thunder and storm were all instigated by Duercha alone. Even Lin Yang, who had witnessed the transformation of Shi Hao in Zhu village, was awestruck by Duercha's immense power. Approaching within 100 feet of Duercha felt like standing before a mountain of corpses and an ocean of blood, casting a shadow over Lin Yang's spirit, extinguishing any desire to strike. "Alas, you have grown old." Duercha's voice echoed from the heart of the tempest. Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the earth. "Amitabha, to raise beasts to devour men is the act of a savage. Why not lay down your sword and become a Buddha?" Master Xing's voice was deep and aged. As the two clashed again, fierce winds surged, causing the nearby armored soldiers to stagger, terrified to approach. The closest Iron Wolf soldiers had already collapsed, their armor reduced to a mangled mess. Jiang Jue felt both fear and an undeniable thrill. Ultimately, she unsheathed her Baihong Guanzhi sword and charged to support Master Xing. Lin Yang, meanwhile, dashed towards the nearest armored soldier. Unlike Jiang Jue, who frequently confronted external challenges, he required time to overcome the psychological impact Duercha imposed. The Iron Wolf Cavalry, feared as demons of the martial world, crumbled beneath Lin Yang's might. Their strength is futile as that of infants. With a mere punch, devoid of technique, he reduced them to mere pulp. Chapter 9. The Display of Treasure Techniques. Outside the Mahavira Hall, amid the rampant slaughter, the most captivating spectacle remained Duercha. As a half-step into the outer realm, his every gesture subtly intertwined with the laws of nature, accompanied by howling winds and thunderous roars. He maintained a decisive advantage even against two opponents, victory merely a matter of time. Seeing no success after a prolonged struggle, the female practitioner who had come to assist was on the verge of collapse. Master Xing sighed softly, invoking his ultimate technique. A string of prayer beads on his wrist flickered with a faint light, detonating in succession, each bead forming a phantom of Buddha in midair, transforming the area into a sanctified realm, no longer mundane. All forms are but formlessness. All beings are not beings. The profound sound of Buddhist chants resonated across the blood-soaked square, creating an inexplicable paradox where purity and hell coexisted. Seizing the opportunity, Master Xing's right palm glowed with golden radiance, effortlessly shattering the bronze figure. Great strength, diamond palm. For the first time since the battle commenced, Duercha adopted a serious demeanor, his battle-worn right fist clenched, striking toward the radiant palm. Boom! The stormy skies rumbled, and a breathtaking bolt of lightning descended, seemingly sentient, coiling around Duercha's right fist. Great sound, subtle voice. At the moment their fists and palms collided, time itself seemed to freeze. The world fell silent. The sounds of battle abruptly ceasing. Uncertain how much time had passed, an instant or an eternity, an exquisitely beautiful flash of sword light manifested, aligning with an ineffable truth. Unavoidable and destined, radiating an allure that transcended the cosmic shifts. Duercha screamed in agony. As the winds howled anew and thunder roared, Master Xing was propelled backward. While Duercha firmly grasped the Baihong Guanzhi sword embedded in his left eye, the tempest swirling around his right hand, aimed at Jiang Jue. A forceful punch struck Jiang Jue's more delicate frame, and in that instant, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body flying into the Mahavira Hall. Her right arm torn off as she clung desperately to the sword. Dark red blood mixed with a strange liquid flowed from her eye sockets, rendering Duercha almost frenzied. He advanced, intent on entering the Mahavira Hall to finish Jiang Jue, driven by the vendetta of his wounded eye, neglecting even to eliminate the severely injured Master Xing first. Stop! Lin Yang shouted, sensing the dire situation, suppressing his own fear as he charged toward Duercha. As he ran, the earth beneath him cracked open, creating terrifying fissures, the entire mountain trembling as if a dragon stirred beneath. An ant trying to stop a cart. Duercha's words were cold and deadly, exuding an unmistakable intent to kill. Lin Yang felt as if he stood before a mountain of corpses. An endless wave of blood sent overwhelming him, urging him to vomit. Duercha had transformed into a demon emerging from hell, ready to feast upon the living. Lin Yang roared to embolden himself, unleashing a powerful punch, the blood within him surging like thunder, rays of divine light shimmering through his flesh. Duercha's expression shifted to one of caution, discarding his earlier disdain. From the myriad of flaws in that punch, he detected the scent of death, clumsy and unrefined. The words of Duercha echoed through the howling winds. Instead of clashing directly with Xingji, he opted for evasion. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, he sent the unsuspecting Lin Yang flying. His resolve had shifted. He deemed it necessary to eliminate Lin Yang, the source of trouble, before addressing other matters. His own life was of little concern. If Lin Yang were to gain combat experience, he would become an insurmountable threat, one he could scarcely hope to subdue. Such a figure, had he been of the barbarian tribe, would undoubtedly ascend to the status of a war god. Alas, how pitiful it is that today, his life shall be extinguished here. There was a chill of regret in Duercha's words. While he could confidently recruit ordinary martial artists, even formidable figures like Master Xingji, Lin Yang was a different story. Should he succeed in mastering his skills and turn traitor, it would likely lead to catastrophe. Who gave you the confidence to believe you can kill me? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lin Yang met Duercha's gaze, devoid of fear. His unreserved assault merely resulted in minor injuries. What was there to dread? The clash of words echoed as raindrops fell and dark clouds gathered. Duercha's form loomed larger and more menacing. Killing you is sufficient. Lin Yang responded with a cold laugh, suddenly opening his mouth to reveal a hint of deep purple hue, arcs of electricity dancing within. At that moment, the lightning rune within him absorbed the brilliance of his divine radiance, shimmering with a faint glow. Not good. A warning blared in Duercha's mind. This was a threat as formidable as before. In a split second, he attempted to retreat from the impending danger. Lin Yang unleashed the Swan and Eye treasure technique, releasing a surge of purple lightning that struck Dorka before he could evade. Boom! The purple lightning erupted, a deafening roar silencing the world momentarily, before enveloping Dorka in a violent tempest of purple thunder. Dorka's scream was drowned out by the thunderous din. Despite being half a step into the external realm, he had not transcended the mortal coil. Facing an onslaught of relentless lightning strikes, in just a blink, his body turned charred, then reduced to dust. Did you not expect this? Did you not anticipate that I possessed this technique? Lin Yang observed the fading remnants of the Swan and Eye treasure technique, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. After executing such a formidable strike, he could not help but pale, feeling physically weakened. His mastery over the Swan and Eye treasure technique was still insufficient. Otherwise, he would not feel so drained after using it just once. Realization dawned upon him. 200 experience points acquired. A line of text appeared, confirming Dorka's demise, while the dust from collapsed buildings began to coalesce into lines of information in the sky. General Dorka has perished. Side quest 2 completed, granting Lin Yang 200 merits and Jiang Jue 100 merits. With Dorka's death, Shaolin has fallen. Main quest 2 completed ahead of schedule, each rewarded with 100 merits. Immediate return. As this line of text manifested, Lin Yang's figure gradually faded until he vanished from sight, mirroring the fate of several other reincarnators in distant locations. Master Shinji gazed at the otherworldly thunderous roars and the vanishing form of Lin Yang, instinctively murmuring a Buddhist chant. The monk had prepared to sacrifice himself to subdue the demon, only to encounter a true celestial being, indeed, a figure of extraordinary prowess. In the main world, the external realm was referred to as Shinjin in Taoism and Zen realm in Buddhism. Shinji recalled the legends circulating in the martial world about Zhang Yuanshan and others being disciples of such otherworldly masters, affirming the notion that it was no coincidence to witness a celestial being and several innate experts emerging simultaneously, especially after defeating Dorka and departing with such mysterious means. Chapter 10. Exchange. Initially, darkness enveloped him, followed by a burst of light, revealing a white jade square reminiscent of a celestial abode before the gathered reincarnators. Main quest completed. Free healing commencing. The voice of the Lord of the Six Realms resonated with an air of authority. Streams of milky light enveloped the reincarnators. Lin Yang noticed that Wang Jin and Ku Bijuan, who guarded the rear mountain, had not returned, while Meng Qi and others bore clear signs of battle. As the least injured among them, Lin Yang healed the quickest. It was only Dorka's strike that had genuinely harmed him. Soon after, Meng Qi and Zhang Yuanshan completed their healing, followed by Qi Zhengyan. They waited a moment longer until the healing light surrounding Jiang Jiwei dissipated, revealing her empty right sleeve of her pale yellow gown. How did you all sustain such severe injuries? Lin Yang inquired, directing his gaze toward Meng Qi and the others. We encountered Tang Shun and the white-browed wolf Boren. Tang Shun excels in hidden weapons and ambushed senior brother Zhang, who was gravely wounded. Ultimately, it was through a desperate fight that we managed to slay both of them. Unfortunately, the valiant heroes, Wang and Ku, met their demise, Meng Qi recounted, his expression heavy as he seemed to relive the harrowing battle. After dispatching them, we were all gravely injured, fearing further encounters with enemies. So we took refuge in a secret passage I discovered until we returned. He refrained from mentioning that he had acquired the first form of the Ananda breakthrough sword technique within that passage, even with Master Shinji's assistance. Jiang Jiwei sustained such severe injuries? Zhang Yuanshan remarked, recalling the moment Jiang Jiwei had been reborn after losing her arm, even losing her accompanying sword. Dorka's strength exceeded expectations. As a half-step into the external realm, even with Master Shinji and I teaming up, we were no match for him, Jiang Jiwei admitted, a hint of frustration in her tone as she thought of her own by Hongwari sword. I owe a debt of gratitude to Lin Yang. Had it not been for your timely elimination of Dorka, I would not have escaped. Gravely wounded as I was, she expressed gratitude evident in her words. Think nothing of it. We are all comrades supporting one another. Slaying Dorka was part of completing the task. No need for formality, Lin Yang replied, pausing briefly before continuing. A powerful figure once imparted to me a unique technique, which I employed to defeat Dorka. Henceforth, the Swan and Eye treasure technique will surely be of use in future quests. He thought, choosing not to conceal the truth. I initially intended to rely on my physical prowess to confront Dorka, only to discover that my techniques were riddled with flaws. He was not an opponent I could simply overpower, Lin Yang admitted with a bitter smile. Acknowledging the gap between him and Dorka was not so vast as to rely solely on brute strength, and being countered by skill was an unfortunate reality. All you need to do is address the lack of experience, and you'll become a master, far surpassing me. Meng Qi began to self-deprecate, seemingly emerging from the shadows of the previous task. At that moment, the Lord of the Six Realms issued the mission evaluation. Task evaluation, Zhang Yuanshan, Jiang Jiwei, and Qi Zhengyan, average, each rewarded with 20 merits. Lin Yang. Excellent. In addition to 30 merits, he has also earned a chance to draw from the lot. The draw encompasses all entities below the external realm. Lin Yang's final strike against Orca had elevated his evaluation, while Meng Qi's exploration of secrets garnered him a higher rating than the others. As he gazed at the swirling white mist before him, Lin Yang lifted a dusty draw tube from within. The interior was dark and profound, obscuring any visibility. Meng Qi had also procured an identical draw tube. Jiang Jiwei, Qi Jingyan, and Zhang Yuanshan gathered closer, intrigued by the two as they prepared to draw lots. After examining and confirming they could discern nothing, Lin Yang shook the tube vigorously. A shimmering veil enveloped the tube's opening, and various phantoms of objects flashed by at a rapid pace, almost impossible to distinguish. As the speed of the shifting phantom slowed, one appeared, a manual titled Dugan 9 Swords. Following that, another flashed by, a vial labeled Tian Tsongwan. Ultimately, the phantom settled on a manual titled Luohan Fist. Lin Yang mused, Luohan Fist is merely a foundational martial art, purchasable for just 2 merits from the Lord of the Six Realms. Meng Qi, on the other hand, drew a vial of Lingji Qi-enhancing pills, useful for augmenting one's power during the accumulation phase. With the lot drawing concluded, the group began exchanging opinions on how to redeem their items. Jiang Jiwei expressed a regret, lamenting that she must exchange for the Baihong Guanyue's sword. Otherwise, she would be unable to explain to her elders how she had spent her time in secluded cultivation only to lose the sword in the process, which could potentially create hidden dangers. At that moment, she had been gravely injured and incapable of movement, thus missing the sight of Duochacha and the Baihong Guanyue sword turning to ash. She had initially hoped to exchange for the sword 23, but it seemed she would have to wait until the next opportunity. A note of wistfulness tinged her words. For someone like her, a born swordsman, witnessing the exquisite sword techniques without being able to engage with them was indeed a torment. The sword 23 belonged to the external realm level techniques, originating from the Fengyan comics' Holy Spirit sword technique, a stroke that could only be executed by sacrificing one's life, a sword of the heart, the soul, and spirit. Under its might, senses would stall, and all would freeze, rendering evasion impossible. Not only was there the Holy Spirit sword technique, but Lin Yang also discovered within the Divine Arts section the Blood Sangxiong and Xian Yujo techniques from the Huntian Baojian, capable of condensing the Celestial Demon Golden Body through the Celestial Demon technique. The external realm techniques included War God's Codex and Top 10 martial arts, clearly indicating that the revered world contains realms like Fengyun and Shenbing Xiankai. Jiang Jiwei reached into the beam of light and retrieved a brand new Baihong Guanyue sword. The remaining merits were exchanged for the emotional parts of the Holy Spirit sword technique, corresponding to Sword 1 through Sword 18. At the realm of the Lord of Six Paths, the vast majority of divine scriptures could be categorized into sections, such as Qi accumulation and opening the orifices for exchange. Subsequently, at Meng Qi's suggestion, Zhang Yuanshan exchanged for the Qi accumulation section of the technique he had cultivated to discern how it differed from his own practice, thereby identifying and rectifying any deficiencies to solidify his foundation. Having already reached this stage, he was confident that this approach would not destabilize his foundation, but rather reinforce it, allowing him to comprehend the true essence of the technique. Even someone as composed as Zhang Yuanshan felt a surge of excitement at that moment, earnestly expressing his gratitude to Meng Qi. Meng Qi, for his part, utilized his merits to complete the incomplete Ananda breaking the precepts blade technique and elevated his learned lightness skill, Xinxing, to Xinxing Baibian. Qi Zhongyan, aware that as an ordinary disciple he had no opportunity to access the sect's foundational divine technique, Xian Shou Chang Sheng sword, resolved to change his foundation early, lest he find it difficult to alter it later after it had been established. The technique he chose to adopt was Huntian Baojian, which was divided into 10 levels, 2 for Qi accumulation, 3 for opening the orifices, 3 for the external realm, and 2 for the divine body. In comparison to other divine arts, the classification was exceedingly detailed, allowing for a gradual exchange. Huntian Baojian, created by the goddess Nuwa in Tianzi legend, was a peerless martial art that, when mastered, could devour all and annihilate the heavens and the earth. Qi Jingyan exchanged for the first 2 levels, White Cloud Smoke and Rose Mist. Once everyone had completed their exchanges, they turned towards Lin Yang, with Meng Qi inquiring, Brother Lin, what do you intend to exchange for? You are currently at the foundational stage, and I can assist you in considering your options. Lin Yang's thoughts were initially on joining a great martial sect before exchanging techniques from the Lord of Six Paths, but he lamented this wish. Though he did not fully articulate his thoughts, Meng Qi understood his regret. The great martial sect selected disciples who had begun their training from a young age, leaving little opportunity for those in their 20s, as they had missed the optimal time for foundational training and would require far more effort to achieve success than others, or risk a life of mediocrity. His main quest had yielded 50 merits for the first task, 100 for the second, 50 for slaying the shape-shifting scholar, 200 for Duochacha, and 30 for the task evaluation, totaling 430 merits. Undoubtedly, Lin Yang had acquired the highest merits among those present. especially since Duo Cha-Cha had fallen by his hand, which did not surprise anyone. I plan to exchange for the 8-9 mystical arts. Lin Yang stated his intentions. The 8-9 mystical arts? Meng Qi, Zhang Yuanshan, and the others exclaimed in astonishment. This divine art ranked among the foremost in the annals of peerless techniques. Who had not taken notice of it? Meng Qi felt a pang in his heart, realizing that the technique he coveted had been claimed by another. He too wished to cultivate the 8-9 mystical arts. Alas, he lacked the means. Were it not for his own foundational technique being capable of attaining the divine body, Zhang Yuanshan and the others might have considered altering their foundational methods. The 8-9 mystical arts, once entered, could forge an indestructible body. If one comprehended the Buddha, they would attain the Bodhi golden body, neither pure nor impure, neither born nor extinguished, their flesh sanctified, impervious to decay, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms, able to manifest heaven and earth, an adept at evading calamities, with boundless divine powers. This description was provided by the Lord of 6 Paths, and in the exchange list, it stood on par with the Tao ancestors, severing heaven's 7 swords and the Buddha's Tathagata's palm, surpassing the likes of the Heavenly Emperor's Jade Register and other peerless divine techniques. Indeed, the Qi accumulation section of the 8-9 mystical arts required 100 merits, while the orifice opening section demanded 1,000. I intend to exchange my unique technique with the Lord of 6 Paths and acquire the orifice opening section as well. Lin Yang articulated his plan. He understood better than anyone the specific prowess of the 8-9 mystical arts. In its early stages, it offered exceptional control over the body, allowing one to fully unleash their divine strength. And in later stages, it became extraordinarily mystical and variable. The lightning secret technique, an external realm secret art, was valued at 8,000 merits. This was the price set by the Lord of 6 Paths for the Swan and Eye treasure technique, indicating that this world lacked a universe akin to the perfect world. Furthermore, since it was an unrecorded, entirely new secret art, it was being procured at its original price. Upon witnessing Lin Yang's resolute decision, Meng Qi and the others ceased their persuasion, though Meng Qi's envy simmered within, unexpressed. Chapter 11. Purchase. The exhilarating feeling of sudden wealth was truly delightful. Exchanging for the Qi accumulation and orifice opening sections of the 8-9 mystical arts, Lin Yang retrieved 2 dusty tomes from the beam of light, which were the Qi accumulation and orifice opening sections of the 8-9 mystical arts. As he stored the tomes away amidst the envious gazes of Meng Qi and the others, Lin Yang remained contemplative. Observing this, Zhang Yuanshan realized that Lin Yang still had some merits left, prompting him to advise, you could exchange for Lingji Qi supplement pills to assist in your cultivation, rapidly advancing to Qi accumulation mastery. When the time comes, purchase Tiansong pills to open your orifices and step into the orifice opening stage. Typically, external realm techniques range from 3 to 4,000 merits, while the selling price was at most half, leading him to speculate that Lin Yang should still possess around 2,000 merits. If possible, I prefer not to rely on external aids for my cultivation. I wish to select 1 or 2 techniques first. Lin Yang revealed his intentions. With experience points, there was no need to exchange for pills to assist in cultivation. The severing heaven's 7 swords and Tathagata's palm were techniques that could not be split into individual moves for exchange, nor could they be graded individually. 1 fist technique, 1 sword technique, and 1 lightness technique. Zhang Yuanshan first summarized the 3 main areas where Lin Yang was lacking. Please help me consider. These 3 techniques should ideally point toward the peerless level. Lin Yang's criteria for selection left everyone speechless. Meng Qi could not help but roll his eyes. Pointing towards the peerless? For sword techniques, there are the severing heaven's 7 swords, and for fist techniques, the Tathagata's palm. But can you afford them? Ahem. I was merely jesting. Noticing the expressions of the others, Lin Yang awkwardly added a clarification. He then stated earnestly, it would be best to have orifice opening. External, realm preceding divine body level techniques. Techniques differ from arts. Each move is self-contained, unless it is a complete set progressing from weak to strong. Meng Qi racked his brain, recalling various comics and novels he had read to find any that met Lin Yang's requirements. Do not be overly ambitious. Zhang Yuanshan could not refrain from cautioning. You are uncertain when you will step into the orifice opening stage. Is it wise to select divine body, killing moves now? 7 strikes of purple thunder. 7 great limits of devouring heaven and annihilating earth. 9 extinctions of the divine night. Meng Qi listed a few options. The first 4 moves of the 7 strikes of purple thunder are orifice opening level, while the latter 3 are external realm level. It is said to be a family knife technique of the Xiang clan, since its inception by the ancestors. Descendants have only managed to master the first 4 moves due to their limited talent. It costs 8,800 merits. The 7 great limits of devouring heaven and annihilating earth contains 5 external realm moves and 2 divine body moves, a divine skill created by the great deity Qiyu. It costs 22,000 merits. The divine method of shattering the 9 heavens, a profound technique crafted by the ancient thunder god, culminates in the ability to obliterate entire realms with a single strike. Only the Thunder God's own physique can unleash its full potential. Otherwise, the power is significantly diminished. The initial 8 forms belong to the divine body level, while the 9th form is unparalleled. With a total of 130,000 merits, Lin Yang suddenly awakened from his delusions of grandeur. He was, after all, quite impoverished, even with 7,300 merits in hand. It paled in comparison to the items he wished to exchange. Nevertheless, he decided that his current lethal technique, the Divine Beast Treasure Art, was more than sufficient for now. He would prioritize acquiring essential martial skills to address his deficiencies. Without the luxury of arriving in a realm where invincible power was granted at the click of a button, he had no choice but to diligently start from the basics. Lin Yang made his decision. He reached into the luminous column and retrieved 3 tomes. The Tianshan Plum Blossom Hand, a Qi Awakening level martial art, valued at 600 merits. The Dugan 9 Swords, also a Qi Awakening level martial art, valued at 700 merits. The Soaring Immortal Steps, an external scene level ultimate skill, valued at 2,100 merits. Typically, Qi Awakening level martial arts are priced around 300 merits, yet both the Tianshan Plum Blossom Hand and the Dugan 9 Swords are exceptional among their peers. Lin Yang was particularly drawn to the philosophies contained within transformation and destruction. As long as he laid a solid foundation, he would greatly benefit even when his cultivation surpassed the realm of Qi Awakening, rather than becoming a mere slave to the techniques. The value of the Soaring Immortal Steps alone equaled that of the complete War God Codex he had previously seen, clearly marking it as an outstanding lightness skill even among external scene techniques. Lin Yang also recognized that acquiring hammer-type martial arts like the Chaotic Wind Hammer technique, which leveraged brute strength, would allow him to capitalize on his divine power. However, strength is fleeting, while elegance lasts a lifetime. Now that he had sufficient practice points from his subscription, he could afford to be selective. He contemplated deeper implications. As adversaries grew stronger, he would inevitably encounter those whose power surpassed his own. In such scenarios, relying solely on hammer techniques would be tantamount to courting disaster. Only the short-sighted would focus solely on the present without contemplating the future. Next, Lin Yang withdrew a long sword from the light column, its blade shimmering with a cerulean hue. Unmistakably a remarkable artifact. Since he intended to learn the Dugan 9 Swords, it was imperative to possess a sword. The Danqing, a sharp weapon of the elite class, valued at 300 merits, was now in his grasp. Divine weapons, precious artifacts, sharp instruments, and ordinary weapons correspond to the levels of divine body, external scene, Qi Awakening, Qi Accumulation, and Meridian Opening, respectively. The long sword he held was of the elite class, comparable to Jiang Jiwei's White Rainbow Sword. When will I ever be this affluent? Meng Qi gazed enviously as Lin Yang seemed to have acquired everything he desired, indicating that he would soon transform into a dashing swordsman clad in white. While he remained at Shaolin, practicing the iron cloth shirt, the stark contrast left him feeling powerless. It appears that after the next mission, you will undergo a remarkable transformation, Zhang Yuanshan remarked, his tone laced with complexity. The fact that Lin Yang had exchanged a singular extraordinary technique for an entire set of martial arts was indeed enviable. Once you master the Dugan 9 Swords, shall we engage in a friendly contest? Jiang Jiwei's eyes sparkled with excitement, as she had long been curious about this technique. And its acquisition by someone close was a delightful surprise. I would like to inquire about the interval between reincarnation missions. Lin Yang turned to Meng Qi and the others, admitting that he had overlooked this detail during his initial reading. This time, we waited 5 months before commencing the second mission. I wonder how long the interval for the third mission will be. Qi Jingyan spoke up, catching Lin Yang's attention, as he had largely ignored him until now. In his daily demeanor, Qi Jingyan often wore a serious expression, resembling a mask forged from iron. If I could complete my martial arts before the next reincarnation mission, I would be prepared to venture forth and establish a name for myself. Lin Yang mused, contemplating the task of claiming the first position on the leaderboard. Slaying a half-step external scene foe would yield 200 practice points, while completing this mission promised an impressive 800 points, truly enticing. He was uncertain of the heights to which 200 practice points could elevate his martial arts, hence his words remained deliberately vague. Ordinary individuals, with access to complete techniques and without the aid of medicinal pills, typically require 6 to 7 years to reach the Qi Awakening level. Even geniuses need 1 to 2 years to progress from Meridian Opening to Qi Awakening. Zhang Yuanshan, aware of Lin Yang's naivety regarding martial arts, took the opportunity to enlighten him. This did not account for the time required to master martial arts techniques, which would extend the duration even further. Meng Qi, Jiang Jiwei, and Qi Jingyan had all experienced the arduous journey of starting from scratch in their training, fully aware that Zhang Yuanshan's insights were not unfounded. Some individuals, even with techniques at their disposal, struggled for 7 or 8 years to achieve Qi Awakening. Brother Lin, as long as you compensate for your lack of combat experience, you will surely rank among the top. Zhang Yuanshan thought of Lin Yang's unparalleled divine strength, which sent shivers down his spine. especially considering the mysterious and formidable techniques capable of slaying half-step external scene foes. With the exchanges completed and items chosen for safekeeping, they prepare to return to their own worlds and await the next reincarnation cycle. During this interim, entry and exit from this space were prohibited, and any desire to cultivate here would necessitate an immediate exchange of time. The grand voice of the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation resonated throughout the area. Much like in the realm of the main deity, each reincarnator in the Six Paths of Reincarnation possessed a personal chamber, empty and devoid of furnishings. One had to exchange for beds, chairs, and other necessities rather than simply wishing for them. Meng Qi and the others gathered their requisite items, leaving behind what was deemed unnecessary in their respective rooms. Lin Yang, however, opted to request an additional day's worth of time, deducting 10 merits from his total. He produced the Qi refinement method, valued at 10 merits, designed specifically for cultivation during the meridian opening phase. He yearned to test just how extraordinary practice points could be. In the realms traversed by the system, both Sure Hao and Meng Qi would eventually become formidable beings capable of crossing the river of time. Meng Qi, in particular, was terrifying, embodying a singular consciousness that transcended past, present, and future. Logically, the Meng Qi he encountered should have been the accomplished primordial heavenly sovereign of the other shore, not the struggling novice monk yearning to become a white-clad swordsman. The root of all this could only stem from the system's immense power, far surpassing his imagination. This emboldened him to experiment with the miraculous nature of practice points under the watchful gaze of the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation. System. Utilize practice points to cultivate the Qi refinement method. Chapter 12. Return to simplicity. As the thought of using practice points settled in Lin Yang's mind, he felt an inexplicable sensation wash over him, accompanied by a fleeting line of text before his eyes. Cultivating the Qi refinement method consumes 1 practice point. The text shattered, and for a brief moment, he felt a disorientation as a surge of memory flooded his mind. He recalled acquiring this technique and immersing himself in diligent study day and night. He sensed the emergence of true energy coursing through the Ren and Du meridians, coalescing within his jaw into a golden elixir, which then transformed into a droplet of sweet dew. This dew gradually traversed the Ren meridian, entering his acupoints as dictated by the technique. Countless days and nights passed. He lost track of time until he finally cultivated the method to its fullest perfection. At this juncture, he had achieved a flawless state in the meridian opening stage. So, this is how it works. It far surpasses anything I could have cultivated on my own. Lin Yang realized, acknowledging that even his own training was often hindered by various distractions, whereas using practice points offered a singular focus that imbued his life with meaning. Indeed, it is wondrous. Eagerly, Lin Yang continued his cultivation. Cultivating the 8-9 profound art, Qi accumulation chapter, consumes 5 practice points. Only 5 practice points for the Qi accumulation chapter? I have a bold idea. Lin Yang could not suppress his joy. With 200 practice points, he could soar to new heights. The familiar sensation of disorientation enveloped him again, this time as he diligently explored the intricacies of the 8-9 profound arts Qi accumulation chapter. As if waves of Tao sounds were explaining the various barriers to mastering this technique and how to achieve perfection. Time became indiscernible, and he lost track of how long had passed until he finally cultivated the Qi accumulation chapter of the 8-9 profound art to its utmost completeness. One might refer to his current realm as the pinnacle of energy cultivation, transcending the conventional mastery of energy, having taken 2 additional strides beyond it. It is uncertain whether anyone in ancient times has ever reached such a state, but in today's world, it appears to be truly unparalleled. The journey of cultivation is paved with various paths. Some rely on innate talent, others on physical constitution, some on comprehension, and yet others on the consumption of elixirs. I, however, am merely fortunate to have encountered a serendipitous opportunity. As Lin Yang pondered, he could not help but burst into laughter, feeling that the future was resplendent and full of potential. He was engaged in the cultivation of the 8-9 profound art opening chapter, which encompasses 8 stages, each requiring 20 experience points for advancement. It was clear to him that immediate ascension to the heavens was impossible. With a sigh of resignation, he reassured himself that he had sufficient experience points. Just as he prepared to unleash a flurry of 8 consecutive strikes, he reconsidered. He still had sword techniques, palm arts, and lightness skills to master. Merely ascending in realm would not suffice, as he would still suffer against opponents of equal rank. He proceeded to cultivate the Dugu 9 swords and the Tianshan Plum Blossom hand, expending a total of 40 experience points. Fortunately, there was no limitation on enhancement attempts. Lin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps due to the simultaneous selection of 2 martial arts, he felt a surge of 2 distinct memories flooding his mind, intriguingly unaffected by one another. His initial fears of memory confusion proved unfounded. However, upon attempting to cultivate the Zhongyi ascending immortal steps, he found his experience points fell short of 200, resulting in failure. Contemplating the words before him, Lin Yang discerned both positive and negative aspects. On the bright side, Even the most advanced external techniques could be cultivated in one go. The downside was that they were tenfold more expensive than the opening techniques. Nevertheless, in terms of power, even the weakest move of an external technique vastly surpassed that of the strongest opening-level martial art. With 154 experience points remaining, Lin Yang hesitated for quite some time between 6 cultivations of the 8-9 opening chapter, a single opening-level lightness skill, and 7 further cultivations of the 8-9 opening chapter. On one hand, he yearned to achieve the utmost in the 8-9 opening chapter to dominate through realm. On the other, he recalled his impending battle with Duo Urcha, wishing to acquire a lightness skill to mitigate his mobility disadvantage. He had no plans to self-cultivate according to the lightness skill manual post the 7 cultivations of the 8-9 opening chapter. The once obsessed Lin Yang had long since moved beyond the days of delving into the Swan and Eye treasure art. People do change. Ultimately, he made his choice. He exchanged for an opening-level lightness skill from the Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Lingbo Weibu, an opening-level martial art, cost 400 merit points. Upon completing the cultivation of Lingbo Weibu, an idea flickered through Lin Yang's mind. He then proceeded to cultivate the 8-9 opening chapter 6 times, consuming a total of 120 experience points. This time, he felt a single new memory emerge instead of the anticipated 6. During his first cultivation, he meticulously studied the 8-9 profound art opening chapter, under the guidance of its mysterious teachings, successfully opening the 7 orifices: eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Based on his myriad experiences, he constructed an internal universe, or a multiverse view, within himself, and achieved a small cycle within this internal realm, significantly enhancing the recovery rate of his energy and true qi. Since the 9 orifices and the 5 internal organs are fundamentally one, cultivating the orifices is tantamount to fortifying the internal organs, elevating their strength beyond the limits of blood transport. During the second cultivation, he successively opened the front and rear orifices. At this moment, with all 9 orifices open, his internal realm was flourishing, allowing him to project true qi outward, capable of inflicting harm from 100 paces away. In the third round, he focused on the ancestral orifice at his brow, significantly boosting his mental acuity, enabling the creation of complex illusions. At this juncture, he had already qualified for a breakthrough beyond the external realm, though hope remained faint. By the fourth cultivation, the ancestral orifice had achieved great success, bringing his internal and external realms closer together, eliciting a degree of resonance. The fifth cultivation involved a quest for the strongest state of harmony between his internal and external realms, reaching a state of unity with the heavens, allowing him to draw upon the world's vital energy and manipulate the power of nature to a slight extent. In terms of realm comparison, he could rival the peak state of Duo Urcha, a half-step into the external realm. In his final cultivation, he returned to his primal essence, making subtle adjustments to his internal realm to align it most harmoniously with himself, surpassing his previous strength significantly. At this moment, Lin Yang found that should he wish to break through, he need not undergo the half-step external realm phase. He could leap directly to the true external realm. However, Lin Yang harbored some reservations, not out of a desire for perfection, but because he remembered that the Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation had implemented measures to prevent powerful reincarnators from scavenging for resources and drawing attention. When someone in the reincarnation team broke through to the external realm, the Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation would drastically reduce the recovery price. This would inevitably render his dream of attaining a peerless divine skill a distant prospect. Thus, he needed to restrain himself. He could not break through until he had exchanged for at least one complete divine skill. His ambitions had grown. Initially, he sought merely one unparalleled divine skill. Yet now he craved several, having reached the zenith of the opening level in his current state. Aside from making the leap to a true external realm, there seemed little else to achieve. Curiously, he pondered what extraordinary realm his 8th cultivation might unveil. For now, he decided to label it as 2 tiers above his current state of returning to the primal essence. He was certain he would reach this realm sooner or later. While it typically takes a genius 1 or 2 years to progress from the opening of meridians to the opening of orifices, Lin Yang had accomplished this peak in a mere 10 breaths. He also considered the purchase of Lingbo Weibu, sitting cross-legged on a meditation mat valued at 1 merit. He patiently awaited the departure that would come after 23 hours and 59 minutes. Having cultivated so many techniques, even though reality encompassed but a fleeting moment, the vivid and authentic memories of his experiences had significantly enhanced his patience, allowing him to await this moment without any agitation. Chapter 13, Jiangdong Maoling. In the blink of an eye, a day passed while he meditated. As darkness enveloped him, a moment later, he was transported away from the realm of reincarnation by the Lord of the 6 Paths. Lin Yang surveyed his surroundings and found himself amidst a lush forest, where fallen leaves bore the marks of being crushed by a cart, indicating that this place was not desolate and uninhabited. After confirming that the tracks were freshly made, he deduced the direction in which the cart had departed and set off using Lingbo Weibu, his body gliding effortlessly, covering Tinjiang with each step, giving chase. His speed was so astonishing that it seemed ghostly. Any onlooker might suspect they were seeing things. As he traveled, Lin Yang took the opportunity to reflect on the background of this world. The main storyline of this era unfolds within the real world. The real world is the first world born within this multiverse, encompassing both the 9 heavens and the 9 hells. All subsequent universes and myriad realms have evolved from the principles and breadth of the real world. In the distant past, cultivators from all realms referred to it as the immortal realm, for this world serves as the nexus of all realms, the core of the heavens. In terms of world hierarchy, even the immortal domains of perfect worlds cannot compare. The elite within the Dharma bodies can draw upon the essence of the real world to amplify their powers infinitely, rewriting the rules of alternate universes, allowing immortals to descend to the mortal plane and gods to face twilight. At this current juncture, the great practitioners conceal themselves, with the most formidable beings in the world being those who have attained the Dharma body. The great Jin imperial family has established 3 rankings: heaven, earth, and man, to categorize the experts across the realm. The heaven list comprises the ranks of those with transcendent Dharma bodies, numbering between 15 to 16 at their peak, and dwindling to 6 or 7 at their least. The earth list features renowned experts beneath the Dharma body, limited to the top 200. Only those at the 9th layer of the external realm, typically the 7th layer, qualify for the list. The man list showcases young experts under 30. As the nature of opening level combat often leads to extraordinary victories, thus rankings are determined solely by personal achievements. This trial of experience aims to secure the title of the universally recognized number 1 on the man list. For Lin Yang at this moment, it is not a formidable challenge. The previous holder of the number 1 position on the man list was merely at the level corresponding to his 5th cultivation of the opening chapter, their physical form being but an ordinary mortal, vastly inferior to him. In the midst of contemplation, a quaint, fragrant wooden carriage appeared within my line of sight, accompanied by a dozen robust horsemen, each adorned with blades at their waists, presumably elite guardians. "Hold the convoy ahead for a moment," Lin Yang remarked, slowing his pace to avoid being mistaken for a rogue and inciting unnecessary conflict. "Who goes there?" The guards, alerted by the unfamiliar voice, instantly tensed, their bodies coiled like springs, ready for combat. "Might I inquire, young sir, what business do you have in halting us?" The leader of the guards, Jiang Yuan, regarded the young man in blue, his expression shifting from slight concern to a cordial smile. Unlike his less discerning subordinates, he perceived far more beneath the surface. Despite the considerable distance, the words reached Lin Yang's ears with a clarity akin to whispers, revealing the profound internal power of the individual before him, a force not to be trifled with. "I seek to ascertain my whereabouts, and whether there are any individuals of renown nearby." Lin Yang candidly expressed his intentions, implying he had lost his way after departing from the town. Jiang Yuan's mind raced with thoughts. Was this young man preparing to challenge one of the notable figures? With a smile, he responded, "You have arrived in Jiangdong's Maoling, where it is rumored that the Sword King Wang Ji is currently testing the prowess of heroes." Wang Qi, a cadet of the Wang clan's collateral line, was yet to reach the age of 20, having already achieved remarkable proficiency in the Kangsu sword technique, soaring to the 35th position on the renowned list shortly upon his emergence. "How fortuitous! I too wish to witness the Wang family's Kangsu sword technique. I did not expect to encounter a member of the Wang clan so soon," Lin Yang remarked, raising an eyebrow. The Kangsu sword technique, akin to the Dugan 9 swords, is centered around the principle of breaking through. Both techniques exhibit similar prowess at the initial stage, with the former being a pinnacle external skill, while the latter is merely distinguished within the realm of foundational martial arts. "If the young sir intends to challenge the Sword King, you are welcome to accompany us." A delicate voice emanated from within a fragrant wooden carriage, belonging to a young lady who seemed to be merely 16 or 17. "Miss," Jiang Yuan hesitated, ultimately refraining from discouraging her, recognizing that as a mere servant, he lacked the authority to influence the family's decisions. "That is precisely my intention," Lin Yang chuckled, elegantly stepping onto an unmounted horse. Having cultivated his profound internal arts, he had naturally mastered horsemanship to the degree that he no longer felt the awkwardness of past reincarnation missions. It was no wonder he was prepared to confront a master of the renowned list. Jiang Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed Lin Yang traverse several dozen paces in mere breaths, clearly taken aback by his exceptional lightness of foot. Such remarkable agility at such a young age. "He must be a scion of a prestigious sect," a middle-aged man in a dark blue robe remarked, approaching Jiang Yuan. His attire indicated he was not of common origin, a wanderer without affiliation, solely relying on foundational techniques for self-cultivation, now venturing forth to test the world's heroes. Lin Yang commented, revealing the dark-hued sword sheath slung across his back, which he had exchanged for 10 merits before his departure. "Surprising to find that the young sir is also a swordsman," the middle-aged man mused, his expression momentarily dazed before continuing. "Your challenge to the Sword King promises to be a fierce contest among sword masters." "Perhaps," Lin Yang noncommittally replied. Through their conversation, Lin Yang discerned that this entourage belonged to a minor family in Jiangdong's Maoling, tasked with escorting a young lady returning home after her studies. The middle-aged man, as the group leader, sought to befriend Lin Yang upon recognizing his martial prowess. Thus, they traveled together without encountering bandits or any misfortune, safely arriving at Maoling. After expressing his gratitude to the carriage's occupants, Lin Yang bid farewell to the group and began to explore the bustling city. Having traversed to this era, it was his first time experiencing such a vibrant ancient town, filled with wonders and curiosities that dwarfed the desolation of Guangtown. As evening fell, Lin Yang found a charming inn and booked several days' lodging. According to the records at the 6 paths of reincarnation, 1 merit could be exchanged for 50 taels of silver. He had taken 100 taels with him to avoid being financially constrained. Despite his formidable martial abilities, he would not resort to force to impose his will. Following Meng Qi's account, the evolving muscle classic of Shaolin had been stolen, and according to the narrative, now was the opportune moment to seek out Duan Rue, who had mistakenly practiced the text. The thought of the evolving muscle classic, valued at 15,000 merits, ignited a fervor within Lin Yang. Chapter 14. Under the sword in the ensuing days, Lin Yang leisurely roamed Maoling, unhurried in his quest to find Wang Ji. Having crossed into this realm, he found the notion of incessant battle to be rather dull. Instead, he sought to immerse himself in the local culture and indulge in the regional delicacies. One day, after vacating his room and adjusting his attire while shouldering the dark sword sheath, he resolved it was time to ascend the renowned list. Over the past few days, he had gathered information regarding Wang Ji's whereabouts. As he strolled along the spacious street, Lin Yang remained as tranquil as a still pond. For a person who had yet to open a single acupoint did not warrant his concern. Were it not for Wang Ji's mastery of the Kangsu sword technique, Lin Yang might not have bothered seeking him out. At the Liangshan Inn, the first floor was bustling with noise as various martial artists gathered in small groups, discussing intriguing tales and events. A gaunt man in his 30s drained his cup of wine and proclaimed, "Have you heard? Someone has risen to the renowned list. Just returned from the borders. I have not kept track of the list changes." His companion, a burly man dressed in coarse garments, replied, his hands calloused and a short blade at his waist, clearly a swordsman. Anticipating their reactions, the gaunt man smirked, boasting, "It is said that Qin Yu, an outstanding disciple of the Xintian sect, descended the mountain for training and encountered the blood hand of the rift in Hangzhou. After a fierce exchange of dozens of strikes, he defeated the blood hand with a single blow, shocking Hangzhou. The blood hand of the rift, a rogue from the martial world, was renowned for his mastery of the Scarlet Profound Claw, ranked 43rd on the list. The blood hand has been slain?" The swordsman was taken aback, astonished that such a significant event had transpired in his brief absence from the Central Plains. Though the 43rd ranking seemed modest, it was essential to recognize that only 50 of a nation's youth made the list. Even the lowest ranked among them would be a formidable talent in any local context. Indeed, following this update, Qin Yu of the Xintian sect may very well break into the top 40. The gaunt man continued, his information evidently well informed, allowing him to be privy to internal news before the masses. The 6 gates must have conferred a title upon him, the swordsman remarked, looking to his companion. He had once aspired to ascend the renowned list and make a name for himself, only to have years of mediocrity dull his edge. The 5 directions Emperor's Blade. The gaunt man elaborated, the Xintian sect possesses the unparalleled 5 directions, 5 Emperor's Blade technique. The title granted by the 6 gates likely stems from this. He speculated that, after several years of honing the 5 directions Emperor's Blade, Qin Yu would undoubtedly contend for a position among the top 10 of the renowned list. A glimmer of envy shone in the swordsman's eyes. Having traversed the martial world for years, he had only mastered a basic technique, the 5 tiger breaks the door blade, which paled in comparison to the 5 directions, 5 Emperor's Blade technique. Alas, he lamented that he would never have the chance to witness the competition for the renowned list. Just then, a voice resonated from outside the inn. "Is the Sword King present?" Lin Yang has come to challenge. His simple declaration silenced the din within the inn, showcasing his formidable power. The gaunt man gaped towards the entrance, where a young man in his 20s, clad in a blue tunic and bearing a dark sword sheath, stepped inside. "The Sword King Wang Ji resides in this inn? How has no one mentioned this before?" He was engulfed in confusion, musing to himself, "Who is Lin Yang?" Struggling to recall any information about this name. It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere. With such remarkable prowess, he could not possibly be an inconspicuous figure. "Upon my return, I did hear whispers. It seems there are rumors that although he remains in the opening stage, he is the foremost expert beneath the external realm." A resident of Maoling rose to provide an explanation. In the hush hall, his voice resonated distinctly, prompting a ripple of derisive laughter from the crowd. "The foremost expert beneath the external realm? Merely a frog in a well," quipped a young man clad in a green robe, appearing to be in his mid-20s. He scoffed. "Countless practitioners beneath the external realm have yet to make it onto the rankings. Even Hijio, the unseen sword and the number 1 on the list, would not dare make such a claim." His words garnered widespread agreement among the assembled martial artists, who acknowledged Lin Yang's profound abilities, suggesting he had likely achieved a small cycle within the internal realm. Yet to assert he was the best beneath the external realm was simply implausible. Lin Yang cast a glance at the young man in the green robe, but refrained from speaking. To engage in public debate would diminish his stature and compromise his dignity. With a mindset that harbored no grudges overnight, Lin Yang resolved to impart a lesson, demonstrating the perils of reckless speech. The young man, poised to continue his tirade, suddenly found the once crowded hall empty, as if the presence of an unseen force had cleared it. The sky, previously clear, darkened ominously, with thunder and lightning echoing like the wrath of celestial beings. A resounding crash, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, struck a building across from the inn, igniting a fierce blaze, sending waves of scorching heat surging toward them. This was a manifestation of mental suppression. After a brief moment of panic, the perceptive youth discerned the situation. He had not anticipated that a mere, just-directed and unknown figure would provoke a master capable of projecting mental energy to influence others. Having achieved the pinnacle of the spirit aperture, a bitter taste arose within him as he focused his thoughts, channeling his internal energy while awaiting the withdrawal of this master's mental pressure. The absence of a direct strike from the heavenly thunder indicated that this was merely a lesson. Otherwise, he would have faced a debilitating aftermath. Ignoring the crowd, Lin Yang turned his gaze toward the staircase as a handsome young man approached. It was Wang Ji, ranked 35th on the list. Upon seeing him, the hall erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. They had heard whispers of Wang Ji's presence in Maoling, but never imagined they would share the same inn with such a renowned figure. "You and I shall duel outside the inn," Wang Ji stated, his eyes sharpening as he sensed the caliber of his opponent. "Very well," Lin Yang nodded, turning to exit the inn, with Wang Ji closely following. At that moment, the inn erupted into a frenzy. Quickly, a rare contest among the ranked, exclaimed an excited, gaunt-faced man, tossing a few pieces of silver before beckoning the swordsman to leave the inn. Regardless of the outcome, Lin Yang would no longer be an obscure name in the future. Some noted Wang Ji's seriousness, implying that his adversary was likely of a similar caliber. In less than a moment, the once boisterous and fell silent, leaving only a young attendant, about 15 or 16, to gather the scattered silver pieces, occasionally pocketing a few coins. Outside, the streets brimmed with people, martial artists drawn by the news, flooding the area. Before the battle commenced, Wang Ji, with a solemn countenance, introduced himself. "I am Wang Ji, of the Wang clan from Jiangdong, ranked 35th, known as the Sword Under." Lin Yang, a drifter with no sect, recently elevated by others, deemed the greatest master beneath the external realm, Lin Yang replied, pausing before adding with a smile, "I find that quite agreeable." What audacity! Wang Ji felt a chill in his heart. His opponent was no fool, suggesting he was even stronger than anticipated. "Draw your sword." The two figures intertwined in combat, and the duel commenced. Chapter 15, Rising Fame. The greatest master beneath the external realm. Wang Ji stared in bewilderment, clutching his Kinki Ushui sword tightly. The blade, exceptional in quality, shattered in two. The onlookers, equally perplexed, wondered what had transpired. Was this the conclusion of the highly anticipated duel among the ranked? The two had exchanged merely a single blow, and the long sword of Wang Ji, ranked 35th, lay broken. In less than a breath, the encounter was over. Overwhelmed by a sense of defeat, Wang Ji bitterly remarked, "A person of your caliber ought to have long been renowned across the lands, galloping ahead of the rest. Why is it only today that I hear your name?" Lin Yang effortlessly sheathed his sword, laughing heartily. "I was but a villager in the mountains, fortuitously acquiring the methods of enlightenment. Having reached a plateau in my training, I ventured forth to seek deeper knowledge, while simultaneously testing my blade against the world's heroes." His laughter reverberated through the streets, unsettling the internal energies of numerous martial artists, who only then began to grasp the depth of Lin Yang's prowess. In a confrontation, his mere laughter could unsteady an opponent's grip on their weapon. As the echoes of his voice faded, Lin Yang departed, stepping with the grace of nature's essence, embodying the principles of the universe, leaving behind an air of enviable nonchalance. Perhaps due to his profound cultivation, he had gleaned insights into the soaring steps of immortality over recent days. While it could not compare to the effects of rigorous practice, employing it was no longer an issue. He wished to experience the Kongshu sword technique. Yet who was he? Having vanquished the barbarian General Duo Urcha with a single strike without prior martial training, it would be unbecoming to revert to a state of humility by engaging in a long exchange with someone who had yet to fully achieve the 9 apertures. With this battle concluded, he planned to complete his training task while also seeking out the town from his memories to find Duan Rue, who practiced the easing muscle scripture, to acquire this divine skill. Watching Lin Yang depart with such carefree elegance, Wang Ji recalled a passage from the clan's text regarding the highest realm of enlightenment: unity with the universe, mastery of the laws. Drawing upon the forces of heaven and earth, he murmured to himself, this surpassed the mere resonance of subtle harmony with the external world. To be challenged by a person of such attainment was indeed an honor. Wang Ji laughed heartily, feeling his previous gloom dissipate. He turned away, leaving behind the bewildered martial artist grappling with his words. After a long while, an elderly voice emerged from the crowd, strong and resonant. Returning to simplicity, simplicity, returning. A step into the external realm. The speaker was a distinguished elder, clad in embroidered robes, exuding an extraordinary presence. It was Elder Lin Yang, a renowned master in Maoling. Some recognized the elder's identity, a figure of immense repute among the pinnacle experts. Typically, those strong in the external realm soared through the heavens, but today, they had the fortune to witness such prowess firsthand. The 9 layers of the external realm. The first 3 layers represented common practitioners, the first-tier experts of the world. Following, there were the 4th, 5th, and 6th layers, the apex experts after surpassing the first heavenly ladder. Those crossing the second heavenly ladder, the 7th, 8th, and 9th layers, were masters capable of ranking on the earthly list. Above them were the rare half-step avatars, the grandmasters of the highest order, who occupied the top echelon of the earthly rankings. Senior, even the most carefree and brash individuals offered respectful addresses. Few in the martial world were foolish. They understood that the elder's words signified a forthcoming explanation, a debt of gratitude that must be honored. If the young man so desired, he could easily ascend to the external realm, leaping directly over the half-step domain. And while the title of the greatest master beneath the external realm was not entirely accurate, it was not far from the truth. Elder Lin Yang, a peak expert of the 6th layer of the external realm, had encountered countless half-step masters. Among them were some who grasped the rudimentary techniques of the avatar, and others who, through fortuitous circumstances, wielded exceptional weapons. From Lin Yang's current display of strength, claiming him as the best still fell a bit short. Step into the external realm? A tremor ran through the crowd. They had not expected the descriptions from the novels of yore to manifest in reality. Such a figure, relying solely on enlightenment methods to self-cultivate, was truly a testament to remarkable talent. Elder Lin Yang sighed, reflecting on how ordinary practitioners often face bottlenecks, inevitably leading them to wander the world in search of insights and breakthroughs. Yet Lin Yang, a previously obscure figure, could emerge into the realm of the external with such ease. This was indeed a rarity throughout the ages. He pondered whether, if Lin Yang had originally acquired external realm techniques, the world might still remain oblivious to his name. Alas, I am growing old. The future belongs to the youth. Lin Yang could not help but lament the relentless passage of time. In another 8 or 9 years, when they meet again, this young generation might very well surpass him. As he soared through the skies on the winds, he left behind a throng of martial artists gazing enviously at his retreating figure. With the departure of the spectators, the outcome of the battle, along with Lin Yang's few words, spread at an astonishing pace. This skirmish, lasting little more than a breath, stirred a tremendous uproar within the martial world. On Yuhuang Mountain, at the Tiandi Hall of the Xintian sect, a majestic and sacred statue of the heavenly emperor loomed in the expansive hall, gazing forward as if surveying the myriad realms, weighing the actions of deities and demons alike. Before the statue, a greenish-blue box, polished to a gentle sheen and crafted from celestial jade, rested upon the offering table, hinting at the presence of an ancient blade within that shimmered with a captivating light. Several meditation cushions lay before the offering table, upon one of which sat an elderly Taoist, his hair white yet impeccably dressed, embodying humility. He was the headmaster of the Xintian sect, the esteemed Shojingjinren, ranked second among the Grand Masters of the Earth ranking. Should the Earth ranking take into account the unparalleled weapon, the Time Blade, Shojingjinren would undoubtedly claim the title of the foremost master. The Time Blade stirred once more, and a flicker of perplexity crossed Shojingjinren's eyes, reflecting the shimmering waves of time. This was not the first instance of unusual activity from the Time Blade. Several days prior, it had exhibited similar anomalies. After a moment of contemplation, he immersed his consciousness into the Time Blade, seemingly engaging in a silent dialogue with it. After a considerable time, Shojingjinren sent a mental message to the secluded meditation chamber on the mountain, summoning an elder within. Shouju, I have urgent matters that require the Time Blade to be taken down the mountain. Should any abnormalities arise, immediately activate the mountain's protective array. With the Time Blade extracted from the celestial jade box, he did not wait for Shojingjinren to arrive, but vanished into the void. The headmaster is taking the Time Blade down the mountain? The elder in the meditation chamber felt a weight upon his spirit, an unsettling premonition that significant events were unfolding. Aware that Shojing had his reasons for withholding details, he did not dwell on it further. Rising from meditation chamber, he soon found himself in the empty Tiandi Hall, settling onto another cushion to resume his quietude. In the capital, at the headquarters of the Six Doors, the chief inspector was approached by a captain adorned with a golden badge. Chief Inspector, how shall we proceed with the rankings this time? Chief Inspector Sima, sure, took a leisurely sip of tea before responding. Is this regarding Lin Yang? The captain nodded. This individual made an astounding entrance, defeating the 35th ranked swordsman with a single move, yet has no other recorded achievements. Furthermore, with a GK sword present to evaluate, it is indeed perplexing to determine his rank. The rankings are based on combat prowess, and there are still a few days before the list is updated. So there is no need for haste, Sima Sure replied nonchalantly. Chapter 16. The Art of Wisdom Xingyan Manner. nestled amidst mountains and waters, exuded a rugged charm, setting it apart from the typical Jiangdong gardens. It served as a branch of the renowned East Sea Sword Manor, one of the 6 sword sects in the realm. Within the hall, suffused with sword energy, sat a young man of around 21 or 22 years, whose gaze was sharp as a blade and stature tall. A faint smile graced his face, as if no challenge in the world could daunt him. He was He Jio, the young lord of the East Sea Sword Manor, reigning as the #1 on the martial leaderboard for over a year with his ethereal swordsmanship. An elderly man clad in a deep blue servant's robe bent low as he entered, reporting, "Young lord, there's a recent rumor circulating in the martial world." "What is it?" He Jio inquired, seated with an air of calm. "There is a villager from a remote mountain, no more than 20 years old. Upon his sudden emergence, defeated the 35th ranked swordsman with a single strike, claiming to be the foremost expert outside the realm of appearance." The elderly servant conveyed with utmost respect. "Defeating a swordsman with one strike? Those within the top 20 can achieve that." He Jio maintained his gentle smile, aware that there was more to the tale. At that time, a peerless master happened upon the duel and noted that this individual had already returned to simplicity. The servant's words struck like thunder, unsettling the previously composed demeanor of He Jio. Having held the #1 position for over a year, he was still in the realm of unity, and he could not fathom how long it would take to reach the state of simplicity. To hear of a younger generation stepping into such a realm was unexpected. The reason He Jio had not advanced to the realm of appearance was that he was contemplating his own path, harmonizing his inner and outer worlds to achieve the strongest resonance with the heavens. Once he broke through, it would be a natural progression, with a solid foundation leading to rapid advancement. His gentle smile gradually transformed into laughter. "Then I shall go and test the mettle of this so-called foremost expert outside the realm of appearance. If it holds true, then the title of #1 on the leaderboard is forfeit." Pausing slightly, He Jio instructed, "Keep a close watch on this individual. I must know where he currently resides." His concern stemmed from the fear that if he arrived too late, the other might ascend to the realm of appearance, thus missing the opportunity to witness the return to simplicity. "There is no need to rush, young lord." According to his own words, he is embarking on a journey to seek profound techniques, and it will take time before he achieves the realm of appearance, the servant reassured him. Once he manifests his inner world, merging it with the outer realm, his physical form and spirit will transform, leading to the forging of his essence. At that point, there will be no turning back. Even if he later acquires divine techniques, it will be challenging to fully integrate them with his foundational skills, ultimately leaving him with imperfections. In the dead of night, under a sky adorned with brilliant stars, the full moon shone like the eye of the lunar deity, casting its gaze upon the earth. Kuei City, a small town nearing city, was home to a modest sect known as the Juhua sect, whose disciples often possessed 5 or 6 spiritual apertures. Recently, the sect leader, Huang Shitao, discovered a 13 or 14-year-old beggar amidst a throng of destitution. Noticing the boy's extraordinary potential, he took him under his wing and brought him back to the Juhua sect. At this moment, Duan Rue could hardly believe that he had escaped the precarious existence of uncertainty, often bullied and intimidated by malevolent beggars. These past few days felt like a dream, where he could eat his fill and sleep under warm, soft blankets without fear of oppression. Lying in bed, Duan Rue vowed to repay his master by diligently honing his martial skills to bring glory to the sect. "Duan Rue, has your adoptive father taught you the 9 postures?" A hoarse, deep voice echoed in the quiet room. Startled, Duan Rue nearly cried out in alarm, his heart racing. He looked up to see a figure clad in black robes and wearing a smiling mask, lounging casually in a chair. Duan Rue's instinct was to scream for his master, but he found himself unable to utter a sound, his mouth opening wide in silent panic as he gazed at the masked figure. "There is no need to be afraid. I come at the behest of your adoptive father to see how you have fared. My reward is those 9 postures." The masked figure paused before continuing. "I had intended to find you a reliable mentor, but it seems fortune has led you to the sect, saving me some effort. Nonetheless, I have traveled a great distance, exerting considerable effort to track your whereabouts. Thus, my reward must still be collected. Additionally, your adoptive father has a message for you." Despite his limited experience, Duan Rue remained skeptical of the man's words. Sensing the doubt in the boy's eyes, the masked Lin Yang smiled and spoke. "You were once a villager at the foot of Shaolin Mountain, and your village was destroyed by a rampaging beast. You encountered your adoptive father 10 days before that incident. He had pale eyebrows and a gaunt face, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, with disheveled hair and serious injuries. You helped him bandage his wounds, and in gratitude for your life-saving aid, he took you as a son and imparted to you the 9 postures for strengthening your body. After your village was ravaged, your adoptive father took you south, but unexpectedly, he went mad and disappeared, leaving you alone and desolate. By chance, you joined the Juhua sect." Observing the shock on the boy's face, Lin Yang asked, "Have I spoken incorrectly?" At that moment, Duan Rue found his voice again, his eyes glistening with excitement as he replied, "Did you truly come at the behest of my adoptive father to find me?" He had never disclosed the matter of his adoptive father to outsiders, unless the person before him possessed the ability to probe memories. However, if that were the case, the 9 postures he sought would have already been obtained without further conversation. Indeed, your adoptive father is burdened with pressing affairs and has entrusted me to seek you out. Otherwise, how could I be so well acquainted with the intricacies between the two of you? Lin Yang affirmed this. As this was a lie destined to be unraveled in the future, he did not present himself in his true form on this occasion. To his surprise, even in madness, his adoptive father still remembered him, stirring a feeling of gratitude in the young man's heart. He inquired, "What message does my adoptive father wish to convey to me?" The sequence of the 9 postures from that set of techniques was confused and disordered, leading to unclear practice. Lin Yang's gaze deepened, as if he could see through Duan Rui's very being. He said, "Reflect for a moment. When you practice that set of body-strengthening techniques, did you not often find yourself losing fragments of memory, only to awaken in unfamiliar surroundings?" Duan Rui furrowed his brow, straining to recall, and after a long pause, replied, "Yes, sometimes I wake up to find myself in different places, and there have been beggars who bullied me. Occasionally, I awaken to find that I have inexplicably perished. Your adoptive father's madness was indeed caused by this very technique. He has instructed me to tell you to temporarily cease your practice. Once he resolves the underlying threats, he will come to seek you." Duan Rui's complexion paled slightly, realizing that his adoptive father's madness was linked to the techniques he imparted. If that were the case, then his own memory loss must appear as madness to outsiders as well. I have said all that needs to be said. I shall now take my leave with the promised reward. You must reveal each of the 9 postures to me. Looking at Duan Rui on the bed, anticipation flickered in Lin Yang's eyes beneath his mask. These 9 postures were part of the first volume of the I Ching Jing and were of considerable value. Although Duan Rui did not understand what the mysterious figure before him intended to do with such a perilous technique, his inherently simple nature compelled him to accurately recount the technique's incantations and demonstrate each posture. Lin Yang extended his senses, perceiving the flow of true energy within Duan Rui's body. After cross-referencing the incantations with the postures, he discovered they matched perfectly. In the future, several wandering young heroes may seek you out to exchange for this set of techniques. If you hand it over honestly, you shall not be wronged. The words echoed in Duan Rui's ears as Lin Yang vanished without a trace, just as he had arrived. Chapter 17, Waiting for You Outside the City. The next day, on a bustling street in Kuwait City, Lin Yang casually surveyed the vendors lining the road. A distinct aroma of roast chicken wafted through the air, enticing his appetite. With his heightened sense of smell, he followed the scent and walked briskly toward its source. If a keen observer were to scrutinize his steps, they would be astonished to find that each stride measured with precision, as if he were pacing out a distance. In a short while, he arrived at a thriving roast chicken stall, where the proprietor, an elderly man in his 50s, was assisted by a young waiter in his 20s. "Boss, 1 roast chicken, please," Lin Yang said, tossing a silver ingot onto the counter. On his way to Kuwait City, he had encountered bandits and, harboring the notion of ridding the world of these evildoers, had fought his way through to their lair, ultimately cleansing it in blood. The substantial wealth he could not locate among the victims he deemed as startup capital for his chivalrous endeavors. "Certainly," the young waiter replied, taking the silver and placing it in the cash box before turning to retrieve a steaming roast chicken from a large pot. The savory aroma was mouth-watering, and he skillfully tore the chicken apart, arranging it on a plate, along with 2 steamed buns, and served them to Lin Yang. "Please enjoy." Once the waiter departed, Lin Yang picked up his chopsticks and began to savor his meal. Not far from there, at a noodle stall, a robust man clad in dark green turned to his companion at the table and spoke. "I heard that someone spotted the invisible sword here yesterday. The number 1 on the ranking, the invisible sword, Hijio?" A young woman in red exclaimed in astonishment. "Wasn't he in Xingyun Manor in Ning City? How did he come to be here?" The speaker was a man in his mid-20s, dressed as a scholar. The robust man continued, "According to rumors, the invisible sword has come to challenge the true return Lin Yang." The ranking had not yet been officially updated, and Lin Yang had no specific title. Yet, for some reason, someone had spread word of him as the true return, and the people of the martial world, upon reflection, found no fault in adopting this moniker. The top expert outside the realm had been overlooked due to his scant achievements. "It seems we are about to witness a fierce battle. This is the number 1 fight on the ranking," the red-clad woman said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "I wonder if this true return Lin Yang can contend with the invisible sword, Hijio, who has held the top spot for a year." The scholar mused, fiddling with his folding fan. "It's hard to say," the robust man replied, shaking his head. "In terms of realm, true return has the edge. But given his humble village origins and limited techniques, he may not stand a chance against the invisible sword's extraordinary skills." The scholar offered his judgment based on recent hearsay. The conversation drifted to Lin Yang's ears, and upon realizing it pertained to him, he heightened his focus to listen intently. "It is said that the invisible sword rarely traverses the martial world. I never expected him to leave Xingyun Manor for true return." The scholar waved his fan, his white attire giving him a handsome appearance. After all, he is a self-proclaimed top expert outside the realm, having achieved true return at such a young age, which has certainly caught the attention of the invisible sword. The robust man finished speaking and drained the contents of his bowl. I wonder when the two will face off. The red-clad woman expressed her hope, looking as though she had long admired someone. Perhaps in just a few days, the scholar replied uncertainly. Such high-level experts typically need to build momentum and cultivate their spirits before a duel, making it difficult to predict when they will engage. The trio, a robust man, a white-clad scholar, and a red-clad woman, formed a curious ensemble, leaving one to ponder how they had come to know one another. Then, the robust man shifted the topic, saying, "Earlier on my journey, I chanced upon a fierce clash between the Blade Chi River, Yin Chong, and the shocked 100 miles, Jiang Hengchuan. The blade energy surged, and the palm strength was astonishing, turning half a mountain into desolation. Truly, the top 10 on the ranking are all monstrous talents. Blade Chi River, Yin Chong, hail from a small sect and currently ranked 5th on the list. Shocked 100 miles, Jiang Hengchuan, was a wandering cultivator, ranked 10th. The scholar inquired curiously, what was the outcome of the battle? In the end, Blade Chi River unleashed a devastating strike that engulfed Shocked 100 miles, decisively defeating him, the robust man recalled. A hint of fear crossing his features as he reminisced about the scene, resembling a tilted celestial river. Look, it's the invisible sword, the red-clad woman suddenly exclaimed. The scholar followed her gaze, his expression sharpening. Indeed, it is Hijio, the invisible sword. It seems true return is truly in Kuei City. At the end of the long street, a tall, deep-eyed young man, around 21 or 22, approached with measured steps. The number 1 on the ranking, the robust man murmured almost reverently. As fellow Chi-opening warriors, the mere sight of him evoked a sense of helplessness in others. The news spreads quickly, Lin Yang remarked nonchalantly, finishing the last chicken leg. In that moment, he no longer suppressed himself. The interior landscape most resonant with his being harmonized with the external world, and the essence of heaven and earth transformed into a gentle breeze, causing his sleeves to rustle. His eyes grew profound and dark, as if connecting to another realm, where countless entities ebbed and flowed, a supreme and exalted being seated within. At that instant, his demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation, shifting from an ordinary passerby to an indescribably formidable presence. With the pull of energy, Hijio immediately recognized the opponent he had sought during this outing. So powerful, Hijio thought to himself, just seeing the other party cast a shadow over his previously pristine mind. It is true return. The red-clad woman gazed at Lin Yang, whose towering figure seemed to fill her vision, her beautiful face expressing astonishment. Even if I were told that this true return is an external expert, I would not doubt it. The scholar's countenance was grave, his words inadvertently laced with a hint of reverence. So this was the renowned Guasian Fanpu? The stall attendant stood in astonishment, unable to reconcile the easygoing youth devouring roasted chicken with the formidable, inscrutable powerhouse before him. He widened his eyes in an attempt to scrutinize further, only to find that Lin Yang's visage seemed shrouded in a veil of mist, obscuring his true nature. No wonder he dares to proclaim himself the foremost expert beneath the outer realm. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Hijio's profound eyes, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the night, sharp enough to render one unable to gaze directly upon it. It was not mere self-assertion. The truth was evident. Lin Yang's voice was deep and resonant, echoing through the street. Face me in battle. Hijio's eyes deepened once more. I await you beyond the city. Suddenly, Lin Yang's figure vanished. Chapter 18, a name well-deserved. Outside Kuei City, Lin Yang gazed towards Hijio, who had just arrived, uttering 2 words. Not slow. Your movement technique is truly unfathomable. Hijio's aura surged, having cultivated the Lingbo Weibu to the realm of transformation through training points. He had recently made further strides in comprehending the Zongyi Dangxianbu. While on his journey, he had combined both techniques, formulating unique skills that exceeded Hijio's level, making it natural for him to surpass in speed. Hijio, one of the 6 sword sects, was the young master of the Donghai sword manner. As he spoke, Hijio raised his right hand, casually gesturing with his index and middle fingers, releasing formless sword chi that surged like waves into the vastness. His attack was the Donghai sword manner's ultimate technique, the Wuxing Wuxian Jinchi. Lin Yang, a wandering practitioner, perceived subtle dissonances reflected in the lake of his heart. He stepped forward, grounding himself at the nexus of heaven and earth, deftly evading several elusive, formless sword chi that arose without warning and vanished just as quickly. Drawing forth the Danqing sword, the sky suddenly darkened with dense clouds, and thunder rumbled. Lin Yang laughed heartily, declaring it would be impolite not to reciprocate. Receive my sword. As blood coursed through him, a booming resonance erupted, and a strand of divine light emanated from within, transforming the advanced Swan Ni treasure technique into a mass of thunderous radiance that enveloped the Danqing sword. A bolt of lightning from the clouds was drawn forth. Entwined with it, let the thunder guide my sword. With a swing, the long sword cleaved through the air, as if severing a bolt of lightning, reaching high into the heavens and deep into the earth. He Jiuyo's expression darkened. He appeared as a manifestation composed of countless formless sword chi, narrowly evading the lethal strike at the last moment. As he raised his hand to launch a counterattack, a sense of foreboding surged within him, prompting him to evade the impending danger. Boom! The evaded sword of lightning suddenly swerved back, transforming into a fierce beast of thunder, its tendrils of lightning reaching skyward as it stomped upon the earth. The impact at his previous position unleashed a cataclysmic explosion, shattering the ground for 100 yards around. Among the gathered martial artists, a burly man stared in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle, muttering, "Is this truly a confrontation between practitioners of the Enlightenment stage? No wonder he claims to be the foremost expert beneath the outer realm. Guasian Fanpu's prowess is nearly otherworldly." Witnessing the calamity before them, some murmured in awe. These monsters of the Enlightenment stage. Others could only smile wryly, acknowledging the insurmountable gap. On the battlefield, He Jiuyo's complexion turned crimson as he could not suppress the cough of blood that escaped him. Even in his initial retreat, he had still been caught in the aftermath. Impressive. Before he could finish, countless formless sword chi surged forth, resembling an invisible river crashing towards Lin Yang. Even gold and iron would be reduced to ashes in an instant, let alone flesh and blood. In recent days, an unidentified half-step outer realm practitioner had heard whispers of the first expert beneath the outer realm and sought to ambush Lin Yang in the wilderness, only to be slain by him in return, using the training points to cultivate the swan and eye treasure technique. Now, the technique flowed effortlessly, reaching its zenith. Indeed, the formless sword chi is extraordinary. Were it not for my heightened spiritual sensitivity, I would have likely perished beneath your blade from the outset. Lin Yang's words seemed to possess an enchanting power, instantly resonating in He Jiuyo's ears, causing his expression to shift drastically, erasing any previous calmness he held towards his peer. A long sword, glimmering with azure waves, entered his vision, its presence no longer the earth-shattering force it once was, now revealing contradictions and flaws, as if wielded by a child. Yet, in the next moment, those flaws transformed into the sharpest, most complete edge, a relentless cycle of contradiction. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yang had traversed hundreds of yards to appear beside him. Having mastered the Duga 9 swords, Lin Yang could wield this technique at will, both in its intended and reverse forms. In this moment, he employed the essence of the breaking sword style, shattering his own swordplay, only to correct it in the next instant, thus crafting a contradictory strike in He Jiuyo's eyes. When brave souls meet on a narrow path, the victor emerges. In the fleeting flash of lightning, the phrase flickered through He Jiuyo's mind. Steeling himself, he resolved not to evade this contradictory sword, intending to seize the opportunity to exchange injuries. As his thoughts turned, the formless sword chi surged forth. In that instant, a pristine hand shot forward, seemingly a single palm, yet encompassing the essence of myriad weapon techniques. Sword, knife, whip, spear, claw, axe, and more. To He Jiuyo, this palm appeared to fill the heavens, leaving no space unoccupied. He realized that his own perfect spirit had revealed a flaw under the relentless onslaught, suppressed by Lin Yang's mental force. Open! He Jiuyo roared, the storm clouds above twisting, morphing into irregular, formless vortices that spiraled, drawing in the lightning. At this moment, the alignment between his inner realm and the outer world surged, his inner state adjusting to the utmost harmony, disrupting the celestial phenomena that affected Lin Yang's inner realm. In a moment of crisis, he achieved a breakthrough, embodying the essence of Guasian Fanpu, truly deserving of his title as the foremost prodigy in the rankings. Not bad. A flicker of admiration crossed Lin Yang's indifferent gaze. Yet, the breakthrough proved futile. He Jiuyo was already spent, while Lin Yang had only exerted 70% of his strength. Defeated, He Jiuyo, struck by the palm, gazed at the thundercloud-laden sky, inexplicably feeling a sense of relief. He spat out blood, sensing that every part of him had been battered and bruised by the force of that palm. The first expert beneath the outer realm truly lived up to his reputation. Straining to catch his breath, He Jiuyo laughed maniacally, his laughter echoing for miles around, causing the martial artists drawn to the spectacle to glance at one another in trepidation. Not merely in terms of swordplay and palm techniques, but the unfathomable speed that traversed hundreds of yards in an instant and the overwhelming might. Any mundane body beneath the outer realm would be grievously injured or even killed by mere brush. Even a half-step outer realm practitioner, having barely shed their mortal coil, would face dire consequences. He understood that had his opponent not held back, he would have been reduced to a mere mass of flesh. Perhaps soon, this first expert beneath the outer realm would ascend to invincibility within the same realm. This thought flickered inexplicably in He Jiuyo's mind, as he could no longer sustain himself and fell into unconsciousness. Among the onlookers, a middle-aged man clad in the garb of the Donghai sword manor stepped forward, bowing to Lin Yang and saying, "Thank you, young Master Lin, for your mercy. Our Donghai sword manor will remember this kindness." He then moved to He Jiuyo's side, sighed softly, and lifted him, soaring into the sky on the winds. He was an outer realm practitioner, Above the storm clouds, the silver-haired, impeccably dressed master of the Xintiangong, Shoujing Zhenren, gazed down, his eyes seemingly piercing through the clouds, taking in all that transpired beyond Kuei City. Chapter 19. Opportunity. The first expert beneath the outer realm truly lived up to his name. He Jiuyo's manic laughter still echoed in the ears of the spectators. The area was no longer as it had been. A deep pit several hundred yards wide had formed, along with a ravine carved by the formless sword Qi that stretched for miles. It was truly unimaginable that such marks could be left by a skirmish between Enlightenment-level fighters. After an extended period of eerie silence, a voice broke through, murmuring, "It seems yet another legend has been born. The invisible sword, reigning supreme for a year, fell in mere 3 moves, leaving many in disbelief. Even the invisible sword acknowledged the prowess of the foremost master beneath the guise of simplicity. It appeared that this individual was at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the astonishing revelation. One could only wonder what the true spectacle of such an encounter entailed. Observers gazed at the ravaged surroundings beyond the city, sighing in contemplation. Perhaps, in the days to come, another celestial sword would emerge. This remark hushed the crowd once more. The celestial sword, Su Wuming, holder of the Earth ranking's top position, had achieved the 9th tier of the Outer Realm after 9 years, his swordsmanship unparalleled. Once dubbed the Sword God, there was a lingering feeling that he would surpass the celestial sword. A 15 or 16-year-old girl whispered this. Her impression of the Earth ranking's masters too ethereal, finding the reality before her far more striking. Although her voice was soft, it reached the ears of an enlightened warrior, who could not help but reveal a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. As the martial world engaged in discussion, the ominous clouds and thunder in the sky gradually dissipated, unveiling a vast expanse of clear blue. Having decisively defeated He Jiu, Lin Yang contemplated his next destination, pondering whether to venture to the first inn at Liashaji to seek a way to join the immortal path and acquire some outer realm techniques, or to search in Yuhai for the yet unrevealed Rulai divine palm cannon. After a brief moment of reflection, Lin Yang resolved to head westward to Liashaji. As the appearance of the Rulai divine palm cannon was still years away, a brief delay would not matter. He turned to depart, but suddenly felt a jolt in his heart and looked skyward. Dressed impeccably, the Taoist master Shoujing descended gracefully from the heavens, wielding a shimmering long knife. The time blade. Lin Yang's heart quivered. He instantly recognized the extraordinary weapon in the elder's grasp. The unparalleled divine weapon, the time blade, was revered as one of the 10 supreme divine artifacts in the realm of reincarnation, its mysteries unmatched. Unlike other beings from the other shore, who were preoccupied with the impending calamity of the multiverse and had yet to return from chaos, the Celestial Emperor had remained concealed within the time blade. Could it be that the Celestial Emperor had noticed something amiss with him? In a fleeting moment, Lin Yang's mind whirled with possibilities, yet he dismissed each one. If the Celestial Emperor truly sought to target him, even if he were 1,000 times stronger, he would meet an inexplicable demise without ever realizing it. Steeling himself, Lin Yang directed his gaze toward the Taoist approaching him, speaking with a respectful yet unwavering tone. "May I inquire what brings you here, esteemed elder?" Had the Taoist master Shoujing not made his presence known, Lin Yang would not have sensed anyone in the sky, indicating that the elder had indeed come for a purpose. Observing the young man before him, clad in azure attire, with a countenance that was neither striking nor ordinary, possessing sword-like brows and starry eyes, the Taoist gaze was profound, akin to a deep pool. Could this be the reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor? Perhaps his own discernment was lacking. The time blade forged by the Celestial Emperor was unmistakable. Such extraordinary talent could not be mistaken, could it? As Lin Yang wrestled with his apprehensions, the Taoist master spoke, his words laced with admiration. "I am Shoujing, the head of the Xintian sect. Recently, I have traveled the world and heard of your remarkable deeds. Over these past few days, I have observed your unwavering resolve in seeking the Tao. I could not bear to see you squander your precious time in pursuit of techniques, hence my appearance." Gazing at the astonished Lin Yang, he continued, "Your talent is extraordinary, and I have also assessed your character over these days. Are you willing to join my Xintian sect and inherit the fundamental teachings, thus illuminating our sect?" Lin Yang found himself at a loss for words upon hearing the Taoist proposal, yet the joy was unmistakable. According to the elder, joining the Xintian sect would grant him direct access to the Celestial Emperor's Jade Record, eliminating the need for prolonged scrutiny or waiting until he achieved the outer realm before receiving instruction. Regardless of whether the Taoist's intentions were genuine or otherwise, he accepted the offer. Making his choice, Lin Yang respectfully bowed and replied, "I pay my respects to the sect master." However, he remained somewhat perplexed. But why do you wander the world with the sect's treasure time blade? Though confused, Lin Yang had no intention of probing further. His thoughts were consumed with what he would purchase after selling the Celestial Emperor's Jade Record. "Are there any unfinished matters here?" the Taoist master Shoujing inquired. Lin Yang replied, "None." "Then let us return to the sect and formally conduct the initiation ceremony." With that, he took Lin Yang and vanished into the void, soaring toward Yuhuang Mountain. At that moment, the assembled martial practitioners erupted into a clamor. He.S. directly joining the Xintian sect? Stuttered one speaker. Ah, as long as one possesses exceptional talent, all else is easily arranged. But how could he just fly away with him like that? Normally, even if one joins, they wouldn't leave in such a manner. Would they? A bewildered observer posed the question to another. In the divine capital, at the headquarters of the Six Gates, Sima Shi sat behind the desk, squinting at the approaching Chief Jin Zhang. Uncharacteristically, he initiated a query. Has the battle between He Jiao and Lin Yang concluded? The invisible sword He Jiao had left Xingyun Manor to challenge the simplicity of Lin Yang, and with the intelligence capabilities of the Six Gates, they had long been apprised of the news. Indeed, Chief. Half an hour ago, the battle ended, Chief Jin Zhang replied, still struggling to quell the shock within him. With the unique abilities of powerful practitioners, communication could transcend vast distances, ensuring that crucial information was updated within half an hour, regardless of location. Sima Shi delicately lifted his teacup for a sip. Understanding his superior's intentions, Chief Jin Zhang reported with a steady tone. The two engaged in a diplomatic battle in Cultivation, with Lin Yang maintaining the upper hand throughout, defeating the invisible sword He Jiao in just 3 moves, rendering him unconscious. Before losing consciousness, He Jiao acknowledged Lin Yang's strength, affirming his reputation as the foremost master beneath the outer realm. With a crack, a fine fissure appeared in the teacup held by Sima Shi. The half-step divine master sighed lightly. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Chief Jin Zhang continued. After the battle, Taoist master Shoujing from the Xintian sect appeared and took Lin Yang under his wing. It is said that the Taoist was wielding the time blade at that time. He took the time blade out? Sima Shi mused, falling into contemplation. After a long pause, he finally said, for this round of the ranking, you may arrange it as you see fit. Chapter 20. The first in the rankings. Days later, the latest edition of the rankings was unveiled. In the broad square outside the Six Gates headquarters, numerous mirrors displayed the rankings, drawing a crowd of martial artists and curious townsfolk alike. All abuzz with anticipation about the current changes. Soon, the officers of the Six Gates approached the ranking mirrors, swiftly tearing down the previous pages and replacing them with new ones. Such significant changes to the rankings this time? Many townsfolk were taken aback. Having never followed martial affairs closely, they wondered if someone had suddenly risen to prominence, necessitating a complete reordering of the ranks. While the ordinary citizens were astonished, the martial practitioners had already anticipated the upheaval. In the days that had passed since the duel between the invisible sword and Lin Yang, the martial world had been abuzz with excitement. It was only expected that the rankings of the top 10 would undergo substantial alterations. As some citizens glanced at the newly posted list, expecting to see the name of the invisible sword He Jiao, they were astonished to find it replaced. The first position had changed. Had the invisible sword broken into the outer realm? Upon examining the detailed description of the rankings, silence enveloped the crowd. Name, Lin Yang. Age, 21. Techniques, undisclosed, possessing profound mastery in sword and palm techniques, with outer realm level lightning techniques and agility. Record, defeated the sword King Wang Ji with 1 move in Jiangdong Maoling, slain the half-step outer realm tiger Jiangdong in the wild, and triumphed over the invisible sword He Jiao with 3 moves outside Cultivation. Ranking, first. Nickname, Guazian Fanpu, Return to Simplicity, Tong Lei Jian, Thundersword. Evaluation, the foremost expert beneath the realm of external scenery. Identity, a former solitary wanderer of the martial world, who after the battle in Kuwait City, was taken under the wing of the second-ranked master of the Earth list, the tranquil master Shoujing of the Xintian sect, and has now become a direct disciple of the sect. Everyone was left in stunned silence, and someone, with a complex expression, spoke up before defeating the invisible sword. He also vanquished a half-step into the external scenery. Had it not been for the publication of the human list, we would have remained unaware. Perhaps by the next update of the human list, this individual will no longer hold the top position. Speculation arose that, during this time, Lin Yang might cultivate the Heavenly Emperor's Jade Tome, allowing him to ascend to the external scenery, thus naturally removing himself from the human list's purview. Then others continued to glance down the list. The second place was not the invisible sword. He exclaimed, visibly taken aback, as he had expected the second place to belong to the former first. Name, Wang Xiyuan. Age, 22. Cultivation method, calculating sutra. Kangsu sword technique achievements, mastery of the Kangsu sword technique. At the beginning of the year, he defeated the Wolf King, Tai Shang. Ranking, second on the human list. Nickname, all-encompassing fate. Evaluation, ingeniously calculated strategies. Identity, the young master of the Wang clan in Jiangdong. The invisible sword, He Jiao, ascended to the external scenery just the day before, amidst the intertwining of internal and external, achieving a momentous breakthrough. At that time, a heavenly punishment descended, known as the Golden Wind Tribulation. An informant explained, it is said that those who ascend to the external scenery evoke jealousy from the heavens, hence the divine punishment. The true circumstances have long since faded from the collective memory of the world. The once noisy square fell into a sudden silence, reminiscent of the time when the celestial sword Su Wuming, sat in quiet contemplation for 3 years, severing the distinction between mortals and immortals with a single strike, sending ripples across the martial world. Yet after that generation, 2 others have similarly achieved such breakthroughs, and for countless years, such occurrences have been absent. Who would have thought that after the failure of the invisible sword, destiny would intervene, allowing He Jio to ascend and shatter the mortal-immortal divide? Some sighed at the capriciousness of fate. Were it not for the lack of a divine body and the profound skills that elude him, he would likely have shattered that divide long ago. The speaker was a middle-aged man of around 40, who continued, "The next to ascend will undoubtedly be Guasian Fanpu. This year's human list is indeed formidable, featuring 2 ascendants, Lian Time Mountain, Shaolin Temple. In the back courtyard of a temple servant's abode, a group of young, gray-clad temple servants sat on long benches, listening intently to an elder monk recount various extraordinary tales of the martial world. The bizarre and fantastical stories captivated the young monks. Meng Qi, seated among them, found himself utterly speechless, as the elder monk, Master Xuanxin, seemed to have a hand in every major event of the martial world, playing a crucial role in each. If that were truly the case, why would he still be a mere temple servant? Alongside Meng Qi were a few other knowledgeable monks. Yet no one dared to voice their thoughts, preferring to enjoy the tales rather than languish in boredom. Master Xuanxin animatedly narrated, as if he had genuinely experienced each earth-shattering battle. Eventually, he mysteriously stated, "Do you know a momentous event has recently shaken the martial world?" Master Xuanxin, "What event is it?" A young acolyte asked wide-eyed. Without further ado, Xuanxin replied, "There is a village farmer, astonishingly talented, who at merely 21 years of age, discovered a technique for self-cultivation and has reached an unfathomable level. At the beginning of the month, upon his emergence, he defeated the 35th ranked swordsman, Wang Ji, with a single move." Gasps of astonishment filled the courtyard as the young monks, having been influenced by Xuanxin, understood the significance of the human list. Even Meng Qi, aware of Xuanxin's true nature, could not help but be surprised. Although Xuanxin often intertwined grand events with his own narrative, he would not fabricate stories from thin air. Meng Qi mused, "What a coincidence, the recently added Lin Yang also hails from Mountain Village. Are all the small villages in this world so extraordinary?" He couldn't help but think of Lin Yang's so-called divine strength. Observing the crowd's astonishment, Xuanxin nodded in satisfaction, as if he himself had vanquished Wang Ji. Clearing his throat to regain their attention, he continued, "But that is not the end of the tale. The one known as the foremost expert beneath the external scenery has drawn the ire of the Jiangdong tiger, a half-step into the external scenery, who ambushed him in the wilderness. That battle raged on, cloaking the skies and dimming the sun and moon, turning 100 miles into scorched earth, with countless lives lost." Meng Qi was left dumbfounded, marveling at Xuanxin's storytelling prowess. "You just said it was an ambush in the wilderness. How could there be so much devastation?" It sounded as though he were describing a clash with a being of external scenery. "Brother, what was the outcome?" "Naturally, the extraordinary individual emerged victorious, slaying the Jiangdong tiger." Xuanxin continued. "Even more astonishing was that the invisible sword, He Jio, who had held the top spot on the human list for an entire year, challenged him to a duel. In that battle, the sword energy, formless and boundless, stretched across 100 miles, while thunder and lightning intertwined, causing the heavens to change color. The invisible sword, He Jio, fell to him in 3 moves, affirming his reputation. The presence of a master from the Xintian sect appeared, accepting him into their ranks as a direct disciple. Xuanxin's words left the monks in stunned silence, their disbelief palpable. Could it truly be possible for someone to emerge and defeat the top-ranked individual in just 3 moves? How could that be? His nickname, Guasian Fanpu, the Thunderous Sword, was known before he joined the Xintian sect, but his mundane name, Lin Yang, echoed in Meng Qi's ears like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily speechless, nearly slack-jawed. To think that this rising star in the martial world was someone he knew personally. In less than a month apart, such monumental change had occurred. Similar scenes unfolded not only at Shaolin Temple, but also at the Sword-Washing Pavilion, the Zhenwu sect, and the Manhwa Sword sect, leaving Jiang Zhiwei and others equally speechless. Chapter 21. I stand 2 levels above Guasian. In the secluded meditation chamber of the Xintian sect on Yuhuang Mountain, Lin Yang sat cross-legged on a mat, clad in a dark robe. After Master Shoujing had brought him to the Xintian sect, he underwent a series of intricate and tedious initiation rites, officially becoming a disciple of the sect. It remains a mystery how Shoujing persuaded the elders to allow Lin Yang unrestricted access to the Heavenly Emperor's Jade Tome. Should he encounter difficulties, he could approach Shoujing for guidance. At this moment, he was contemplating the Heavenly Emperor's Jade Tome, focusing on the ultimate killing technique suitable for the tome's true energy, the Heavenly Emperor's step through time. This technique embodies the path of time, and even grasping a portion of its essence would yield unfathomable power, perhaps due to the vast gulf between his current realm and that of the divine body. Or perhaps owing to the profound intricacies of the path of time, he had made little progress in understanding the Heavenly Emperor's step through time over the past few days. Suddenly, his tightly shut eyes flew open, revealing a deep and dark glimmer. He perceived a stream of text flashing before him. Complete the training task. Earning 800 training points. Training task acquired. Training task. Become universally recognized as the #1 on the Earth list, earning 3,000 training points. Lin Yang wondered, is it because I'm already acknowledged as the #1 that I have completed this task? He noted that his training points had increased to 814. With a thought, he decided to test the cost of cultivating the Heavenly Emperor's step through time. It required 80,000 points. Simultaneously, a sense of clarity dawned upon him. The disparity in strength among divine body-level killing techniques is immense, with training costs ranging from 5,000 to 100,000 points. The external scenery is different. Although it can broadly be categorized into 3 realms, the cultivation of external scenery supreme techniques, regardless of strength, invariably costs 200 points. Gazing at the exorbitant price, Lin Yang felt a shiver run down his spine. It appeared he would need to explore the time-related techniques at the external scenery level for a more feasible approach. To accumulate enough points, he would need to defeat 400 Duerchas. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Given his current strength, although he could still earn training points by defeating half-steps into the external scenery, he would likely attract unwanted attention and be quietly eliminated by nefarious experts. He resolved to cultivate the Zhongyi Ascension Step, consuming 200 training points. After a fleeting moment of mental disorientation, Lin Yang had mastered this external shadowy technique to the extent that it flowed through him as effortlessly as an extension of his own limbs, surpassing countless practitioners of this art. Upon comparing his cultivation progress before and after, he realized that he had only grasped a mere 2 or 3/10 of the profundities of this technique previously, a stark contrast to his current understanding, which had exceeded a remarkable 70%. With newfound wealth, he felt compelled to indulge lavishly, recalling the 3 volumes of the Heavenly Emperor's Jade Codex. The energy cultivation section contained 5 points, while the enlightenment section had 8, totaling 160 points. The remaining 2 enlightenments from the 8-9 mysterious arts amounted to 40 points, culminating in a consumption of 205 cultivation points. A surge of memories flooded his mind, and in an instant, Lin Yang's cultivation silently advanced 2 realms in enlightenment. It was uncertain whether ancient sages had trodden this path before him or if future aspirants could attain it. Even he himself could not articulate the essence of his current state, only stating that he was 2 levels above the realm of returning to the truth. It seemed as if he was preemptively inhaling the celestial energy corresponding to the inner landscape, refining all 365 acupoints within his body, subtly on the verge of manifesting a law form. However, he was hindered by the lack of true internal and external fusion, preventing its solidification. Next, Lin Yang selected a Fire Tribute Supreme Technique from the 5 Directions and 5 Emperor's Blade Secret Teachings of the Xintian sect. He expended 200 cultivation points to master the Fire Emperor's devastation of heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, he was left with 236 cultivation points, which he chose not to use for the time being, intending to cultivate an external shadow time technique. The first volume of the muscle transforming scripture contained 13 postures, but he had only obtained 9, leaving him uncertain of the correct sequence for cultivation. Thus, he had yet to practice this divine art that could enhance the quality of true energy and the rank of techniques, transforming decay into the miraculous. If He-Jio had not achieved the external shadow, he could have defeated him with just 1 move. In their earlier confrontation, had he not seized the fleeting moment of He-Jio's waning energy to launch a swift and decisive attack, victory might have required more than 50 exchanges, far less impressive than his 3-move triumph. It was time to seek the comprehensive teachings of the Tathagata's divine palm in the Fish Sea. Lin Yang rose and exited the quiet chamber, following the path etched in his memory toward the Heavenly Emperor Hall atop Jade Emperor Mountain. After joining the Xintian sect, he had ceased to concern himself with joining the immortal traces, with his only goal now lying in the Fish Sea. After walking for a while, he arrived at the Heavenly Emperor Hall. A majestic and sacred statue of the Heavenly Emperor came into view, gazing forward as if overseeing the myriad realms. Before the statue, on the offering table, lay a jade-green box intricately carved from celestial spirit jade, within which the shimmering time blade could be faintly discerned. The venerable Jinren Shojing sat cross-legged on the mat before the offering table, sensing Lin Yang's arrival. His eyes half open and half closed as he spoke. Have you encountered a bottleneck in your cultivation transition? It was no wonder he thought this way. Typically, transitioning core techniques, even without internal and external fusion to stabilize one's inner landscape, was exceedingly arduous, and it was impossible to complete such a foundational transformation in mere days. The transition of the Heavenly Emperor's Jade Codex had been remarkably smooth, free from difficulties, and in recent days he had successfully cultivated the technique. Now only needing the internal-external fusion, Lin Yang reported his cultivation progress truthfully, not anticipating that the half-step Dharma body sect master would fail to perceive his realm. Shojing murmured, his gaze flickering with layers of ethereal shadows. After a long moment, he inquired, having completed the transition of the foundational law. Why have you not ascended to the heavens in one leap? I plan to descend the mountain and travel for 2 years to experience the wonders of the world. I still feel there is room for improvement in the enlightenment stage, he replied, deliberately averting his gaze from the time blade, wary of the heavenly emperor concealed within. Since he wished to do so, then go ahead. Shojin closed his half-open eyes and continued, although the righteous and wicked have their agreements. External shadows will not recklessly target enlightenment warriors. You must remain vigilant against the demonic external shadows and rogue cultivators. Shojin flipped his palm, conjuring a verdant token, the core inscribed with the character for weapon. He advised, at your level, prolonged battles with ordinary weapons may bear heavy consequences. Use this token to acquire a suitable treasure weapon for protection, lest you suffer hidden losses. Thank you, Secmaster. Lin Yang respectfully accepted the token with both hands. His heart stirred. Regardless of whether Shojin harbored any ulterior motives, he would not forget the kindness bestowed upon him. As one of the 3 sects of the Taoist school, the Shantian sect had endured countless tribulations since its establishment in antiquity, surviving near catastrophic events. Consequently, the number of intact treasure weapons remaining within the sect could be counted on one's fingers. Noting there were no further instructions from Shojin, Lin Yang gradually exited the Heavenly Emperor Hall and turned to follow the path paved with azure stone slabs toward the weapon hall. After a considerable time, in the tranquil Heavenly Emperor Hall, Shojin murmured to himself, since the Heavenly Emperor has reincarnated, why has the time blade remained inert for 20 years? And what of Gu Shaosang, known as the mother of no birth by the Luo sect? Are all these legendary beings from the mythic age about to return? Chapter 22. Fish Sea. The weapon hall, from the outside, resembled a smaller version of the Heavenly Emperor Hall, yet the statue within was not of the Heavenly Emperor, but of a deity Lin Yang did not recognize. A middle-aged man clad in a gray Taoist robe, exuding an aura of celestial grandeur, guarded the hall. Lin Yang had seen him during the initiation ceremony. He was an elder of the Shantian sect, specializing in external shadows. Elder Zuling, the sect master has sent me to retrieve a treasure weapon, Lin Yang said as he presented the verdant token. The middle-aged elder accepted the token, verified it briefly, and smiled. Ah, it is young Master Qingyang. Since the sect master has given the order, you may proceed. Thank you, elder. Lin Yang stepped into the weapon chamber of the hall, which also included a secret treasure chamber, among other classifications. After he left, Zuling sighed softly. Indeed, as the rumors suggest, a prodigious talent. In just a few days, he has completed the transition of the fundamental technique. The fact that Shojin allowed Lin Yang to choose a treasure weapon clearly indicated that Lin Yang had accomplished the transition of the fundamental law and was evidently preparing to descend the mountain for a period of travel. Unaware of the events unfolding after his departure, Lin Yang entered the weapon chamber, bypassing countless blades and spears of varying grades. His gaze fixated on a dozen or so treasure weapons housed within pristine white jade boxes, emanating a formidable aura. In total, there were 16 treasure weapons, 7 swords, 5 blades, 3 long spears, and 1 law pearl. He disregarded the spears and law pearl types, meticulously scrutinizing the sword and blade types. Currently, I possess the external shadow level lightning technique of the Swan Knee and the external shadow level fire technique of the Fire Emperor's devastation of heaven and earth. Selecting a weapon with mismatched attributes would hinder my ability to harness the full power of both the technique and the weapon. After careful consideration, he chose a jade box containing a long blade, entirely crimson with a broad blade inscribed with purple lightning patterns, reminiscent of the Tang Dao from his memories but significantly wider. The box bore an inscription detailing the weapon's attributes. Huangjie, a mid-grade treasure weapon. Forged from the core of fallen earth, its patterns crystallized from the essence of profound lightning, with a handle made from the wood of the phoenix bird. When unleashed with full force, it can alter the weather within a 10-mile radius. Shouldering the jade box, Lin Yang returned to the entrance of the weapon hall. After Elder Zuling completed the necessary registration, Lin Yang made his way back to the courtyard assigned to him by the sect. Unlike ordinary weapons, treasure weapons required not only the supply of true energy during combat to unleash their full potential, but also needed continuous resonance day and night. Lin Yang retrieved Huangjie from the jade box and sat cross-legged on his bed, initiating a connection with the weapon's aura. As a mid-grade treasure weapon, it corresponded to the pinnacle of external shadow practitioners who had crossed the first tier of the heavenly ladder. Although his realm was profound, he had yet to achieve internal-external fusion, and it remained uncertain how long it would take to master Huangjie. In the heart of the Gobi Desert lies the rare and magnificent Yuhai Lake, a vast expanse of shimmering waters adorned with vibrant greenery and scattered trees. It is the most flourishing locale of the Hanxi region, historically referred to as Little Jiangdong. Lin Yang, having journeyed from the central plains of the Shintian sect, traversed the endless sands and gravel, and upon his arrival at Yuhai, he was greeted by a refreshing mist that caressed his skin, imparting a sense of rejuvenation. Although this place is still somewhat arid compared to the central plains, it vastly surpasses the desolation of the surrounding desert. At this moment, over 2 months have elapsed since he first performed the ritual of the Huangjie. After a series of stops along his journey, he finally reached his destination. Beside the lake stands a formidable city constructed from massive stones. As Lin Yang gazes intently, he observes the densely packed houses within, bustling with a multitude of people. Among them are those dressed in the attire of the Central Plains, desert merchants, vibrant and beautiful young women from the western regions adorned in exquisite hats and dresses, as well as bold and alluring Hu women, all contributing to the rich atmosphere of the mortal realm. This vibrant scene captivates every traveler emerging from the barren and monotonous Gobi, making them reluctant to depart. If the desolate Gobi, rife with bandits, is akin to hell, then this place is undoubtedly the fabled paradise. During his travels, Lin Yang had gathered information about Yuhai, learning that its master, Bai Bajing, maintains extensive connections and has amicable relations with several notorious bandit leaders. Otherwise, with his prowess of having opened 9 acupoints, he would never have been able to claim dominion over such a thriving locale. Upon entering the city, he noted the architectural style characterized by white walls and black tiles, reminiscent of his hometown in Jiangdong's Maoling, albeit on a far smaller scale. Under the governance of Bai Bajing, the city possesses a semblance of order. Anyone daring to commit murder or wrongdoing would inevitably face a death warrant issued by him. Lin Yang found a popular tavern, ordering food and drink while savoring the exotic scenery outside the window. Uncertain of how long he would reside in Yuhai, he contemplated purchasing a property, as staying in an inn would be inconvenient. Perhaps he need not personally oversee the acquisition. He pondered the possibility that someone might have recognized him upon entering the city. Judging by the reaction of a passerby, it was likely that the individual hurried off to inform their leader. His distinctive garb of a dark robe, coupled with a sword and dagger, would be easily identifiable to anyone paying attention. Were it not for the geographical separation of the western regions from the Central Plains, there would have been exclamations of surprise on the streets by now. Recently, the cavalry of the Shura Blade, led by Han Luo, had clashed with Yu Haiduo, the leader of the 72 bandits of Hellion Mountain. How could Han Luo have lost his wits to confront Yu Haiduo? It was unclear what drove the Shura Blade to such reckless behavior, as they had once been a minor power, but now faced significant losses. At that moment, a tall, robust man exuding an aura of ferocity entered the tavern, surrounded by a throng of admirers. His gaze swept across the establishment before brightening as he swiftly approached Lin Yang. Addressing him with a respectful demeanor, "Esteemed Taoist, might you be Taoist Qingyang?" With a slight nod, Lin Yang inquired, "Who might you be?" "I am Bai Bajing, currently honored to serve as the master of Yuhai, thanks to the support of my friends in the martial world," he replied. "I wish to know if Taoist Qingyang is merely passing through Yuhai or planning to stay for an extended period, so that I may extend my hospitality." Previously, he had been enjoying a carefree life at the city lord's residence, but upon receiving news of a Taoist resembling the legendary Lin Yang entering the city, he felt compelled to abandon his leisure pursuits and rushed over. The reputation of the foremost expert in the outer realm is not to be trifled with. In certain contexts, it holds even greater weight than usual. Although Bai Bajing had cultivated friendships with several bandit leaders, he understood the need to approach Lin Yang with goodwill to prevent misunderstandings and avoid unnecessary losses. Having recently found myself with ample leisure, I have embarked on a journey across the world. Upon arriving here, I discovered many aspects of the city to my liking and intend to stay for a while. Might you offer any guidance, Lord Bai? It is my honor that the city aligns with your tastes, esteemed Taoist. Please allow me to host you shortly and extend the courtesy of a local. Bai Bajing's words were imbued with humility, a testament to his wide network of connections, as everyone enjoys the company of a well-liked figure. Chapter 23, The Second Reincarnation Task. After attending a banquet held by Bai Bajing at the city lord's mansion, Lin Yang returned to a secluded residence gifted to him by Bai Bajing. The 8-9 profound art primarily manifests during the acupoint opening phase by enhancing bodily resilience, refining self-control, and augmenting resistance to malevolent energies and toxins. This afforded him considerable peace of mind throughout his journey, freeing him from the anxiety of potential envy-fueled attacks. He recalled reading that the Rulai Divine Palm would eventually materialize in Yuhai, with the primary focus of his future endeavors set on this vicinity. With several years remaining before the Rulai Divine Palm would autonomously manifest, Lin Yang felt no immediate concern of being outpaced by others. Over the following months, he alternated between excursions and leisurely explorations of the city, displaying none of the urgency typical of martial artists who prioritize training above all else. It was only when the Six Paths announced the initiation of the second task that he realized he had yet to uncover any traces of the Divine Palm. The second reincarnation was set to be a solo mission. As clarity returned to him, Lin Yang found himself on the outskirts of a remote city, near an ancient and picturesque estate, unlike the ethereal reincarnation plaza from his first journey. In contrast to the initial reincarnation, the Six Paths did not immediately issue a mainline task this time, suggesting he would need to trigger it himself. Understanding that the Six Paths would not abandon reincarnators in a foreign world, Lin Yang extended his senses, detecting a fierce battle taking place within the estate. The combatants were unmistakably engaged in a life-and-death struggle rather than mere sparring, possibly serving as the catalyst for his task. With a swift thought, Lin Yang vanished, reappearing atop the estate's roof, observing the unfolding skirmish with a glimmer of interest. One combatant, clad in dark green robes, was tall and square-faced, while the other, dressed in white training attire with shoulder-length hair, appeared to be in his 40s. To Lin Yang, their skill level seemed comparable to bandits with 6 or 7 open acupoints, likely facing considerable risk against disciples from major sects who had only opened 2 acupoints. The man in dark robes laughed heartily. The first of Tongzhou lives up to his reputation, able to withstand my punch solely through his protective aura. Should you, Brother Fong, willingly divulge the clues to your divine technique, I might just spare your life out of respect for our shared path in the martial world. Fong Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity rise within him. Ever since he fortuitously obtained clues regarding the Yushin strategy, he had been racking his brains in vain, unable to ascertain its location. Now, such knowledge had drawn a formidable adversary, placing him in a precarious situation where a misstep could lead to his demise. Having exchanged blows with his opponent, he had discerned that the man's true energy was a uniquely bizarre, spiraling force, far more challenging to perceive and defend against than ordinary energies. The opponent was a subordinate of the current emperor, Zhu Tianzhao, and if he were to truly secure clues regarding the Yushin strategy, with the court's vast resources, they might successfully unravel its secrets, thus acquiring a divine technique capable of granting access to the divine realm. Should that occur, the court would undoubtedly strengthen its power, leading to a purge of the various sects and a consolidation of control over the martial world, leaving Fong Yuan with no escape from the dire consequences. Ouyangyi, even if I perish, I shall never divulge any clues regarding the Yushin strategy to the court, so abandon all hope. With a sudden burst of energy, Fong Yuan soared into the air, gliding effortlessly across several paces before confronting the dark-robed Ouyang, unleashing a barrage of strikes with his palms, akin to a torrential downpour. Ouyang Yi's eyes sparkled with intensity. Why would Fong Yuan, aware that his strength could not rival his spiraling force, choose to engage him head-on? In the blink of an eye, the outcome of their confrontation could change, leaving him no time to ponder. Although confident in his victory over Fong Yuan, he dared not underestimate his opponent. He retreated a few steps before launching forward, his fists landing squarely on Fong Yuan's palms. The clash of their energies surged forth, and in Lin Yang's eyes, they coalesced into a sequence of characters. Main quest triggered. Acquire the Yushin Su within 15 days to receive a reward of 300 merits. Failure to do so will result in a corresponding deduction of merits. Lin squinted slightly, fixating his gaze upon 2 inept contenders clashing below. Both Fong Yuan and Ouyang simultaneously felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over them, their hair standing on end. This visceral fear caused them to spew blood, evidently suffering from significant internal injuries. Blood stained their training garb as Fong Yuan turned his head towards the ceiling, only to discover a young Taoist, clad in a dark robe, standing there. He appeared to be in his 20s, his hair tied in a bun, and he bore a sword and a saber on his back. Who might you be? Ouyang, he inquired cautiously, a flicker of fear evident in his gaze directed at Lin. Despite being one of the foremost experts in the land, the mere presence of this young Taoist, exuding an aura of formidable power, stifled his desire to act. It was unfathomable to consider the level of martial prowess he must possess. Ignoring Ouyang's question, Lin spoke in a tone devoid of warmth. Tell me about Yushin Su. How many masters in this world surpass your level? Sensing the Taoist's otherworldly demeanor, akin to that of the heavens, Ouyang suppressed the humiliation of being disregarded and, disregarding the blood at the corner of his mouth, replied respectfully, to answer, esteemed Taoist. Yushin Su is a legendary supreme skill passed down by the Wind and Cloud Elder, regarded as the strongest martial art in history, capable of transforming one into a divine warrior of legend. Among the most renowned are the 4 great masters, Jin Xiu Dao's Dugu Xing, Shou Tian Shou Wang Ku, Wu Qiu Sung Run Xian Xin, and the undying demon Lu Xingkong. He was deeply perplexed, wondering from which corner of the world this exceptionally skilled young man had emerged, for he seemed utterly oblivious to such common knowledge within the martial realm. What extraordinary powers must a divine warrior possess? What level of skill is required to be deemed a grandmaster? Lin's gaze was profound as he casually glanced at the silent Fong Yuan. According to ancient texts, divine warriors could soar through the skies, command fire, control water, and achieve the impossible, capable of contending against a million soldiers. After defeating all top-tier martial artists in the realm, one is bestowed the title of Grandmaster. With a scoff, Lin deduced from Fong Yuan's ability, who was considered the strongest in Tongzhou, that the so-called Grandmasters merely opened all 9 apertures. In this low martial world, he could easily sweep through with a single hand. The description of divine warriors should be regarded as mere folklore. Yet one cannot jump to conclusions without first-hand experience. If you wish to avoid dire consequences, provide me with any leads regarding Yushin Su. This item is fated to connect with me. His domineering presence left Fong Yuan in turmoil. It was clear that this Taoist was not affiliated with the court. Regardless of whether he could unravel the clues to locate the true Yushin Su, he would not bolster the court's power to purge the martial world. After much hesitation, he produced a piece of animal hide densely scribbled with small characters. Yang witnessed Lin beckoning, causing the hide to fly into his hands. Bowing his head in silence. Despite having traveled great distances for this item, he did not wish to provoke the Taoist. Chapter 24. Low Martial World. The animal hide contained fragmented verses of poetry, disjointed and contradictory, causing Lin to frown. No wonder Fang Yuan had been unable to decipher it for so long. This artifact was likely comprehensible only to those of extraordinary intellect. Yang gazed longingly at the hide, which held clues about Yushin Su, the path to becoming a divine warrior. Alas, this Taoist was no ordinary being. A wave of helplessness surged within him as he heard Lin's cold yet elevated voice. Are you a person of the court? Esteemed Taoist, I am the fourth master of the Dragon Guard Pavilion. The Dragon Guard Pavilion is a direct organization under the Emperor, responsible for matters closely related to His Majesty. Yang truthfully reported, as this information could easily be verified in the martial world, requiring no deception. Given your intention to seize the clues to the divine skill, it seems you have prepared to decipher it. Lin tossed the animal hide to Yang, continuing, regardless of your intentions with this power, it is of no concern to me. 14 days hence, I will come to claim the divine skill. Should you fail to obtain Yushin Su, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Yang felt a mix of joy and anger. This Taoist was brazenly arrogant, believing himself above the Dragon Guard Pavilion and the court due to his extraordinary martial prowess. Clearly, he was not a divine warrior, but merely another grandmaster. Should he dare to come, he would surely meet his demise under the siege of the army. Senior, please. Fang Yuan's expression shifted drastically, but before he could finish, the sky darkened with swirling clouds, thunder crackled, and the imposing figure of the Taoist loomed larger than life, resembling a deity commanding the storms, impossible to gaze upon directly. A flash of lightning struck, engulfing him in flames, the searing pain eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from Fang Yuan. At what moment did you find the audacity to interject? Lin's indifferent words echoed in Fang Yuan's dazed mind, instilling an indescribable fear. Typically, this would be tolerable, yet at this moment, with the main quest at stake, even if the merits held little value for him, he could not allow any disturbances. It was a matter of attitude. What transpired was merely a figment of his mind under immense pressure, leaving Yang bewildered and grasping at straws, speculating that Tongzhou's greatest expert had been taught a lesson by the Taoist through unfathomable means. I hope you can relay my words accurately to your superiors, so as to avoid any unnecessary actions. As he prepared to depart, Lin added, ordinary martial arts manuals, regardless of their rank, will be greatly appreciated. If I am satisfied, you will receive your due rewards. At that moment, he harmonized with the radiant Jija blade, channeling the power of the treasured weapon to intertwine with heavenly thunder and fire, transforming himself into a streak of lightning as he vanished into the void. The two remaining in the courtyard gazed in astonishment at the scene before them. To soar through the skies and traverse the earth. This is the true essence of flight. Fang Yuan, his spirit crushed, stared in disbelief at the direction Lin had departed, realizing he had witnessed a divine warrior, a rarity in the martial world for centuries. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding surged within him, and he instinctively called out in alarm to evade danger. However, now far from his peak, he was powerless to resist as Yang struck him at the heart, the spiraling force within his palm shattering Fang Yuan's heart to pieces. A divine warrior? Yang muttered, discarding the lifeless Fang Yuan as he gazed toward the horizon. Even with the power of the treasured weapon, it was challenging for Lin to maintain such abilities for long. After soaring hundreds of miles, he descended outside a bustling city, prepared to indulge in leisure for the next 10 days. Having spent months in the Gobi, even the vibrant fish sea had begun to lose its charm, making this mission a perfect opportunity for relaxation. Lin was acutely aware of his own limitations. His aptitude for deduction and deciphering was merely average, and he could not hope to rival the brilliance of a detective like Conan. To unravel the enigmatic clues surrounding Yushin Su, he could only rely on the full might of the court. Even if he ultimately failed, it mattered little. Not to mention the Heavenly Emperor's Jade Volume, worth tens of thousands of merits, and the 5 directions, 5 Emperor's Sword Technique, remnants of merits from previous endeavors still exceeding 3,000, ample enough to cover any deductions. Xinqing was among the most notable cities in Tongzhou, renowned for its exquisite cuisine, often hosting fortunate artisans chosen by the palace to enter the imperial kitchen, soaring to great heights. Recently, a newly opened Tangyuan noodle house had gained fame among the locals, boasting the finest dragon beard noodles, drawing throngs of patrons from afar. Lin stepped into the bustling noodle house, guided by the waiter up to the 3rd floor. Surrounding diners, clad in martial attire or ordinary garb, eagerly slurped their bowls of soup noodles, the atmosphere vibrant and lively. Before long, the waiter presented a steaming bowl of soup noodles. The moment it touched his lips, an indescribable flavor burst forth, the noodle's freshness and elasticity leaving him yearning for more. After devouring several bowls, Lin finally departed with a sense of satisfaction. Choosing to descend upon Sun City was due to the presence of one of the 4 Grand Masters of the world, the Keeper of Heaven's Hand, Wang Ku, who resided here. This esteemed master was also a connoisseur of exquisite cuisine. In a secluded and sparsely populated alley, a man in his 30s, dressed in finely tailored garments, regarded the young Taoist in a dark robe with a serious expression. The man's hands bore thick calluses. Yet, the Taoist's mere presence exuded an unparalleled sense of pressure, a sensation that even the other Grand Masters had never imparted upon him. When did such a formidable figure emerge in this world? The middle-aged man could scarcely fathom that he stood before a powerful being from another realm. Lin Yang observed the middle-aged man with keen interest, surprised to discover that this Grand Master shared a fondness for culinary delights. In comparison to this passion, Wang Ku's mere 8 apertures of strength seemed trivial. Pray tell, Taoist, what brings you to seek me? Wang Ku inquired cautiously. I require a guide for the next fortnight, and you strike me as quite suitable, Lin Yang replied. Noting the man's visage darken. Were it not for our mutual love of gourmet food, your level of strength would hardly catch my eye, he continued, his disdain unmistakable. This caused Wang Ku's expression to shift dramatically. He responded with a solemn tone, enunciating each word, I humbly request your guidance. Aware of the Taoist's formidable prowess, he refused to allow himself, as a Grand Master, to be belittled. Thus, he focused his energy, raising his palms to his chest to assume a stance, ready to experience the Taoist's esteemed skills. Lin Yang sighed softly and shook his head slightly. Extending a single finger, he nonchalantly stated, I shall use but one finger. If you can touch my robe, as a reward, I will mentor you in martial arts for half a month. Should you fail, consider yourself my servant for that duration. Should he truly be defeated, he would accept the consequences. Wang Ku nodded in agreement, confident that he would at least be able to graze the Taoist's robe. Cool. Lin Yang beckoned with a curl of his finger. In an instant, Wang Ku seemed to traverse the distance effortlessly, exuding an air of profound mastery. His vital energy swirling as he clapped his palms together in a powerful strike. Should his blow land, it would reduce flesh and blood to mere pulp, and even tempered steel would be rendered asunder. Yet, Lin Yang did not appear indifferent. As a practitioner himself, the thought of being overturned was unthinkable. He transformed his finger into a sword, striking with a speed that belied the apparent slowness of his motion, identifying 2 weaknesses amidst the assault. With 2 precise finger strikes, he dismantled the attack. Surprise flickered in Wang Ku's eyes as he realized that the foundation of his ultimate technique had been effortlessly dismantled. Though astonished, he remained focused on the battle. He altered his stance, as if supporting a heavy mountain, his fingers slightly curled as he aimed for the Taoist's crown. The earth-embracing mountain seal. The blow, laden with expectation, failed to achieve its purpose, being countered by a mere finger. What appeared to be a single digit to him felt like an incomparably sharp sword capable of cleaving the heavens. Suppressing feelings of despair, Wang Ku attacked repeatedly, reluctant to admit that, as one of the world's 4 Grand Masters, he could not even graze the Taoist's robe, feeling as though he were a mouse toyed with by a cat. Regardless of how Wang Ku unleashed his strikes, employing breathtaking techniques, Lin Yang remained unperturbed, executing only one action, pointing. The principles of the Dugu 9 swords were manifest in his movements. Even if the legendary founder, Dugu Qiu Bai, were to arrive, he could not surpass Lin Yang's prowess in this exchange. As Wang Ku's techniques fell one after another, he was engulfed by a profound shock. Unable to fathom the existence of such a divine being, he feared that even if the 4 Grand Masters joined forces, they would not stand a chance against him. After 100 exchanges, Wang Ku retreated, disheartened, and sighed, I did not anticipate that your martial prowess would transcend the heavens, and I am no match for you. I concede and accept the terms. In Wang Ku's estimation, the young Taoist's skills far exceeded those of a Grand Master, meriting the title of unparalleled Grand Master. Regarding the legendary martial deity, he did not venture to consider that possibility. Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback. The title seemed akin to the Supreme Blade. He then nodded and inquired, do you know the whereabouts of the other 3 Grandmasters? I intend to seek their acquaintance. He was concerned that word might reach them, inciting the 3 Grandmasters to disrupt the court's efforts to decipher the imperial divine strategy, and he wished to keep them occupied for a month. Jin Xiudao Duguxing was the head of the Dragon Guard Pavilion, tasked with the protection of the emperor, and seldom left the imperial city. The monk Xinkong of Shaolin also remained within the temple's confines. Only the immortal evil, Lu Xinkong, was elusive, his whereabouts difficult to ascertain. Wang Ku, aware that Lin Yang had only recently emerged, provided a thorough explanation. Duguxing belonged to the court, thus requiring no further attention. He would first seek Xinkong at Shaolin, then determine if he might encounter Lu Xinkong. Lin Yang's mind turned as he plotted his course for the coming days. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Ku asked, might I inquire where your esteemed lineage originates? Such extraordinary martial prowess at such a young age is truly remarkable. His curiosity was piqued. It seemed implausible that anyone could cultivate such depth of skill while still in their 20s, particularly when their abilities could so effortlessly dismantle his own techniques. Noting the sword and blades strapped to the Taoist's back, it was evident they were formidable weapons, indicating mastery of both swordplay and blade techniques, an extraordinary feat. I hail from the Clear Yang sect of the Xintian school. My purpose in descending from the mountain for half a month is to gather information on the imperial divine strategy and various martial arts scriptures. Lin Yang stated in a calm demeanor, prompting Wang Ku to ponder deeply. The name of this sect had never circulated in the martial world, and it did not seem to be an idle fabrication, leaving him perplexed. Lead me to experience the culinary delights of Sun City, Lin Yang requested. Von Kiskiviko, slightly taken aback, promptly took the lead, eager to introduce Lin Yang to the city's gastronomic offerings. At the Dragon Guard Pavilion, Yang reported the events he had witnessed to the Grandmaster, Du Guxing. Are you certain that the young Taoist vanished in a thin air? Du Guxing's gaze flickered as he scrutinized Yang, whose black robe was embroidered with a magnificent long sword, his unremarkable features belying his stature as a renowned Grandmaster. Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes alongside the deceased Feng Yuan, Yang affirmed vigorously. Were it not for his first-hand experience, he too might have doubted the emergence of such a legendary martial deity. I understand, Du Guxing replied, closing his eyes in contemplation for a long while before commanding. Instruct those individuals to commence the deciphering of the imperial divine strategy Animal Hide immediately, working day and night to complete it within 10 days. Otherwise, their value for survival will be in question. His tone turned cold, imbued with an unmistakable air of bloodlust. Understood, Grandmaster, Yang acknowledged, turning to depart. Watching him leave, Du Guxing wore a troubled expression. Regardless of whether the Taoist was indeed the legendary martial deity, the fact that Yang, who spent every day in close proximity to him, regarded the Taoist as a celestial being indicated that he was undoubtedly a master far exceeding that of a grandmaster. Let us hope, as he suggested, that once he secures the imperial divine strategy, he departs, Du Guxing murmured to himself. He called for a servant, instructing, have everyone begin collecting martial arts scriptures, be it first-rate or third-rate, spare nothing. As the sole core of the Dragon Guard Pavilion, he alone bore the responsibility of safeguarding the emperor from assassination by other grandmasters. The remaining personnel were merely aides, and their temporary reassignment for 10 days or half a month was inconsequential. Once the servant departed, Du Guxing left the conference hall. Were it not for the gravity of the situation, he would seldom stray far from the emperor's side. In recent days, individuals within the martial world had begun to sense something amiss, as the court's enforcers, the Dragon Guard Pavilion, had been aggressively gathering martial arts scriptures, leading to frequent altercations between martial artists and the pavilion. Observant individuals could discern that an extraordinary event must have transpired to prompt the pavilion to shift from its protective stance towards the emperor to a proactive offensive approach. In search of a grandmaster to uphold justice within the martial world, many have encountered a formidable impediment. The nefarious figure, the undying evil demon, Lu Shinkong, is not of the righteous path and has become increasingly elusive in recent years. Suddenly, the guardian of heaven, Wang Ku, departed from Sun City, embarking on a journey across the realm. The abbot of Shaolin, the venerable Xiankong, wary of opposing the imperial court, feared that a single misstep could invite a military onslaught, thereby obliterating the millennium-old legacy of Shaolin. Amidst this tumultuous backdrop, an astonishing rumor began to circulate through the martial world. It was said that a chance encounter with a wandering guardian of heaven, Wang Ku, revealed this esteemed grandmaster humbly presenting himself as a servant before a young Taoist clad in a black robe who was barely in his 20s, bearing both sword and dagger, treating him with utmost deference and respect. No one in the martial community believed this tale. Some speculated it was the desperate act of the unwise, aimed at drawing out Wang Ku. After all, how could such a revered grandmaster deign to serve another? Even the most powerful emperor, who held deep connections with the illustrious Du Guxiong, a grandmaster of great esteem, showed him honor due to their obscure ties. Yet Du Guxiong remained the illustrious sword rather than the lord of the Dragon Guard. This preposterous rumor would likely find no credence outside the two lords of the Dragon Guard and the current emperor, until one day, when the guardian of heaven, Wang Ku, assumed the role of a charioteer, driving a horse-drawn cart to Shaolin Temple. Chapter 26. The Heart's True Intent. Mount Donghua, Shaolin Temple. Since the ancient patriarch Bodhidharma crossed the river with a single reed a millennium ago to establish Shaolin Temple and impart the 72 ultimate techniques, Shaolin has thrived, enduring through the rise and fall of dynasties. On this day, a modestly dressed charioteer guided a cart of understated elegance up to Shaolin. Umaba, intoned a monk in yellow robes, esteemed benefactor, please halt. The mountain path is treacherous, and the cart cannot ascend. If you wish to pay homage, it is best to walk up to the temple gates. The humble Wang Ku reined in the horses and turned to respectfully inquire within the cart, my lord. What shall we do? Should any martial artist familiar with Wang Ku witness this scene, they would surely believe they were dreaming, for the lofty grandmaster appeared as a mere servant. Then let us disembark, came the gentle voice from within the cart, followed by the emergence of a Taoist clad in a black robe, his hair neatly tied, with profound eyes and a handsome visage radiating warmth, exuding an ineffable aura that captivated all, a true sage. Having recently savored the finest delicacies of the world, Lin Yang smiled. I am grateful for your guidance, esteemed monk. Please, esteemed benefactor, the monk gestured, leading the way up the mountain while Wang Ku, under the direction of another monk, secured the cart. As Lin Yang walked along the mountain path, he found himself slightly dazed. The layout of Shaolin Temple in this realm mirrored that of the Shaolin he knew from the world of Dalacha. He recalled the time when his martial skills were rudimentary at best, a typical case of clumsily striking his master in a chaotic display. Yet now, merely half a year later, he had evolved into a master adept in both strength and technique. No, it was as if it had taken but a few breaths. Upon this reflection, he could not help but smile, fortunate that Wang Ku was behind him, unseen, or else speculation would surely arise. In less than a moment, the two arrived at a spacious plaza. In another world, he had once used a meager invocation of the Swan Ni treasure technique to vanquish Dalacha, thus laying the foundation for his ascent to the top of the rankings. Lin Yang speculated that aside from the uncertain existence of those wielding the theoretical half-step into the external realm and the true masters of the external realm, only genuine mastery could provide him with the experience he sought. To cultivate two supreme divine arts, perfect several external realm techniques, and wield mid-grade treasure weapons was indeed an awe-inspiring feat. Lin Yang had often doubted that the combined strength of all those on the rankings could rival his own. Upon entering the Manhwa hall, he was greeted by a resplendent sight. Gilded splendor, the Buddha smiling gently, the rhythmic sound of wooden fish echoing, and the serene ambience of Zen permeating the air. Taking 3 strands of incense entwined in gold from Wang Ku's hand, Lin Yang bowed respectfully and lit the incense. May the Buddha bless me in my quest for the essence of the Rulai divine palm. Lin Yang steadied his mind, embracing a serene emptiness within. He understood that given the current state of the Buddha, isolated from the myriad realms, divine intervention was impossible. This was merely a psychological comfort. He had once wondered why incense was always presented in threes. It wasn't until he joined the Xintian sect that he gained some insight. The 3 sticks of incense in Taoism represent the 3 pure ones, while in Buddhism, they symbolize the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, and in folk traditions, they represent heaven, earth, and humanity. The Xintian sect, a lineage of the heavenly emperor, donned the attire of Taoists but did not worship the 3 pure ones. After lighting the incense, Lin Yang turned to the abbot, adorned in a red robe, with kind eyes, who had been silently chanting throughout. He opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately chose to depart instead. Before coming to Shaolin, he had intended to subdue the abbot, a grandmaster in his own right, and plunder the temple's scripture repository. However, as the moment approached, he reconsidered. There was no enmity between himself and Shaolin, and this grandmaster did not seem to be an intermeddler. It was unnecessary to tarnish his own heart. Recently, he had noticed a growing sense of hubris within himself. He recalled Meng Qi's words to Qi Zhengyan during their division of tasks in the Dalacha mission. If one were to indulge their desires and act against their principles in a deserted place, what difference was there between that and having no principles at all? In the cycle of reincarnation, he felt it more imperative to uphold his integrity. Otherwise, after repeated tasks, his character would inevitably transform, becoming a vengeful spirit, forever trapped in suffering. Meng Qi had always adhered to this principle. Otherwise, when he reached the other shore, not to mention external calamities, even internal strife could lead to eternal damnation over a single flaw. Cultivation may be simple, yet holding onto one's true heart is a daunting challenge. With myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Yang and Wang Ke stepped out of the Mahavira hall. Amipa. After their departure, the abbot Xiankong opened his eyes, having concluded his chanting. With the intuition of a grandmaster, he had long sensed the presence of fellow grandmaster Wang Ku, yet was momentarily puzzled as to the purpose of his visit. Preoccupied with his prayers, he had not responded, only to find Wang Ke had departed shortly thereafter. What business did Wang, our esteemed benefactor, have? Xiankong inquired of a nearby young acolyte. The acolyte appeared momentarily bewildered, uncertain of whom the abbot referred to. Observing this, Xiankong clarified, the individual who just left was Wang Ku, the guardian of heaven. It is unsurprising that no one in the temple recognized him, as he seldom graces the martial world with his presence. Had a Shaolin monk recognized him as a grandmaster paying homage, they would have informed him beforehand. The absence of such notification indicated that no one had discerned Wang Ku's true identity. The young acolyte stared blankly at his master for a while, before timidly reporting, Abbot, just now there were 2 individuals, a young Taoist and his servant, but no Grandmaster Wang Ku. The expression on Xuankong's face turned serious. He had sensed only one presence, yet it was impossible for his intuition to deceive him. Had someone evaded his perception? A thought flashed through his mind, and he gravely inquired, relate to me the details of what transpired just moments ago. Upon hearing the abbot's question, the young acolyte recounted the scene of Lin Yang's visit to offer incense, detailing the appearances, attire, and other distinguishing characteristics of the two individuals with great accuracy. From the acolyte's account, Xiankong confirmed that the young Taoist servant was indeed the guardian of heaven, Wang Ku. This revelation evoked memories of the absurd rumors circulating in the martial world. He murmured to himself, the servant of the Taoist, clad in black robes, bearing sword and dagger. As the abbot of the esteemed Shaolin Temple, a pillar of righteousness, he naturally kept abreast of developments in the martial world and had heard whispers of this peculiar tale. He never imagined it to be true, certainly not the fabrication of petty minds. He pondered what the emergence of this Taoist would mean for the myriad beings of the world, a blessing or a curse. The compassion on his face deepened. To approach oneself without being detected by spiritual awareness and to turn the Grand Master into a servant. Such is the astonishing prowess of this young Taoist. At this moment, the little novice suddenly realized that the servant was none other than the Grand Master Wang Ku of the Guardian of the Heavens. This extraordinary tale must be shared with the brothers and disciples after completing the evening's tasks, leaving them utterly astounded. Chapter 27. Those who do not bow before the emperor. After departing from Shaolin, Lin Yang settled into the carriage, driven by Wang Ku as they journeyed across various locales in search of culinary delights. On this day, Yang entered the Dragon Guardian Pavilion's conference hall, his face alight with uncontainable joy, unable to calm the tumult within him. Shortly after, upon receiving his message, Du Guxing also left the emperor's side to arrive at the hall. Upon seeing Du Guxing, Yang spoke in an urgent and excited tone. Pavilion Master, we have successfully deciphered the clues of the Imperial Divine Strategy. Du Guxing's eyes flickered with intrigue as he pressed. Aside from the two of us, who else knows of this? Yang replied. No one else is aware. Those who uncovered the clues have been dealt with. The implications of his words hinted at a looming massacre, which greatly satisfied Du Guxing. He had always held trust in his brother, which allowed him to send Yang to Tongzhou to seize the bee skin containing the clues of the Imperial Divine Strategy, and he had not been disappointed. After a moment of contemplation, Du Guxing solemnly advised, in the days to come, you shall bear the burden of retrieving the Imperial Divine Strategy. I must remain here to protect the emperor and cannot leave the capital for long. Yang's expression softened slightly before he smiled wryly. Pavilion Master, I fear I may not be up to the task. Although his strength was among the top tier in the world, he could not claim to be within the top 10 below the Grandmaster. Should any information leak, the stakes were high, but he feared disappointing Du Guxing's expectations. His rise from an ordinary ruffian to a formidable master was entirely due to the nurturing of his elder brother, who had helped him navigate countless deadly situations. Du Guxing patted his shoulder and said in a low voice, I have assured you that only you and I know of this. Travel cautiously. Who would dare provoke a top-tier master like you? As you command. Yang took a deep breath and departed. Time was of the essence. Once he was a distance away, Du Guxing, the Grandmaster, sighed once more, reflecting on the news that had circulated among the Shaolin servants regarding the mysterious figure clad in black robes. Now, it seemed that news of this Taoist had spread throughout the martial world, a figure mistakenly regarded by many as the Supreme Grandmaster, the god of martial arts. On a muddy official road, an archaic carriage was making its way forward. During this time, have you learned anything? Lin Yang's gentle voice came from behind the curtain. Thanks to your grace, I have understood how to open the 9 orifices. Comprehending the secrets of the ancestral orifice at the brow and the method of internal and external convergence, Wang Ku, who was driving the carriage, respectfully replied, filled with admiration. Even though Lin Yang had guided him on the path ahead, he believed that with his current cultivation, it would take him more than a decade to even begin to grasp the initial stages of internal and external convergence. In contrast, Lin Yang, at merely 20 years of age, had undoubtedly surpassed that realm, a true prodigy. The more one knows, the deeper one understands Lin Yang's might. No need for gratitude. This is merely what you deserve, Lin Yang stated matter-of-factly. We shall now alter our course to the capital. Regardless of whether the Dragon Guardian Pavilion can find the Imperial Divine Strategy, matters here must come to a close. Sensing Lin Yang's intention to leave, Wang Ku's heart tightened, and he quickly inquired, may this old servant accompany you back to the mountain? The opportunity has not yet arrived. If you can achieve internal and external convergence within your lifetime, perhaps we shall meet again. Lin Yang paused for a moment before continuing, otherwise, this parting may be forever. Upon hearing this, Wang Ku fell silent, sighing inwardly. He wished to ask Lin Yang about the nature of opportunities but refrained from voicing it. A guest approaches. Lin Yang's voice announced. Wang Ku's heart leapt, and he gazed intently into the distance. In the far-off view stood a man in a black robe, exuding an aura of malevolence, with frosted hair and hands clasped behind his back, blocking the official road. It is Lu Xingkong, Wang Ku murmured. He had engaged with the immortal evil demon years prior, and their encounter had left an indelible mark on both. As fellow grandmasters, this immortal evil demon was undoubtedly superior to both him and Xingkong. In Lin Yang's perception, the opposing presence surpassed the other 2 grandmasters he had encountered. 3 years ago, rumors circulated that he had grasped the opportunity for a breakthrough, and since then, he has been elusive, Wang Ku remarked, astonished. As their conversation unfolded, the carriage steadily approached the figure. Lu Shinkong remained stationary, not budging an inch, obstructing their path. Ha ha ha, but the guardian of the heavens and the black-robed Taoist? Lu Shinkong's laughter echoed, imbued with an unsettling malice. This was a peculiar sound technique. Ordinary martial artists would find themselves ensnared in illusions, unable to exert even 70% of their strength. With his current prowess, even Wang Ke felt a momentary daze. Wang Ke spoke in a low, grave tone. The martial world no longer has the guardian of the heavens, only an ordinary old servant. Good. The martial world claims the black-robed Taoist who can subdue you is a supreme grandmaster. As my skills have reached fruition, I wish to witness whether this so-called supreme grandmaster is indeed a master of deception. Lu Shinkong's words dripped with arrogance, causing Wang Ke to frown in private. Sensing that this immortal evil demon had undergone a significant change from his demeanor years ago. Oh, what divine power have you mastered? Lin Yang's astonished voice emerged from the carriage. To be worthy of the title of divine power clearly indicated that it was no ordinary martial art. Today promised unexpected revelations. Divine power? Naturally, it is the long-lost imperial divine strategy. After years of arduous cultivation, I have finally achieved mastery. I shall declare to the martial world with your heads. Who is the strongest? In mere moments, Lu Shinkong's expression twisted into a grotesque mask, devoid of any semblance of a grandmaster's grace, resembling nothing more than an ordinary martial brute. It was as if Lu Shinkong had transformed entirely. Years ago, he had been charming and cloaked in malevolence. Wang Ke murmured, heavy with concern and confusion, knowing that Lin Yang could hear his words. Without any effort, this has come to me, Lin Yang thought, a flicker of delight sparking within him. Could it be that even if he did not hand over the beast skin to Ouyang Yi or had not deciphered it himself, as long as his reputation reached a certain magnitude, Lu Shinkong would come to seek him out? You Taoist, come forth to claim my unparalleled divine power. Lu Shinkong cackled wildly as his form transformed into several shadowy figures, rushing past Wang Ke towards the carriage. Your peculiar speech is quite distressing, you know? A gentle breeze lifted the carriage curtain, revealing Lin Yang in his Taoist robes, meeting Lu Shinkong's frenzied gaze. In that instant, as Lu Shinkong prepared to strike and sever the Taoist's head, the scenery before him abruptly shifted. The Taoist appeared elevated, emanating an aura of sanctity and inviolable majesty, as if he wielded dominion over the heavens and suppressed the ages. Amidst the haze, a glimmer of clarity flickered in Lu Shinkong's eyes, as if he glimpsed a figure adorned in a regal robe, its presence collapsing the heavens, with countless deities and immortals bowing in reverence. Those who do not bow before the emperor shall be punished. A voice reverberating with divine authority echoed in his ears, and he collapsed to his knees, howling in anguish, as if he had traversed 18 layers of hell in an instant. The overwhelming power that once radiated from him was utterly extinguished. Lin Yang shook his head slightly, realizing that he had merely projected an internal landscape created by the heavenly emperor's jade register into the depths of Lu Shinkong's mind, and was taken aback by the ineptitude of one bearing the title of Grandmaster. Chapter 28. This matter is concluded. Observing the kneeling Lu Shinkong intently, Lin Yang nodded knowingly and explained to Wang Ke. During his cultivation of the ancestral aperture at the center of his brow, an unfortunate mishap occurred. Although he ultimately attained some extraordinary abilities, he succumbed to a split psyche, resulting in his current deranged state. He gestured for Wang Ke to search the hapless Lu Shinkong. Wang Ke, slightly in awe, nodded and soon retrieved 2 volumes of scriptures and a handful of silver from the dazed Lu Shinkong. Upon receiving the texts and perusing them, Lin Yang's brow arched. Just as he suspected, one was the task item, Yushin Su. The other was a level 1 martial art, Luanjuan Jingong, the technique that had brought Lu Shinkong fame. As leaves danced in the gentle breeze, a line of text formed. Having obtained Yushin Su, the main quest is complete. Awarding 300 benevolence points. Shall you return immediately? Should you decline, you may return at any time within 3 days during non-combat situations. After declining the return, Lin Yang promptly severed Lu Shinkong's heart pulse, instructing Wang Ke to find a spot by the roadside to bury him. Meanwhile, he settled inside the carriage, engrossed in studying the renowned Yushin Su. Initially, Lin Yang assumed that this item worth 300 benevolence points would merely be a level 1 martial art related to refining the ancestral aperture at the brow. To his astonishment, upon further examination, he discovered it to be a rare exterior level skill focused on mental defense. No wonder Lu Shinkong had become so unhinged, speaking in such peculiarities. Lin Yang understood that such an exterior level mental technique, even for an enlightened martial artist in the real world, required guidance from an elder to highlight its dangers. In a lowly martial world devoid of exterior realms, mastering such profound mental arts through mere talent was hardly simpler than achieving one's own exterior state. My lord, your subordinate has returned. Moments later, van Kiskiviko reatparit. Lin Yang tossed the 2 volumes to him, advising, in the coming days, transcribe these scriptures and keep a copy. During this time, Wang Ke had devoted himself to serving Lin Yang, and although it was part of a wager, some camaraderie had formed between them. Thus, he did not mind lending Wang Ke a hand in this small endeavor. "Thank you for your gracious gift, my lord." Wang Ke bowed deeply, extending his hands to respectfully receive the scriptures. Lin Yang's words carried a cautionary undertone. Before achieving mastery of the ancestral aperture at the brow, do not attempt to cultivate Yushin Su, lest you share Lu Xingkong's fate. Upon hearing this, Wang Ke felt a chill run down his spine, reflecting on the tragic fall of such a grand master, eliciting a sense of pity within him. Drawing the curtain of the carriage, Lin Yang continued to ponder the passage of time as the celestial emperor traversed the fabric of existence. The capital, Shangjing, was the grandest city of the Dalian kingdom, its magnitude far surpassing that of ordinary provincial capitals, a hub of unparalleled prosperity where overseas merchants and nomadic travelers thronged incessantly. A third of the sprawling Shangjing was occupied by the imperial city, and beyond the eastern gate of the imperial city lay the most elite martial institution, the Hulong Pavilion. On this day, the weather was fair, with white clouds drifting lazily. Yet, unbeknownst to many, a heavy, inexplicable oppression hung over the area surrounding the Hulong Pavilion. The clouds vanished, and the sky appeared ablaze, transforming into a tumult of fiery tongues, instilling an eerie dread as people feared the celestial flames might descend upon the bustling Shangjing, leading to untold calamity. Within the Golden Yuan Hall, civil and military officials were engaged in discussions, while the emperor sat silently upon the dragon throne, betraying no emotion. At that moment, a guardsman clad in brocade hurried into the hall. Just as the officials prepared to reprimand him, they heard him gasp, breathless with fear, "Your Majesty, the sky beyond the eastern gate has undergone a great transformation." Emperor Zhu Tianzhao, exuding an air of authority, spoke slowly. "Pray, take your time to explain." "Why, yes, Your Majesty." The brocade-clad guard stammered, unable to meet the emperor's formidable gaze. He reported, "Just moments ago, the sky beyond the eastern gate was engulfed in flames, an oppressive heat pervading the atmosphere, causing great unease. Thunderclaps echoed intermittently, stirring alarm. "Ah, so it is today?" Zhu Tianzhao's murmurs caused the officials to exchange bewildered glances, none comprehending his words. "I have long been aware of this. There is no need for panic, my loyal ministers." As he spoke, Zhu Tianzhao descended from the dragon throne, flanked by armed guards, and made his way to the square before the Golden Yuan Hall, where even from a distance, the fiery glow on the horizon was visible. This is, a distinguished minister stared in awe at the sky, at a loss for words, having never witnessed such a spectacle in decades. Whispers rippled through the assembly, speculating on the cause of this extraordinary phenomenon. "This is a divine omen for our Dalian." Zhu Tianzhao maintained a composed demeanor, yet internally, he was a tempest of anxiety. He had not anticipated that the god of martial arts, as spoken of by Dugu Xing, possessed such overwhelming power to alter the very heavens. Meanwhile, within the Hulong Pavilion, the Grand Master, Dugu Xing, gazed at the sky in astonishment. Such a phenomenon could not be wrought by human hands. Even the immortal figures of folklore could scarcely achieve such wonders. Despite the frigid winter, it felt as if summer had suddenly arrived. As a Grand Master, beads of sweat streamed unceasingly down his brow. The god of martial arts. A yearning stirred within Dugu Xing. He turned to the young Taoist in the dark robe seated at the head of the deliberation hall, cupping his hands respectfully. He smiled wryly. "I implore you, Taoist, to temper your divine might. Otherwise, chaos may soon engulf Shangjing." Lin Yang spoke gently. "Are all preparations in place?" As he spoke, he focused his mind, refraining from channeling the power of the calamity. When he arrived at the Hulong Pavilion, he had not intended to follow the conventional approach. Thus he wielded the power of his treasured weapon to conjure a true transformation of the heavens, drawing Dugu Xing out to welcome him. "All is ready, Taoist." Yushin Su originally comprises 11 first-tier martial arts, 25 second-tier, 73 third-tier, and over 100 subpar texts. As Dugu Xing spoke, servants brought forth a wooden chest, opening the lid to reveal Yushin Su resting atop. Even at this juncture, Dugu Xing could not fathom why a figure of Lin Yang's caliber would require ordinary scriptures. As he picked up Yushin Su and briefly skimmed its contents, Lin Yang, seemingly indifferent, remarked, "Just days ago, en route to Shangjing, Lu Xingkong, having practiced Yushin Su for several years, sought to challenge me." Upon hearing that Lu Xingkong had mastered Yushin Su, Dugu Xing's heart skipped a beat, silently grateful that he had not tampered with the scriptures. Although Lin Yang did not disclose Lu Xingkong's fate, Dugu Xing could surmise it. Soon, the realm would likely see 3 grandmasters, and Lu Xingkong's body must surely have gone cold by now. Witnessing Lin Yang produce a fresh tome exuding the scent of ink, a thought flickered through Dugu Xing's mind, yet he found it incredulous. Then he heard Lin Yang say, "This is a technique that can elevate you further. I have assured you that you shall not lack in benefits." This was the method he had penned yesterday for refining the ancestral aperture at the brow. Further elevation. Dugu Xing felt a surge of joy within, suppressing his excitement as he reverently extended his hands to accept the tome. He exclaimed, "I am deeply grateful for the Taoist bestowal of this method." With matters concluded here, it was time to depart. As Lin Yang spoke, he opted to return. His form became translucent, glimmering with luminescence, and ultimately transformed into a streak of white light soaring skyward, as if transcending into immortality. Accompanying him in this departure was the wooden chest filled with scriptures. The god of martial arts, Du Guxing, marveled once more. Chapter 29. Sharing clues of Yijinjing. In the ethereal reincarnation square, Meng Qi and Jiang Zhui were engaged in a discussion regarding the insights gleaned from their recent solo missions. At that moment, a column of milky light erupted from the square, and Lin Yang, clad in a Taoist robe, emerged. Upon seeing Lin Yang, adorned with blades and swords, Meng Qi couldn't help but express envy, teasingly exclaiming, "Oh, the first on the rankings has returned." In response, Lin Yang chuckled, "You need not envy me. Junior brother, Zhending, I see your remarkable bones and extraordinary talents. In a few years, you too shall ascend to the pinnacle of the rankings. Do strive for it." Jiang Zhui surveyed Lin Yang from head to toe, her smile illuminating her features as she remarked, "I must say, it's quite astonishing that since joining the Xintian sect, you've developed an air of a sage, truly unexpected for someone who embarked on this path later in life." She then feigned a melancholic demeanor, adding, "Alas, it feels like just yesterday that you were a novice, and now you've ascended to claim the top position on the leaderboard. It's almost hard to believe. You should have seen my astonished face when I first heard the news." Meng Qi, unable to contain his amusement at her expression, let out a chuckle, earning himself a roll of the eyes from Jiang Zhui. As the trio engaged in their light-hearted banter, 3 additional beams of light emerged from the square. Why is there an extra person? They pondered, perplexed, as it was supposed to be a solo mission. The first beam to dissipate revealed the figure of Qi Zhengyan, who succinctly stated, "During my solo mission, I was assigned to guide newcomers, but alas, none survived until the end. This is my protege, Zhang Yuanshan." Clad in his traditional Zhenwu attire, introduced a girl who appeared to be around 17 or 18, with an oval face and a gentle demeanor. Dressed in a vibrant green garment. "This is Fu Jinjin, a lay disciple from the Beizhou Yinghua Temple." Zhang Yuanshan smiled as he introduced her, then turned to the girl, saying, "Jinjin, this is senior brother Lin Yang from the Xintian sect. His rapid progress truly puts us all to shame." Given that Lin Yang was now a member of the sect, and Zhang Yuanshan was only around 18 or 19, it was natural for him to address Lin Yang as senior brother. "Is this the one who has returned to simplicity?" Fu Jinjin exclaimed in surprise, not expecting to encounter such a renowned figure from the younger generation in the reincarnation world. "Since we will be teammates in the future, you may simply call me Lin Yang," he replied, his pride unabashedly evident on his face. The feeling of being recognized by strangers in the reincarnation world was uniquely exhilarating. Meng Qi and the others exchanged glances, bemused, as they had not anticipated that the seemingly reserved Lin Yang possessed such a personality during their first mission. Zhang Yuanshan proceeded to introduce Meng Qi and the others, and Fu Jinjin greeted them with a sweet smile. With his wealth of experience, Meng Qi discerned a subtle undertone from the way the two addressed each other, prompting him to tease Zhang Yuanshan. Jiang Zhiwei and Qi Jingyan, now enlightened, regarded the pair with newfound curiosity, causing Fu Jinjin's cheeks to flush as she looked down at her toes. Zhang Yuanshan then solemnly stated, "I kindly ask all of you to look after Jinjin in the future." Before anyone could respond, he shifted the topic, "How much merit have you all accumulated? Let's calculate what we can exchange." He added, "Including side quests, I have earned a total of 360 merit points. 320 merit points." Fu Jinjin chimed in, still blushing. Lin Yang then interjected, "I only completed the main quest and earned 300 merit points, though I have a little extra income." He gestured toward a wooden box at his feet and continued, "I had the court assist me in gathering numerous martial arts manuals. Every little bit adds up to a considerable sum." Upon hearing Lin Yang's words, Meng Qi and the others' eyes brightened. Indeed, they could pursue similar endeavors in the future, provided it did not interfere with their main quests. Jiang Zhiwei smiled and said, "I also managed to collect some manuals, though in far fewer quantities than yours. I completed 2 additional side quests, earning 550 merit points. That's quite a lot." Meng Qi, who initially thought he had amassed the most merit points, exclaimed, "I completed the same 2 side quests and totaled 480 merit points." Qi Jingyan succinctly stated, "I earned 380 merit points this time, bringing my total to 410, including those unused." At that moment, the cold and imposing voice of the Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation echoed. Task evaluation, true ranking, Jiang Zhui. Average, no lottery opportunities, each rewarded with 30 merit points. The rest are ordinary. Upon hearing his own evaluation as ordinary, Lin Yang thought to himself, as expected, merely completing the main quest would yield such a rating. He surveyed the group and turned to Meng Qi, transmitting, "Junior brother Zhen, I know where to obtain the first volume of the Yijinjing manuscript. May I share this for a fee?" The first volume of the Yijinjing? Meng Qi's expression shifted in surprise, drawing the attention of Jiang Zhiwei and the others, who realized he was communicating telepathically. They had not anticipated that Lin Yang would know the whereabouts of the stolen manuscript. Thoughts raced through Meng Qi's mind as he replied telepathically, "Do share, Brother Lin. Enhancing our team's strength will ensure everyone's safety." With a mindset focused on returning to secular life, Meng Qi felt little attachment to Shaolin, and thus had no objections to sharing their martial art secrets. Understanding Meng Qi's sentiments, Lin Yang merely intended to adhere to formalities. With a smile, he declared, "I have found the whereabouts of the first volume of the Yijinjing manuscript. While I could share it for free, I advocate for a paid sharing system to avoid future situations where others might hesitate to disclose their findings due to the lack of compensation. I've already inquired with junior brother Zhan, and he has no objections." Upon hearing the mention of the Yijinjing, Jiang Jiwei and the others' expressions shifted. Zhang Yuanshan, now enlightened, remarked, "No wonder you were communicating telepathically. Asking junior brother Zhan in public might have raised suspicions of coercion." He added, "Brother Lin is correct. I also support the paid sharing of martial arts to prevent resentment from arising over merit shortages." Chapter 30. Tall and Stalwart. Heroes share similar views. Meng Qi laughed heartily, and both Jiang Jiwei and Qi Jingyan shared his perspective. Even the newcomer Fu Jinjin found no issue with this. After all, they were not related by blood. So why should others share their hard-earned martial arts for free? A paid sharing system seemed only natural. The Yijinjing is an unparalleled auxiliary skill, valued at 15,000, divided into 3 volumes, each of which can be exchanged separately. The third volume requires 10,000 merit points, the second 4,000, and the first 1,000. The remarkable aspect of the Yijinjing lies in its ability to enhance a practitioner's inherent capabilities, addressing not only their aptitude, but also the tier of their martial arts, transforming the ordinary into the extraordinary, yielding excellent results in both external appearances and inner techniques. The only martial arts that the Yijinjing cannot improve upon are those legendary techniques ranked higher than it. A flicker of eagerness crossed Qi Jingyan's otherwise stoic face. His own talents were mediocre, and while the Hunshin Baojing could gradually enhance his abilities, it would take considerable time, far less effective than the immediate improvements offered by the Yijinjing. He eagerly inquired, how much merit is required for this information? Not just him. Even Meng Qi, hailing from Shaolin, felt a surge of desire. This was particularly evident in Zhang Yuanshan, who also possessed merely average aptitude. Lin Yang replied, "The first volume of the Yijinjing manuscript can be sold for 3,200 merit points, but since we are all teammates, I will only charge 500 merit points." Upon hearing the sum of 500 merit points, Qi Jingyan and the others sighed softly, realizing that even if they refrained from spending merit points this time, they would have to wait until the next mission concluded. "I currently do not lack merit points. You can all pay me the 500 merit points within the next 3 reincarnation missions," Lin Yang continued, reading aloud the Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation's evaluation of Duan Rui's 9 movements. The first volume of the Yijinjing manuscript is valued at 6,300 merit points. It can be exchanged for 3,200 merit points. To correct and reorder it properly, an additional 2,500 merit points are required. Once it is corrected and reordered, it will be considered an exchangeable item and cannot be taught to others. I intend to conduct an experiment. After I share the whereabouts of the first volume of the manuscript, I want to see if the 6 paths will still require my share. Lin Yang then concocted a tale of how he had pieced together various clues to locate Duan Rui, from whom he acquired the first volume of the Yijinjing manuscript, mentioning that he would inform Duan Rui of future visits from wandering heroes. It turned out that Brother Lin had long been prepared. This way, as long as he brought along beneficial items, he could exchange them with Duan Rui for the manuscript. As Meng Qi finished speaking with admiration, he couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. As a traveler from another world, witnessing Lin Yang's actions transformed Duan Rui into little more than a quest NPC. Jiang Jiwei smiled gently, saying, "I happen to be heading down the mountain to meet that young man. By my estimation, he hasn't yet awakened his potential, so I will decide what to bring along." Qi Jingyan promptly added, "I plan to apply for an outing upon my return, aiming to acquire the incomplete texts first and then complete them later." Zhang Yuanshan expressed his intention to do the same, while only Fu Jinjin, situated in the northern Zhou sect, lamented that she could not reach the Great Gene in the short term and would likely have to wait until the next mission. Is this some sort of offline gathering for netizens? Meng Qi gazed enviously at the others. As a novice Shaolin monk, he had no such freedom to descend the mountain at will. At that moment, Lin Yang remarked with a smile, "Once you all have acquired the incomplete text before the next mission, I could lend you some merit. After all, I won't find much use for it in the short term, so it would be better to lend it to you. Of course, borrowing merit isn't free. It's 10 out for 11 back." The group was filled with unexpected joy at Lin Yang's generous offer of precious merit when they were in dire need of it. The notion of returning just a little more than borrowed felt exceedingly considerate to Meng Qi, who thought the interest was too low. Jiang Jiwei furrowed her brow in concern, asking, "It seems you don't plan to break through in the near future?" Zhang Yuanshan shared her puzzlement, wondering the same. If Lin Yang intended to advance to the outer realm, there was no way he could have surplus merit, especially with the immense costs of acquiring rare weapons and mastering outer realm techniques. "I intend to hold the position of number 1 on the human rankings for another 2 years," Lin Yang chuckled. I apologize for putting you all in a difficult position. He could hardly reveal that once he broke through to the outer realm, the prize for merit would significantly plummet, which was why he had been reluctant to upgrade. Considering everyone's rapid progress, it was inevitable that within 2 years they would be among the top ranks. And any chance of claiming the first position would only arise after his own breakthrough. Unaware of the underlying reasons, Zhang Yuanshan sincerely advised Brother Lin. Although I do not understand why you are hesitant to merge your inner and outer abilities, achieving the outer realm sooner is better than later. Hijio reached the outer realm after just one battle with you months ago. In another 6 months, he may attain the second level. A single misstep can lead to a cascade of delays. By the time you reach the first level of the outer realm in 2 years, you might already be at the third. He used Hijio, who shared the same realm as Lin Yang, as an example. This analogy prompted Meng Qi and the others to nod in agreement, urging Lin Yang to reconsider. Observing the concern from his companions, Lin Yang sighed softly and said, I fear that once I enter the outer realm, encountering enemies of that caliber during team missions might endanger you all. Surely by then, I wouldn't still be facing opponents at the awakening level. You are not like me. I can contend with an outer realm adversary as an awakened fighter. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang's stature grew immensely in the eyes of Meng Qi and the others. His selflessness and refusal to seek reward moved them deeply, leading them to feel guilty for being a burden to him. Suddenly, Meng Qi felt he had grasped something extraordinary and exclaimed, Wait, Brother Lin, did you just say you can battle outer realm opponents? His words startled Jiang Jiwei and the others as they realized they had become so enraptured by Lin Yang's impressive demeanor that they had overlooked this explosive revelation. Noticing Meng Qi's enthusiasm, Lin Yang mentally commended him, thinking, what a worthy comrade indeed. Feigning nonchalance, Lin Yang maintained his expression and replied, Indeed, Hijio is progressing. I have not been stagnant either. I have advanced 2 realms myself. Fu Xinjin timidly interjected, Brother Lin. My master once told me that returning to the essence is the most complete state of awakening. Lin Yang explained to them. Perhaps those in history who returned to the essence were not as bored as I am, lingering in that state for an extended period. They would achieve perfection and ascend directly, just as Zhang Shidi mentioned. It is advantageous to break through as soon as possible. Currently, I could defeat Hijio at his pre-breakthrough state with just a single strike. My sect has bestowed upon me a mid-grade treasure weapon. And while it would be a fierce battle against an outer realm opponent, the outcome is uncertain, yet it would at least be a fair contest. His mention of the outer realm referred to the ordinary first level, without any formidable treasure weapons or causal killing techniques. Once he had the opportunity to cultivate the divine command strategy, he would no longer fear spiritual attacks. Meng Qi gazed at Lin Yang with admiration, seeing him as an ideal figure who could effortlessly engage in battles beyond his own level. He silently vowed to become like Brother Lin in due time. Not wishing to remain a monk any longer, Jiang Jue and Zhang Yuanshan were left speechless, fully aware of the vast chasm between the outer realm and the awakening state, not to mention the existence of an intermediary state known as half-step outer realm. Meng Qi, still oblivious to the true terror of the outer realm, inquired further, Brother Lin, what exactly do we call your current state? Surely, as the first to achieve this realm, you must have the right to name it. The others perked up, eager to witness what could potentially be a historical moment. Lin Yang pondered briefly before breaking into a mischievous grin. Naturally, I would call it 2 levels above returning to essence. This name left Meng Qi, Jiang Jue, and the others utterly speechless. It was far too casual. The thought of future prodigies proclaiming, I have reached 2 levels above returning to essence, sent shivers down their spines. Shifting his tone, Lin Yang continued earnestly. I categorize the awakening phase into 7 levels. The first 7 awakenings count as 1 level. The 9 awakenings together count as another level. And the complete achievement of the ancestral awakening in the brow counts as yet another. Following that, there is the unity of heaven and man, the return to essence. And transcending the return to essence, with my 2 levels above essence, each counting as 1 level. Jiang Jue and the others found themselves far from reaching the 7 awakenings, and were left in a daze, yet they diligently noted everything down for future reference. At this moment, upon hearing about the ancestral awakening, Meng Qi slapped his smooth forehead and lamented, in all the excitement, I forgot that I received a technique during my solo mission, and I was just discussing it with Jiwei. He then proceeded to share the technique that could stimulate the ancestral awakening in the brow, granting one some illusionary and supernatural abilities. Zhang Yuanshan and the others each offered their merits in exchange for a glimpse of this technique. Discuss amongst yourselves what to exchange. I have my own considerations, Lin Yang stated. The others had no objections, as the disparity between them and Lin Yang was immense, rendering them incapable of proposing effective suggestions. Each was acutely aware of their own deficiencies in the exchange. Lin Yang tossed a wooden box into the beam of light from the 6 paths, converting all the scrolls within into merit. The Outer Realm's divine command strategy, with its half-price recovery, was worth 2,200 merits, a significant sum. while the remaining scattered scrolls collectively valued 1,120 merits. Next, he also threw in the scroll containing the first volume of the Eternal Muscle Transformation. The 6 paths provided the original recovery price. The first volume, valued at 6,300 merits, could be exchanged for 3,200 merits. As expected, I merely informed them of the method to acquire the scrolls without sharing the specific contents, allowing for normal recovery. After selling the Eternal Muscle Transformation, Lin Yang planned to seek out Duan Rui once more and then request the 6 paths to adjust and complete the first volume of the Eternal Muscle Transformation for his own cultivation. Since he had already sold the corresponding scroll, the 6 paths would not recover the same text again. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yang realized that the real challenge lay ahead. The 6,520 merits he had obtained from recovering so many scrolls were merely an appetizer. The upper volume of the Heavenly Emperor's Jade Codex, a peerless divine art created by the ancient Heavenly Emperor, commanding the path of time and capable of condensing the supreme imperial body, was worth 100,000 merits, exchangeable for 50,000 merits. The middle volume of the Heavenly Emperor's Jade Codex, missing parts, also a peerless divine art passed down by the ancient Heavenly Emperor, commanding the path of time and capable of condensing the supreme imperial body, was worth 300,000 merits, exchangeable for 300,000 merits. The lower volume of the Heavenly Emperor's Jade Codex, another peerless divine art passed down by the ancient Heavenly Emperor, commanding the path of time and capable of condensing the supreme imperial body, was worth 500,000 merits, exchangeable for 250,000 merits. Gazing at the price presented by the Lord of 6 Paths, Lin Yang trembled uncontrollably, unable to find his composure for a long while. He endeavored to calm his mind and introspect deeply, recalling that upon entering the sect, he had been granted 3 volumes of the Celestial Emperor's Jade Codex, along with a precious weapon as a parting gift. Now, he found himself on the verge of selling the sect's sacred technique to the Lord of 6 Paths. Would this not weigh heavily on his conscience? No. A sudden shift in his gaze brought to mind details from the original text. He pondered, during the ancient era, in the battle at Jade Emperor Mountain where the remnants of the Heavenly Court were discovered, a page documenting the transmission of the Celestial Emperor's Jade Codex was lost amidst the chaos of battle, long since destroyed. The original work had also mentioned that the transmission of the Celestial Emperor's Jade Codex by the Xianyuan sect was always incomplete, missing the final volume. Thus, could it be that the 3 complete volumes I obtained upon entering the sect were actually bestowed upon me by the Time Blade, or even the Celestial Emperor himself, under the guise of the sect? With this thought, doubts began to stir within Lin Yang's heart. Could it be that the Celestial Emperor wishes to achieve enlightenment in this era, using me as a vessel for his own ascension? If that were the case, Lin Yang felt an overwhelming urge to laugh heartily. To possess the qualifications for such a purpose, one would need to have dominion over the myriad realms and the myriad deeds associated with the Celestial Emperor. At the very least, one must be a transcendent being. If the Celestial Emperor truly harbored such intentions, then in the realms of legend and creation, he could ascend at lightning speed. The only tribulation would be the internal and external calamities faced during the moment of transcendence. Such immense benefits inevitably come with dangers. Those transcendent beings who do not wish to see the Celestial Emperor draw closer to enlightenment would undoubtedly intervene during his ascension. Even in the worst-case scenario, should the Celestial Emperor wish to possess me, he would need to wait until I reach the stage of creation, at the very least, reaching the legendary realm. Otherwise, the prolonged period of vulnerability would not be worth it compared to remaining concealed within the Time Blade. Moreover, there is still the figure of the Empress, a ready-made vessel for possession, long before it would be my turn. Having unraveled all these intricacies, Lin Yang felt a burst of laughter bubbling within him. No wonder the Master of Stillness sought him out with the Time Blade. It was indeed the will of the Time Blade or the Celestial Emperor himself. It was no surprise that his treatment had been exceptional since joining the sect. 6 paths. I shall sell the 3 volumes of the Celestial Emperor's Jade Codex. Lin Yang made his decision with resolve. After all, what would be beneficial for the Celestial Emperor would also be for everyone else. Why not embrace it? The upper volume of the Celestial Emperor's Jade Codex, in exchange for 50,000 merit points. The middle volume for 300,000 merit points. The lower volume for 250,000 merit points. A total of 600,000 merit points. The 5 directions and 5 Emperor's Blade was already an unparalleled skill contained within the Celestial Emperor's Jade Codex. Thus it cannot be resold. Struggling to contain his excitement, Lin Yang turned his gaze to the unparalleled skill catalog. As for the divine weapons equivalent to those of transcendent beings, he did not consider them, even though each divine weapon could create its own world. Self-sustaining and requiring no vast amounts of energy to wield, his current realm could not unlock their true potential. The disparity was akin to a child wielding a great hammer, far from sufficient to illustrate the gap. Not to mention, the exclusive tasks set forth to exchange for divine weapons from the 6 paths would incur a penalty of 20% of merit points if not completed. A considerable sum indeed. Suddenly, Lin Yang recalled that exchanging for any item of the transcendent level at the 6 paths required the completion of special tasks, be it techniques, elixirs, secret treasures, or divine weapons. Exhaling a deep breath, he returned to reality from his lofty thoughts. Lin Yang found amusement in his plight. After all, the training points required for mastering unparalleled skills were astronomical, making any purchase futile. He resolved to first examine the techniques of the external realm. He forcefully disregarded the notion of cultivating unparalleled skills alone, wishing to ease his own discomfort. From the distant Jade Emperor Mountain, at the moment Lin Yang made his decision, the time blade within the hall of the Celestial Emperor shimmered with a barely perceptible ripple. Even the ever-watchful Master of Stillness remained oblivious to this change. Chapter 32. Exquisite Divine Weapons. As for which external realm techniques, subtly intertwined with the essence of time Lin Yang would exchange for, he had already made his choices over the past few months. Sword 23, an external realm technique from the Storm and Cloud manga, is a sword that can only be wielded by sacrificing one's life, embodying the sword of the heart, the sword of the soul, the sword of spirit, and the sword of intent. With a single strike, it halts perception, solidifies all things, distorts time, and renders escape impossible. The exchange price was 4,000 merit points. Even among the many external realm techniques at the Six Paths, Sword 23 could be considered quite remarkable. However, the cost to utilize it was exorbitant, for it could not possibly be worth only 4,000 merit points. Based on the description, it did not include the 6 extinctions and affections, possibly a version adapted for television. After stowing away the Sword 23 manual, Lin Yang continued to exchange. The Naha Sacred Heart Incantation, an external realm technique, allows the practitioner to transform their true energy into a form akin to that of the target, merging with it, then controlling it from within, ultimately assimilating it into their own true energy while preserving the original essence. The exchange price was 3,200 merit points. The Seed Ring, a rare artifact and the simplest of spatial items, had an exchange price of 3,000 merit points. The Six Yang Rebirth Pill, a miraculous elixir effective for those below the transcendent level, could restore severed limbs and reshape flesh, greatly revitalizing one's essence, with an exchange price of 10,000 merit points. As he made his selections, Meng Qi and others completed their exchanges. Fu Jinjin purchased a Tiansong pill for cultivation and the pharmaceutical King's Divine Manuscript, valued at 150 merit points, which recorded various methods and philosophies for using poisons and healing during the Enlightenment phase. Is Brother Lin still not finished with his exchanges? Meng Qi expressed some confusion. Logically, Lin Yang, who did not wish to break through to the external realm like them, should have fewer items to exchange. Why was he taking longer than the group? Perhaps he is searching for techniques that suit him, Jiang Jiwei speculated. Just then, she noticed Lin Yang retrieving a jade-colored bracelet from the light column and whispered, "It's the Seed Ring, a spatial artifact, worth 3,000 merit points at the Six Paths." 3,000 merit points. Meng Qi couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. He had only accumulated a little over 1,500 merit points from 3 rounds of tasks, enough to purchase half a seed ring. The others then observed Lin Yang continuously extracting shards of silver and other daily necessities from the light column, several divine pills exuding celestial energy, and 2 items of immense supernatural power, a silver-white cloak capable of condensing the laws of heaven and earth into a domain seemingly blessed by divine spirits, and a pair of celestial boots radiating brilliance as they swirled in a cosmic dance. Top-tier divine weapons, Jiang Jiwei exclaimed, her delicate features etched with shock. They could clearly create their own domains, evidently equivalent to top-tier divine weapons above the 7th level of the external realm. Divine weapons? Meng Qi found his voice sharp with disbelief. Divine weapons? Zhang Yuanshan, Qi Jingyan, and Fu Jinjin wore expressions of astonishment, feeling the oppressive weight of the divine weapons connecting with the laws of heaven and earth, rendering them breathless, as if their very lives were not their own. The Divine Oracle Cloak, an exquisite divine artifact blessed by Divine Oracle, could resist curses and malevolent energies, safeguarding the primordial spirit. Only divine weapons could inflict harm upon it. The exchange price was 12,000 merit points. The instantaneous light years, an exquisite artifact, was said to be worn by celestial beings, noble and extraordinary, with swirling vortices of time appearing beneath the feet, allowing the wearer to traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye. The exchange price was 9,200 merit points. After a spree of indulgent purchases, Lin Yang glanced at the remaining 52,863 merit points, preparing to reserve them for use after breaking through to the external realm. The last six Yang Rebirth pills were a painful purchase. Although this single-use item was extraordinarily costly, using it would imply a moment of life and death urgency. Resonating with the cosmos, Lin Yang, drawing upon his experiences of communicating with the refining of calamities, attempted to refine the 2 divine artifacts for his own use. He then turned to Meng Qi and the others, smiling. After searching high and low, aside from the divine weapons, I found nothing significantly enhancing for me. So I bit the bullet and purchased 2 items. Biting the bullet to buy 2 items? Meng Qi's gaze grew vacant, realizing that it would be difficult to enjoy playful times with Lin Yang in the future, lest he be driven to despair. Brother Lin, can you truly wield top-tier divine weapons now that you have purchased them? Jiang Jue inquired with a furrowed brow. As she spoke, Meng Qi and the others could not help but retreat, for had the items exchanged not been weapons, these novices would likely have found themselves in grave danger within the domain of the exquisite treasures. Zhang Yuanshan solemnly interjected. Utilizing 2 treasure-grade artifacts must impose an extraordinary toll on oneself, correct? The radiant blade, Huang Jie, concealed its myriad mysteries, and the group failed to discern that it too was a treasure weapon. Meng Qi, Qi Jingyan, and Fu Jinjin were left in a haze, as the realm of external grade treasures was still a distant frontier for them. Only Jiang Jue, a true disciple of a major sect, and Zhang Yuanshan comprehended the intricacies involved. Perhaps due to the purchase made in the 6 paths, the treasures bore the aura of the buyer upon exchange, allowing for a swifter attunement than that achievable through ordinary means. Even if only a fraction of their power could be unleashed, it was sufficient to alter the tide of battle. Lin Yang turned to Zhang Yuanshan to address his query, stating, I have considered the consumption involved in wielding multiple treasures, and thus have exchanged for technique the Naihai Xingxin mantra capable of assimilating the true energy of others into my own. This way, I can accumulate energy to my limits in no time. In this realm of cultivation, aside from the initial reliance on one's innate talents, greater emphasis is placed on comprehension. The accumulation of energy plays a negligible role in transcending realms, not a decisive factor. Most individuals seize the opportunity to break through when their true energy reaches only about 20 to 30% of their potential. Observing Lin Yang's thorough considerations, Jiang Jue and Zhang Yuanshan felt reassured. In the brief moments of their conversation, Lin Yang completed the preliminary attunement of the 2 artifacts. Instantly, the divine cloak and the swift blade withdrew their extraordinary traits, causing the domain enveloping the reincarnation square to vanish without trace. The 2 items, while formidable treasures, resembled more exquisite ornaments than weapons of war. Unlike ordinary items, the treasure weapons could not be stored within the mustard seed ring due to their unique properties, leaving them to be held temporarily. I will be near the fish sea. Should you pass by, feel free to find me. Lin Yang was uncertain how long it would take to seek the Rulai Divine Palm summary. Brother Lin, what brings you to the western regions? Meng Qi inquired, slightly surprised. Clearly, for exploration, the Central Plains offered more opportunities to broaden one's horizons with its diverse landscapes. Lin Yang provided a candid response. Just as Zhang Yuanshan was about to speak, he was interrupted by the indifferent yet imposing voice of the Lord of the 6 Paths. Exchange completed. Store your items and return to your own world. Until next time. As Zhang Yuanshan spoke, he neatly stowed his exchanged items. Meng Qi, considering Zhang Yuanshan's temporary isolation due to the loss of the first volume of I Jin Jing, communicated with the Lord of the 6 Paths to request a change in the location for the return of his exchanged items. A cascade of white light enveloped the area. And once again, the reincarnation square, paved with blocks resembling Han white jade, stood empty. Chapter 33, Closed Door Retreat. The ephemeral darkness faded, revealing the familiar surroundings of the secluded residence. A faint fragrance wafted from the incense burner, refreshing the spirit. The Naihai Xingxin mantra and sword 23 required a total of 400 practice points to cultivate together, which he currently lacked. Thus he could only select one for study. After retrieving 2 manuals from the mustard seed ring, Lin Yang hesitated momentarily on which to begin. The Naihai Xingxin mantra could be learned gradually, whereas the self-study of sword 23 carried the risk of fatal consequences with a single misstep. He resolved to call upon the system and chose to cultivate sword 23, consuming 200 practice points. In that familiar, unfathomable place, he diligently studied the manual of sword 23, as the ethereal and mysterious sounds of the technique elucidated its secrets and pointed out various obstacles. This sword was not of the mortal realm. It was a blade from hell, wielded only through the sacrifice of life itself. It represented the sword of the heart, the soul, and spirit, a sword of intent. With each strike, perception halted, all things froze, and time became an anomaly, inescapable. Strike and death follows. Strike and death follows. Countless strikes led to countless deaths. Through the accumulation of countless lives lost, Lin Yang gradually grasped the concepts of perception halting, all things freezing, and time's aberration. Moreover, he deduced the preceding 22 sword techniques from the 23rd sword, rendering his attacks cloaked in an unseen sword energy enveloping the heart of the sword in hell. Perhaps in the eyes of a nascent warrior, the heart of the sword in hell resembled the domain of the 7th layer of the external realm. However, the former filled the surrounding space with energy in a clever manner, while the latter intertwined one's own law with the laws of heaven and earth. The disparity was far beyond mere thousands of times. Thus, this was the wonder of temporal anomaly. After closing his eyes and merging with this memory, Lin Yang gleaned some insights. In the future, when contemplating the Emperor of Heaven's passage through time, he would no longer feel lost. As techniques at the law body level were rare, Lin Yang abandoned the notion of dual cultivation of sword techniques. Hence he did not exchange for a sword artifact of treasure rank. His purchase of Sword 23 was merely to experience the essence of temporal anomaly and prepare for comprehending the Emperor of Heaven's journey through time. He took out the Nihai Xingxin mantra manual and comfortably reclined in a rattan rocking chair to study. Lin Yang planned to enter a period of seclusion, delving deeper into mastering the two treasure artifacts while simultaneously self-studying the Nihai Xingxin mantra. Time flowed unhurriedly. Recently, a significant event transpired in the martial world. Jiang Jiwei, the true disciple of one of the six sword sects, the Shijian Pavilion, descended the mountain for the first time and surpassed numerous young talents. Securing the 31st position on the human ranking, she had grasped the rudiments of the law-body level sword technique, sword out with no self. Her formidable prowess leaving many in awe. In a short span of exploration, this girl, not yet 16, galloped into the top 20, ranking 18th. Likewise, Zhang Yuanshan, a lay disciple of one of the three Taoist sects, the Jinwu sect, astonished his fellow disciples by ranking 43rd, a stark departure from his previously mediocre talents. It was rumored that after a chance encounter in Ning City, Jiang Jiwei and Zhang Yuanshan felt an instant camaraderie, embarking on their journeys together, prompting many to speculate on the nature of their relationship. In truth, it was merely the norm for members of the reincarnation team. After spending some time in Ning City, Jiang Jiwei and Zhang Yuanshan encountered Qi Jingyan, who arrived fashionably late. Unlike the two, Qi Jingyan, being an ordinary disciple of the Manhwa sword sect, dared not reveal his unusual abilities for fear of attracting scrutiny from higher-ups. Thus he had only utilized the techniques learned from his sect during their travels and had yet to unveil the Huntian Baojing. Brother Qi, you arrived just in time, Jiang Jiwei said, her smile radiant. Zhang Xixiang and I were just about to set off to exchange scriptures. This time, you can join us. In a bustling crowd, she refrained from mentioning Yi Jing to avoid unforeseen complications, as seeking permission to leave the sect was rather cumbersome. Qi Jingyan succinctly explained why he had descended the mountain so late. Regrettably, Shenzhen was far away in the northern Zhou, making her arrival inconvenient. While Brother Lin was in the western regions, and a round trip would take months. Zhang Yuanshan sighed softly, omitting Meng Qi from his remarks, as it was evident that a novice monk could not descend the mountain at will. Zhang Yuanshan then shifted the conversation, stating, Brother Lin has not set foot in the martial world for nearly a year. Soon, he will be removed from the human ranking by the Six Gates. The rankings are based on performance, and if one is not engaged in combat for a year, they will automatically be struck from the list. The western regions are vast and sparsely populated, and masters are far fewer than in the Central Plains. Many in the western regions claim descent from divine or demonic lineages, exhibiting unusual eye colors, distinct from the common folk of the Central Plains. Some even possess horns and third eyes, resembling monsters. Even if Brother Lin wishes to act, he may find it difficult to encounter a suitable opponent. Among the three, Jiang Jiwei had the deepest understanding of the western regions, as her master had journeyed beyond the human pass over a decade ago to challenge the heroes of the West, sharing various insights with her. Due to Qi Jingyan's limited experiences, he refrained from interjecting and quietly listened to the discourse between the two. As Jiang Jiwei and Zhang Yuanshan conversed, the trio exited the city gates of Ing and journeyed towards the Juhua sect. Each of them had prepared a few items to exchange with Duan Rue for the first volume of the Yi Jing. Meanwhile, far away at the Shaolin Temple on Liantai Mountain, the details surrounding the theft of the first volume of the Yi Jing had been thoroughly investigated. Upon examining the corpse of the thief, Zhen Yong, the eminent monk discovered traces of the martial arts from the Vajra Temple within the meridians and acupoints. It was evident that the Vajra Temple in the western regions had cultivated these assassins from a young age, specifically to pilfer the Yi Jing by infiltrating the Shaolin Temple. After a discussion with the esteemed Abbot Kongwan, who had attained the golden body of the dragon subduing Arhut and ranked third on the heavenly list, it was decided to send Meng Qi's master, Xian Bei, a figure of the sixth layer of the outer scene, along with two disciples, eyewitnesses to the theft, to confront the Vajra Temple about this incident. After spending over a month mastering two treasured weapons, Lin Yang had also made preliminary progress with the Nanhai Sacred Heart spell, enabling him to assimilate the true qi of others to bolster his own strength. He even gained some understanding of the unparalleled technique of the Heavenly Emperor's timestamping. Upon exiting his seclusion, he resumed his previous life, diving into the fish sea to seek the essence of the divine palm. Having traversed this area numerous times, he had yet to find the Bodhi tree that bore the essence of a divine palm. Lin Yang surveyed the surroundings, draped in a silvery oracle cloak and bearing the weight of his luminous tribulation, radiating a brilliant light that made him appear as a true figure of the outer scene. Standing amidst the void, the Danqing sword he had once carried was cast into the mustard seed ring on his wrist. In Chapter 34, the final encounter with the essence, the blazing sun illuminated the land, forcing individuals to don thick garments to shield their skin. In the desolate expanse of the Gobi Desert, Lin Yang struggled against fatigue, yet his eyes sparkled with ecstasy as he beheld the serene and profound Bodhi tree emanating a sense of Zen. In a moment of reverie, He seemed to glimpse a seated monk beneath the tree, enlightened. Finally, he had discovered the essence of the divine palm, proving that his prolonged stay in the fish sea was not in vain. With a single step, he traversed space to stand before the Bodhi tree that bore the essence of the Tathagata's divine palm, pressing his hands against its trunk and exerting tremendous effort to uproot it. It was heavy, even with his near 300,000 gene of divine strength. He felt a tingling in his arms, as if the Bodhi tree were inextricably linked to the very earth itself, weighing an unimaginable burden. At the moment he made contact with the Bodhi tree, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded across the heavens and earth. Illusory Buddhas and Bodhisattvas encircled the Bodhi tree, reciting scriptures, and astonishing manifestations arose. The parched Gobi earth burst forth with clear springs, golden lotuses blossomed, and droplets of life-giving rain fell from the clear sky, nurturing all creation. In a distant corner of the vast sea, within the Asura temple, one of the 9 paths of evil, the 7th-ranked figure on the heavenly list, the great Asura Meng-Nan, who had attained the great Asura body, felt a sudden shift in his expression at the moment the essence of the Tathagata's divine palm manifested. Even from thousands of miles away, as a true deity on earth, he sensed the overwhelming Buddhist aura emanating from the fish sea. Was it the Tathagata's divine palm, or a divine weapon of the Buddhist sect? Meng-Nan speculated wildly, yet this did not impede his actions. With a mere thought, he melded into the void, racing towards the site of the divine palm's revelation. Not only that, but on the other side of the rift, within the Snow Mountain sect, one of the 6 sword sects, individuals also began to perceive the Buddhist essence permeating the world. In Alayashaji, the first establishment of the vast sea, Xian Bei, who had brought 2 disciples to confront the Vajra temple, suddenly gazed westward towards the location of the Tathagata's divine palm, uttering a Buddhist chant, Amit Ba. Being not far from the fish sea, he felt the emergence of something of paramount importance to the Buddhist sect, yet regrettably, he could not arrive in time to partake in the events unfolding. The renowned weapons of the Shaolin Temple, such as the Ananda blade and various other divine weapons of the Buddhist sect, all resonated with the essence of Zen at the moment the Tathagata's divine palm manifested. Countless eminent figures and grandmasters of the Buddhist sect were taken aback, speculating on the nature of this occurrence, yet with no clarity. They could only guess it was related to a significant Buddhist legacy. In the fish sea, where the essence of the divine palm was revealed, Lin Yang, having anticipated the shift, remained unflustered. The divine radiance erupted from his flesh, and he maximized his physical strength. The true chi flowed like a river, augmenting his physical prowess. Rise! Lin Yang bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead as he uprooted the Bodhi tree with all his might. The celestial phenomenon intensified. Once detached from the earth, the Bodhi tree felt weightless, akin to an ethereal object. Before Lin Yang could contemplate further, he saw the Bodhi tree transform into a streak of light, burrowing into his inner landscape, taking root behind the divine form of the heavenly emperor in the exalted realm of all worlds and times. Once rooted there, the celestial and divine apparitions, the chanting of Buddhist verses, and the essence of clear springs and golden lotuses all abruptly ceased. Aware that an insurmountable powerhouse would soon arrive, Lin Yang had no time to ponder the profound implications of this moment. He fully activated his ability to traverse light years, soaring towards the realm of immortality, with each stride covering 100 miles. In just a few steps, the once desolate expanse transformed into a barren desert, and in mere breaths, he had already covered 1,000 miles towards the site of the divine palm's manifestation. At that moment, an aura imbued with the terrifying intent of slaughter surged forth, as if it could tear the heavens asunder and annihilate all life. From thousands of miles away, one could clearly discern a towering figure, a colossal great Asura. The true deity of the western regions, the great Asura Meng-Nan, had ascended from the vision and crossed tens of thousands of miles in mere breaths to reach the fish sea, arriving a moment too late. The legacy had already been claimed. Unrestrained, Meng-Nan unleashed his own divine prowess, causing the laws of nature within a radius of 10,000 miles to inexplicably shift in his favor. His eyes glinted with a murderous intent as he surveyed the desolate Gobi desert from above, seeking the individual who had seized this fortuitous opportunity. Deep within the Gobi's heart, in a sparsely populated marketplace, the biting cold wind swept through. Lin Yang, disguised as a common traveler of the vast sea, concealed all emotion deep within, appearing as the most ordinary of desert wanderers, without a hint of abnormality. Should he delay even slightly, he would surely be confronted by the great Asura. Lin Yang, like the other desert travelers on the street, gazed in awe and terror at the towering figure against the horizon. He had no doubt that with a mere thought, the opponent possessed the power to bring devastation to all living beings within a 10,000-mile radius. Were this not the true realm of the origin of all worlds? The might of this presence would be magnified 1,000-fold, capable of shattering stars without exaggeration. Yet, even a nascent divine form bore such formidable aura, suppressing all within miles. How much more terrifying would the might of a fully realized divine form be? Lin Yang's gaze flickered with genuine fervor. This unparalleled strength ignited a longing within him, urging him to break through immediately, disregarding the half price for the sixth path retrieval. The path of cultivating the divine form involves the transformation of one's inner landscape into a true manifestation of heaven and earth, beginning the journey of creating a self-sustaining realm. Following the condensation of the divine form, further progress requires the opening of acupoints to form a cave heaven. Once all acupoints are fully opened, a true cave heaven will manifest, marking the transitional phase of cave heaven evolution. All eminent figures on the heavenly list and demon monarchs are currently at the nascent stage of their divine forms, striving to open acupoints to create cave heavens. Once the acupoints within their bodies form a true cave heaven, they will reflect the external world with a self-created realm, achieving the completion of the divine form, akin to a star illuminating the ages. To illustrate with Lin Yang's previous experience in the solar system, the sun comprises over 99% of the matter within the star system. A fully realized divine form equates to an entire star system, and if unleashed in combat, its destructive power would increase exponentially. The nascent divine form transitions into the completed cave heaven, reflecting the external world. This is the understanding Lin Yang has derived from all the information he possesses, summarizing the three phases of the divine form. In Chapter 35, The Bandits, the colossal great Azura roamed the heavens and earth, casting his gaze across the vast expanse. A supreme treasured weapon? Monen's gaze lingered for a moment on Lin Yang amidst the bustling town, detecting the unique aura emanating from him, a distinct energy cultivated from the Heavenly Emperor's Jade Book. With a flicker of suspicion igniting in his heart, he chose to disregard it. Though the Xintian sect could not physically manifest, it wielded the extraordinary divine weapon, the Time Blade, to exert its dominance. Even he hesitated to provoke it recklessly. Monen sought the transcendent Buddhist heritage, not to forge enemies at every turn. Realizing that Lin Yang bore no concealed items of significance, he chose to divert his attention elsewhere. Little did he know that while he marveled at Lin Yang's formidable Dharma body, he had unwittingly brushed against the threshold of death. He assumed that having traveled 1,000 miles, the exquisite treasure would elude Monen's senses, yet he was unaware of the Dharma body's acute perception. At that moment, Lin Yang remained undetected, thanks to the peculiar powers of the withered Bodhi, which had autonomously rooted itself within the inner realms, eluding even the keenest Dharma awareness. In the town, Lin Yang found a dilapidated inn, seated in the hall while ordering a few modest dishes, patiently awaiting Monen's departure. He waited an entire day, from the scorching embrace of the blazing sun to the chilling serenity of the moonlit night. At last, Monen departed. Lin Yang sensed the principles of heaven and earth returning to their familiar state and could not help but exhale in relief, reassured that his peculiarities had gone unnoticed. Not wishing to travel by night, he reserved a room at the inn, and when the sun rose the following day, he finally departed from the run-down establishment. Mindful of potentially encountering the elite masters or even the grandmasters of the western regions, he opted not to take flight, instead leisurely riding a camel as he made his way back to the Fish Sea. With the passage of time, once the tumult subsided, he would return to the central plains. The sound of the bell tied around the camel's neck chimed melodiously, and Lin Yang felt elated. Having been in the vast western deserts for over a year, facing the yellow sands and the sky, he had finally achieved his goals and acquired the essence of the Tathagata's divine palm. The golden sands swirled around him, and, in the distance, numerous dark figures began to expand. Lin Yang observed a group of rugged horsemen, clad as desert bandits, wielding hunting knives, each exuding a scent of blood, evidently fresh from a recent massacre. "Boss, there's a lone traveler over there," shouted a burly man with one eye, a scarlet vein evident in his remaining eye, suggesting an unusual condition. "Ha! Those wandering alone are mostly paupers." The speaker was the leader of the bandits, his face marred by a grotesque scar resembling a centipede, striking terror into those who beheld it. "Even a mosquito is meat. Let a few of us handle him." With a grand gesture, the bandit leader dispatched 7 or 8 men, who galloped toward Lin Yang, hunting knives raised, their eyes glinting with a savage thirst for blood, reminiscent of the merchant caravan slaughtered just an hour prior. "Kill him. Ha ha! His head belongs to me," the lone wolf, one particularly eager bandit, his eyes bulging with excitement, called out as he writhed in anticipation, brandishing his knife. "Wait for me. Be careful. This man is a formidable master." As the lone wolf's horse raced ahead, his companions frantically attempted to dissuade him, unwilling to allow the lone wolf to claim the first kill. "Is your grandfather blind? This common desert wanderer is no master. He is merely a pitiful wretch." The lone wolf's face flickered with derision. He had encountered many such fools who traveled alone, having dispatched countless in his year of experience. You foolish brat. I'll make you drink your own blood." As he closed the distance to the camel-riding traveler, the lone wolf burst into wild laughter. Having heard from the elders that you become what you eat, he had developed a peculiar habit of consuming his own severed organs, claiming it worked wonders, as he had attracted numerous women in a single night. "Curse it, The lone wolf is about to secure another ingredient. The bearded bandit could not help but scoff. Every time his comrades encountered the lone wolf's ingredients, they felt a chill in their bones, especially since the lone wolf occasionally devoured the remains after brewing his concoctions, relishing the taste. Lin Yang's eyes glinted with amusement. He felt no anger towards the ignorant weaklings who dared to provoke him. Rather, he found the situation absurdly humorous. He resolved to grant the bulging-eyed bandit a dignified demise. Is it not amusing to frighten the old man? When it's time for him to act, he will ensure your suffering is beyond imagination. The lone wolf's bulging eyes seemed even more pronounced, appearing on the verge of popping from their sockets. Exuding an air of terror, with a menacing grin, he swung his knife to strike down the startled camel, aiming for its neck. Impossible. You possess the strength of our leader. It cannot be. Witnessing the lone desert wanderer effortlessly grasp the blade with 2 fingers as if it were a mere twig, the lone wolf screamed in panic, realizing he had encountered a true master. Be careful, this person is my hand, you little bastard. The lone wolf's warning barely escaped his lips before he felt an unbearable pain shoot through his wrist. He looked down in horror to find Lin Yang twisting his hand off as if it were mere dough, blood gushing uncontrollably from his severed wrist. Damn it. He is a master. Panic surged within the bearded bandit, who cursed and rallied his companions to rescue him, lifting their hunting knives in unison, brandishing them theatrically. Chop him to bits. They shrieked, charging forward. None were deterred by the sight of Lin Yang, severing a hand with such ease, for they had witnessed similar feats before. And none had survived such encounters, meeting their fates as fragrant meat. Our leader is the notorious Zeluaj. You brat. If you don't want your entire family fed to the dogs, you'd better surrender. The bearded bandit, cunningly calculating, felt assured of their numerical superiority, yet continued to threaten with words. Zeluaj was one of the most feared bandit leaders in the vast desert, a master in his own right, and his name struck dread into the hearts of all. As Lin Yang beheld the encroaching bandits and listened to their vile threats, a flicker of annoyance crossed his brow, a fleeting hint of fury igniting within him. Heart of the sword, hell. An imperceptible sword energy enveloped the space, instantly freezing the movements of all the bandits. What kind of power is this? As they saw their companions frozen in place, fear flashed in the eyes of the bandits. Realizing the traveler before them was an unimaginable master, pain coursed through them as they felt their wrists and ankles seemingly severed by an invisible, dull blade, leaving them paralyzed in silent agony. The torment had only begun. Gradually, their joints were sliced apart, and, finally, the connections of their arms and thighs to their bodies were severed, waves of excruciating pain overwhelming their senses, leaving them on the brink of madness. Yearning to scream for mercy, yet unable to move an inch. With a soft snort, Lin Yang retracted the heart of the sword, and in an instant, the severed limbs fell to the sand, blood gushing forth to stain the yellow sands a dark crimson as the remaining bandits writhed in agony, their wounds mingling with the sand. Disinterested in their wails or profanities, he closed his ears, shutting out the cacophony. Approaching the sole young bandit who had not uttered a word of filth and still had his legs intact, Lin Yang overlooked the rage and resentment glimmering in the young man's terrified eyes. Towering above him, Lin Yang spoke coldly. Tell Zeluaj that I shall await him at the fish sea for 10 days, and he should come to claim his death. The young bandit, filled with resentment, vowed to relay his words to Zeluaj, seizing this rare opportunity for revenge. Enjoy the remaining half-month of your life. As Lin Yang released the young bandit, unaware that his time was running out, he turned his attention back to the struggling bandits, invoking the sacred heart of the sea to absorb and assimilate their powers. In the wilds of the western regions, every bandit, without exception, deserves their fate. Lin Yang does not believe he has committed any transgressions. If it were not for his quest to find the Divine Palms compendium near the fish sea this past year, he would have already stormed the lairs of those external bandit leaders, having absorbed the martial prowess of numerous brigands. Lin Yang felt that his own abilities had deepened by 50%. He did not indulge in excessive bloodshed, leaving behind a multitude of incapacitated foes, and leisurely rode his camel towards the fish sea. With his current strength, he could unleash 20% of the power of a supreme treasure weapon for the duration of a single incense stick, while simultaneously activating the Oracle Cloak, Instantaneous Light Year, and Radiant Catastrophe, which could only be sustained for 7 or 8 minutes. As Lin Yang pondered, he recalled the fleeting presence of the light giant, feeling that his own endurance was prodigious. Less than an hour after his departure, the bandits on the sandy ground lay helpless, silently awaiting the inevitable embrace of death. Meanwhile, the vultures that had circled for long descended with insatiable haste, feasting upon the remains. Their long, sharp beaks pierced through the corpses, extracting bloody entrails, causing the bandits to convulse in agony, a gruesome spectacle too harrowing to behold. Lin Yang, who harbored some inkling of these events, held a flask of potent liquor in his hand, joyfully belting out a song from his homeland. Whispers of ghostly legends and tales of phantoms and demons filled the air, while the egret soared high, its song resonating through the desolate expanse. The swirling sands swept past, as he traversed the infinite, desolate galaxy. His passionate, soaring melody echoed through the deserted desert, all of which was observed by the unfazed eyes of the great Azura, Mengnan, lurking in the shadows. After retracting his powers, he chose not to return to the Azura temple, instead lingering near the fish sea, discreetly scrutinizing every suspicious figure, remaining undetected. Day and night intermingled in a bewitching dance. As time meandered, delaying both existence and self, the path ahead was fraught with confusion. Only perseverance could lead to liberation. Stepping out of the darkness would bring forth freedom and joy. As the song gradually faded, everything returned to its initial desolation, the endless sands remaining unchanged. To the north of the quicksand lay a small hill of dark brown, strewn with gravel, evoking an eerie sensation. On the opposite side, a vibrant oasis thrived at the foot of the hill, teeming with life, a grazing ground for local herders, who were now herding their cattle and sheep home as evening approached. Xianbei, accompanied by his two disciples, Meng Qi and Zhenhui, ascended the rugged mountain path to pay respects to deceased relatives. Upon reaching the summit, they realized they had forgotten to bring offerings such as incense candles, prompting the two disciples to descend for retrieval. Once they departed, Meng Qi intended to send his younger disciple for the candles while he seized the opportunity to flee from the Shaolin Temple, planning to return to the martial world once he had matured in a few years. Just as he was about to exit the gathering, he suddenly observed a swirling cloud of flying sand rising from the other side of the sea, spreading across 100 miles, engulfing the area in chaos. The oasis at the mountain's base withered instantly, and the herding cattle and sheep stood frozen, resembling desiccated corpses, as dark shadows emerged from within them. Merging into the swirling sands, the earth cracked in despair, as if a calamity had befallen it. The gravel danced like a frenzied dragon, obscuring the sky, spiraling towards the summit. This terrifying phenomenon did not cease at the small hill and nearby oasis. It spread further, threatening to desolate the entire land and extract the souls of all living beings. This was the external landscape's ultimate technique, the Crying Elder's 18 Laments. Ranked 33rd on the Earth list, a manifestation of deep-seated enmity toward Xianbei. Upon learning of Xianbei's journey to the Diamond Temple, he had come to exact vengeance. Xianbei, having sensed the presence of the Crying Elder, feigned sending Meng Qi and Zhenhui for candles in a desperate bid for survival. Otherwise, they would have become mere specters among the vengeful souls. Atop the mountain, ethereal golden lotuses bloomed, enveloping Xianbei in a golden radiance, while a hazy scene of the void emerged behind him. May I, from this day forth, throughout countless eons, save all beings suffering in the realms of hell and the three evil paths, vowing to liberate them from the torments of hell, beasts, and hungry ghosts, until they all attain Buddhahood, and only then will I achieve enlightenment. Until hell is empty, I shall not become a Buddha. Only when all beings are saved will I attain Bodhi. In the void, a bodhisattva bearing a countenance akin to Xianbei began to chant. The light of the Buddha illuminated all, resonating with Zen. The countless vengeful spirits paused, their dark energies dissipating, their faces shedding the masks of rage and resentment, peacefully vanishing into the sky. The howling winds and sands returned to tranquility, while solemn chants echoed at the mountain's base, the withered grasses gradually regaining their verdancy, and the desiccated corpses of humans and animals became replete with life, their skin plump as vague souls re-entered their bodies, vitality restored. The M.O.Ku subduing demon fist delved into the cycle of life and death. The dead revive, life re-emerges. What difference is there from the divine? Meng Qi stood in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Atop the mountain, dark energies and Buddha light intertwined, creating an indistinguishable chaos. Upon witnessing this, Meng Qi abandoned thoughts of escape and resolved to return to the inn in search of his younger disciple, planning to ensure Zhenhui's safety before devising a way to leave the Shaolin Temple. As he turned, his pupils constricted. At the end of the street stood a young man in a black cloak, appearing to be in his 20s or 30s, yet having a mane of white hair, gazing at him with malevolent intent. The 36th on the human list, the white-headed vulture, Nguo was a disciple of the Crying Elder. Meng Qi's mind flashed back to the introduction of the Crying Elder's lineage by Xianbei atop the mountain. Chapter 37. The Cycle of Rebirth Reignited. The Evil Ridge, originally known as Korza Mountain, is located southeast of the Sea of Sand, the stronghold of Zhe-Luo-Ju, hence its renaming. A tall middle-aged man sat in a large chair, unwrapped, cloaked in black, with coarse short hair and a bearded face. He wore a black eye patch over his left eye and had a peculiar long black saber slung at his waist. The middle-aged man reached down to retrieve a piece of correspondence from beneath the feet of a white-headed bird used for communication. As he opened the letter, his intact right eye gradually narrowed, a fierce glint flashing through. Do they expect me to go to the fish sea to meet death? The number one on the human list believes he is invincible. The middle-aged man was none other than the notorious Zhe-Luo-Ju, a bandit leader reigning over the Sea of Sand for many years, a master of the external landscape, as third level. Before sending the letter, his subordinates had already uncovered the identity of the challenger. That individual, who had resided in the Fish Sea for over a year, was none other than Lin Yang, the direct disciple of the Xuantiangong. This provided a splendid excuse to eliminate a genius, one that could not be blamed on him. A fierce light intensified in Zhe Luo Ju's lone eye as he contemplated demonstrating the vast chasm between the external landscape and the enlightened. Even the foremost expert beneath the external landscape would not stand a chance against a true master of the external realm, especially one of the third level. Not a mere newcomer. Once his master slays that Xianbei, he could present the head of this top expert beneath the external landscape as a tribute. Resolute in his decision, Zhe Luo Ju no longer hesitated and set forth towards the Fish Sea. At the Fish Sea, Lin Yang felt a stirring in his spirit, glancing down to see a line of distorted characters emerging in the sand. The third cycle of rebirth begins. After confirming that his belongings were intact, Lin Yang quietly awaited the summoning from the Lord of the Six Paths of Rebirth. In but a moment, the familiar darkness enveloped him, and when clarity returned, he found himself in the well-known Rebirth Square, alongside Jiang Zhuwei, Zhang Yuanshan, and Meng Qi, who was being treated by the Lord of the Six Paths. His body drenched in blood. It seemed that the Crying Elder and Xianbei were currently engaged in a fierce duel. Thus, even if he were to slay Zhe Luo Ju, the Crying Elder would have no time to deal with him. Lin Yang understood this clearly. Upon this return, he would discover how many experience points could be gained from killing a master of the external landscape. Little monk, what happened to you? Jiang Zhiwei exclaimed, astonished, clearly just noticing Meng Qi. As the flickering lights dissipated, Meng Qi sprang back to his feet, recounting in detail the ordeal of his injuries. After encountering the nefarious Nguoxia, Meng Qi found himself captured after a fierce battle. Nguoxia, recognizing the extraordinary nature of his illusory transformation technique, relentlessly interrogated him about the underlying martial arts. To prevent Meng Qi from escaping, he crippled his martial capabilities and shattered his arm. The somber expressions of Jiang Zhiwei, Zhang Yuanshan, and others reflected the gravity of the situation. Had they been in a similar predicament, escaping Nguoxia's clutches would have proven equally arduous, leaving them to endure until the mission commenced and they could seek healing in the cycle of reincarnation. Lin Yang inquired, Brother Zending, were you in the vast sea? Jiang Zhiwei and Zhang Yuanshan understood Lin Yang's intentions. He was fortuitously located in the western regions, not far from Meng Qi. Given Lin Yang's prowess, dispatching Nguoxia would be but a mere flick of the wrist. Meng Qi, with a bitter smile, shook his head, stating, I was unconscious for an extended period. I can only surmise it was near a temple close to the sand dunes, though I cannot pinpoint its exact location. Nodding slightly, Lin Yang proposed, if I procure a similar martial technique and reveal a fraction of it, I could delay for a few days, thus affording me ample time to locate you. The martial arts acquired from the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation could only be cultivated by one individual. However, one could choose not to cultivate it personally and instead pass it on to another. Upon hearing his words, Meng Qi's face lit up with gratitude. Only those who had endured the trials he faced in recent days could truly comprehend the profound relief of having someone extend a helping hand in times of despair, akin to glimpsing dawn from the depths of a dark abyss. With Lin Yang stepping forward, the group initially deliberating on how to poison and assassinate, and Nguoxia shifted their focus to strategies for buying time. After a lengthy discourse, the group reached a consensus. As long as Meng Qi complied, stalling for 10 days would pose no issue, perfectly coinciding with their plan to confront Nguoxia before engaging in conflict with Zeluojun. Lin Yang's declaration struck like thunder, leaving the group momentarily speechless, especially Meng Qi, who had only recently learned of this formidable figure's reputation and had presumed he would not encounter such a powerhouse for some time. Was astonished to discover his comrade was already sharpening his blades for battle. How could you engage in combat with Zeluojun? Jiang Zhiwei exclaimed, her astonishment evident. She had not anticipated Lin Yang, the foremost on the human rankings, to be embroiled in a conflict with an external figure, especially considering his demeanor suggested he was adamant about following through. Her confusion was mirrored by Meng Qi, Zhang Yuanshan, and Qi Jingyan. Although Lin Yang had previously mentioned he could contend with external figures in the short term, it did not imply he could outmatch Zeluojun, a seasoned veteran in that realm. Lin Yang succinctly explained that a conflict had arisen with Zeluojun's subordinates, providing an opportune moment to challenge him. Brother Lin, how confident are you? Meng Qi inquired, curiosity piqued. He could not help but be attentive. Lin Yang was his savior, a beacon of hope. If the odds were not in his favor, he would certainly dissuade Lin Yang from pursuing the battle. With his enhanced cultivation, Lin Yang's recollections of historical events grew increasingly vivid. He reflected on Zeluojun's performance from years prior and confidently stated, I estimate a 70% chance of victory, enough to send him back to the depths. Aware of Lin Yang's character, which rarely entertained hyperbole, Meng Qi felt a twinge of reassurance. In contrast, Jiang Zhiwei, a prominent figure on the human rankings, fell into contemplative silence, Recognizing the significant gap in their capabilities, the usually taciturn Qi Jinyan struggled for a moment before speaking up. Brother Lin, I would like to borrow 3,000 merits. It seemed he had obtained a fragment of the I Jin Jing. Lin Yang, understanding the implication, replied with a smile. No problem. 10 out of 10 will be returned. He then contacted the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation and transferred 3,000 merits to Qi Jingyan. Should all go as planned, Qi Jingyan would likely inherit the legacy of the demon sovereign, destined to become a transcendent being of immense power, an investment well worth making. Not to mention Zhang Yuanshan and Fu Jinjin, Jiang Jiwei would eventually emerge as an unparalleled swordsman. Meng Qi, still entangled in the Shaolin, was even more remarkable, having escaped the depths of suffering and reached the shore in just a few hundred years. Seizing the opportunity to establish strong connections while ahead of them was essential, especially considering the unpredictable nature of their timelines during these repeated traversals. Who knew when they might return to this world, perhaps centuries later, when they could simply cling to a powerful ally? Thank you, Brother Lin. Qi Jingyan, despite his usual reticence, wore a look of profound gratitude. His accumulated merits totaled merely around 1,500, but with an additional 3,000, he could complete the first volume of the I Jin Jing and make significant strides in his cultivation. Not at all. We are all part of the same team. And that is a bond worth cherishing. Besides, I am not in immediate need of merits, Lin Yang remarked, waving his hand dismissively. He then turned to Meng Qi and Jiang Zhuwei, saying, feel free to express any needs for merits. After all, we have shared life and death together for quite some time. Is there any need for formality? Chapter 38, The Hidden Treasure. Seeing Lin Yang's generosity, Meng Qi and the others hesitated no longer, and each requested to borrow some merits. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yang's merits were reduced by 20,000. Yet he remained unfazed. To undertake a mission corresponding to a divine level item, one would need to be at least at the 8th or 9th level of externality. Otherwise, 2,000 merits would be wasted, leaving him bereft of any recourse. Once everyone had exchanged their required items and perfected their martial techniques, 3 beams of milky white light emerged from the sky. Newcomers? Zhang Yuanshan inquired. As the beams dissipated, 3 young individuals in their 20s appeared, 2 men and 1 woman, with a man and woman sharing a striking resemblance, suggesting a familial bond. These 3 exhibited no signs of the typical trepidation associated with newcomers to the cycle of reincarnation. They appeared entirely at ease, clearly not first-timers. A robust man with a commanding aura clasped his hands and smiled. You must be the teammates for this mission. I am Luo Xingyi. He then introduced his companions. These are my comrades, Xia Chulin and Xia Dandan. They are siblings. Jiang Zhuwei and the others exchanged puzzled glances, having never encountered such a scenario before. After assessing the group, Luo Xingyi provided an explanation. According to him, joint missions only occurred under exceptionally challenging circumstances or during factional conflict. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Meng Qi and his companions. With Lin Yang's presence, they would still need to collaborate with another team to execute the mission. They were left wondering what challenges lay ahead. A glint of excitement flickered in Lin Yang's eyes. Perhaps they would encounter unexpected surprises, especially considering his formidable strength. If this were indeed a factional conflict, the opposing team would likely need to field at least 10 half-step external figures to be credible. While still in the reincarnation plaza, Lin Yang discreetly exchanged for several items requiring no boundary for use, as well as a primary material for crafting a divine weapon, a 9-axis avoidance talisman. An external-level secret treasure capable of condensing energy into a physical form, which could protect the bearer from a single calamity below the 4th level, valued at 3,000 merits. A heart-piercing nail, an external-level secret treasure that could target the heart and unleash an attack equivalent to the 6th level, swift as lightning, valued at 5,600 merits. A map of mountains and rivers, an external-level secret treasure imbued with hallucinatory abilities, capable of ensnaring and confusing masters without special techniques. Usable 7 times, valued at 10,000 merits. A heavenly and earthly Xuanzang Linglong Pagoda, an external-level secret treasure that could defend against a single attack of the 9th level. Usable thrice, valued at 8,400 merits. A 5-colored stone, an external-level secret treasure that could emit 5 colors of light to bewilder and disorient targets. Valued at 5,100 merits. And a Daystar core, essential material for crafting divine weapons, or as a consumable, with each use diminishing its inherent spirit. Usable up to 5 times, valued at 27,000 merits. With these treasures, even the most formidable master could potentially be vanquished. Even if he did not personally utilize them, they could easily be sold to others without incurring significant losses. As he made his exchanges, Zhang Yuanshan stepped forward to vaguely introduce the 6 of them, albeit without mentioning their sex. Who could say whether they might become adversaries in the future? Subsequently, Luo Xingyi also hinted at his cultivation level and the martial arts he excelled in. After hearing his description, Zhang Yuanshan recalled the young talents he was aware of and ultimately deduced Luo Xingyi's identity. Iron Fist, Invincible Luo Xingyi, ranked 30th on the renowned list. After Zhang Yuanshan uttered these words, Luo Xingyi readily acknowledged them. At that moment, darkness suddenly enveloped the surroundings, casting heavy shadows. The cold and indifferent voice of the master of the six paths of reincarnation echoed. According to the legends of this realm, the demon lord forcefully breached the 9 heavens, only to meet his demise at the hands of an immortal. Subsequently, the remnants of the demon lord's body fell to the earth, forming a demonic grave on the sacred fire mountain, where the demonic flames have burned unceasingly through the ages. The immortals, unable to bear the rampant demonic energy plaguing the mortal realm, forged 4 sealing artifacts as gifts to the world. From this foundation, the 4 major sects gradually took shape. Every 60 years, when the demonic energy surged, these sects would break through the demon cult's defenses to seal the demonic grave. Upon hearing the main quest, Zhang Yuanshan spoke clearly. This time, we must first head to Fengyan Manor to join the ranks of the 4 major sects and assist them in sealing the demonic grave. However, we did not anticipate that this would turn into a faction confrontation, where we would encounter reincarnators from the demon cult. For every enemy reincarnator slain, all members would earn corresponding merit, while the death of a team member would result in the deduction of the same merit. Those in the Gathering Chi stage would earn 50 merits, those below the 6 apertures would earn 100, and those above would earn 200. A first-rate expert would yield 1,000 merits. Lin Yang recounted with a calm demeanor. Meanwhile, the ever-scheming Xia Chulin, who had been scrutinizing everyone with a sly grin, now wore an exceedingly grim expression. He muttered darkly, how could there be first-rate experts from the opposing faction? The emergence of a first-rate expert within the task clearly indicated the presence of such formidable power on the enemy's side, warranting the corresponding rewards. The term first-rate expert also referred to individuals in the first 3 layers of the external realm, while layers 4, 5, and 6 were reserved for peak experts. And the masters of layers 7, 8, and 9 were considered grandmasters, straddling the threshold of the 3rd layer of the celestial ladder. Brother Zhang, could it be that your team harbors an external realm expert? Luo Xingyi inquired gravely, suspecting that Zhang Yuanshan had concealed this information. Zhang Yuanshan shook his head, indicating otherwise, though internally he marveled that even the master of the 6 paths of reincarnation acknowledged Lin Yang's prowess, thus arranging for a first-rate expert in the faction confrontation. Seeing Luo Xingyi and the others on the verge of being overwhelmed by the pressure from the external realm, Lin Yang stepped forward and declared, I am the strongest in our team, and I am presently only at the opening aperture level. With his hair tied back, clad in silver attire, and draped in a silver divine cloak, he seemed to glide through space itself, his appearance making it impossible for those unfamiliar with him to recognize him. Had he donned his previous attire, Luo Xingyi and the others well-versed in the rankings would have identified him instantly. Pray tell, who might you be? Luo Xingyi asked, his eyes filled with uncertainty, knowing only that the individual before him bore the surname Lin, with Zhang Yuanshan providing no further introduction. Chapter 39. Simple and Brutal. At Xintian Sect, Qingyang, Lin Yang, with an unassuming demeanor, revealed his Dao title. In this world, those of the opening aperture level were few and far between. After engaging with the opposing first-rate expert, Luo Xingyi and the others would likely deduce his identity from the rankings upon their return, making it prudent to acknowledge it now to bolster morale. Rank 1 on the list. It is said that the name returning to simplicity is Lin. Xia Dandan exclaimed in surprise, never expecting to encounter the legendary figure atop the list. The reason it was termed legendary was that he seldom ventured into the martial world after his fame spread, leaving behind only tales of his 3 moves that defeated Hijio. Even the formidable Luo Xingyi could not help but gasp in astonishment at this encounter. Xia Chulin, too, was taken aback but then forced a wry smile, saying, however, the first on the list is not from the external realm. How could the opposing faction possess a first-rate expert? Perhaps the 6 paths deem my strength sufficient to rival a first-rate expert, Lin Yang replied ambiguously. Except for his unique case, historically, the usual first-ranked individuals met their end swiftly against external realm experts. As the group conversed, dark demonic energy swirled, and a group of individuals who appeared incongruous against the backdrop of the demon cult's headquarters emerged. The demonic grave was on the verge of opening, and the 4 major sects were preparing to unite in a concerted assault on the demon cult's stronghold on Sacred Fire Mountain, aiming to obliterate their main forces and prevent the sealing of the demonic grave. Main Quest 1. Join the demon cult faction to thwart the alliance of the 4 major sects from sealing the demonic grave. Completion rewards, 300 merits. Failure results in the deduction of corresponding merits. Main Quest 2. Faction confrontation task. Eliminate the reincarnators from the 4 major factions. For each enemy in the Gathering Chi stage killed, each member of our faction earns 50 merits, while the reverse incurs a deduction of 50. For each enemy below the 6 apertures, all gain 100 merits, and for each above the 6 apertures, 200 merits are awarded, with similar penalties for failure. Ultimately, those lacking sufficient merits will face annihilation. A reincarnator, shrouded in a black robe, donning the legendary 9 Heavens Thunder God mask, spoke in a deep, gravelly voice from beneath the mask, expressing his confusion. How is it that the opposing side lacks any external realm presence? What does the six paths signify? Or is there some powerful secret treasure involved? He was a first-rate expert from the demon cult, and the crackling purple lightning emanating from him made the surrounding demonic energy retreat in fear. Even fellow reincarnators within the same faction were awed by his might, remaining silent and cowering in the corners, afraid to provoke this external realm figure. Should Meng-Chi have glimpsed the lineup of the demon cult's reincarnators, he would have exclaimed in surprise at the sight of Gu Xiaosang, the formidable Deluo Demonis, who had also entered this realm. The swirling dark demonic energy parted as a transparent figure wearing a mask resembling a human face emerged from the depths, casting a wary glance at the dazzling purple lightning. In a low voice, he said, "Please follow me to meet the master." He was one of the demon cult's 3 envoys, second only to the master. "Lead the way." The voice resonating from the 9 heavens thunder god mask boomed like true thunder, unsettling the envoy as composure. Gathering his magical energy to maintain his form, the envoy feigned nonchalance and turned to guide the gathering of demon cult reincarnators up Sacred Fire Mountain. Meanwhile, Lin Yang and his fellow reincarnators deliberated on how to accomplish their reincarnation task. Their backgrounds varied. Some were Taoists, some monks, and others commoners. It was evident that claiming to be from a single sect would not inspire trust, so they decided to masquerade as members of the same faction. While discussing potential faction names, Meng-Chi, with a mischievous grin, suggested, "Let us call ourselves the Power Guild." Luo Xingyi nodded vigorously in agreement, exclaiming, "Waking to the world's power, drunkenly reclining upon the knees of beauty? A splendid name indeed." He inquired about the origin of the name, curious if it bore any historical significance. Following this, Lin Yang and the others were treated to a whimsical retelling of the Game of Thrones, as modified by Meng-Chi. Around this time, Xia Chulin, who had ventured out to gather information, returned with valuable tidings about this world. For instance, Fengyun Manor lay merely 10 miles outside the city, and the 4 major sects consisted of Fengyun Manor, the 10,000 Swords sect, the Star-Picking Tower, and the Dawnmoon sect. Each possessed a legendary weapon, powerful beyond measure, which was the primary reason for their prominence among the 4. Furthermore, all top-tier experts hailed either from the 4 major sects or the demon cult. For centuries, no rogue top-tier expert had emerged. Based on his recollections, Lin Yang deduced that the legendary weapons of the 4 major sects were likely equivalent to mid-grade treasure weapons. In a world that had never birthed an external realm, it was entirely reasonable for such weapons to be referred to as divine artifacts. The rumors stated that these 4 divine artifacts were crafted by immortals and bestowed upon the mortal realm to suppress the demonic grave, preventing the mortal world from succumbing to demonic corruption and descending into chaos. The 10-mile journey was not far for the group, and within the span of a single incense stick's burning time, Lin Yang beheld the expansive grounds of Fengyun Manor. Numerous servants stood at the entrance, welcoming the martial heroes arriving for the Alliance Conference. Upon seeing the group of reincarnators approach, one servant promptly stepped forward, courteously inquiring about their origins. "The Power Guild?" After hearing Luo Xingyi's response, the servant furrowed his brow in thought, having never heard of such a faction. He offered a polite smile and said, "Esteemed heroes, our manor has limited guest accommodations. We kindly request that you find lodging elsewhere until the Alliance Conference commences." An unfamiliar faction was likely a minor one, unworthy of residing within Fengyun Manor, where rooms were reserved for the 4 major sects and other prominent forces in the martial world. Lin Yang, however, chose not to engage with the servant on such trivial matters. Instead, he stepped forward, his presence resonating with the power of his illustrious heritage. The shimmering light of his divine artifact, the Huangjia, emanating the extraordinary essence it possessed. In an instant, the surroundings of Fengyun Manor transformed into a searing realm, the high temperatures distorting the very air itself, causing beads of sweat to cascade down like pearls. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and the ominous rumble of thunder resonated, deafening to the ears. "Treasure, treasure, treasure weapon." Summer Dandon, a skilled swordswoman, gazed in astonishment at the dazzling blade. Upon her first glance, she perceived the weapon's extraordinary material, initially assuming it to be a mere sharp instrument, only to discover it was a treasure weapon of equal stature to the external scenery. Even though Meng-Chi and the others were familiar companions who had undergone tasks together, they too stared in disbelief, realizing that the long blade Lin Yang had always carried was, in fact, a treasure weapon, coupled with his newly acquired cloak and boots. Lin Shixiang now possessed 3 treasure items. Meng-Chi couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. The combined worth of these 3 treasure weapons likely exceeded 20,000 merits, and with the additional 20,000 merits lent to them, Lin Yang's worth surely surpassed 50,000 merits. Whence had he acquired such an abundance of merits? A flicker of doubt crossed Meng-Chi's mind, yet matters involving hidden secrets were not to be inquired about, and he could only suppress his curiosity deep within. "Who might you be?" A powerful voice boomed from within Fengyun Manor. As a tempest gathered, dispersing the heat and subtly forming a wind vortex, within which a long blade encased in a jade box was visible. Clang! As a treasure weapon of the sword category, the Fengyan Manor's guardian artifact was triggered by the influence of the dazzling blade, unleashing a portion of its formidable might. It was the Fengyan blade, the revered guardian weapon of Fengyan Manor. Some martial artists gasped in astonishment. Lin Yang, having achieved his purpose, reigned in the power of the dazzling blade and stood silently amidst the bewildered servants and martial heroes, awaiting the appearance of the manor's master. Truly, it was straightforward and decisive. Luo Xingyi, who had intended to make a show of strength to intimidate the servants, remarked, effective. He had already caught sight of a robust figure riding the winds toward them. The manor master. The servants all bowed deeply to the ground. The master of Fengyan Manor, Gu Kongshan, was an elder in his 50s with jet black hair, a straight posture, and a formidable physique that commanded respect without the need for anger. As he descended, Gu Kongshan surveyed the gathered servants, then clasped his hands toward Lin Yang and inquired solemnly, "May I ask who you are?" He regarded the unusual assembly of monk and layman before him, his mind racing with various conjectures. And then there was that power that had stirred the heavens, leaving him perplexed. For centuries, there had only been 4 divine weapons bestowed by immortal beings in the world. Why had another suddenly appeared? Was there a change in the devil's tomb, prompting the immortals to bestow a new weapon? One, or perhaps more? Gu Kongshan pondered numerous possibilities in that brief moment. I, the Power Association, have heard that Master Gu is convening an alliance meeting to unite the forces of the 4 major sects to suppress the devil's tomb, and thus have come to offer assistance. Lin Yang succinctly introduced the purpose of their visit. I see, Gu Kongshan replied, his mind racing with myriad thoughts. Yet his face broke into a warm smile as he gestured for the group to follow him inside, saying, "Do not think that Fengyan Manor has neglected you." Navigating through the ornamental rockery and fish ponds, he led them to the conference hall. Once everyone was seated, Gu Kongshan directly addressed Lin Yang. "May I inquire about the matter of the heavenly fire you invoked just now?" "There is no need for the manor master to concern himself with that," Lin Yang replied, his gaze fixed intently upon him. "What is of greater importance is that several mysterious powerhouses have emerged from the demonic faction. I implore you to exercise caution when confronting them, lest you fall victim to their schemes." Not wishing to press further, Gu Kongshan casually followed up, "Mysterious powerhouses? What is their level of cultivation?" In the world, experts typically hail from either the 4 major sects or the demonic faction. It was improbable for any mysterious masters to materialize out of nowhere, and such claims could easily be dismissed as alarmist rhetoric. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Gu Kongshan's expression faltered. Were not these individuals before him also unassuming yet formidable masters? Thus, he braced himself, eager to hear more about these so-called mysterious powerhouses. Among the others, there is one whose cultivation far surpasses mine, comparable to the fully revived Fengyan blade. Lin Yang's solemn words struck Gu Kongshan like a heavy weight. The cultivation system in this realm was distinct, not adhering to the conventional paths of enlightenment. Thus Lin Yang could only roughly gauge that Gu Kongshan's prowess was likely at the pinnacle of the 9 apertures. His physical constitution, having not yet opened the innate 9 apertures, resembled that of a martial artist accumulating energy, yet he possessed the ability to commune with the winds of heaven, a gift not afforded to those at the 9 apertures level. Comparable to the fully revived Fengyan blade? How could that be possible? Gu Kongshan's expression changed abruptly. His first instinct was to dismiss the notion that this individual was lying, yet he quickly negated that thought. The truth would be revealed days later at the demon faction's headquarters, the sacred Fire Mountain. "Might I inquire about the cultivation level of Master Gu?" At that moment, Luo Xingyi stood and clasped his fists in inquiry. Gu Kongshan, burdened by heavy thoughts, was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected question. Yet, without further deliberation, he candidly replied, "I stand at the pinnacle of the communication of mysteries, a mere step away from entering the divine realm." Upon hearing this, Lin Yang discreetly conveyed to Meng Qi and the others, his cultivation is likely equivalent to having all 9 apertures opened. In rough terms, entering the divine realm should be on par with a half-step into the external realm. As one of the leaders of the 4 major sects, Gu Kongshan's prowess at the pinnacle of the communication of mysteries implied that the other 3 were likely not far behind. Based on his extensive experience, Meng Qi made a judgment. He continued to transmit. Since the demonic faction has not been eradicated, their strength likely does not fall far behind that of the 4 major sects. It stands to reason that they might have 2 or 3 at the pinnacle of the communication of mysteries. However, I have not heard of any guardian divine weapons from the demonic faction, which may be why the 4 major sects maintain an advantage. According to the task description, as the defending party, the demonic faction's strength was undoubtedly weaker than that of the attacking alliance of the 4 major sections. Otherwise, they would not be awaiting the alliance's arrival to seal the devil's tomb, but would instead annihilate their adversaries. Be vigilant. I must contend with the unknown elite from the demonic faction and cannot divide my attention, Lin Yang cautioned. Meng Qi and the others acknowledged his warning in their internal communications. After some further pleasantries, the preoccupied Gu Kongshan personally led the group to a guest house. He instructed the servants to cater to their every need before hastily departing. Once Gu Kongshan had left, the group selected their rooms. Lin Yang, eager to study the secret treasures he had exchanged, departed first, while Jiang Zhui and Qi Jingyan, feeling somewhat irked by the domineering nature of Luo Xingyi, conferred for a while before deciding on their strategies and retreating to their own rooms to rest. Meng Qi, keen to return to his training of the 5th level of the Golden Bell Shield, wasted no time and remained only with Zhang Yuanshan and Fu Xinjin. While Summer Dandan and her brother exchanged a few more words, Lin Yang sat cross-legged on his bed, toying with a 5-inch, 7-dimension nail. This was the heart-piercing nail. Treasures from the world of the investiture of the gods were indeed extraordinary. Even an ordinary person, with the right handling, could slay beings from the external realm. Such treasures were unheard of in the main world, where no artifacts existed that could be wielded without cultivation. Should he encounter a reincarnator, caution would be paramount. Lin Yang thought of the unknown elite from the demonic faction, who, as a being from the external realm, might possess a few secret treasures of their own. Confronting such an elite necessitated the utmost exertion to eliminate them. Otherwise, once they unleashed their treasures, his life could very well be in jeopardy. Having devised a rudimentary plan, Lin Yang stowed the heart-piercing nail into his mustard seed ring and took out a 5-colored wonderstone to play with. To any observer, it would merely appear as an ordinary stone, devoid of any associations with treasures of the sort. This 5-colored stone, unlike other treasures which had usage limits, could be reused indefinitely as long as its material remained intact, making it an exceptionally cost-effective treasure. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a rhythmic knock echoed at the door. 3 short knocks followed by 1 long. Having sensed the visitor through his mental perception, Lin Yang remained seated, and the door appeared to open slowly, as if by an invisible hand. The visitor was Zhang Yuanshan and Fu Xinjin, the couple. With a mischievous smile, he remarked, "In such a splendid moment, why are you two not seizing the opportunity to rest? What brings you here?" The two were separated by their respective sects and could only briefly come together during reincarnation tasks, making their time together rare and precious. Immediately blushing at his comment, the bashful Fu Zhenjin lowered her gaze to her toes. Zhang Yuanshan gently patted her fragrant shoulder and stepped forward to introduce. Zhenjin is genuinely concerned about the possibility of enemies sending venomous insects to launch a surprise attack at night. Thus, she has concocted a powder using realgar, 5 woozy seeds, and root poisons, which can deter most venomous insect from approaching. In the time since Fu Zhenjin last exchanged for the divine manuscript of Medicine King, she had already mastered much of its content. After Zhang Yuanshan concluded, Fu Zhenjin nodded her head slightly, her gaze lowered. "I appreciate the effort you both have put in." Lin Yang expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that while he feared no poisonous creatures, their presence was certainly bothersome. Moreover, he was aware that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, a pestering reincarnator from a demonic sect would arrive tonight. "You have granted us a great favor. There is no need for thanks." Zhang Yuanshan waved his hand dismissively, while Fu Zhenjin sprinkled the powder at the door and along the window sill, ensuring that no venomous insects would intrude upon their abode. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang Yuanshan and Fu Zhenjin proceeded to Meng Qi's room to apply the powder, while Lin Yang continued to play with the colorful stone in his hand. In the 41st chapter, titled Tenjiang of Red Dust, the night passed without incident. Lin Yang did not encounter the anticipated attack, likely due to the presence of a formidable expert, which altered the course of events. With no unexpected assault, the 3 major sects, Wanjian Sect, Zhaixing Tower, and Xiaoya Gate, arrived at Fengyan Manor as scheduled. At Gukong Mountain, the leaders of Wanjian Sect, the elderly guardian of Xiaoya Gate, and Lord Luo of Zhaixing Tower convened a grand alliance meeting in the presence of numerous martial arts practitioners, pledging to seal the demonic grave at all costs to prevent the suffering of humanity. Thanks to Lin Yang, the reincarnators found themselves seated closest to the center, ahead of many renowned martial artists. Whispers of discontent arose among some, who begrudged the younger generation sitting before established figures of the martial world. Yet they dared not challenge the authority of Fengyan Manor. In such a setting, creating a disturbance would be disrespectful to the 4 major sects, jeopardizing their standing in the martial realm. As the alliance meeting drew to a close, a demonstration of strength ensued, with victors gaining greater influence in the forthcoming campaign. "This mage, I wish to spar with you," spoke a middle-aged man in his 40s, his hair graying, adorned in splendid attire. With narrowed eyes, he regarded Meng Qi, feeling a simmering frustration at the sight of the young monk's bald head bobbing before him, seizing the opportunity to openly chastise him for occupying a place that was not rightfully arranged by Gukong Mountain. This was Yuan Xingyun, the leader of the Daqiang gang. Some martial artists recognized his identity, exclaiming in surprise, "Yuan Xingyun is known for his straightforwardness. I did not expect him to endure until now." Others teased him, noting that from a seated position, he seemed to hold a status not inferior to that of the Daqiang gang's leader. It was rumored that Yuan Xingyun had fortuitously formed a connection with Xiaoya Gate, his martial prowess surpassing that of internal masters, having entered the realm of Tanyu. A youth of moderate height, who bore a sword sheath at his waist, recalled rumors from 2 years prior. Whether true or false would soon be revealed. After all, the young monk seated at the front was undoubtedly an internal master. The Wanjian sect leader turned to Gukong Mountain, who, despite his direct nature, refrained from dominating the conversation in this venue. Aside from our 4 major sects, who possess the power of our sect's divine weapons to achieve Tanyu, no common martial artist, no matter how skilled in internal arts, can rival the extraordinary abilities of Tanyu. Their combat would merely be a waste of time. The elderly guardian of Xiaoyagate bluntly articulated the Wanjian sect leader's unspoken thoughts. Indeed, as he stated, it was unfortunate that the reincarnators did not cultivate the path of Tanyu. Each was not weaker than an ordinary Tanyu practitioner, which would surely astonish those accustomed to conventional perceptions. Lord Luo observed the situation before him in silence, knowing that the battles at hand could be resolved in mere moments. The Daqiang gang leader, who achieved Tanyu through the weaving of Xiaoya, was not someone an ordinary monk could compare with. Ba, since you have extended such a warm invitation, this humble monk shall not hold back, Meng Qi remarked with a smile, stepping onto the arena with a sense of eagerness. For if their small team could secure the ultimate authority, it would be most advantageous. Yuan Xingyun snorted contemptuously and ascended the bluestone arena in a few strides. The two standing several paces apart, facing each other. In that case, allow me to serve as the judge, Gukong Mountain declared, waving away the disciple who was meant to officiate, his smile betraying an intent to observe the capabilities of this powerful gang leader. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. He glanced around the venue, his gaze momentarily lingering on Lin Yang, before shifting back to the 2 combatants. Prepare yourselves, you may begin when ready. As soon as the last word fell, Yuan Xingyun coldly scoffed, a proud expression crossing his face. With hands clasped behind his back, he spoke like a hermit from the outside world. Little monk, I am over 10 years your senior. I shall not deceive you. I will allow you to use one hand and even grant you the first strike, lest it be said that I, the leader of the gang, bully the weak. Lin Yang could not stifle a laugh, having encountered such boastful characters time and again during his missions in low martial worlds. Did this middle-aged man in splendid attire not realize that Meng Qi possessed the strength to eliminate 6 or 7 openings? How could he, barely equating to 2 openings, exude such confidence? The atmosphere was not entirely silent, yet Lin Yang's unexpected laughter pierced the air, drawing the attention of many martial artists toward the source of the sound. My apologies, Lin Yang waved his hands dismissively, signaling for others to disregard it. He stroked his chin, pondering inwardly. Was it that my time of cultivation was insufficient, leaving my state of mind lacking, or was my sense of humor simply too low? Though aware that the man's reasoning was not flawed, he believed that, given his presence, his own understanding deserved respect. Yes, that was it. Who is this impudent junior, lacking in decorum, to sit at the forefront beyond our ranks? The elderly guardian of Xiaoyagate cast a disdainful sidelong glance, his tone sharp. Hailing from Xiaoyagate, he had always looked down upon the common folk of the martial world, detesting those who could never hope to reach Tanyu. Had it not been for a fortuitous encounter, Yuan Xingyun would never have achieved Tanyu through the divine weapon of Xiaoya. Upon hearing this, Gukong Mountain's expression shifted, and he quickly glanced at Lin Yang. Not detecting anything amiss, he whispered, exercise caution. I will explain matters later. The 3 major sects had commenced the alliance meeting immediately upon their arrival, and he had yet to brief their leaders on Lin Yang and his companions. His careful demeanor drew the attention of the Wanjian sect leader and Lord Luo, who turned to scrutinize Lin Yang, yet after a long gaze, could discern nothing unusual. The elderly guardian of Xiaoyagate ceased his remarks, aware that there must be hidden circumstances at play. As the venue fell silent once more, Meng Qi lifted his gaze slightly, contemplating the ceiling for a few moments. Before Yuan Xingyun could express his impatience, he sighed softly. Ba, since you have spoken thus, this humble monk shall not hold back. I hope for your understanding. In his hand, the red sun exorcising blade resembled an ordinary ceremonial knife, yet its blade subtly shimmered with a crimson luster, adorned with patterns akin to scriptures. It was indeed a weapon of exceptional quality. Behold my blade, Meng Qi proclaimed loudly, performing the necessary formalities. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xingyun smiled, preparing to unleash his unique Tanyu abilities. A dazzling flash of blade light danced into view, enveloping 10 zhang of red dust, as if embodying the unattainable desires harbored within every heart. The blade light, ethereal and multifaceted, morphed into myriad forms. Yuan Xingyun envisioned himself, endowed with the divine weapons of the 4 major sects, single-handedly subduing the demonic grave, achieving unparalleled mastery, and stepping into a realm untraversed by mortals for centuries. He saw himself commanding the divine artifacts of the nation, surrounded by throngs of beautiful concubines, ushering in an era of peace, favorable weather, and universal acclaim as the Holy Emperor. Ultimately, he imagined ascending to the celestial realm, breaking through the void. Such visions were exquisitely beautiful, profoundly sweet, and utterly entrapping. The martial arts practitioners, upon witnessing that dazzling flash of blade light, found their hearts ensnared in 10,000 shades of worldly entanglement, unable to extricate themselves. Some flushed with embarrassment, others turned crimson with fervor, while some erupted in wild laughter. A myriad of reactions unfolded. Golden riches, renowned within the martial realm, exquisite wines, enchanting beauties, and the audacity to embrace life and death. Each face bore a smile, as if savoring these bounties. Even the leaders of the four great sects gazed with wide eyes, transfixed by that singular strike. As the brilliance dimmed, reality dawned. All present were jolted from their reverie, feeling an overwhelming sense of loss, yearning to relive that exquisite moment once more. Indeed, Lin Yang's eyes shimmered with approval. That strike pierced the very essence of the heart, rendering all desires insurmountable. It was truly a masterstroke of the Buddhist sect, the Ananda breaking precepts blade technique. Chapter 42. The stage is set. Yuan Shinkong gazed at the crimson jade doll, adorned with intricate scriptures resting against his throat, sensing a slight sting at his neck. You too are a master of the ethereal. He mused in silence before calmly declaring, I am defeated. As soon as the words left his lips, he turned away from the bluestone arena without a backward glance. He had intended to seize this opportunity to declare himself a master of the ethereal, thereby enhancing his faction's strength, only to encounter a prodigious youth of merely 15 or 16 years. Gu Kongshan spoke softly. The victor is Zhending. Amipa, Meng Qi, garb in a pristine moon-white monk's robe, wore a gentle smile as he also departed the arena. This victory, the aspirations of the martial world, paled in comparison to Lin Yang's simple yet profound commendation of indeed, a testimony from the foremost master beneath the external guise. Little did one expect that the young monk had such profound mastery over the ephemeral, and it would not be long before he graced the ranks of the revered. Jiang Jiwei's eyes flickered with interest as she mused quietly. From the onset of her first reincarnation task, she had witnessed Meng Qi's remarkable journey from an inconsequential novice monk to his current stature, leaving her deeply moved. Indeed, to be part of the same team as the Qingyang from Xintian sect, even if only having opened 2 orifices, was no small feat. Luo Xingyi felt a chill in his heart. That previous strike was one he could not confidently counter. Fellow swordsman Xiao Dandan fixated on the radiant red sun exorcising blade in Meng Qi's grasp, thoughts swirling. A fine blade, a splendid technique. Yet it paled in comparison to the one wielded by Qingyang. She wondered when she might afford such a treasured weapon. Master of the ethereal, the swordsman, adorned with a sheathed sword at his waist, was taken aback. To think that a mere youth of 15 or 16 possessed such extraordinary abilities. Was this a force that stirred the beauty within one's heart? Luo, the lord of the star-picking tower, speculated based on his own knowledge. It was his first encounter with such a capability that influenced the human spirit. Indeed, it was the unheard-of force of the ethereal, or perhaps it was derived from that mysterious divine weapon. Gu Kongshan's gaze remained fixed on Meng Qi's retreating figure. Gu Zhuangzhu, what is the origin of these young individuals? Surely, each possesses ethereal powers. It cannot be that the leader of the Yuan faction randomly selected the strongest among them. The head of the Wanjian sect withdrew his gaze from the arena, turning to Gu Kongshan. He could not entirely dismiss the young monk's strike, which led him to question the identities of these individuals. As Gu Kongshan was about to elucidate in response to the inquisitive stares of the 3 great sect leaders, a silver-white figure suddenly appeared on the bluestone arena. Upon recognizing the individual, his pupils constricted, and he shook his head with a wry smile. Patience. I shall address you shortly. Having ascended the arena, a challenge was inevitable. As for the one being challenged, Gu Kongshan's gaze involuntarily flicked to the guardian elder, a fleeting glimmer of mischief in his eyes. He was well aware that the young man bore a mysterious and formidable divine weapon. As long as his own strength was not significantly lacking, it could spell disaster for the guardian elder. Lin Yang's gaze swept across the assembly, a smile gracing his lips. Since the victor wields greater authority regarding the sealing of the demon tomb, I, Lin, humbly seek to learn from your esteemed techniques. He directed his gaze towards the seated guardian elder, who, despite being looked up to, felt as though he was being scrutinized from above by this young man. In that moment, the guardian elder experienced a disorienting sensation of spatial inversion. Lin Yang clasped his fists, proclaiming loudly, I challenge the Xiaoya sect, guardian elder. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. None could have anticipated that someone would dare to challenge the leaders of the 4 great sections. Before the guardian elder could respond, Lin Yang, hands behind his back, spoke with utmost sincerity. Out of respect for your years, I shall allow you one hand and permit you to strike first. Lest it be said that Lin has taken advantage of the elderly and weak. He had wholly emulated Yuan Shinkong's arrogance. Here was an ideal opportunity to assert his own prowess, and the guardian elder had conveniently stepped forward to oblige. Was he out his mind? How could he dare to provoke the guardian elder so brazenly? The youth of average height gazed in astonishment at Lin Yang on the bluestone arena. The guardian elder had long since reached the pinnacle of ethereal mastery. Even if this young man also possessed ethereal abilities, he could not possibly stand against him. A scholar wielding a feather fan voiced his judgment, lightly waving the fan as he spoke. To dare boast of allowing one hand. How brazen. While some were dismayed by Lin Yang's audacity, many were envious of his youth and the attention he commanded at this moment, while they themselves languished in obscurity. Meng Qi, Jiang Zhui, and others maintained their composure. They believed that even if the guardian elder were to relinquish both hands and feet, he could not secure victory. Even those like Luo Shengyi, who had only a vague understanding of Lin Yang's strength, and the Xia siblings, shared no apprehension. The top-ranking individual on the human list was certainly not one to be taken lightly. Let us hope you do not come to regret this. The guardian elder, contrary to the expectations of the onlookers, exhibited no anger, his demeanor calm. If he could not discern that this young man was a formidable master from Gu Kongshan's strange demeanor, he would have wasted his years. The ethereal marvel manifested, and a sphere of silver-white moonlight suddenly illuminated the bluestone arena, from which the guardian elder emerged. It is the power of the ethereal. Gasps arose from the crowd below. They had not anticipated witnessing two forms of ethereal marvels in one day. The guardian elder wielded the ethereal power of the moon, capable of commanding the might of the full moon. A voice among the crowd, having witnessed the guardian elder in action years prior, elucidated. Is it not equal to the brilliance of the sun, one of the mightiest forces in the world? Soon, those with profound understanding of ethereal marvels expressed their astonishment. The powers of the ethereal were not limited to the spiritual and mental realms they had just encountered, discarding the vile attributes of demonic sects. They encompassed the elements of sun, moon, earth, water, wind, fire, thunder, metal, and wood. Among these, the sun and moon were the most potent ethereal forces, capable of firmly suppressing others of lesser standing. Unless the individual clad in the silver-white cloak wielded the ethereal power of the sun at its zenith, he stood no chance of victory. A scholar in green garb murmured, seated among the leaders of factions, based on yesterday's celestial phenomena. It is more likely that his ethereal power is of fire rather than of the sun. Gu Kongshan, seated above, rendered his judgment in silence. As Lin Yang listened to the myriad discussions among the martial artists below, he shook his head inwardly. The cultivation system of this world seemed more akin to that of extraordinary abilities rather than martial prowess. It is time for me to take action. As the guardian elder spoke, it was as if a bright moon hung in the air, casting a cold, silvery light. Gradually, the guardian elder's form became translucent beneath the moonlight, as if merging with its luminescence. In Lin Yang's spiritual perception, there was no one else on the arena save for him. The area, illuminated by moonlight, was suffused with the guardian elder's presence. Gone? The swordsman exclaimed in shock, taken aback by how swiftly the guardian elder vanished without a trace. Faced with such an enigmatic technique, how were these internal martial experts to respond? Many martial artists furrowed their brows in deep contemplation, yet they could devise no strategy. If they could not even detect the enemy's whereabouts, what could they possibly do? Quite intriguing. A glimmer of delight flickered in Lin Yang's eyes. Chapter 43. Sword Heart Hell. Should I encounter such a scenario, I would have no choice but to wield my sword without self, for only then might I have a chance to break this deadlock. Jiang Ziwei's thoughts flitted through her mind. The sword emerging without self is the ultimate technique of the Dharma body. It is an understanding of the Tao, cutting through principles. As long as one grasps the vital energy, even in this moment, one could inflict harm upon the elder guardian, who is transformed into moonlight. She gazed upward, her bright eyes shimmering at the illusory full moon. To her knowledge, the Xintian sect had yet to possess a technique akin to the sword emerging without self. She was eager to observe how Lin Yang would respond to this situation, to truly witness the brilliance of a number one on the human ranking. Zhang Yuanshan compared his thoughts internally. Truly, he was worthy of being a pinnacle master of this realm. Even if I exhaust all my means, victory remains elusive. Just as each person pondered their own thoughts, an unexpected change occurred on the stage. Blades, swords, spears, and halberds, all forged from moonlight, surged forth with a chilling sound, encircling Lin Yang from all directions, leaving him no avenue of escape. The outcome was all but determined. The scholar shook his head with a sigh. With just this single technique, the elder guardian could obliterate an entire sect, truly deserving of being one of the strongest in the world. He couldn't help but recall several masters from the demon sect, who were hardly inferior to the elder guardian. If not for the demon sect's reliance on demonic energy to achieve enlightenment, their twisted nature and inability to escape the pervasive demonic energy of the sacred fire mountain, countless seekers of power would have surely succumbed to its embrace. A fleeting flicker of confusion crossed Gu Kongshan's eyes. He could not comprehend why, at such a critical juncture, Lin Yang had yet to unleash the power of the divine weapon. If he were to reveal even a hint of the divine weapon's strength, the elder guardian's transcendent abilities would crumble in the vast upheaval of the world. Regrettably, he is simply too weak. As he observed the onslaught of blades, swords, spears, and halberds, Lin Yang let out a soft sigh. Even if the intensity of the attack were to multiply tenfold or 100-fold, he could effortlessly withstand it with a mere flick of his cloak. To obtain sufficient authority, he must defeat the Elder Guardian with overwhelming prowess. Lin Yang felt a stirring in his heart, and the sword heart of hell instantly extended and spread. In the blink of an eye, it solidified the entire venue. Blades, swords, spears, and halberds, gentle breezes, falling leaves, buzzing insects, smoke, and all present, whether Gu Kongshan or the master of the 10,000 swords, regardless of wealth or poverty. All became suspended in that instant. From the outside, the venue resembled a painted scroll. Shock, fear, and bewilderment flickered in everyone's eyes, as they could not comprehend how. In a fleeting moment, they were rendered incapable of controlling themselves. Could this be the transcendent power of enlightenment? Meng Qi felt a jolt in his heart. This power that froze everything felt somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall which technique it belonged to. Was it the sword heart of hell, as seen in the 23 swords? Jiang Zhui, sensing the sword energy saturating the air, could not help but speculate. But she quickly dismissed the thought. She concluded that the 23 swords belonged to the pinnacle level, even in external appearances. Not even a master from the 9 heavens could wield this technique with carefree abandon, let alone a martial artist who had merely opened their acupoints. Little did she know that there existed an anomaly like Lin Yang, capable of cultivating techniques beyond his realm to such an extent of mastery. Everything in the venue remained frozen. Lin Yang struck forth with a palm, cleaving through the moonlight, flames soaring. The fiercely burning palm imprint crashed upon the Elder Guardian in an instant. At the moment of his strike, he seized the opportunity as the Elder Guardian's defenses faltered. The searing heat of the palm imprint instantly incinerated the Elder Guardian's garments, leaving behind scorching burns upon his aged skin. Had Lin Yang not shown mercy, the flames birthed from the Fire Emperor's technique would have reduced the Elder Guardian to ashes in an instant. What now? Lin Yang declared himself the strongest in this encounter. Does anyone dare to dispute that? He did not bother to glance at the seemingly defeated Elder Guardian, his gaze sweeping over Gu Kongshan and the others. If the 4 major sects continued to squabble for 2 more days, he would likely find himself at the mercy of the demon sect's reincarnators. Noticing the arena remained shrouded in silence, Lin Yang willed the sword heart of hell to retract, and the blades, swords, spears, and halberds dissolved into specks of moonlight. Simultaneously, the Elder Guardian emitted a long repressed groan, his voice low and heavy. I have no objections. After uttering this, he felt no shame in vacating the arena. With a flash of moonlight, he vanished without a trace. The astonishment in Lord Luo's eyes gradually faded, and he nodded in agreement. This fellow's strength transcends the mundane. He is indeed capable of leading us in sealing the demon tomb. The master of the 10,000 swords remained silent, evidently acquiescing to Lin Yang's words. Even without employing the Taohua sword, he could not withstand the recently solidified power of enlightenment. Thus, it was settled. Shortly, we shall instruct the disciples of each sect to adhere to the orders. As the host, Gu Kongshan solemnly concluded the alliance conference. A shadow of gloom enveloped his spirit. If such a strong individual could easily defeat the Elder Guardian without wielding a divine weapon, how formidable must the terrifying enemy he spoke of truly be? Was it indeed, as he claimed, equal to the celestial realm of divine beings? A momentous news indeed. A mysterious youth of enlightenment has emerged, effortlessly defeating the Elder Guardian. The scholar-dressed man seemed to have taken an exhilarating stimulant, his eyes sparkling as he murmured to himself, his folding fan tapping incessantly. What manner of power is this that can freeze everything? The martial artist, who prided himself on his profound understanding of various forms of enlightenment, was utterly confounded, as were the previously captivating phenomena of enlightenment, which were both unheard of and astonishingly potent. Who is this individual? From what sect does he hail? The previously mocking leader of the Yuanqing Kong faction inquired of those around him. It was rumored that the young monk and the figure in the silver-white cloak both originated from an organization known as the Power Gang. Had anyone heard of this Power Gang? What kind of force could produce such a terrifying supreme being? Upon hearing his words, the scholar felt compelled to explain, yet he was beset by further doubts. The Power Gang? Such ambition in the name of power. Hearing the scholar's words, many leaders felt a jolt in their hearts, sensing a hint of foreboding. The invincible posture of the figure in the silver-white cloak lingered in their minds. If he were to unify the martial world, what then? When the mountain road is reached, a way will surely be found, as the 4 major sects prepare to seal the demon tomb. Who knows what might transpire? The initial speaker appeared rather optimistic, yet one could hardly fathom how such a character had ascended to their current standing. Enlightenment, enlightenment. The martial artist was flooded with a profound yearning, coupled with a sense of injustice. Why should the 4 major sects, armed with divine weapons bestowed by celestial beings, be able to access enlightenment, while ordinary martial practitioners find themselves at a dead end upon reaching the internal realm? Amidst the myriad thoughts swirling in the crowd, Gu Kongshan announced the conclusion of the alliance conference, proclaiming that a banquet had been prepared within the manor to host the fellow martial artists. Lin Yang, alongside Meng Qi and others, strolled together, noting how the martial practitioners respectfully cleared the path. refraining from any impropriety. Senior brother Lin, what was that technique you just executed? Jiang Jiwei could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired. The 23 swords, Lin Yang replied with a slight smile. Impossible. Meng Qi's heart jolted. He was all too familiar with the 23 swords, a technique that could only be wielded at the cost of one's life, embodying the sword of the heart. The sword of the soul, the sword of intent. Such a terrifying external technique. Even the pinnacle masters would meet certain death in its execution, with no chance of survival. Yet, recalling the power that had frozen everything, Meng Qi had to concede that it was indeed the 23 swords. Truly, it was the sword heart of hell. Jiang Jiwei's bright eyes shimmered with realization as she looked at Lin Yang in reverence. Having seen the introduction of the 23 swords in the 6 paths, she was astonished that Lin Yang could cultivate this technique to such a degree of mastery with his acupoint opening cultivation. In that fleeting moment of his thought, all those frozen would have been claimed by the invisible sword energy in the blink of an eye. Chapter 44, Surprise Attack. In the legends of this world, the demon lord forcibly breached the 9 heavens, meeting his end at the hands of celestial beings. Subsequently, his remnants fell to the earth, forming the demon tomb upon the sacred fire mountain, where the flames of the demon remain ever ablaze. Every 60 years, the demonic energy surges. Those tainted by it descend into madness, embracing the demonic path, while their martial prowess soars, rendering enlightenment no longer a mere fantasy. The peril, however, lies in their inability to stray far from the demon tomb. Rumor has it that should a great fortune and destiny manifest, the gates of the demon tomb will swing wide open, allowing one to seize the remnants and legacy of the demon lord, thus enabling a resurgence of demonic presence in the mortal realm, aiming straight for the heavens. The scorching and arid expanse of the desert earth, with hot winds assaulting the senses, leaves one drenched in sweat. What should have been an uninhabited land of the dead now bears witness to a contingent of over 100 individuals, their attire subtly categorized into 4 distinct factions. They represent the alliance of the 4 major sections. At Lin Yang's behest, this expedition has excluded disciples who have yet to attain the enlightenment stage. Even the weakest among them has just begun to tread the path of understanding. The 4 leaders of the sects, akin to guardians of sacred idols, bear their respective clans' treasured weapons, the Wind and Cloud Blade, the Taiwa Sword, the Dawn Weaver, and the Star Plucking Hand. While toying with the 5-colored stone, Lin Yang refrained from revealing that the outcome of this battle had been predetermined to be independent of them from the very beginning. The control over the sect alliance was merely a strategy to mitigate the incessant disturbances from the cult of demons along the journey. Had it not been for the apprehension regarding their potential hidden treasures and the lingering will of the demon lord at the Holy Fire Mountain, this mission could have been completed in mere hours, devoid of the current complications. Though the realm is said to have been vanquished by the hands of the celestial being, Lin Yang is aware of the deeper secrets entwined within this narrative. In the ancient epics of the true realm, the demon lord, upon first crossing to the other side, led the malevolent spirits of the underworld to assault the heavenly realms, igniting a cataclysmic upheaval across the myriad worlds. Ultimately, the celestial emperor quelled this uprising with the imprint of celestial law, scattering the remnants of the demon lord across the cosmos. The legend in this world is but a faint echo of that tumultuous history, allowing every soul tainted by demonic essence to vaguely sense its presence. The celestial emperor harbors a personal vendetta against the demon lord, and Lin Yang shudders to contemplate what awaits him upon entering the Holy Fire Mountain. Thus, Lin Yang intends to utilize the members of the 4 Sects Alliance to launch an assault on the Holy Fire Mountain, drawing out the formidable expert of the demon cult, thereby creating an opportunity for Qi Jingyan and others to penetrate the mountain. If, as foretold, Qi Jingyan successfully inherits the legacy of the demon lord, the tomb shall collapse without the support of the demon lord's will, leading to the natural completion of their task. The treasured weapons of the 4 sects have little bearing on the events to unfold. Even if they sense the eruption of the demon tomb and autonomously seek to suppress it, their efforts will yield little success, for this time is distinct. The demon lord has chosen a successor. Once inside the Holy Fire Mountain, the responsibility lies with them, Lin Yang instructed. Luo Xingyi, upon hearing this, queried with confusion, "Brother Lin, do you not intend to accompany us into the Holy Fire Mountain?" He echoed the unvoiced concerns of Meng Qi and the others. The external threats are capable of shattering mountains and tearing apart peaks with ease. I shall draw out that expert to face him in a decisive battle outside, to prevent a clash within the Holy Fire Mountain that could lead to catastrophic collapse and unnecessary loss of life. Lin Yang's words resonated with a tragic gravity, causing Luo Xingyi and the sibling Xia Dandan to fall into a solemn silence. Even the foremost individual on the external ranking faces dire peril in such circumstances. It is surprising that Lin Yang, this prodigious talent, would choose such a perilous path for their sake. Exercise caution, Zhang Yuanshan advised tersely. It was lamentable that inadequate strength prevented him from remaining to fight. Jiang Jue pressed her lips together. She understood that even at the cost of her life, she would merely be a burden. Your swift sealing of the demon tomb is the greatest assistance you can render me. Lin Yang encouraged them with a meaningful glance. Just as he opened his mouth to speak again, his expression shifted dramatically. In an instant, he was poised to awaken the power of the radiant catastrophe. A streak of purple lightning illuminated the clear sky, and a figure, seeming to move both slowly and swiftly, descended from the heavens. Boom! The thunderblade unleashed 5 successive strikes of light. Purple lightning erupted, engulfing the heavens and the earth. In but a moment, the clear sky was shrouded in darkness. As the 5 strikes of blade light, akin to incarnations of thunder, cleaved through the center of the alliance, creating a cataclysmic explosion, the purple lightning spread, annihilating all in its path, leaving the 4 sects in disarray and heavy losses. Even Meng Qi and the others, shielded by Lin Yang, emerged covered in dust and dirt. Thunderous explosions of the 5 peaks, 7 strikes of purple lightning. It was the mythic thunder god of the 9 heavens, a remnant of the celestial being. The temperature surged several-fold in an instant, as inexplicable crimson flames ignited the world. A deep red hue, akin to a blazing sword of fire, cleaved through the void, severing the purple lightning, and aimed directly at the 9 heavens thunder god. Wherever the resplendent blade light passed, the very fabric of space appeared to ignite, transforming into pure power, amplifying the brilliance of the blade. The deep red flames in the world simultaneously morphed into slender blade lights, targeting the thunder god of the 9 heavens. This strike, Lin Yang refrained from infusing with aggressive intent, mindful of collateral damage. Otherwise, it would have resulted in an ocean of flames. Fire sovereign, incinerate the universe. The 9 heavens thunder god gasped in surprise, recognizing the profound essence within this strike. The purple lightning danced upon the thunderblade, its laws subtly shifting, merging with the thunder as it was unleashed. Boom! The thunderous roar resounded. Purple lightning descended as if a divine punishment, aiming to obliterate all, revealing the majesty and terror of thunder. At the moment of intersection between the resplendent blade light and the divine punishment of purple lightning, all existence fell silent and faded, leaving only the illumination of thunder and fire. After several breaths, the resplendent blade light dissipated, instantly transforming into a towering wall of raging flames, encircling the 9 heavens thunder god. As the wall of fire began to rise, the unimpeded divine punishment of purple lightning was about to strike the ground, but was swallowed whole by the colossal beast of thunder, the swan and eye. Quickly seal the demon tomb. Beware the cult. Lin Yang seized the opportunity to transmit a message to Meng Qi and the others. The 9 heavens thunder god, in his memory, was a being of the 3rd heaven of the external realm, vastly superior to those merely entering the external stage. Casting a fearful glance at the unpredictable phenomena unfolding in the heavens, Gukong-san, the leader of the 10,000 Swords sect, the Elder Guardian, and Master Luo disregarded the injuries of their disciples, swiftly harnessing their powers to hasten towards the holy fire mountain. Take care. Meng Qi and the others acted with resolute determination, employing their respective abilities as they raced towards the demon tomb. With a grave gaze fixed upon the towering wall of flames, which appeared as if it connected heaven and earth, Lin Yang understood that it would not confine the opponent. Even as the wall morphed into a massive hollow fireball, it began to shrink gradually. Boom! The colossal swan and eye surged upward, exploding with a resounding roar that reverberated for miles, while the divine punishment of purple lightning, having lost much of its power, struck the empty sky. Clutching the 5-colored stone tightly, Lin Yang stood ready to unleash its potential. A dazzling purple light, akin to a blade, cleaved the deep red sun in the sky in two, momentarily painting the realm in shades of purple. At the apex of the purple luminescence, a deep purple lightning sphere tore through the heavens, shattering the desert, with at its core visible a rapidly spinning thunderblade. Raging thunder rends the heavens and earth. Chapter 45. The Celestial Emperor treads through time. The spinning thunder blade tore through the sky and earth, an unavoidable force. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yang's visage appeared shrouded in a nebulous mist, his form seeming to flicker with an ethereal quality, embodying a sense of ancient time. In the depths of his profound eyes, the visage of the Celestial Emperor reflected, revealing within it a constantly shifting, indescribable essence, the quintessence of the 8-9 mysteries. Gently caressing the radiant catastrophe, Lin Yang, with a solemn expression, unleashed a single strike. The blade light ignited, illuminating the past and future. The thunder blade solidified. The flames coalesced. Red, purple, blue, yellow. The world shed all color, leaving only black and white, a profound silence. The 9 heavens thunder god, emerging from the parting flames, too, was rendered motionless, stripped of all color, resembling a lifelike sculpture of silence. Further afield, the pervasive demonic energy solidified, the howling winds froze, and the warring masses stood still. The Celestial Emperor treads through time. Lin Yang, though not deeply comprehending this technique, had already reached his limit in manifesting such a scene. Gaining a fleeting moment of respite, Lin Yang summoned the powers of two supreme weapons, divine grace bestowed upon him, traversing light years in an instant. With a single step, he advanced as if a celestial being, phasing through the void, arriving before the immobilized nine heavens thunder god. As the fire, sovereign ignited, deep red flames engulfed the blade of the radiant catastrophe, compressing and refining to the utmost, appearing to don a shroud of dark blade attire. Lin Yang wielded the blade with one hand, executing a flurry of strikes, unleashing over 1,000 slashes within a second. The god of thunder, adorned with an intricate tapestry of inky scars, was slowly engulfed in flames, allowing glimpses of the scenery behind him to seep through the wounds. Grasping the treasured artifact, Lin Yang leapt backwards, retreating over 100 paces. The stark contrast of black and white, along with the oppressive silence of the world, began to dissipate, as vibrant hues flooded back into existence. The thunderous roar of the thunderblade split the heavens and earth, and Lin Yang unleashed a dark blade of energy, stepping forth with a graceful stride that resembled a celestial ascent. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the god of thunder, who had been mercilessly carved into pieces, erupting into a cloud of ethereal light, reappearing several hundred paces away. Clearly, the fatal blow had been deflected by the artifact. Without hesitation, Lin Yang took decisive action, casting forth a streak of luminous energy. Within this stream was a 7-inch, 5-dimension nail, its intricate seals interwoven and overlapping, seemingly manifesting the grandeur of celestial principles. It radiated brilliance, its flames blinding, and in an instant, it reached the heart of the god of thunder, piercing through, leaving only a fist-sized void in its wake. The heart-piercing nail, "You shall perish." The god of thunder's anguished roar echoed, yet it was futile. Devoid of any other means of survival, he was beyond redemption. This heart-piercing nail equated to the full force of a 6-tier strike, and the moment it pierced his heart, it shattered his primordial spirit, allowing him only to utter a half-hearted lament before succumbing to the afterlife. A notification flashed before Lin Yang. He had gained 500 experience points. He took a step forward, ensuring no residual threats lingered in the air before securing the corpse of the god of thunder, muttering to himself, "What a pity. Had it not been for the slight flaw in your life-preserving artifact, I would have surely thrown the 5-colored stone to strike your face and create an opportunity for the heart-piercing nail." He reached to lift the mask, unable to suppress a chuckle. Indeed, death has not come with closed eyes. Beneath the mask lay a visage marked by a rugged determination, his gaze fixated on the heavens, revealing traces of unwillingness and a whisper of nostalgia for the mortal realm. Seizing the moment before the body grew cold and the power fully returned to the cosmos, Lin Yang invoked the Sacred Heart incantation, assimilating the remaining energy of the corpse, exponentially enhancing his own celestial essence. "You have bequeathed me your legacy. Consider it your cremation fee. If you disagree, simply blink." Lin Yang regarded him, patiently awaiting a second. Before concluding, "Then, that is an agreement. May our collaboration be fruitful." Crimson flames surged forth, and within mere breaths, the body was reduced to ashes, leaving no remnants. Only then did he forcefully activate the mustard seed ring in his possession, beginning the inheritance of the legacy. 1 thunderblade, 1 secret artifact of Een Thunder, 1 7th-grade white lotus platform for emerald-hued elixirs, and approximately 10,000 taels of silver. This constituted the entirety of the god of thunder's wealth, the specific value and efficacy of which could only be discerned upon returning to the reincarnation square. Seated in mid-air, Lin Yang emanated an aura of lofty grace, his mind serene and expansive, engaging in profound communion across light years. Harnessing his unique domain power, he extended his perception over 100 miles, locking onto 5 distinct and anomalous energies. "Since you dared to depart from the demon tomb, do not blame my hand for its mercilessness now that your essence is no longer veiled by demonic miasma." With this thought, he unleashed 5 brilliant slashes of blade energy towards the horizon, cleaving through the sky. The god of thunder, a reincarnator of the demon sect, had been slain by the reincarnators of the 4 major sects, each member of the demon sect losing 1,000 merits. The cold, authoritative voice of the Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation resonated in the minds of the combatants, akin to a thunderous bolt, leaving the members of the demon sect momentarily dazed. The god of thunder of the external realm has perished? How little time has passed since his departure from the holy fire mountain? Barely more than the burning of a single incense stick. Who could have slain him? The members of the demon sect, engaged in battle across various locales with Meng Qi and others, were momentarily stunned. The demise of the god of thunder was utterly unforeseen. Gu Xiaosang swiftly made a decision, abandoning Luo Shengyi and retreating back to the demon sect's headquarters. Damn it, 1,000 merits deducted just like that. The demon sect reincarnator with a peculiar eye on his forehead twisted in rage. For someone of his caliber, merits would transform into resources for strength, leaving no room to spare 1,000. His 3 eyes gleamed with menace. This is the power with a 70% assurance to slay Zeliju. Zhang Yuanshan's gaze was vacant, recalling Lin Yang's words from the reincarnation square. So formidable, Meng Qi thought of the recent display of purple thunder and could not help but marvel, pondering. I never imagined someone would acquire my favored purple thunder 7 strikes, nor that Lin Yang could slay an opponent so swiftly. Is this truly the power that comes with enlightenment? Qin Yang, surprisingly, managed to slay an entity from the external realm. Luo Xingyi's astonishment was beyond words. Achieving enlightenment to defeat an external realm being was a rarity throughout history. Could it be due to a secret treasure? He speculated further. But even if a secret treasure had been employed to slay the god of thunder, it could not erase the memory of Lin Yang single-handedly battling that thunder god to a standstill during their retreat. The heavens and earth shifted in color. Purple thunder rumbled. The foremost expert beneath the external realm? I would argue he is invincible beneath the external realm. Luo Xingyi muttered with a wry smile. Both were enlightened? They were hardly in the same league. Suddenly, the world grew scorching, a familiar scene causing Jiang Zhuwei, who had just experienced a tumultuous battle, to pause in surprise. They understood what this signified. After slaying the god of thunder, he still had the strength to act? A jolt of realization coursed through Jiang Zhuwei, as various speculations flitted through her mind. Within her eyes, a blade of resplendent light, akin to flowing fire, reflected her astonishment. Unbeknownst to the distance, a flash of blade light struck down, eliminating the black-clad reincarnator she had been battling for some time. The demon sex reincarnator, Shadow Kill, was slain, each member awarded with 100 merits. The demon sex reincarnator, Tang Hongxiu, was also slain, each member rewarded with 100 merits. The cold, authoritative voice of the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation echoed 5 times. Only then did Jiang Zhiwei realize that Lin Yang's condition was far superior to her expectations. He still had the strength to simultaneously slay 5 enemy reincarnators in distant locations. Surely, even the external realm cannot be this terrifying? How far apart were they? Meng Qi stared in awe at the ashes of the body before him, in the place where the brilliant blade light fell. Deep crimson flames seared words of fire into the desert. Do not be careless within the demon tomb. Chapter 46. Inside and outside the demon tomb. Lin Yang sat cross-legged in the void, the radiant catastrophe resting upon his lap. His gaze indifferent as he observed the peak of the holy fire mountain several dozen miles away. There lay a stone formation ablaze with demonic flames, continuously exhaling malevolent miasma. The surrounding area tainted with an eerie and sanguine aura. That was the location of the demon tomb. If he could seal the demon tomb, this mainline quest would conclude. Meng Qi and the others had already been inside for half an incense stick. They must be on the verge of fully activating the demon tomb, right? Lin Yang pondered. On the mountain path leading to the summit, disciples of the 4 major sects clashed with those of the demon sect, splatters of blood staining the rocks, further amplifying the malevolence of the holy fire mountain. With time to spare, Lin Yang summoned the system. Task, Earth ranking first. Experience points, 536. Countdown, 0 days. Cultivate the Sacred Heart incantation. Although he had made some progress in this technique over the past months, he could not claim mastery. Achieving great success would likely take 8 to 9 years, and reaching a level of complete freedom would require at least 20 years, if not longer, as that realm could only be accessed with a radiant spirit, consuming 200 experience points. This realization flashed through his mind, accompanied by a surge of memory. He found himself in an inexplicable place, tirelessly cultivating the Sacred Heart incantation, absorbing the intricate teachings of its mysterious sound, enduring through long epochs until he finally perfected it. His power flowed with intention, allowing him to project true energy across distances and assimilate the strength of others seamlessly, achieving a flawless conversion rate with no unnecessary losses. As he delved into the profound mysteries of the perfected Sacred Heart incantation, the summit of the Holy Fire Mountain witnessed the arrival of Gu Kongshan and others. Their bodies drenched in the blood of unknown foes, the sealing weapons such as the wind and cloud blade emitting a faint resonance, as if eager to fulfill their purpose. Suddenly, an unforeseen upheaval erupted. A vast, tumultuous surge of demonic energy surged into the heavens, causing the demon tomb to erupt violently. A thick miasma of demonic energy permeated the air, and all living beings surrounding the demon tomb had their flesh and essence drained away, their skins shriveling into lifeless husks. How could this be? Gu Kongshan's countenance darkened. At this very moment, the disciples who had ascended the peak met their demise, transformed into desiccated corpses. Had it not been for the wind and cloud blade's spontaneous activation, shielding his body, he too would have faced an equally grim fate. The leaders of the other 3 major sects found themselves in a similar predicament. Even the minions of the demon sect suffered grievous losses. The elder of the guard gazed solemnly at the swirling demonic energy that surged toward the heavens. The sky within a 100-mile radius had turned pitch black, saturated with an evil and bloody aura that was nauseating. Quickly, seal the demon tomb. It won't be long before the miasma begins to corrupt the land. Lord Luo's face was ashen, evidently having encountered formidable foes along the way, sustaining serious injuries. At that moment, the force-sealing artifacts, the wind and cloud blade, the Taiwa sword, the star-plucking hand, and the moon-weaving fabric, autonomously awakened under the influence of the demonic energy, breaking free from the control of Gu Kongshan and the others. Ha ha! The fated ones have arrived. The demon tomb is fully opened. Someone will inherit the legacy of the demon lord, walking the path of demonic might. A gaunt old man emerged from the mountainous base. His appearance caused Gu Kongshan and the others to gasp in alarm. The demon sect's leader. The demon sect leader's profound power surpassed that of the four by a significant margin. Confronting him alone was certainly not an option. The four sealing artifacts radiated brilliant light, each unveiling its unique supernatural prowess, emitting a pressure that sent shivers down the spine. The tempestuous clouds intensified, and a sharp energy surged from an unknown source, as bright, resplendent stars twinkled, their lunar glow suffusing the atmosphere. The miasma, soaring toward the heavens, was intercepted and suppressed back to the location of the demon tomb beneath the might of the four sealing artifacts. The divine weapons merely followed the will of the celestial beings under the guidance of their energies. To seal the demon tomb, it required our intervention. First, we must eliminate the leader of the demon sect, then proceed with the sealing. The master of the 10,000 swords proclaimed, revealing his extraordinary abilities as his sword energy enveloped him, striking toward the demon sect leader. Very well, let us unite to vanquish this demon before we slay the inheritor of the demon lord's legacy. The elder of the guard bellowed. A phantom crescent moon suspended in the air as his figure vanished without a trace. Gu Kongshan and Lord Luo exchanged glances, both launching their attacks, showcasing their extraordinary abilities against the demon sect leader. Kikikik. The demon sect leader, relying on his own foul, blood-soaked, and enigmatic powers, refrained from engaging with the four, primarily aiming to buy time for the fated one to inherit the demonic path, so he could seize an opportunity to advance further. The ominous clouds of miasma in the sky caused Lin Yang to furrow his brow slightly, descending from the air. The demon tomb has opened. It is time to return. Lin Yang observed with indifference the events unfolding atop the holy fire mountain. Even without intervening, the demon sect leader would eventually meet his demise under the onslaught of Gu Kongshan and the others. It was a pity that those disciples from the four sects who had rushed to the peak at the time of the demon tomb's eruption met untimely ends. Perhaps this was their destiny. Relying on the power of their sect's divine weapons to achieve enlightenment, they once basked in boundless glory in the martial world, with each individual commanding attention. It seemed now was the time for them to pay the price. In the eerie and desolate realm of the demon lord's inheritance, Gu Shaosang, masquerading as a weak young girl, led Meng Qi step by step closer to the true side of inheritance, slaying countless deeply corrupted humans along the way. Qi Jingyan, taking a different path, stumbled upon a dark red blood lake, using it as a refuge from the pursuing evil spirits. Jiang Zhui, Zhang Yuanshan, Luo Shengyi, and the sibling Xia Dandan each traversed unique paths, facing a plethora of distinct encounters. Qi Jingyan wielded a long sword imbued with a dragon's might, slaying yet another grotesque demon as he ascended the path's end, crossing over dark red boulders. Before him loomed a massive peak, interspersed with dark red hues, its body steeped in darkness, exuding a deep miasma. An enormous purple thunderbolt, piercing through heaven and earth, locked the mountain in place, crackling and flashing, transforming the surroundings into a sea of thunder. When the demon lord was struck down by the heavenly decree, the supreme war god of the celestial realm, the nine heavens thunder god, had impaled him with a heavenly thunder spear. Even in this realm, where only a remnant of his body remained, a bolt of divine thunder essence pinned it down, unwavering even after millions of years, its might resonating as it did at the moment of the demon lord's fall. Qi Jingyan felt a flicker before his eyes, as if he had glimpsed a figure. He was tall and imposing, garbed in a dark imperial robe, wearing a crown that obscured his visage. Will you accept my inheritance and command the myriad realms? The demon lord's commanding voice resounded. Only then did Qi Jingyan realize he had unknowingly entered a grand hall, where the demon lord sat quietly upon his throne. Hesitation welled up within him. This was the inheritance of the demon lord, undoubtedly a transcendent skill, perhaps with countless benefits that could elevate a person to greatness in an instant. A myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind, reflecting on his ordinary life, where he had been unlikely to achieve any remarkable feats until fate intervened, offering him an opportunity to transform his destiny. Throughout their journey, his comrades had supported one another, often looking out for him, especially Lin Yang, who had transcended the ordinary. Without any unexpected events, he would find it difficult to repay such kindness in this lifetime. Today I save you. In the future, you shall save me. No need for pleasantries. This thought suddenly crossed Qi Jingyan's mind. He turned his gaze toward the demon lord, whose rigid expression revealed a hint of determination, and spoke. I am willing to accept the inheritance. A teachable child. The demon lord's eyes, concealed beneath the crown, were as dark as the abyss, seemingly reflecting the outside world. catching sight of the silver-white cloak. Simultaneously, Lin Yang, unaware, felt a flicker of demonic intent flash through his eyes. The celestial emperor's heir, bearing an inexplicable smile, saw the surrounding scenery shatter in an instant, and Qi Jingyan was overwhelmed by a torrent of knowledge and memories flooding his mind, leaving him in a state of turmoil. Chapter 47, Gathering of Spoils. At this moment, the demon tomb was engulfed in an apocalyptic scene. The pitch-black, gravel-covered earth heaved incessantly, riddled with cracks, while deep rumblings emanated from below. The obsidian peaks trembled violently, with dark stones cascading down as if beset by a dreadful earthquake. The dark red blood moon, hanging in the sky, trailed a long fiery tail, plummeting to the ground. Boom! The earth was instantaneously shattered. A cataclysmic explosion sent towering clouds of black gravel soaring, slowly descending in the horrified gazes of the reincarnators. Atop the holy fire mountain, the burning demonic flames of the demon tomb suddenly surged from a state of decline to a crescendo. A surge of demonic energy, far exceeding previous levels, erupted skyward, instantaneously breaking through the confines of the four sealing artifacts. Even Lin Yang, who was dozens of miles away, could not help but change countenance, retreating over 100 miles in thought. The rampant demonic energy devoured everything. Those engaged in battle with the demon sect leader, including Gu Kongshan and others, swiftly withered, becoming mere corpses. The four sealing artifacts, struck by the wave of miasma, transformed into streaks of light, hurtling toward the distant horizon. With keen insight and swift reflexes, Lin Yang stepped forward to intercept the radiant stream rushing towards him, harnessing the power of the three divine weapons to halt the autonomously revived sealing artifact. It was a pair of silver-white metallic gloves, exuding an ancient and lofty aura, adorned with shining, radiant stars. The star-plucking hand. Lin Yang recognized what it was. It was the signature divine weapon of the star-plucking tower. A delightful surprise flickered in his brow, but as he observed the other three streams of light vanish from sight, he shook his head, realizing there was no time to pursue them. In the fleeting moments that followed, the dense miasma in the sky gradually dissipated. Then the familiar cold, an authoritative voice of the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation echoed. The demon tomb has been destroyed, eliminating the threat. The main quest has been exceeded, and merits have doubled. Each participant is awarded 600 merits. The factional conflict mission has been won, granting each participant 200 merits. Return immediately. The surroundings shifted dramatically, and upon clarity, they found themselves back in the reincarnation square, where Meng Qi and the others, each severely injured within the demon tomb, were being treated by white orbs of light. Lin Yang did not wait for them, but stepped forward to the light column, retrieving several items to submit for appraisal by the Six Paths. The Yin Thunder of Gue Water, an external scene-level treasure, once struck, is as tenacious as a maggot in the bone, difficult to escape. A myriad of thunders in a chain leads to the obliteration of body and soul. Valued at 5,000 Sangong, exchangeable for 2,800 Sangong. The 7th rank White Lotus platform, an external scene-level treasure, blossoms to behold me. And I see the one who guard the primordial spirit, preventing incursions, valued at 5,200 Sangong, exchangeable for 3,000 Sangong. The Heart Pill of the Medicine Master, a spiritual elixir for healing, excels in nurturing the primordial spirit, capable of healing most injuries within half an hour, valued at 4,000 Sangong, exchangeable for 3,000 Sangong. The Purple Lightning Thunderblade, a treasured weapon valued at 4,700 Sangong, exchangeable for 2,500 Sangong. The Star Plucking Hand, a treasured weapon valued at 5,100 Sangong, exchangeable for 3,100 Sangong. The first identified treasure, the Yin Thunder of Gue Water, made Lin Yang gasp in astonishment. Had the Nine Heavens Thunder God not underestimated the enemy, lacking external scenes, and refrained from utilizing this treasure from the outset, Lin Yang would have undoubtedly faced a considerable predicament. 4 heart pills of the Medicine Master could fetch 12,000 Sangong, yet such healing elixirs are always in demand. The Yin Thunder of Gue Water and the 7th rank White Lotus platform also remain of great utility to me at this moment. Weighing the pros and cons, Lin Yang concluded that he was not in need of weaponry, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities, and unable to incorporate the Purple Lightning Thunderblade and the Star Plucking Hand into his inner world, nor could he store them in the Mustard Seed Ring. Upon reaching this conclusion, Lin Yang cast the remarkable Star Plucking Hand into the light column, exchanging it for 3,100 Sangong. He intended to bring the remaining Purple Lightning Thunderblade back to the Xintian sect for submission. After all, it was merely 2,500 Sangong. Having settled his affairs, the luminous orb healing Meng Qi and the others dissipated, revealing their figures. Brother Lin, did you not sustain any injuries? Fu Jinjin inquired curiously upon seeing him standing before the light column. The iron-faced Qi Jingyan's eyes revealed surprise. Defeating an opponent of a higher realm should have left him no less injured than the rest of them, yet there were no signs of healing. Jiang Jiwei and the others shared the same confusion. He is just a little behind, Lin Yang replied, nonchalantly, deepening the mystery in Meng Qi and the others' minds, which Lin Yang chose not to clarify. It was inconceivable that he could slay an enemy of a higher realm unscathed. A fleeting thought crossed Meng Qi's mind, one he himself found hard to believe, and he quickly dismissed it. As for Luo Xingyi and the others, they were either unfortunate in the demon tomb or had returned to their respective reincarnation square. Meng Qi voiced his curiosity, having expected the two teams to merge. Before the collapse of the demon tomb, I faintly glimpsed Xia Dandan. She must have returned to another place, Zhang Yuanshan explained. The group began discussing their individual experiences within the demon tomb, which also provided Lin Yang with a clear understanding. Overall, the events aligned closely with the original narrative. Each had obtained their respective opportunities, with only slight variations in the final collapse of the demon tomb. Ultimately, the most unexpected revelation came from Qi Zhengyan, who candidly admitted to receiving the Demon Lord's inheritance, acquiring the complete Demon Emperor Classic along with certain ancient secrets of the world. The Demon Emperor Classic. Zhang Yuanshan's expression froze, astonished that Qi Zhengyan had obtained such unparalleled divine skill from the Demon Lord. Should this news leak, Qi Zhengyan would undoubtedly become a target for all. Even the 9 paths of evil would find no refuge for him. Jiang Jiwei and Fu Jinjin remained silent, withholding their opinions. Brother Qiyu, Meng Qi's eyes harbored concern. The bloodshed, slaughter, madness, and malevolence within the demon tomb were vivid in memory, making it hard to gauge whether this seemingly cold-hearted yet warm-natured brother could maintain his integrity in the future. Rest assured, should I ever succumb to the demonic path and lose control, I implore Brother Lin to personally slay me, Qi Zhengyan declared, his words imbued with determination. Kesting abisiting gluncha at Lin Yang. His statement implied that even with the Demon Lord's inheritance, he believed Lin Yang would possess the strength to eliminate him if necessary. You must have faith in yourself, for I believe in you, Lin Yang encouraged, continuing, if we truly find ourselves in the worst situation, do not worry. He understood that while the cultivation method may exert some influence, based on his knowledge of Qi Zhengyan, he would not descend into the realm of evil, unless he obtained the legendary Demon Emperor's Claw, which could indeed lead to inevitable madness and brutality. At that moment, the Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation provided an evaluation of their mission. Mission evaluation, Zhang Yuanshan, Fu Jinjin, Jiang Zhui, average, rewarded with 50 Sangong, Lin Yang, Qi Zhengyan, and Zhen Ding, excellent, rewarded with 150 Sangong, along with 1 reincarnation talisman and a chance to draw a lot. Applicable to treasures below external scenes and above the opening of the orifices. Such evaluations were largely anticipated. Jiang Zhui, Zhang Yuanshan, and Fu Jinjin were not significantly involved in the collapse of the demon tomb, thus receiving average ratings. While Lin Yang's actions in slaying the hostile reincarnators outside the demon tomb enabled Meng Qi and the others to successfully enter and complete their mission. Meng Qi had explored and navigated through the ruins of the 9 heavens, encountering the remnants of the Demon Lord. Qi Zhengyan's acceptance of the Demon Lord's inheritance directly led to the destruction of the demon tomb, hence the 3 were rated excellent. Chapter 48, Return. A grayish lock container appeared in Lin Yang's hand. Peering inside, he found only a swirling mass of light and shadow, revealing nothing discernible. Meng Qi and Qi Zhengyan held identical lock containers. Adopting a nonchalant attitude, Lin Yang shook it casually, and a beam of light shot forth, hovering at the mouth of the container, constantly shifting through various items. Gradually, the speed of transformation slowed, ultimately fixing upon a volume of scripture. Iron Sampalm, an opening orifice-level martial art, valued at 200 Sangong. Lin Yang wore an expression of anticipated disappointment, knowing full well that he could not draw anything beneficial for himself. And since the drawn items could not be sold, they were practically useless. From the expressions of Meng Qi and Qi Zhengyan, however, it seemed they were quite satisfied with what they had drawn. Suddenly, Lin Yang felt a peculiar object in his hand. Upon inspection, it was a jade talisman inscribed with the characters Reincarnation in seal script. Reincarnation Talisman allows return to a previously experienced world, with a time limit of 1 month. Sangong can be used to extend the time, 240 Sangong for 30 days. The maximum limit for opening orifices is 2 months. For the time being of little use, Lin Yang flipped his palm and stored the Reincarnation Talisman in the mustard seed ring. After slaying the 9 heavens thunder god, he had kept the mustard seed ring that was left behind, wearing it on another hand instead of selling it. At that moment, Jiang Zhui turned to Meng Qi and suggested, now that you possess the Reincarnation Talisman, you have an extra month. If you exchange for another month, you can take the opportunity to cultivate before returning. This way, even if you encounter any unexpected situations within Guoxia, you will have some leverage. Meng Qi found himself in a perilous situation, facing in Guoxia, who had opened all 9 orifices upon his return. Even though Lin Yang assured him that he would find him as soon as possible, unforeseen circumstances could still arise, and every bit of strength gained would enhance his safety. Just then, Lin Yang suddenly heard a familiar, cold, authoritative voice in his ear. Qi Zhengyan has transferred you 20,000 Sangong. Lin Yang looked at Qi Jingyan in astonishment, but saw him shake his head slightly, signaling him to remain quiet. Nodding slightly, Lin Yang chose not to comment further, understanding that Qi Jingyan must have sold the Demon Emperor Classic. Otherwise, how could he afford such generosity? Initially, he had lent Qi Jingyan merely 3,000 sangong, and now, without the mission's conclusion, it had multiplied several times, far exceeding his earlier jest of 11 returns. Realizing that Qi Jingyan's financial resources were now comparable to his own, Lin Yang accepted the surplus without hesitation. Contemplating for a moment, he decided to offer Qi Jingyan some guidance, transmitting a message. You should closely examine the treasure section. Many of the treasures have no cultivation requirements. With proper timing, retaliating against external scenes should be effortless. Upon hearing this suggestion, Qi Jingyan was momentarily taken aback. He then replied, "Thank you, Brother Lin, for the reminder. In the past, I struggled with insufficient Sangong and had not thoroughly researched matters beyond the divine skill roster." At that moment, Qi Jingyan realized why Lin Yang seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply of Sangong. It appeared he too had opted to sell his unparalleled divine skills. Yet, one question lingered. Logically, the cultivation he practiced was merely the upper section of the Heavenly Emperor's Jade volume, and even if he sold everything, it still fell far short of the wealth Lin Yang had displayed. Without delving into the myriad intricacies, Qi Jingyan discovered the section for secret treasures and meticulously selected his desired items. Lin Yang also opted to purchase 2 heart-piercing nails anew. These items proved exceedingly useful, allowing one to effortlessly slay top-tier experts when employed unexpectedly. At that moment, Jiang Zhui, Zhang Yuanshan, and others placed their weapons into the light column, choosing to cleanse the impurities, lest they face inquiries from their elders upon returning to the sect. After discussion on how to redeem their points, they began their respective exchanges, acquiring techniques, elixirs, and miscellaneous items. By the end, several were prepared to depart. "I will prepare a few human skin masks for my return," Zhang Yuanshan solemnly declared. Having learned from this confrontation task that numerous teams existed within the reincarnation world, he became mindful of concealing his true identity. Otherwise, should his genuine identity become linked to someone or a mysterious organization, it would inevitably lead to dire consequences. Under the relentless probing of the elders in his sect, if he inadvertently revealed any intelligence related to the Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, he would not escape annihilation. "Indeed, I will prepare some as well," Jiang Zhiwei concurred. As the light flickered, the figures within the reincarnation square diminished, and the group gradually departed. Meng Qi and Qi Jingyan intended to utilize the reincarnation symbol to enhance their abilities, opting not to leave the reincarnation square just yet. Before Lin Yang took his leave, he tossed the 5-colored stone to Meng Qi, stating, "You may borrow this for now. Seek out the 6 paths for its efficacy." Upon uttering these words, he was sent away by the 6 paths, leaving Meng Qi with a look of perplexity, a sense of familiarity washing over him, yet unable to confirm it. He had no choice but to follow Lin Yang's advice and place the 5-colored stone into the light column for identification by the 6 paths. The 5-colored stone, an external grade secret treasure, could emit 5-colored radiance, bewildering the senses and striking with unerring accuracy, valued at 5,100 merits. Unerring accuracy? Meng Qi gasped, astounded by its miraculous efficacy, feeling a surge of gratitude towards Lin Yang for so unhesitatingly lending him a treasure worth thousands of merits. In that instant, his emotions were complex and difficult to articulate. With a 5-colored stone in hand, even if he returned and the treacherous Ongui Xie attempted to kill him immediately, he would possess the means to retaliate. With these mixed emotions, Meng Qi and Qi Jingyan returned to their quarters to gather their necessary items before choosing to use the reincarnation symbol. A green light burst forth from the reincarnation symbol, enveloping the two of them. Flickering images of the worlds they had experienced flashed through their minds. Those who had already made the choice to return found the green light suddenly intensifying before collapsing into a single point, vanishing without a trace. In an instant, the reincarnation square stood empty, save for the statues of divine beasts and celestial birds surrounding it. The fish sea, with the might of the 6 paths. Meng Qi had only just returned. Upon arriving back at his courtyard, Lin Yang thought of Meng Qi and Qi Jingyan, who were still out for training. The Lord of Reincarnation could manipulate time. Even though the two had experienced 2 months in different timelines, their return to the real world coincided precisely with Lin Yang's group. The fish sea lay several thousand miles from the shifting sands gathering, and in a region dominated by desert like the vast sea. It would take an ordinary person no less than 8 or 9 days to traverse the distance. For Lin Yang, however, crossing such a vast expanse would only require a mere handful of breaths. With the enhancement of this exceptional treasure, the already unparalleled technique of transcending into immortality gained an additional layer of mystery, allowing Lin Yang's speed to surpass that of the vast majority in the external realm. He had long since ascertained the location of the shifting sands gathering over the past year. After all, it was a site of significant events, and he had no reason to overlook it. In a fleeting thought, the starlight beneath his feet sparkled as Lin Yang took a step forward, his technique unfurling, reappearing 100 miles away from the fish sea. He continued his relentless strides, swiftly departing. The scenery between heaven and earth shifted, and moments later, Lin Yang found himself hovering in midair, gazing down at a dilapidated temple. Within, he sensed the aura he had left within the five-colored stone, and through the roof, he glimpsed Meng Qi, who had disguised himself as a pitiable figure before entering the reincarnation, his limbs severed and his dantian rendered useless, alongside Anguixia, who was preparing to interrogate him with the illusory form technique. Chapter 49, A Clean Break. The outcome of Lin Yang's endeavor to rescue Meng Qi unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Given Meng Qi's disposition, he would not entertain the notion of waiting for others' assistance if he believed he could resolve matters independently. Lin Yang had barely observed for half a stick of incense when Meng Qi seized the moment of Anguixia's negligence, launching a surprise attack with a five-colored stone. As Anguixia, dazed from the impact, struggled to regain his faculties, Meng Qi unleashed the fruits of 2 months of arduous training, defeating the stronger foe with his weaker prowess. It seems my efforts were in vain, Lin Yang mused, his form flickering as he materialized within the crumbling temple. Upon seeing Lin Yang, Meng Qi, who stood with his blade at the ready, expressed his delight, clearly having anticipated Lin Yang's arrival. Had he been unable to vanquish Anguixia, Lin Yang would likely have intervened at the last moment. Thank you, Brother Lin, for your assistance with the secret treasure. Without it, even with my improvements, I might not have stood a chance against Anguixia. Meng Qi spoke with heartfelt gratitude, relieved to be spared from further humiliation at Anguixia's hands. As he spoke, he returned the five-colored stone to Lin Yang, silently resolving to acquire one for himself in the future when his merits allowed, recognizing it as an invaluable tool for eliminating adversaries. Lin Yang nodded, his gaze lingering on the wide-eyed corpse of Anguixia, unable to suppress a smile. I can only imagine the confusion he felt in his final moments. Having shattered your limbs and rendered you powerless, yet here you are, vibrant and even stronger. Who could have predicted such a scene less than 2 years ago? Lin Yang reflected, there are both pros and cons to being ensnared in such a predicament. Had I descended, my fate would have surely been dire. Meng Qi's words were tinged with mixed emotions, and he deliberately glossed over any mention of the various matters concerning the reincarnation world, fearing that a careless slip could attract the attention of powerful beings and lead to his demise. Well, Anguixia is dead now. You should exercise caution moving forward. I doubt you will encounter any formidable foes, Lin Yang advised. He had no interest in playing the role of a guardian for Meng Qi, and besides, once this ordeal passed, reinforcements from the Shaolin Temple would arrive within 10 days. As long as Meng Qi weathered these few days, he would be safe. After all, Zeluojun had a formidable reputation throughout the vast sea and might possess hidden trump cards. Meng Qi, aware that Lin Yang was soon to confront Zeluojun, couldn't help but issue a caution, though he understood that Lin Yang, capable of battling the Nine Heavens Thunder God without injury, would not find Zeluojun particularly challenging. Rest assured, I am enlightened and will not act recklessly. Lin Yang would not gamble with his life and livelihood. He waved his hand, summoning a dark red flame to incinerate Anguixia's corpse, stating, in half a month, I intend to return to the Central Plains. Once you have departed from Shaolin, you may come and find me at the Xintian sect. Without further ado, Lin Yang turned to leave. He refrained from informing Meng Qi that the current abbot of Shaolin, Kongwon, was in fact the leader of the mythical organization, the Heavenly Emperor in disguise, fearing that such knowledge could inadvertently expose Meng Qi to peril. The mythical was a clandestine organization formed by reincarnators, with members adopting the titles of ancient deities from the heavenly court, aiming to embody true gods and recreate the celestial realm. The Nine Heavens Thunder God they had just slain was a formal member of this organization. In opposition stood the Celestial Trace, whose members bore the names of ancient immortals, espousing the core philosophy of transcending reincarnation and avoiding tribulations, aiding one another. Before joining the Xintian sect, Lin Yang had considered aligning himself with the Celestial Trace, but the sudden appearance of Shoujing had extinguished that notion. Even the legacy of the Demon Lord had been a consideration prior to joining the Xintian sect, yet plans often falter in the face of unforeseen changes. After a few breaths, he returned to his courtyard. Observing his surroundings, a line of poetry by Lu Dongbin flickered through his mind. In the morning, I want a North Sea. By dusk, I roam Kanwu. Such actions, in the eyes of the ancients, would befit a celestial being leisurely traversing the realms. With no pressing matters at hand, he could commence his contemplation of the overarching principles of the Buddha's divine palm, seeking to seize the opportunity to elevate the rank of his techniques or to comprehend some martial arts secrets in exchange for merits. Lin Yang clarified his thoughts, aware of the path ahead. Though the overarching principles of the Buddha's divine palm differed from any individual technique within the 9 forms, they could still be employed for cultivation and combat. However, it almost encompasses the purest secrets of Buddhism. Those with extraordinary insight can even discern the embryonic form of the 9 styles divine palm within. 3 days later, at the Fish Sea. Initially, he had spread the word that Zhe Luoju would arrive in 10 days, given Zhe Luoju's pace. It was expected to take until the 3rd day for this notorious bandit leader to grace the Fish Sea with his presence. Lord Zhe Luoju, I never expected you to come to the Fish Sea. It is an immense honor. A banquet has already been prepared for you at the City Lord's mansion. As the master of Fish Sea, Bai Ba Zheng naturally had to come out to welcome Zhe Luoju. Internally, he harbored resentment towards Lin Yang, who had indulged him with lavish feasts for so long. If he wished to court death, couldn't he do so far away? Instead, he had to seek death in Fish Sea and bring Zhe Luoju along with him. The news of Lin Yang's challenge to Zhe Luoju had, at Zhe Luoju's behest, spread like wildfire in the Fish Sea over the past few days, known to all. First, I shall eliminate that ignorant little worm and roast him for dinner. Zhe Luoju's well-preserved right eye narrowed slightly, and the murderous intent that seeped from his words sent shivers down one's spine. As you wish, my lord, Bai Ba Zheng replied with a forced smile, nodding vigorously. Who could have imagined that he was the true master of this place? As the two conversed, they proceeded toward the city. The external scene's foremost expert, after all, was still an external scene. Alas, such a prodigy was wasted. A merchant from the Central Plains in his 30s shook his head repeatedly, lamenting. As a direct disciple of the 3 sects of the Taoist school, he must know the might of the external scene. How could he be so foolish? Truly, he was a fool who did not know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. What did it matter if he ranked first on the human list? He still dared to challenge Lord Zhe Luoju. Zhe Luoju had traversed the vast seas for many years, having slain numerous external scene experts, let alone a mere novice. The speaker was a sand merchant, appearing to be around 40, with a single ear. His words revealed him to be one of Zhe Luoju's bandits. The one who had invited Zhe Luoju to his death. Listen to him. One might think he was a celestial being. The words came from an ugly young bandit, whose mocking tone elicited raucous laughter from the other bandits. Since he arrived at Fish Sea a year ago, did he truly come to challenge Zhe Luoju? With regard to the awakening and external scenes, some speculated that Lin Yang had exhibited no unusual behavior recently. Could it be that he was not as he appeared, merely visiting Fish Sea to experience the exotic charm of the western regions? Zhe Luoju strode boldly into the city, encountering his intended target, Lin Yang. With his hair tied in a bun and clad in a dark Taoist robe, draped in a silver-white cloak, shod in footwear, and bearing a fiery, red long knife, he presented an impressive figure. Zhe Luoju let out a cold chuckle and remarked, very well, dressed suitably for your meeting with Yen Luo. Having arrived, I shall grant you a swift death. Lin Yang's expression remained indifferent. Zhe Luoju revealed a mocking smile. In the next moment, the colors of the world faded. Black and white and silence reigned once more. A flash of the blade. Lin Yang did not turn back, continuing toward the city outskirts. If Zhe Luoju was to come for his death, it was only fitting to unleash a swift, decisive strike. Engaging in a protracted battle would only serve to astonish outsiders. However, in Lin Yang's view, this was undesirable. As black and white and silence receded, the world once again burst into vivid color. The deceased, Zhe Luoju. Identity, the evil blade of the vast sea. One of the largest bandit leaders in the vast sea, a disciple of the Weeping Elder. Cause of death, cleaved in two. Condition of death, body severed into 2 halves. The killer, Lin Yang. Chapter 50, Returning to the Mountain. Lord Zhe Luoju, Bai Ba Zheng stood frozen, staring at the bisected corpse of Zhe Luoju, oblivious to the blood splattered across his face. Not just he, but all those who follow behind appeared dazed. Incredulity etched on their faces as they gazed at the fallen body. How could Zhe Luoju have perished in the blink of an eye? The merchant from the Central Plains struggled to swallow. This was an external scene expert capable of soaring through the skies. How could he have died so inexplicably? Slap. Someone slapped themselves, murmuring, "It hurts. This isn't a dream." The evil blade of the vast sea is truly dead. Zhe Luoju was invincible. How could this be? The one-eared bandit was filled with panic. With their protector dead, they would be devoured by other bandit factions without mercy. Impossible, impossible. Who killed Zhe Luoju? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, not a single person noticed. Bai Ba Zheng racked his brain, but could not recall any external scene experts entering the city recently. The vast sea was in chaos. Someone sighed, seemingly foreseeing the bloody infighting among the bandits. That first on the human list truly has snatched a life. The ugly youth spoke with indignation. It would be best if all of this self-important younger generation perished. Upon hearing this, someone in the crowd murmured, "I have heard that the law body of the Xintian Gong possesses the power to freeze time with its killing strike, the heavenly emperor treading time." The speaker was a sand merchant, thoroughly wrapped in coarse cloth, from which a corner of a silver-white cloak could be faintly seen. This statement sparked myriad thoughts among those present. Could it be that time was indeed frozen just moments ago? Thus, no one noticed the one who killed Zhe Luoju, fearing that Qin Yang might perish at Zhe Luoju's hands. Did the Xuandian Gong send an external scene expert to eliminate him? Yet why not strike earlier or later? But specifically at this moment? The speaker expressed confusion, unable to comprehend the rationale behind it. They could have acted days ago. No, from Fish Sea to Xuantiangong. Even an external scene expert would require over a month, unless the Xuantiangong had long been plotting this. Otherwise, Qin Yang's challenge to Zhe Luoju would have been unknown until now. Perhaps it was indeed a hint from Xuantiangong, prompting him to boast of Zhe Luoju coming to claim his death. A thoroughly concealed sand merchant speculated, shaking his head slightly. Surely it cannot be that Gui Zhanfan, who truly killed the evil blade of the vast sea. That would be absurd. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. An awakening instantaneously killing an external scene? Unthinkable. At this moment, Lin Yang's distant voice reached the crowd's ears, dripping with disdain. With such a standard, you dare to speak of sending me to meet Yin Luo? This statement acted as a binding spell, leaving all present frozen in place. As the one ranked first on the human list, the likelihood of him lying was minimal, especially with such an easily debunked falsehood. Could it be that Zhe Luoju was truly slain by him? A wave of disbelief coursed through everyone's minds. A storm was brewing. A middle-aged man, lamenting the impending chaos in the vast sea, gazed at Lin Yang's retreating figure. To kill an external scene without relying on external aid? Such a feat had not been witnessed since ancient times. In recent days, the vast sea had been tumultuous. The formidable Azura Ming then had unabashedly revealed his true form, seemingly in search of something. Meanwhile, the Weeping Elder had ambushed Master Xianbei of Shaolin, their battle stretching for thousands of miles, from Liashaji to the depths of Bomi. Still unresolved. Most astonishing was Lin Yang, who had dominated the human list for over a year, decisively slaying several bandit leaders of external scene rank with his unbroken awakening body, none able to withstand even 20 strikes before being slain. This truly shocked the vast sea. On the day Zhe Luoju was killed, Lin Yang wasted no time and stormed the strongholds of several other bandit leaders, slaying them in full view of the crowd and eliminating the vast majority of bandits. Over the past year, he had come to understand the true nature of the bandits in the vast sea. All were blood-soaked criminals, unworthy of pity. This time, his rampage would significantly reduce the tragedies caused by bandits in the vast sea by 80% in the coming period. The world misjudged Lin Yang as a man who detested evil with a passion. He would not reveal to others that this spate of killings had multiplied his true energy immensely, to a degree that nearly overwhelmed his body. Even when fully channeling several top-tier treasures, he could sustain it for more than a day. Most importantly, it was for the sake of gaining experience points. Gazing at the over 3,800 experience points, Lin Yang felt a sense of happiness. A few more, and he would master a basic law body technique perfectly. Regrettably, upon returning to the Central Plains, it would not be so easy to slay external scene experts at will. A hint of regret crossed Lin Yang's face. Once at the level of external scenes, even among the great martial sects, they represented the backbone of their factions. If they suffered heavy losses, it would inevitably lead to chaos. And as for smaller sects like the Juhua sect, they lacked even warriors with all 9 apertures open, let alone external scene experts. Yuhuang Mountain arrived. In the distance, the ethereal silhouette of Xiantian's sect emerged amidst the swirling mists, as Lin Yang transformed into a streak of luminous light, hurtling toward the mountain's base. Unless one were the sect leader, even the elders of Xiantian's sect were required to ascend the mountain step by step from the foot, strictly forbidden from directly descending upon the summit of Jade Emperor Mountain. The protective array of the sect was no mere decoration. A moment's carelessness could lead to the obliteration of one's essence. At the foot of the mountain, a contingent of disciples stood guard at the path leading upward. Who seeks an audience with Xiantian's sect? The leader, with a countenance of caution, inquired upon witnessing the streak of light approach. Such a method of flight was evidently a skill possessed only by those of the external realm. Thus his vigilance was warranted. Junior brother Qingyuan, is it your turn to stand guard today? As the light dissipated, Lin Yang's tall figure came into view. Greetings, senior brother Qingyang. Upon recognizing Lin Yang, Qingyuan promptly bowed, and the disciples behind him hastily followed suit. The name of Qingyang resounded like thunder within the realm of enlightenment. Who among them was unaware of the esteemed individual ranked first on the human list, especially since he was their very own senior brother? Have you attained the external realm, senior brother? Qingyuan ventured, uncertainty lacing his tone. While the ability to traverse the skies was indeed a hallmark of the external realm, Lin Yang exuded a different aura than the external beings he had encountered within the sect, lacking an indescribable quality. Not yet. Lin Yang's response deepened Qingyuan's confusion. He was aware that this senior brother had the potential to achieve the external realm a year prior, yet he remained in limbo. However, it was not his place to question Lin Yang's choices. Has anything significant transpired in the sect over the past year? All remains as usual, Qingyuan replied candidly. As they conversed, they ascended to the mid-mountain, where a pond adorned with blooming lotus flowers lay, and a stone tablet stood nearby, inscribed with the characters Jiebing Pond. Xiantian's sect revered the heavenly emperor. When outsiders visited, they were required to stow their weapons within their mustard seed rings or entrust them to the disciples of Xiantian's sect for safekeeping, prohibited from carrying them beyond this point. It was also from this location that one could no longer take to the skies. Failure to comply would result in a breach of Xintian sect regulations. Upon reaching the Heavenly Emperor Hall at the mountain summit, Qing Yuan turned to descend and continue his vigil at the mountain gate, while Lin Yang adjusted his attire, held his head high, and entered the hall. Chapter 51. The Dark Hand of the Demon Lord. The statue of the Heavenly Emperor stood with an imposing aura, as if surveying the myriad celestial beings. The meticulously attired Shoujing sat cross-legged on a mat, his eyes half-lidded, gazing at Lin Yang as he entered the grand hall. Before Lin Yang could utter a word, Shoujing spoke in a calm, measured tone. Did you encounter the remnants of the Demon Lord during your travels? Momentarily taken aback, Lin Yang's mind raced. Could a half-step into the essence realm exude such terror? Was it so apparent? One with a clear conscience fears not the knocking of ghosts at the door. Maintaining his composure, he replied, reporting to the sect leader during my excursion. I came across a demon grave formed from the remnants of the Demon Lord. After a fierce battle, I successfully eradicated the demon grave. Upon finishing, he removed the purple lightning blade from his back, presenting it with both hands, and stated solemnly, while dealing with the demon grave, I fortuitously encountered a formidable expert wearing the mask of the Nine Heavens Thunder God. After a grueling battle, I vanquished him and present this blade to the sect as a contribution to the position of the Huangjia. The Nine Heavens Thunder God? Shoujing's half-lidded eyes sharpened. Recalling the secretive mythological organization, he reached out to take the purple lightning blade, examining it closely, and remarked in surprise, this is a mid-grade treasure weapon. What was the cultivation level of the Nine Heavens Thunder God? In the days leading up to this encounter, Lin Yang had suppressed the extraordinary nature of the purple lightning blade, hence Shoujing had not recognized it as a treasure weapon at first glance. Likely at the third level of the external realm, Lin Yang's face betrayed his pride, as he did not bother to conceal his emotions in the presence of acquaintances. Upon hearing this, Shoujing's previously placid demeanor flickered with astonishment, prompting him to inquire further. Was he a first-rate expert? Lin Yang nodded, explaining, I inadvertently grasped a fragment of the Heavenly Emperor's ability to traverse the sands of time. Once unleashed, even an opponent of the external realm could only await their demise. Shoujing's mind surged with tumultuous waves. To allow one to transcend boundaries unnoticed by an external being was far from a mere fragment of understanding. Many masters of the external realm, at the 8th or 9th level, might not have comprehended as deeply as Lin Yang did. The Heavenly Emperor reincarnated. Shoujing marveled internally. Only this reasoning could elucidate the matter, for the secrets of time were not easily fathomed. I am already aware of the Nine Heavens Thunder God incident. Since this blade is your offering, the sect shall accept it. With a flick of his hand, the lightning blade vanished from sight. Believing Lin Yang to be unaware of the Nine Heavens Thunder God's identity, he proceeded to inform him of the tales surrounding the secret organizations of myth and celestial traces, cautioning him to remain vigilant. Ah, I see. I had no idea such hidden forces existed in the realm. Lin Yang feigned astonishment, appearing as though he was hearing this for the first time. He then asked, does the sect leader have any further matters? There is indeed something. Shoujing's words caught Lin Yang off guard. He had merely anticipated a formal exchange. Yet there was a genuine issue at hand. Without allowing Lin Yang to dwell on it, Shoujing stated directly, fortunately, you did not encounter a life-and-death crisis. The dark hand left by the Demon Lord has yet to manifest, or the consequences would be dire. Lin Yang was immediately taken aback, cold sweat breaking forth. The Demon Lord had left a dark hand upon him? A chill gripped his heart as he envisioned the potential consequences of traversing to another world with such a hidden peril. The fear of the unknown overwhelmed him. If such a formidable figure sought his demise, he would remain utterly oblivious. Oblivion would claim him before he even realized it, regardless of how many levels he could transcend. In the grand scheme, he was but an ant. In that moment, Lin Yang came to terms with the reality, dispelling the confidence that had surged from his ability to instantly slay beings of the external realm. He meticulously examined his body and essence, finding no signs of danger. Everything appeared as it should. In desperation, he turned to Shoujing for assistance. As a disciple of Xintian's sect, the sect shall not allow you to fall into such a perilous situation. Shoujing's expression bore a grave seriousness. The matter of the Demon Lord's dark hand had been conveyed to him through the Time Blade. Even he, a half-step into the essence realm, had detected nothing amiss. Thank you, sect leader. Lin Yang bowed deeply, his gratitude sincere. Though there may be villains within the righteous path, within the demonic path, there were undoubtedly no good souls. Let alone the Demon Lord, born of the abyss, whose slightest influence could lead to slaughter, deceit, distortion, and madness. Stealing his gaze upon the Time Blade, Shoujing instructed him on how to proceed. Lin Yang, upon hearing this, straightened his posture, his eyes fixed intently upon the ancient, shimmering long blade resting within the celestial spirit jade box. The blade shimmered, as if the passage of time flowed through it. Before Lin Yang's eyes, the ancient long blade gradually transformed in appearance. He beheld within the Time Blade a boundless, infinite multiverse, perpetually birthing new universes in every moment. Some universes thrived on cultivation, where practitioners enjoyed extended lifespans, capable of annihilating heaven and earth. Others leaned toward technological advancement, where civilizations had evolved to explore beyond light cones, even uncovering the mysteries of dimensions. In some realms, martial prowess reigned supreme, where the mightiest could vanquish all foes. In others, the divine path flourished. Composed of crystalline walls formed by individual planes, there existed nascent universes where myriad paths and spirits were in the throes of inception, and so much more. If I ascend to the other shore in the future, the inner realm will also be transformed thus. A moment of clarity flashed through Lin Yang's mind. In that fleeting instant, he beheld a wealth of splendor from an ineffable perspective, recognizing that his own experiences were but a fraction of the vastness. At that moment, an ancient seal's shadow flickered within the time blade, vanishing almost instantaneously. It was the seal of heavenly Tao. Before Lin Yang could delve deeper into contemplation, he felt as though something within his mind had exploded, waves of information crashing against him, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Amidst the haze, he seemed to glimpse a figure adorned in imperial robes, seated upon a lofty throne, crowned with a celestial diadem. Shojing's eyes flickered, sensing Lin Yang's unusual state. Yet he refrained from speaking. If the time blade could not resolve the issue, he too could do little more than wait for the situation to unfold. After what felt like the duration of a fragrant stick burning, Lin Yang gradually regained his senses from the tumult. By the heavens! Having roughly organized the influx of information within his mind, Lin Yang could only stare in astonishment. Among the revelations was the complete text of the Demon Emperor canon, as well as the Demon Lord's arduous journey of cultivation until reaching the other shore. However, the breadth of this knowledge was so vast that Lin Yang had only managed to grasp the external realm portion at this moment. No lethal techniques had been passed down. Could this be part of the Dark Hand? Had it been resolved by the Time Blade? A fleeting suspicion crossed Lin Yang's mind, given that he possessed cultivation experience. It was inconceivable that he lacked techniques. The absence of any obvious signs indicated the existence of peril. The hidden hand has been eliminated. You may withdraw, he commanded, discerning the unease in Lin Yang's demeanor. As you wish, he replied, bowing slightly. Engulfed in various speculations, Lin Yang pondered over the established norms and the words of the sect master. Should the hidden hand still be active? It would surely manifest if I were to find myself ensnared in a life and death crisis, thus leading this legitimate heir of the celestial emperor into the path of demonic corruption. After all, it is well said that a century of cultivation can be undone in a mere thought of malevolence. The current state of my cultivation could be entirely transformed into that of a demon sovereign S, augmented by the memories of a demon lord, resulting in an instantaneous and unfathomable increase in power. Yet, what use would this be to the demon lord? He is utterly deceased, devoid of any hope for reincarnation. As Lin Yang made his way towards his private courtyard, he contemplated the unparalleled divine arts imparted by the otherworldly beings, which embraced all without the instability that often accompanies a shift in foundational practices. As for cultivating the demon sovereign's canon, that was entirely out of the question. It would serve only as a reference, or perhaps be sold to the six paths. He had no shortage of supreme divine arts as foundational methods. At this juncture, Lin Yang completely forgot his earlier nonchalance regarding the acquisition of any supreme divine arts upon his arrival in this realm. During his seclusion atop Jade Emperor Mountain, he had remained oblivious to the happenings of the outside world. However, as merchant from the Central Plains returned from the vast seas, rumors of Lin Yang's formidable achievements, defying the odds and vanquishing formidable foes, began to circulate throughout the martial world of the Central Plains, sending shivers down the spines of many. Chapter 52, An Oppressive World. In a new world, the Far East continent, in the newly established Scotland. Once again, it was a solitary mission. Lin Yang's gaze lingered on the distorted lines of text on the ground. Main quest: join the Far East Police Department, investigate clues regarding the anti-Buddhism sect, and disrupt the impending summoning ceremony of the anti-Buddhists. Reward: 1. 500 merit points, exemption from one exclusive task. Failure to complete results in a deduction of the same merit points. Time limit: 60 days. Upon reading the terms involving the Far East Police Department and anti-Buddhism, Lin Yang's expression hardened, and an overwhelming weight settled upon his heart. Even the prospect of an exemption from an exclusive task failed to elicit any joy. He realized the nature of the world in which he was to carry out this mission. The ancient universe was steeped in despair, madness, and oppression. The 7 great demon gods, standing at the pinnacle of power, were akin to legendary beings, their presence rivaling that of the celestial kings in the perfect world. Even the embodiment of law, with a single misstep, could meet their demise in this realm. The six paths were not immune to being ensnared by incriminating evidence. It seemed that this mission had been issued by the adversaries of the demon Buddha. Lin Yang Togus Rajet. The rulers of the six paths were not a singular entity, but rather a collective of at least legendary figures, whose relationships were fraught with discord and enmity. The task of disrupting the anti-Buddhism ceremony was clearly assigned by the enemies of the demon Buddha. The leader of the anti-Buddhism sect in this realm was the projection of the demon Buddha, Ananda, who sought to break free from the Buddha suppression and return to the mortal realm. As a member of the Six Paths, there were countless powerful beings unwilling to allow the demon Buddha to regain his peak. Lin Yang could not ascertain which of them had issued this mission. With 2 months at his disposal, he would first join the Far East Police Department and leverage their resources to track the anti-Buddhists. With this thought, Lin Yang emerged from the silent, shadowy alleyway. On the street, he was flanked by low-rise buildings of Western European architecture. Approaching him was a tall, striking girl clad in a black Gothic dress, around 17 or 18 years of age. Her graceful movements exuded an alluring charm, inciting a desire in onlookers to applaud her. Even Lin Yang, who had encountered many beauties, could not help but feel a flicker of astonishment. Had he not been preoccupied with his mission, he would have welcomed a delightful encounter with her, for he did not practice asceticism and naturally wished to indulge in the pleasures of yin and yang. Days later, in a bustling metropolis of the Far East, within an old-style villa in Yuan Port, men and women in black uniforms were engrossed in their work. A slender man in the office, with piercing eyes, cast a few glances at the new members, his gaze lingering on the gentleman's cane in his hand. After retrieving a document, he spoke, "From today onward, you are a member of the Special Operations Team. Manhwa, please take him to get his uniform and enlighten the newcomer on the fundamentals of the spiritual cultivation world." "Understood, Yang sir," replied a charming woman in her late 20s, with shoulder-length hair and a figure accentuated by her fitted uniform. Manhwa turned to Lin Yang, offering a gentle smile. "Follow me, newcomer." Lin Yang accompanied Manhwa to the logistics department to collect his uniform. Afterward, she presented him with a book titled Chronicles of Spiritual Cultivation, explaining, "The Special Operations Team is an independent entity within the Far East Police Department. New members are promoted to at least the rank of sergeant. The benefits are substantial, but the cases we handle are far more perilous than those of ordinary police work, so you must be prepared." Noticing Lin Yang nodding in understanding, she began to leaf through the book, continuing, "There exists extraordinary power in this world, comprising individuals and affairs beyond the comprehension of the mundane. The Special Operations Team is tasked with addressing cases related to the spiritual cultivation realm. Several true divine churches in Western Europe represent the largest forces of extraordinary beings, housing genuine deities. Among these extraordinary beings, power is hierarchically ranked as follows: clergy, bishops, saints, and ultimately, the highest rank of angels. However, the most terrifying entities in this world are not the divine beings of the churches, but rather the 6 nameless demon gods." "6?" Lin Yang exclaimed, quickly realizing why he was unaware of one demon god. The 7th demon god, a nascent projection nurtured by Meng Qi, was a matter for the distant future. As Manhwa spoke of the 6 recognized demon gods, her enchanting smile faded, and her expression grew somber, her words imbued with an unnerving gravity. "The core of chaos. Regardless of whether they are true deities or their followers, those who have witnessed its existence have all succumbed to madness. The Dark Mother God. Surviving ancient gods have described it as a grotesque, ever-shifting mass of black flesh. The Lord of Fear. Reports from the true divine churches depict it as a grotesque tumor covered in tentacles, feeding on hearts, brains, and intense emotions, often manifesting in the guise of beautiful maidens or handsome youths. The unifier of all, an indescribable mist, the faceless pharaoh, its true form is unknown. Preferring to walk among mortals in disguise, luring them into damnation and reveling in deceit, seldom resorting to murder, the fallen god. A bloodied, inverted figure hanging on a crucifix, bloodthirsty and maddened, once a supreme deity who guarded the world for millennia. Even as Manhwa spoke of the fallen god, a flicker of uncertainty crossed her features, reflecting a deep unease about the future. If even the once supreme deities had now become demon gods, could this despair-ridden world still hold a glimmer of hope? Suppressing the tumult within her heart, she resumed her charming demeanor. "You have been assigned to a team investigating a significant case related to the lost history of the Far East spanning 3 centuries. As she spoke, she led Lin Yang to another office and gently knocked on the door. Upon receiving a prompt to enter, she pushed the door open. The interior was immaculate, with documents meticulously organized, showcasing the occupants' high standards. A robust, middle-aged man in his 40s was immersed in paperwork. "Yang sir, we have a new recruit," Manhwa announced, stepping aside to reveal Lin Yang to the burly man. "Another newcomer, is it?" Team leader Liu raised his head, casting a curious glance at the gentleman's cane disguised as a weapon. After Manhwa departed, he gestured for Lin Yang to take a seat and said, "Our team is responsible for investigating the Taoist and Buddhist organizations, as well as the heretical anti-Buddhism sect, all intertwined in the lost history of the Far East. Recently, we've received reports that the anti-Buddhism sect has been conducting heinous, inhumane blood sacrifices to attract the attention of a certain malevolent deity. Our team has gathered some preliminary leads." In a calm demeanor, Team leader Liu recounted the recent Manhwa cases, stating, "Being selected for the Special Operations Team signifies your exceptional personal qualities within the police department. I will refrain from further assessments. For now, familiarize yourself with the members' profiles. By evening, you will embark on a mission alongside the night shift team." Rising to take the documents, Lin Yang patiently perused them, quietly awaiting the arrival of dusk. Chapter 53, The Underground Realm. After several days of acclimatization, Lin Yang had become well acquainted with his teammates, concealing his extraordinary abilities and conducting investigations into anti-Buddhist leads like an ordinary person. His original intent was to probe mentally. However, the formidable barriers surrounding several branches of the True God Church in the city interfered with his spiritual probing, plunging him into a bizarre world whenever his mental energy strayed too far from his body. Thus, he had no choice but to abandon this method. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye, with just over 10 days remaining until the mission deadline. While dining at an Eastern European-style restaurant, the members of Special Operations Team 1 were startled by the entrance of Wang Sun, who appeared flustered and hurried. "Boss, there's new intel," he exclaimed, glancing toward Deputy Leader Su Chong. "Have we uncovered another anti-Buddhist lead?" Su Chong scanned the restaurant, ensuring it was devoid of patrons, before inquiring in a low voice. This establishment served as a subsidiary for the Special Operations Team, dedicated to gathering fragmented information, allowing them to converse freely when alone. "Yes, boss. We have confirmed a stronghold of anti-Buddhism on Sulan Street. According to the intel, this site is significantly more crucial than the minor outposts we previously dismantled." Upon hearing Wang Sun's words, Lin Yang set down his cutlery, grasping his gentleman's cane. "Let us go." Without a backward glance, Su Chong dashed out of the restaurant, with Lin Yang and the others trailing behind. On Sulan East Street, at Yuanguang Park, Lin Yang stood at the mouth of a pitch-black passageway, his brow furrowed slightly. The acrid scent of blood assaulted his senses. Observing Su Chong and several team members illuminating the passage with flashlights while remaining vigilant, he followed closely behind. The signs of recently disturbed earth indicated that this passage had been excavated not long ago, and the damp, fetid air compelled Lin Yang to seal off his sense of smell. They encountered no attacks along the way, and the Special Operations Team reached the end of the passage without obstruction, arriving at a dimly lit underground plaza. The area was not barren, but filled with jars containing a pale yellow liquid, alongside human eyeballs, hearts, reproductive organs, kidneys, and spines. "This is truly an anti-human cult," remarked female team member Yun Li, suppressing her urge to retch, her eyes betraying her unmasked disdain. The surrounding team members nodded in agreement. Yeah. Another offering has arrived. How considerate of them." A chilling, low laughter echoed throughout the hall. Lin Yang turned towards the source of the voice, spotting a hunched old man standing atop of a blood-stained altar adorned with peculiar symbols, surrounded by the mangled remains of youth. The grotesque beauty of the scene was undeniable. Upon careful inspection, Lin Yang deduced that the organs in the jars had been harvested from these very youths while they were alive. Bang! A flash of fire erupted, and a sharp gunshot echoed in the subterranean space. Su Chong had shot the hunched old man in the head, blood and brain matter splattering. "Glory, purify the evil," he intoned somberly. Su Chong was a favored one of the Sun Church, among the finest clerics in the profession, destined to rival the bishops of the True God Church in a few years. An inexplicable radiance flooded the underground space, akin to the emergence of a second sun, illuminating all. The purifying light shone upon the altar, enhancing its eeriness, while the blood seemed to pulse as if alive. The vacant eye sockets of the dismembered corpses below suddenly widened, as if jolted by electricity, and they began to convulse and rise slowly. Their hollow gazes fixed upon the living, black saliva dripping from the corners of their mouths, corroding the ground beneath them. In that moment, the white light appeared tainted with a shade of crimson. "Perhaps we should retreat," Lin Yang suggested, a cloud of foreboding settling over his countenance. He sensed imminent danger. "How can we retreat in the face of a cult?" Su Chong dismissed his proposal, his expression grave. "Everyone be cautious, do not die." "Understood, Su Sir," Yunli replied, drawing her weapons, two silver-long spears inscribed with magical runes. The others also brandished their arms or activated their extraordinary powers, illuminating the underground realm with a myriad of lights. Suddenly, the organ submerged in the pale yellow liquid began to transform, sprouting grotesque limbs that shattered their containers, scurrying chaotically across the floor. At that moment, streaks of black and red light flickered from the altar, twisting and coalescing into the form of a short, mustached man. His eyes were pitch black, with a blood-red, inverted swastika spinning within them. 3 centuries ago, this once ordinary painter had succumbed to temptation, becoming the embodiment of malevolence after practicing the highest secret of the anti-Buddhist organization, the Tathagata. This anti-Buddhist cult reveres him. Wang Sun grimly identified the spectral figure. Before Su Chong could finish his low chant, a shadow swiftly severed his head from his body, blood erupting from his neck like a fountain. His expression froze in shock. his head still tethered to a gory spinal column. Lin Yang's pupils contracted. Even with his keen insight, he could not discern the full form of the shadow. Wang Sun and the others stood frozen, their minds reeling at the sight of their formidable deputy leader's headless corpse, realizing that even Su Chong, seasoned in battle, had been felled in an instant, leaving them momentarily paralyzed. The shadow, having retreated, did not launch another attack. Instead, it clawed out Su Chong's eyes, pressing them into its own eye sockets, and extracted a spine to embed it within its own body. It was then that Lin Yang recognized that the being that had effortlessly slain Su Chong was merely one among the many dismembered corpses littering the ground. Good heavens! Lin Yang exclaimed, his eyes widening at the sight of the hundreds of unmoving corpses. It defied logic and magic. How could these once ordinary individuals now exhibit such ferocity in death? Run, seek the true God Church, and summon the saints. He urged the others in a hushed tone, slowly retreating to avoid inciting a mass uprising among the corpses. Su Sir. Wang Sun cast a lingering glance at Su Chong's headless body as he and the others began to back away. As the radiant light, now devoid of its energy source, gradually dimmed, the blood-red hue in the empty eye sockets of the corpses intensified with every flicker of the fading illumination. The transition from brightness to utter darkness occurred in mere 3 seconds. The slaughter commenced. The once dormant horde of corpses surged forward, accompanied by shadows, attacking the living. Lin Yang witnessed Wang Sun torn apart by 2 female corpses, who fought over his organs as if they could fill the void within their own bodies. Amidst the chaos, a male corpse suddenly snatched Wang Sun's heart and shoved it into its own chest. The remaining team members, including Yun Li, faced a similar fate within mere moments. They were decimated, their remains fought over by the ravenous corpses. Lin Yang found himself besieged by several of these undead beings, but his divine cloak absorbed most of the blows. Damn it, these creatures possess not only incredible speed, but also astonishing strength, and their control is unerringly precise, striking the ground with immense force without disturbing the environment. Lin Yang, his face marked by several bloody scratches, felt the weight of despair. The underground space was now shrouded in an unknown barrier, leaving him trapped. If he could not escape within 5 minutes, he would meet the same fate as his comrades. There were too many adversaries. Using the Emperor's step through time would be unwise, and Lin Yang, unable to grasp the nuances of his home, could not employ this technique continuously. Such a lack of logic. I have indeed underestimated them. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he braved another round of attacks, spitting blood while retrieving a secret treasure from the mustard seed ring. Chapter 54, Annihilation. An increasing number of dismembered corpses, having completed their assembly, surrounded the battlefield. Lin Yang, observing the grotesque sight, found himself unable to intervene, rendered helpless. His hollow eye sockets gazing vacantly. He cast forth a treasured artifact, a resplendent, luminous, and auspicious 33-tiered golden pagoda materializing above his head. Its sharp angles radiating a divine majesty, enveloped in an aura of profound yellow energy that shielded his form. The claws of several corpses lunged at him, only to be thwarted by the protective barrier of the yellow energy, retreating in failure. As more corpses witnessed the spectacle, they surged forward, yet momentarily returned empty-handed. Invulnerable to all arts, repelling all malevolence, this treasure, capable of withstanding an assault from the 9 heavens, found these corpses, despite their formidable strength, still barely reaching the threshold of the first layer of the external realm, rendering their attempts to breach his defenses a prolonged endeavor. Wiping the blood from his cheek, Lin Yang smirked coldly, with no need to divide his focus on defense. It was merely a matter of time before he vanquished this horde of corpses. The gentleman's staff, stained with blood, ignited with fierce flames, revealing within it the blazing essence of calamity. The temperature in the subterranean space surged rapidly as a blade of crimson light flashed, cleaving through the bodies of 2 young female corpses. The fire's sovereign incinerated the cosmos. This time, he unleashed the full ferocity of his attack, letting the fiery intent of this strike manifest in its entirety. The blade, as radiant as the dawn, consumed all in its path, even the very fabric of space igniting in dark red flames. The bisected corpses struggled vainly, unwilling to succumb, thrashing against the dark fire that engulfed them, only to ignite the remaining parts of their bodies as well. It remained a mystery what kind of mutations transpired after death. The dark flames, capable of reducing an ordinary person to ashes in the blink of an eye, were regrettably slow in their consumption of the corpses. The dark fire rampaged, swiftly spreading throughout the entire subterranean expanse, while the walls and other surfaces remained unscathed, protected by an unknown barrier. The air grew thin, and Lin Yang established a self-sustaining cycle within his internal realm, momentarily freeing himself from the need for oxygen. Above him, the exquisite pagoda, enveloped in the yellow energy, disregarded the assaults of the burning corpses as he approached the altar before him, which appeared slightly more solid than it had moments prior. A weight settled in Lin Yang's heart, With the memories of the Demon Lord, he understood that once this phantom solidified, it would signify the completion of the Demon Buddha's endeavors within this realm, heralding the return of that ancient being from the other shore. The heavenly emperor of the previous epoch. Gently caressing the calamity, he swung the black blade towards the altar. The eerie blood light flickered, shattering the blade's edge instantly. With both hands gripping the sword, black flames roared, his blood coursing like thunder. Strands of divine radiance illuminating him as though he were a celestial deity descending upon the mortal realm. With a fierce cry, he unleashed a blade that had been charged for an eternity, delivering a strike that felt as if it could cleave the heavens and rend the earth. Crashing against the altar's periphery, the familiar eerie bloodlight flashed once more, and Lin Yang, with fractured arms, returned empty-handed. 200 experience points were awarded. A line of text appeared before him, and before he could express joy, his expression darkened further. He beheld a sinister glow emerging from the ashes of the burnt remains. An unstoppable force racing towards the altar, merging with the phantom figure of the mustachioed one, causing it to solidify slightly. It appeared that the consequence of his quest for points was the complete materialization of this phantasmal form. At that moment, he would have no recourse but to utilize the system to escape this realm, rendering his 930,000 merits utterly useless. The complete Demon Emperor Canon, already possessed by the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation, was purchased at half price, yielding 430,000 merits. 200 experience points were again awarded. The reappearing text caused Lin Yang's heart to tighten. Focusing intently, he observed that the phantom form had indeed solidified further. He could only speculate as to who had accomplished this task in the original history, whether it was a Fashun or a half-step. Seeing more corpses on the verge of turning to ash, Lin Yang made a decisive choice, no longer hesitating. With a flourish of his hand, he cradled a miniature sun, radiating boundless light and heat, the primary material of a divine weapon, the core of the day star. With this strike, he would either succeed and retreat or be forced to flee. Lin Yang murmured softly, gazing at the miniature sun, unconsciously lamenting. How unfortunate for the innocent people of this city. He swiftly retreated to the edge of the underground barrier, and after a fruitless barrage, he seized the opportunity to employ the heavenly yellow exquisite tower once more. With a resolute heart, he assumed a baseball-throwing stance and hurled the impossibly heavy miniature sun towards the center of the altar, aiming for the illusory mustachioed figure. In the bustling city of Yuangang, the Far East's vibrant metropolis, life continued unabated, unchanged from days of yore. Laborers clad in coarse linen scurried through the streets, toiling for a meager 5 copper coins to support their families. Hunched and despondent, a homeless man curled in a street corner, hoping for a passerby as charity, or perhaps to die silently one night. The aristocratic elite, draped in luxurious attire, indulged in exquisite delicacies served by their servants, each morsel worth a laborer's monthly wage. A striking young woman in a black Gothic dress sat in a cafe, sipping on a rare European coffee, indifferent to the pedestrians outside her window. Police officers buried themselves in paperwork, handling a myriad of cases. The priests of the true God Church prayed daily, while affluent families sought baptism in the church. Such a life was meant to continue uninterrupted, until this moment, when the earth trembled violently from below, fissures tearing open the ground like wounds, as countless unfortunate souls plummeted into the abyss. Beneath the round light park on Sulindong Avenue, a miniature sun was ejected from the depths, soaring into the sky. In that instant, the sky, not particularly bright, flared with an intensity surpassing the sun, emanating a radiance millions of times greater than that of the celestial body itself. An endless expanse of white light illuminated the realm. Horse-drawn carriage drivers, hard-working laborers, and diligent women instantly screamed in agony, their bodies igniting under the brilliance, their flesh incinerated in mere moments, leaving only charred skeletons behind. Within 100 miles, everything was engulfed in roaring flames. The core of light, the Daystar Core, abruptly contracted, unleashing a formidable golden shockwave. The first to bear the brunt of this wave was the former Round Light Park, the ground sinking several hundred meters under the force, as many still-burning buildings were reduced to ashes in an instant. The golden ripples surged forth, vowing not to relent until this bustling city lay in ruins. Where it passed, only scorched earth remained. The powerful barriers of the major, true God churches activated, bathing the area in brilliant light, their hymns echoing, protecting the vicinity as they withstood the annihilating golden shockwave, which then spread elsewhere. The bishops gazed in horror at the devastation beyond their barriers, yet remained powerless to intervene. How intriguing. A striking young woman in a black Gothic dress abruptly appeared amidst this hellish landscape, her sapphire blue eyes observing everything with indifference. With delicate fingers, she grasped the rapidly contracting day star core, playing with it as one would an egg, effortlessly, casually tossing it in her hand. Her azure eyes reflected the resplendent barrier of hymns, and she gently released the day star core, allowing it to bypass the barrier effortlessly, unleashing a power tenfold greater than before. Boom. Chapter 55, The Peerless Technique. Long before the Daystar Corps was propelled from the depths, Lin Yang, having completed his task and returned, remained oblivious to the events that transpired post his departure. Yet, he could surmise that the primary material of the divine weapon, already unstable, would instinctively continue to erupt after its initial explosion without restraint, until all its divine energy was expended. At that moment in the subterranean space, after casting the Daystar Core, the artifact unleashed all its might, shattering the altar's defenses, obliterating the mysterious symbols inscribed upon it, causing the nearly solidified phantom of the mustachioed figure to disintegrate and vanish without a trace. The celestial realm, infused with profound mysteries, witnessed the exquisite Ling Long Tower shatter completely within the span of 2 heartbeats. The divinely inspired cloak, unleashed with all its might, suffered grievous damage, leaving Lin Yang himself in a state of disarray as if he had lost half his life, while consuming a medicinal heart pill to sustain his existence. Thoughts of fleeing crossed his mind, but fortunately, the 6 Paths notification appeared swiftly. It had been quite some time since he had received healing from the 6 Paths. Lin Yang said quietly, observing that Meng Qi and the others bore heavy injuries. He understood they had endured fierce battles during their mission. Among the newcomers was a serene young maiden, cradling a 7-stringed guqin, which sparked a glimmer of recognition in Lin Yang's eyes. He had finally encountered a kindred spirit, one who shared his culinary passions. He recognized this ethereal girl as Ruan Yushu, the daughter of the head of the Ruan clan, one of the 14 great families. The familiar voice of the master of the 6 Paths of reincarnation reverberated. As the cycle deepens, the next endeavor shall be the first death mission, commencing in 1 year's time. Instantly, the hearts of Meng Qi and the others raced with anticipation. The advance notice of the mission's timing suggested challenges beyond imagination. The mission evaluations were revealed. Zhang Yuanshan, Fu Jinjin, and Ruan Yushu rated average, each earning 50 merit points, while Jiang Zhuwei and Qi Jingyan achieved good ratings, acquiring 100 merit points each, along with a chance to draw a lot, applicable to all entities below the external realm. The absence of Lin Yang's name startled Meng Qi and his companions, prompting them to glance back, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon spotting Lin Yang, though a flicker of confusion remained. Fortunately, the master of the 6 Paths did not leave them in uncertainty for long, continuing. Lin Yang is rated exceptional, rewarded with 600 merit points, a reincarnation token, and a chance to draw a lot, applicable to entities above the opening of the spiritual senses and below the Dharma body. The same dull gray lottery tube was presented, with no apparent distinction from those of the external realm. How fared everyone in this mission? Lin Yang inquired first, his tone tinged with melancholy. Hearing the elder brother of the group ask, the others recounted the mission's circumstances, though the 6 Paths forbade the disclosure of specifics, resulting in a concise summary. Do we encounter formidable foes this time? Zhang Yuanshan queried, his gaze lingering on the tattered divine cloak. The others, not blind to the state of the pristine treasure weapon, noted its tragic condition, except for Ruan Yushu, who remained unaware of the cloak's true nature. It's a long story. Lin Yang sighed deeply, a bitter smile gracing his lips. This mission has resulted in significant losses. I feel like retching. The primary material of the divine weapon was lost. The Ling Long Tower shattered under duress. The divine cloak required repairs, and counting the heart pill, the total loss summed to 44,000 merit points. Were it not for a one-time exemption for a dedicated mission, Lin Yang might have succumbed to despair. Nevertheless, thoughts of upcoming exchanges rekindled a flicker of joy within him. Let us discuss what to exchange, Lin Yang suggested, shifting the topic. Internally, he lamented his insufficient cultivation, pondering how he could have wielded the divine cloak's powers more effectively, sparing them such calamity. Noting his reluctance to delve into the previous mission, the others tactfully began discussing their desired acquisitions. During the drawing of lots, a treasure weapon emerged. The flowing cloud crown, a precious artifact designed to resist external demons, subdue inner demons, and slightly enhance one's comprehension. Valued at 7,300 merit points. Upon its appearance, Lin Yang felt his wounded spirit ease significantly, bringing him newfound joy. This mission had yielded considerable gain for the reincarnators, with nearly everyone acquiring items worth over 1,000 merit points, except for Lin Yang. Perhaps this is the welfare preceding the death mission? Meng Qi speculated, to which Zhang Yuanshan and Jiang Zhiwei concurred after contemplation. Qi Jingyan remained as inscrutable as ever, his face a mask of stoicism, while Fu Zhenjin and Ruan Yushu engaged in private discourse. During Lin Yang's time back at the mountain, Meng Qi, having been expelled from Shaolin, resolved to abandon the Buddhist Ananda breaking precept sword technique, having instead acquired the essence of the 9 Heavens divine thunder spear from the demon grave. He exchanged for portions of the purple thunder 7 strikes technique, originally wielded by the 9 Heavens thunder god, as well as the promising 8-9 profound skill opening chapter. Under the guidance of her master, Jiang Zhiwei identified flaws in her swordsmanship and opted for the simplified, yet profound, e-sword technique. Zhang Yuanshan refrained from exchanging techniques, focusing instead on acquiring necessary elixirs for cultivation. Qi Jingyan exchanged for the remaining portions of the Huntian treasure guide for the opening stage, alongside corresponding elixirs and techniques. Fu Jinjin, under Meng Qi's guidance, selected the Wang Nangu poison scripture. Who would have guessed that this seemingly shy maiden was a master of toxins? She also sought to acquire a sharp long sword, to which Lin Yang generously offered her a treasure blade. As Lin Yang grew ever stronger, this weapon, on par with the heavenly sword and dragon-slaying blade, had ceased to be of assistance to him and was better bestowed upon one in need. The serene Ruan Yushu, with her harmonious connection to the Guqin, after a series of selections, ultimately chose the 8 sounds of the heavenly dragon music score. Once everyone had completed their exchanges and sold off the tomes and items scavenged from the reincarnation world, Meng Qi and Jiang Zhui began to discuss their respective sword techniques. Lin Yang had already resolved during the mission to seize the opportunity afforded by the exemption to determine what to exchange. He planned to create an opportunity to forcibly break through the external realm during the next death mission. Although acquiring a divine weapon would significantly enhance his combat prowess post-breakthrough, the potential for future growth would be limited. As he ventured into other worlds, divine weapons, while rare, were not entirely unobtainable. Leveraging his familiarity with the plot might allow him to strategize effectively. Thus, the most unwise course of action would be to exchange for a divine weapon. Setting aside his distractions, Lin Yang restrained his excitement and proceeded with his exchange. Heavenly Interception 7 swords, missing the 3rd and 6th styles, with an exchange price of 750,000 merit points. Not to mention the full version of Tathagata's Divine Palm required 1 million merit points. Even if he had sufficient merit, Lin Yang still preferred Heavenly Interception 7 swords, even in its incomplete form. After deducting 750,000 merit points, the voice of the Master of the Six Paths grew increasingly cold. This exchange was unlike previous ones, as the item did not emerge from the light column. Instead, a golden beam of light, imbued with an inexplicable mystery, descended upon Lin Yang, lifting him into the air as he received the inheritance of Heavenly Interception 7 swords. Since acquiring the complete Celestial Emperor's Jade Codex, he had no intention of purchasing the full 8-9 profound skill, opting instead for Heavenly Interception 7 swords. By the heavens! Am I ascending to immortality? Meng Qi exclaimed, astonished by the sudden change. Never before had he witnessed an item that could levitate its recipient upon exchange after so long in reincarnation. Not only he, but also Jiang Jiwei, Zhang Yuanshan, and the others were similarly awestruck, even the typically stoic Qi Jingyan displaying a hint of surprise, uncertain of what had transpired. Chapter 56, Heavenly Interception. Countless memories surged into Lin Yang's mind, embedding 5 seeds of true intention within his consciousness, each containing the essence of the Heavenly Interception 7 swords and its unique divine mysteries. He now comprehended the nature of the missing 3rd style, the Sword of Time and Space, and the 6th style, the Sword of Destiny. These 2 styles had long been lost with the ascension of the Taoist sovereign. Although referred to as swords, they bore no distinction from blades, fists, or palms, embodying the principles of time and space as well as destiny. At this moment, Lin Yang received the inheritance of 5 styles. The first style directly pierced the heart and spirit, revealing one's innate brilliance, transcending all other forms of understanding. The second style was an enigmatic sword technique grounded in causality, beyond discussion. The 4th style, embodying the essence of all things, represented the pinnacle of transformation, evolving the 5 elements and 4 symbols. The 5th style, transcending the universe, was an omnipresent force surpassing the concept of space. And the final 7th style encompassed both destruction and creation, annihilation and genesis. For others, to grasp the elusive Heavenly Interception 7 swords would be akin to scaling the heavens. Yet for Lin Yang, a mere accumulation of experience points would propel him to an extraordinary realm, unfettered by consequences. He could replicate the unparalleled power wielded by the original creator at the moment of its inception. However, due to the absence of the 3rd style of the path of time and space, Lin Yang found himself unable to comprehend the remaining 5 styles. Despite having no means to access the temporal pathway, he was acutely aware that it was entirely normal. The supreme martial arts were originally meant to be comprehended only by those with a true body. As a mere initiate, the distance he had to traverse was unfathomable. Achieving instant enlightenment would indeed be a miracle. Gradually descending, Lin Yang could no longer contain his elation and burst into raucous laughter. Instantly, the carefully crafted persona he had built crumbled spectacularly in the eyes of Meng Qi and the others. He had not anticipated that the Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation would not impose any restrictions on the exchange, such as limiting it to 1 technique at a time, but instead allowed him to acquire it all in one fell swoop. As his laughter began to dissipate, Meng Qi, astonished, inquired, "Brother Lin, what have you exchanged for? You seem far happier than when you purchased those exquisite treasures." Exquisite treasures? Ruan Yushu momentarily faltered, then realized that this renowned figure, notorious for his ruthlessness and capable of effortlessly dispatching ordinary foes, would naturally possess such treasures. It was hard to reconcile his normally composed demeanor with such unrestrained joy. Jiang Jiwei also expressed her curiosity. She felt that his exuberant laughter was almost bewildering, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Ahem. Lin Yang cleared his throat awkwardly, attempting to feign nonchalance, but his efforts were evidently in vain. Observing the puzzled expressions on their faces, he grinned and confessed, I have merely exchanged for a martial art I have long desired. I am quite delighted to finally fulfill this dream. Brother Lin, you laugh as if you've lost your mind, Meng Qi quipped silently. With the Heavenly Emperor's jade tome in your possession, what other martial art could bring you such joy? Jiang Jiwei queried, her expression one of confusion. She knew Lin Yang was adept in many arts and speculated he might have sold the first volume of the Heavenly Emperor's jade tome. Yet, given the numerous treasures he had acquired and the many he had lent them, he should have scarcely anything left to afford anything of substantial value. I still possess the complete Demon Emperor canon, Lin Yang mused inwardly. Meng Qi and the others had all but deduced the source of Lin Yang's merits. However, they had little opinion on his selling of the Heavenly Emperor's jade tome, understanding that as a newcomer to the cycle of reincarnation and having not grown up within the sect, his sense of belonging was understandably weak. Moreover, he had generously aided them, proving to be a rare and commendable ally. I recall asking you to help me select an unparalleled sword technique upon my first return. Lin Yang hinted fervently. En parallèle de sword technique? The group looked utterly perplexed. It was inconceivable that Jietian and Ru Lai could be separated into sold techniques for initiates and external forms. What else could it be? They were unaware of just how extravagant Lin Yang was for having sold two complete, unparalleled martial arts. Even now, he possessed nearly 190,000 merits, sufficient to purchase several items at the level of a true body. Oh, you lot. Lin Yang sighed in disappointment, his tone laced with exasperation. Try to exercise your imagination. Noticing their continued bewilderment, he decided to be forthright. The Seven Swords of Jietian. The Seven Swords of Jietian. The group was taken aback, their minds failing to connect the dots. A glimmer of yearning sparked in Jiang Jiwei's eyes as she spoke with a complex tone. The Seven Swords of Jietian, as passed down by the Taoist sovereign, is indeed priceless. Even missing two techniques, it is worth 750,000 merits. Only the Buddha's palm can rival it. Have you all lost your wits? Were you not previously as clever as demons? Lin Yang thought, his thoughts swirling. He weakly added, what I just exchanged for was indeed the Seven Swords of Jietian. The realization struck them like lightning. Jiang Jiwei, who was fervently enamored with swordsmanship, suddenly comprehended, her voice rising in pitch as she fixed her intense gaze on Lin Yang, as if she might devour him whole. Meng Qi opened his mouth but emitted no sound, internally screaming, Coach, I report that someone is cheating. Reflecting on his recent gains of over 1,000 merits, he found himself feeling rather smug, but now he felt as if he could never again play alongside Brother Lin, standing before him always invoking a sense of inferiority. The Seven Swords of Jietian. Zhang Yuanshan's expression was complex. The two signature martial arts of the Zhenwu sect were both derived from the seventh technique of the Seven Swords of Jietian, the Tao Destruction and Creation technique. Qi Jingyan, after a brief period of astonishment, fell silent, feeling the need to reassess Lin Yang's financial prowess. Ruan Yushu had not anticipated that upon entering the cycle of reincarnation, she would encounter someone who had exchanged for the pinnacle of unparalleled martial arts, leading her to feel somewhat less resistant, especially with so many worlds filled with delightful treats. Had she possessed such merits, she would have likely chosen to escape the cycle of reincarnation. Fuzhen es drifted. 750. 000 merits would be sufficient to exchange for two talismans that would allow one to escape reincarnation. I wish to witness the might of the Seven Swords of Jietian. Jiang Jiwei gazed longingly at Lin Yang, making him feel uneasy. Lin Yang nodded in affirmation, replying, Rest assured, once I attain comprehension, I shall allow you all to witness the Seven Swords of Jietian. Upon hearing his promise, Jiang Jiwei's fair cheeks flushed, envisioning the day when such a moment would arrive. No one questioned the source of his merits. It was a tacit understanding among them, allowing Lin Yang to candidly declare that he had exchanged for the Seven Swords of Jietian. At this moment, Meng Qi and Zhang Yuanshan resumed their discussion regarding the next death mission, while Lin Yang approached the luminous pillar and cast the oracle cloak into it. The repair required 500 merits. After a slight pang of regret, Lin Yang chose to proceed with the repair. The pillar gradually brightened, and after a brief moment, he retrieved a brand new oracle cloak. Though costly, it was fair and just, given the significant utility of this secret treasure. Lin Yang gritted his teeth and exchanged once more for a treasure, the heavenly yellow Linglong Tower, and a core of the great sun star. His merits swiftly dwindled to over 146,000. He prepared to engage in self-cultivation after being forced into the external form during the death mission, followed by applying for the refinement of divine weapons, anticipating that 100,000 merits would suffice. Before departing, he inquired if anyone needed merits, but all expressed no desire. Thus, Lin Yang did not linger further and opted to return. Seeking recommendations. Chapter 57. Travels. Ing City. Snowflakes danced gracefully, blanketing the earth in white. The streets were adorned with festive decorations. The falling snowflakes were effortlessly repelled by the protective aura surrounding Lin Yang as he strode toward the treasure pavilion at the end of the street, leaving no trace upon the snow. The treasure pavilion primarily dealt in weapons, manuals, elixirs, and other necessities for cultivators, predominantly at the stage of initiation. The vast wealth accumulated from the nefarious actions of the Sea of Sands bandits, after being vanquished by Lin Yang, naturally found its way into his coffers. As he stepped through the entrance of the treasure pavilion, the exquisite maid at the door brightened at the sight of him and approached eagerly. On such a snowy day, a figure arriving in immaculate condition clearly indicated a masterful cultivator, and masters seldom found themselves in dire financial straits. Business was sure to thrive. Does this young master have any needs? The maid inquired softly, her tone gentle as she carefully assessed his attire, his headpiece, cloak, footwear, and long blade. The more she observed, the more astonished she became. With her years of experience at the treasure pavilion, she recognized that even the least of his accoutrements were of exquisite quality, each capable of rivaling her own decade of effort. As for treasures, she dared not even entertain the thought. I wish to purchase a weapon. Please show me. Lin Yang scanned the hall, noting that the first floor primarily sold elixirs for energy accumulation, with a small selection for refining acupoints. The maid slightly bowed and replied, Please follow me, young master. Following the maid, Lin Yang ascended to the third floor, the sword repository. Upon entering, he beheld an array of weaponry of various shapes and materials hanging on the walls, some simple and unadorned, while others glimmered with brilliance. A plump shopkeeper was polishing a glossy green longsword. Each weapon bore price tags and the names of their forgers. Prices range from several thousand to 20 or 30,000 taels. The more expensive, the better the quality, with the most dazzling being a nearly half-step external quality weapon, priced at 35,000 taels. This long sword was crafted by the master forger in Yezi in his early years. The maid noted as she observed Lin Yang's gaze lingering on a particular weapon. Lin Yang nodded slightly and continued to examine other weapons, mentally calculating how many he could acquire with 1,000,000 taels he had amassed. The price of the formidable weapons of the Master of the Six Realms is between 200 and 600 merits, with a buyback price ranging from 60 to 80% of the selling price. At that moment, the slightly plump shopkeeper, having finished polishing a jade green longsword, lifted his head to gaze at the newly arrived guest. This glance caused him to momentarily falter, before breaking into an eager smile as he respectfully exclaimed, it is an honor to welcome Taoist Qingyang. He immediately recognized the individual before him as the universally acknowledged number one on the list of the strongest individuals in history. Now known by the moniker Time's Unpredictability, the true disciple of the Xintiangong sect. Indeed, Lin Yang nodded slightly, unfazed by the shopkeeper's recognition. He had not disguised himself during this outing, and anyone with even a basic awareness of the rankings could easily identify him, especially since he wore the distinctive black robe of Xuantiangong, which no one would dare to impersonate. Qingyang? The maid's expression momentarily froze, before a realization struck her, igniting a fervent glimmer in her eyes as she stared at Lin Yang. Rumor had it that this true disciple of Xintiangong possessed more than one treasured weapon, each of which held immense value, starting at no less than 1,000,000 taels. Should he choose to sell even one of these weapons, the wealth would suffice to ensure a lifetime of comfort for her. In the maid's eyes, the title of number one on the rankings was fleeting. Eventually, even the most illustrious individuals would fade from glory, while tangible treasures remained alluring. Countless individuals had held the number one position in the past, excelling during their enlightenment phase, only to become mere shadows of their former selves once they entered the external realm. Some even failed to break through as they aged, fading quietly from the rankings. I want all of these. As Lin Yang spoke, he gestured towards several dozen weapons, including swords, sabers, and spears, most of which were of ordinary or medium quality, intended solely for sale to the Six Realms, maximizing profit in the process. I want all of these. His matter-of-fact statement resonated with boundless ambition in the maid's ears, causing her eyes to shimmer with excitement. So, Qingyang Daoist was here to procure weapons on behalf of Xuantiangong. The slightly plump shopkeeper conjured the most plausible reasoning in his mind. Although the martial arts sect had dedicated personnel handling such matters, with this esteemed disciple's combat prowess, he would hardly be outmatched, and those who might be tempted by the allure of wealth were merely inconsequential nobodies. The shopkeeper rubbed his hands together enthusiastically, his eyes narrowing into a smile as he said, Daoist Qingyang possesses an extraordinary status, and with such a substantial purchase of weapons, I can offer you a 10% discount. He had quickly calculated that the total value of the selected weapons amounted to approximately 1,000,000 taels, and with this offer, he waved 100,000 taels, prompting the maid's eyes to gleam with delight. Qingyang expressed his gratitude to the shopkeeper, while Lin Yang continued, smiling. Then let us add these additional pieces. He pointed to 12 more weapons. The maid bustled about joyfully, diligently placing all of Lin Yang's selected weapons onto the counter, their brilliance competing for attention. If these weapons were placed within the realm of the divine strategy, they could establish a dominant sect in the martial world. A mere mortal in the enlightenment phase could never withstand the might of weapons forged from divine iron. Had it not been for the unique serial numbers on the official silver of the Great Gene, which could not be counterfeited, one could easily amass wealth as a smuggler between the two realms. Lin Yang waved his hand and gathered the multitude of weapons, producing 100 banknotes of 10,000 taels each to hand over to the shopkeeper. May Taoist Qingyang's external realm journey be unhindered, and may you ascend to great heights. The shopkeeper's smile deepened. After Lin Yang departed, he extracted 2 banknotes and handed them to the returning maid, calmly stating, "Continue to work hard. Reward shall not be lacking." The maid nodded vigorously in agreement, her sweet smile radiating as she accepted the banknotes. Lin Yang moved like a shadow across the snow, not yet returning to the sect. Before descending the mountain, he had informed Shoujing that he would not be returning for a while. This time, he intended to achieve enlightenment during the reincarnation mission, and it was unthinkable to remain at the sect. Otherwise, in the blink of an eye, he might transition to the external realm without any extraordinary phenomena. A true insult to the intelligence of the sect's higher-ups. Even he, Jiao, who ascended in a single bound, had the golden wind calamity befall him, let alone himself. On this journey through the world, Lin Yang primarily sought to indulge in the local delicacies and fortuitously cross paths with Meng Qi, Jiang Jiwei, and others who roamed the martial world. However, due to their differing objectives, they did not travel together, parting ways after just a few days of companionship. In his daily interactions, Lin Yang absorbed the conversations of martial artists, mastering an external realm sword technique. Jiang Jiwei, who had already opened her 8 acupoints, ranked 4th on the list, earning the moniker Sword Fairy, the beautiful Yama. Zhang Yuanshan and Qi Jingyan had few notable achievements, their rankings largely unchanged. While Ruan Yushu and Fu Zhenjin had yet to step into the martial world, otherwise, both would have had a shot at the rankings. In the span of a year, Lin Yang traversed the Great Jin and Northern Zhou, savoring culinary delights, while also facing several assassination attempts by the malevolent Nine Paths. He encountered numerous top-tier experts, yet none could escape alive when confronted with Lin Yang, who wielded secret treasures, all becoming points of experience for him. The only time he faced a setback was when the Elder Weeping, a master of the Nine Heavens, personally sought vengeance for his disciple. The disparity in their realms caused Lin Yang to suffer a minor loss, but later, relying on the might of the replica of the National Treasure Map, he ensnared the Elder Weeping within the painting and fled back to the mountain gate, summoning Shoujing, a half-step law body, to decisively eliminate the Elder Weeping, who had bullied the weak. As the death mission approached, Lin Yang returned to the mountain with a sense of calm, eagerly awaiting the mission's commencement. Chapter 58. 800 years after the journey to the west, the death mission commenced. With a slight dizziness, the scenery before Lin Yang gradually came into focus, revealing the familiar faces of Meng Qi and the others. Ruan Yushu, cradling an ancient guqin, appeared as resplendent as snow, though her mouth seemed to be chewing on something, disrupting the ethereal image of a celestial being. "Is it the Longya fish from Langya?" Lin Yang spoke with certainty. He could never forget that familiar taste, having lingered there for a week. "Oh, a fellow traveler." Ruan Yushu's eyes flickered with intrigue as she spoke, her lips pursing in a manner that suggested lingering delight. "In the future, as you traverse the world, you must indulge in the culinary delights." Lin Yang shared his gastronomic experiences, drawing from his own encounters. Ruan Yushu's eyes sparkled with excitement, her swallowing reflex seemingly involuntary. The light-hearted atmosphere of their conversation alleviated the tension that had permeated the team due to the death mission. Jiang Jiwei chuckled, glancing at Lin Yang, and remarked, "Indeed, Brother Lin, the rumors of your culinary inclinations are true. I initially mistook them for mere tales of the martial world." Lin Yang smiled in response. "Life is meant to be enjoyed. If everything were as straightforward as cultivation, how dull it would be. I don't find cultivation to be simple at all." Meng Qi interjected, feeling somewhat disheartened. Jiang Jiwei's expression stiffened, her laughter fading. The martial world believed Lin Yang had cultivated for over a decade, achieving a state of primordium, while those who had undergone a cycle before him understood that with less than a month remaining until the mission's conclusion, Lin Yang had reached the pinnacle of enlightenment, earning his renown across the realm, indeed giving him the right to make such claims. Jiang Jiwei chose to ignore him and rolled her eyes in response. Lin Yang imagined an electronic voice overlaying her reaction. She turned to Meng Qi, smiling, "Little monk, after your battle with Wang Zai, your infamous reputation will likely follow you for quite some time." She referred to the recent battle, where Meng Qi had decisively defeated the guardian sword Wang Zai, ascending to the 19th position on the rankings and earning the title Mad Blade. "Ah!" Meng Qi felt a hint of embarrassment, unable to articulate a response. That was not the title he desired. Zhang Yuanshan and Fu Zhenjin seized the opportunity to whisper sweet nothings to each other, as they seldom had the chance to meet. Subsequently, the group exchanged introductions, allowing teammates to become acquainted with each other's abilities. Lin Yang began laying the groundwork for his breakthrough. Sigh, alas. I encountered numerous assassination attempts by the malevolent Nine Paths during my travels, leaving me with few treasures remaining. Otherwise, this death mission would not pose a significant challenge. He had exhausted all his heart-piercing nails and was down to just one use of the heaven and earth mysterious yellow Linglong Tower. While the replica of a national treasure map had been utilized 3 times, allowing for 4 more uses. Jiang Jiwei spoke up. The entire martial world buzzed with news of your 3 near-fatal encounters with the assassins of the Unkind Tower, and another with the ambush from the Annihilation Gate. Even top-tier experts would have perished, yet you managed to turn the tables and slay them, astonishing countless witnesses. Lin Yang slowly recounted his harrowing experiences, captivating Meng Qi and the others with tales that were breathtakingly intense. Had they found themselves in a similar predicament, even with identical treasures, they would scarcely have evaded calamity. The regulations of the Unfeeling Tower would not permit the same individual to be targeted 4 times, so there was no immediate cause for concern. However, when it came to the Demise Gate, Lin Yang remarked with a hearty laugh, I will surely return one day. His nonchalant demeanor suggested that he held little regard for the malevolent forces of the 9 evil paths. Nonetheless, in the depths of his heart, he had meticulously noted these 2 sects, vowing a relentless vendetta. Meng Qi, inspired by Lin Yang's audacity, felt a stirring admiration. The 9 evil paths were notorious, their reputation formidable, with many masters in their ranks. Had it not been for the tragic demise of the Elder of Weeping, who had perished at the hands of the 9 heavens, it was likely that a master from the Demise Gate would have intervened personally. At that moment, the Lord of the 6 Paths, unusually forthcoming, provided an introduction to the background of the impending death mission. The monk Xuanzang of the Tang dynasty, in pursuit of the Buddhist scriptures, resolved to journey westward, safeguarded by the likes of the Monkey King, the martial Tianpeng, the curtain-lifting general, and the Dragon King's 3 sons. He faced 81 trials to arrive at the Lingshan Mountain and attain enlightenment. This is the tale of the journey to the west. The current mission took place 8 centuries after Xuanzang achieved his enlightenment, amidst a tumultuous era plagued by demons. The primary objective, to survive. If they could endure until the 8th day, they would return, each rewarded with 1,000 merits and a reincarnation talisman, with no evaluation for this task. The mission would commence in 15 minutes. As they absorbed the 6 paths words, which bore no discrepancy from their memories, Meng Qi and his companions engaged in discussion. He sold the myriad of weapons and spoils he had collected to the 6 paths, a total of 117 weapons, with individual recovery prices ranging from 200 to 400 merits, amassed a total value of 31,700 merits. The items extracted from the bodies of the ambushers collectively fetched an additional 21,000 merits. Subsequently, Lin Yang discreetly purchased a replica of the exquisite pagoda, having discovered its exceptional utility in deflecting countless lethal assaults. Even the formidable Elder of Weeping ultimately fell prey to the combined force of 2 Nine Heavens treasures, ensnared within the map of mountains and rivers. Qi Jingyan grants you 100,000 merits. The 6 Paths announcement took Lin Yang by surprise. He glanced at Qi Jingyan, whose expression remained impassive, and subtly returned the merits while conveying, rest assured, junior brother Qi, I have my own preparations. Qi Jingyan gave a barely perceptible nod. Choosing not to elaborate, Yuan Yushu produced a collection of tomes and what appeared to be weapons, claiming they were accumulated gifts, prompting Meng Qi to internally curse the affluent benefactor. With ample merits at their disposal, the group each procured a large healing elixir, while Qi Jingyan, as the affluent one, specifically selected the Mirror of Revealing Treasures, whose light could unveil the true forms of demons and diminish their power. Once preparations were complete, they awaited the mission's initiation. A pure white beam of light descended, and Lin Yang found himself in a dilapidated meditation hall, its floor tiles shattered, overrun by weeds. And the once gilded Buddha statue now faded. Beside him lay the head of a fallen statue, its face bearing a compassionate smile, casting an unsettling aura over the group, evoking an indescribable chill. The mission commenced with such an eerie overture. Meng Qi's countenance shifted as he recalled the horror films he had once viewed. Zhang Yuanshan stepped forward, asserting, "It is dusk. Many demons grow far more formidable at night than during the day. We must hasten our search." The group split into 2, one to the left and one to the right, embarking on a patrol to detect any traces of demonic presence. Even though this method was considerably slower, it was preferable to the risk of individual encounters with powerful demons leading to disastrous outcomes. Lin Yang remained silent, acutely aware that this realm harbored the moral celestial and a demonic Buddha, both capable of altering the past at will, particularly after his previous solo mission, which had disrupted the demonic Buddha's plan to break free from the Buddha's seal. He bore a heavy grudge. To find himself now under the very gaze of his adversary was a grim twist of fate, one that left him less than elated. Approximately half an hour later, as the darkness deepened, the 2 search parties reconvened in the meditation hall. It appeared the place had been abandoned for at least a century. with tables and chairs completely rotted and the decaying corpses of beasts strewn about. Synthesizing the group's accounts, Zhang Yuanshan drew a conclusion. At this juncture, Lin Yang's gaze flickered as he sensed several unsettling auras approaching from a distance, each radiating a disconcerting energy. There are multiple demonic presences converging on this location. Remain vigilant, he cautioned. Instantly, the group tensed, fully trusting Lin Yang's perceptive abilities. Chapter 59. The palace of Doshui above the 33 heavens lay a realm abundant with spiritual springs and celestial herbs, a paradise where ethereal birds and cranes flourished. At its center stood a nondescript palace, its plaque inscribed with the enigmatic characters of Doshui Palace. Within the Doshui Palace, the moral celestial appeared as if he had not stirred for countless eons, the 8 trigrams furnace before him swirling as it refined an inconceivably powerful entity. As Lin Yang and his companions materialized, the celestial's tightly shut eyes flickered open, revealing a depth akin to an infinite multiverse. My lord, there are disturbances in the West Neo Huzhou, announced the golden-horned youth, standing behind the moral celestial, his 8 trigrams fan never ceasing its motion. As the solitary legendary being across all realms, he could undoubtedly sense the emergence of several anomalous auras in the West Neo Huzhou. The silver-horned youth, beside the 8 trigrams furnace, curiously gazed down at the land of West Neo Huzhou. Let him go, the moral celestial replied in a dispassionate tone, gesturing towards the furnace. A wave of terrifying radiance erupted, piercing the heavens, traversing the crystal walls, and plunging into a realm of utter silence. In a universe on the brink of annihilation, a seemingly ethereal river emerged, flowing backward, revealing all that had transpired. Within the silent arc of the universe, ancient beings long dead were resurrected, their unheard cries swallowed into silence, while collapsed stars regained their former glory, stabilizing and reverting to their prime. Time rewound in this desolate universe. Countless civilizations emerged within innumerable galaxies, some strong, others weak, some advanced in technology, while others cultivated their essence. As time moved forward, civilizations obliterated by war reappeared, alongside those that existed only for a fleeting moment, their existence oscillating between oblivion and birth. Stars burgeoned with vitality, and the majority of celestial bodies were yet to take form, divine beings still in gestation. Countless entities flowed back to their genesis, rendering existing civilizations primitive, as the universe itself remained devoid of any civilization capable of departing its home planet. At last, the universe's primordial visage was unveiled, chaos reigning supreme, as boundless energy storms surged endlessly. Amidst this terrifying radiance, the nascent universe shrank, its entire past and destined future compressing silently into the 8 trigrams furnace. Clang! The lid sealed shut, and the radiance dissipated. Fascinating, the moral celestial suddenly remarked, leaving the golden-horned and silver-horned youth perplexed, unsure of why their master expressed such a sentiment. Wasn't it merely routine to refine the cosmos's past, present, and future? He paid no heed to the 2 youths, casting his gaze upon the West Neo Huzhou below, the euphoria of exchanging for the 7 swords of the celestial severance, the resolute determination of the former universe, the joy of acquiring the demonic lord's cultivation experience, and a sense of relief upon grasping the overarching principles of divinity all surged within him. Memories of his first solo mission, the moment he joined the Xintian sect, the inquiry for directions outside Maoling, the solitary training in his room, the annihilation of Dorka, and the abrupt moment of his own birth flooded his mind. With no past to anchor him, he contemplated the notion of returning to his village, a thought that had never crossed his mind since his rise to fame. The moral celestial's gaze half opened, fixating on the illusory river that spanned the myriad realms. The emperor of humanity's ascent to the other shore and subsequent fall, the demonic Buddha's chaotic reign, the demons wreaking havoc on the land, the descent of the celestial court, the demonic lord's rebellion against the heavens, the establishment of the Shang dynasty, the celestial emperor's enlightenment, and the initial construction of a celestial court, all unfolded before him as he traced back through countless epochs. Ultimately, nothing was gained. Even the products of the Taoist and Buddha's divine fruits, though rendered into nothingness, still had a traceable origin. Yet, Lin Yang appeared abruptly in the world, accompanied by a fabricated memory. How intriguing. The moral celestial's eyes widened slightly, and with a flick of his sleeve, a glimmer of golden light cascaded into the river of time, altering the past at a certain juncture. As the night enveloped the surroundings, within the Zen hall, Jiang Jiwei and others stood on edge, their expressions tense and guarded. Lin Yang reminded composite, considering that prior to entering the Spirit Mountain, the external dangers held little significance. In years past, when the demon saint led the myriad demons into the Spirit Mountain, it was not merely the demon kings capable of consolidating their true forms who entered. Even those of the half-stepped Armakeia were swept along in the onslaught. The battle at Spirit Mountain had only concluded 500 or 600 years ago, and given the slow cultivation rate of the demon race, it was a fortunate occurrence to witness the emergence of a few demon lords equivalent to grandmasters. Moreover, in his recollections, the demons that had recently appeared were, but of the first heaven, said to be one of the demon kings within a radius of several thousand miles. For Lin Yang, the imminent peril of this death mission paled in comparison to the previous subterranean space. The approaching demon kings, if singled out, would struggle to endure even 3 minutes against 3 remnants of corpses, in Lin Yang's estimation. Seizing the opportunity for a decisive resolution, he declared, "Leave the exterior demon lords to me. You shall handle the lesser demons." Lin Yang's demeanor remained unruffled. He had no intention of following the original plot into the Spirit Mountain. Doing so would be akin to playing with his own life. After all, the demon Buddha Ananda had been suppressed atop the Spirit Mountain by the Buddha himself. The farther one could distance themselves from that fate, the better. The group exchanged no further words, drawing their weapons and adjusting them to their optimal state. Outside the temple, the demon winds howled, and dark clouds churned ominously. The amalgamation of various demonic auras exerted tremendous pressure on Meng Qi and the others within the temple, causing their breaths to falter. A creature with the head of a beast and the body of a human, seemingly a half-formed demon from a journey to the west tableau, rode upon the dark clouds. It cast wary glances at the surging demonic energies from several other locations. Previously, a white light had surged into the sky, indicating that the opportunity foretold by the demon saint had indeed arrived. A demon with the head of a pig murmured in a low voice, "How fortuitous! All 8 demon kings have gathered." The demon with the head of a tiger and the body of a man, clawed like a tiger, posed the question, "Great king, there are living humans in the temple. Shall we steam or fry them?" A small mouse-headed demon's eyes darted around, unable to suppress its drool, as if reminiscing about the delectable taste of humans. "The old man we caught last time was so dry, utterly unpalatable," another mouse demon agreed. "Let us capture the living beings in the temple first and interrogate them about the opportunity." The speaker was a demon with the head of a fish and the body of a human, adorned not in the typical bee skins like the other demon kings, but wearing a phoenix-winged purple gold crown, golden chainmail, and lotus silk shoes. This was the strongest demon king within an 800-mile radius, the king of the azure waves, who had once battled the great sage equal to heaven for 800 rounds before finding himself at a disadvantage. He was also known as Ben Borba. A demon king who had remained silent thus far suddenly surged forward, propelled by a mighty gust of demonic wind, charging towards the Zen hall where the scent of living humans congregated. The other demon kings, fearful of being left behind, followed suit, each summoning their own demonic winds as they rushed towards the hall. Amidst the entangled demonic energies of several demon kings, the atmosphere thickened, obscuring the moon and stars, rendering the already dim world even more challenging to perceive. A blade of crimson light, swift as thunder and reminiscent of a rosy dawn, sliced through the temple's roof, cleaving through the demonic energies and leaving a shallow, crimson mark upon the body of the foremost demon king. "There are human cultivators," it intoned, its voice low, as it retreated 100 feet. The self-proclaimed demon kings, including Ben Borba, grew vigilant. Lin Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. It was his first encounter in battle with the demon race, witnessing the formidable strength of their corporeal forms. If he were to confront such a blade with a human body, even after undergoing the baptism of heaven and earth, he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it. The 8 exterior demon lords possessed finite durations of power, unable to unleash their full might continuously, in a single application. They could not instantaneously dispatch 4 of the formidable demon lords. Lin Yang calmly pondered his strategy. He could swiftly eliminate frail, human cultivators of the third heaven. Yet in the face of the current situation, he found himself revealing a weaker side. Normally, an exterior third heaven entity could, at the cost of injuries, vanquish the 8 exterior first heaven demon lords. Chapter 60. The intermingling of internal and external. "Humans, come forth for battle," Ben Borba bellowed, pointing his harpoon directly at the Zen hall. Upon his signal, a throng of lesser demons howled and charged into the temple. Simultaneously, Ben Borba covertly contacted the 7 other demon kings, agreeing to slay the alien race together before dividing the opportunities foretold by the demon saint. "As you wish." Accompanied by Lin Yang's murmur, 8 blades of pitch-black flames surged forth, incinerating the demonic energies as they cleaved towards the 8 demon kings. It was a 1 against 8 scenario, rather than a 1 against 1, hence why the intermingling of internal and external forces was so justified. Lin Yang estog Tzrajet. With unrestrained ascension, he appeared like a specter behind Ben Borba, evading the blade of light, and delivered a diagonal slash toward Ben Borba's shoulder, enveloped in black flames. As danger approached from both directions, the unflappable Ben Borba counterattacked, its demon body defying human-like principles. Clang! The clash of blade and harpoon resonated with a crisp metallic sound. Lin Yang felt the strength of his opponent was not inferior to his own. Indeed, they were a formidable race blessed with natural prowess. "This human possesses remarkable strength, nearly on par with our kind," Ben Borba exclaimed, cautioning the other demon kings to avoid falling into any traps. In the midst of their exchange, the harpoon cracked open a barely noticeable fissure, the black flames scorching it, clearly indicating it was not a treasure weapon. Without warning, Lin Yang unleashed a sudden slap against Ben Borba's fish head, provoking a series of furious roars. "Human, you are overstepping." The tiger-headed demon king rushed in to assist, unleashing a chorus of soul-chilling wails from the vengeful spirits. The flowing cloud crown glimmered slightly, warding off the disorienting roars that threatened to unsettle their souls. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yang landed several powerful slaps, unrestrained in his assault. Yet, despite the intensity, he merely left Ben Borba dazed, with no blood drawn. In mere breaths, the other demon kings converged upon him, launching a coordinated offensive against Lin Yang. He deftly dodged and maneuvered, occasionally wielding the Huanja blade to inflict minor wounds upon the demon bodies, resulting in a temporary stalemate, with neither side suffering fatal injuries. This human's footwork was unusually elusive and difficult to counter. As a knowledgeable demon, Ben Borba devised a countermeasure. Lin Yang, expressionless, watched as several demon kings unleashed terrifying surges of demonic energy, dispersing the dark clouds that had once coalesced above. A gust of black wind swept through the temple. As the principles of heaven and earth began to reject all external forces, the blazing black flames seemingly subdued, losing their prior might. Within the Zen Hall, Meng Qi and the others, engaged in battle, turned pale as the overwhelming aura of the powerful demon kings bore down upon their spirits. Lin Yang cast a glance at the chaotic struggle within the hall, dismissing it. With Qi Jingyan present, there would be no casualties. He had no doubt that even a mere misstep could lead to the demise of these demon kings beneath Qi Jingyan's hidden treasures. He did not believe that Qi Jingyan, forewarned of the impending death mission involving the demon race, would neglect to exchange for treasures capable of countering them. How weak these exterior demon lords truly are. A flash of helplessness crossed his eyes. Despite the prolonged battle, they had yet to inflict any harm upon him. Lin Yang found himself at a loss for words. After all, he was contending with 8 exterior beings of a different realm, rather than a battle at the same level. Annoying little insects. A demon king roared, transforming into its true form, a 100-foot-long black serpent, its scales shimmering with an eerie glow, its enormous crimson eyes the size of lanterns. Its gaping maw opened wide, revealing its forked tongue. Now, this makes sense. A group of demons pretending to be human is utterly ridiculous. Lin Yang's eyes gleamed with intent as he deftly evaded the attacks of several demon kings, brandishing his blade against the black serpent. With a swift motion, the sharp Huanjia cleaved through the dark scales, carving a wound several meters long, nearly severing the black serpent demon king in two. Hiss! The black serpent demon king cried out in pain, its crimson eyes flashing with hatred, as its tail whipped out, sending Lin Yang hurtling towards a distant towering peak. The entire temple trembled violently with a flick of the serpent's tail, enveloped in clouds of dust, as a quarter of it was obliterated. Reveal your true form and slay him. The black serpent demon king spoke with human words, soaring through the sky on clouds. Its 100-meter-long body appearing intermittently amidst the dark clouds, resembling a malevolent dragon that brought calamity to the world. If this human escapes, it will pose a significant problem. The opportunity mentioned by the demon saint might very well rest in his hands. The tiger-head demon king made a decisive choice, its demonic aura suddenly amplifying several-fold, letting out a roar that echoed through the forest as it transformed into a colossal tiger beast, towering over 10 zhang, its forepaws thundering across the temple grounds, shaking it as if it were an earthquake. The remaining 6 demon kings exchanged glances, no longer hesitating, and all transformed into their true forms, taking on a myriad of shapes, birds and beasts alike. In an instant, the demonic energy in the area intensified tenfold, causing Meng Qi and his companions to feel a sense of suffocation as they were besieged by numerous lesser demons, perilously close to disaster. Once they reverted to their true forms, their defensive capabilities diminished considerably, yet their strength and speed vastly surpassed their previous states, with their demonic energy multiplying several times. Even a first-layer cultivator could contend with a third-layer human. Lin Yang stood atop the highest peak, calmly analyzing the pros and cons of the demon king's transformations. For him, while his own danger escalated, he also gained the capability to annihilate his foes in an instant. In human form, he possessed a strength of over 100,000 jin. Transformed, he could not compete with them in brute strength and would have to rely on agility to prevail. As Lin Yang pondered, a thought suddenly struck him. How heavy was the golden cudgel of the great sage equal to heaven? As the black serpent demon king approached with deadly intent, Lin Yang cast aside irrelevant thoughts, donning a playful smile. He then gathered all his strength and roared, "You are merely seeking your own demise." The words were chilling, imbued with a sense of desperation. Even those engaged in fierce battle at the temple could hear him, causing their hearts to sink as they sensed impending doom. Even senior brother Lin could not withstand the onslaught of the 8 demon kings. This truly was a mission of death. It was only the first day. A chill ran down Meng Qi's spine. He had suspected this ever since the demon kings revealed their true forms, and now it was confirmed. A breathtaking sword light suddenly appeared, slaying a lesser demon, as Jiang Jue silently wielded her sword, joining another battle. Zhang Yuanshan, Fu Jinjin, and Ruan Yushu, besieged by numerous lesser demons, found themselves bloodied and weary, yet they managed to slay many of their attackers. Qi Jingyan, surrounded by crimson aura, upon hearing the words of despair, made a firm decision to unleash a secret treasure to swiftly eliminate the demonic fiends and rush to Lin Yang's aid, disregarding the opportunity for his comrades to gain experience. At that moment, the Zen Hall, illuminated by candlelight, was suddenly engulfed in darkness, the purest darkness, rendering even those with open senses unable to perceive their surroundings. Not only the Zen Hall, but within 100 miles of Lin Yang, everything was shrouded in darkness. His primordial spirit swelled, effortlessly overcoming the myriad barriers that obstructed countless beings' convergence, as a fissure slowly opened at his brow, revealing an abyss of brilliance within, where countless stars shone. Above him stood a majestic figure clad in an imperial robe, gazing down upon all realms. Suddenly, brilliant stars burst forth from the dark expanse, golden crows swirling amidst the scattered starlight. In an instant, the 100-mile radius transformed into a celestial river, breathtakingly beautiful. The only flaw in this beauty was that the scene seemed to have frozen, resembling an exquisite painting. Beyond the observable realm, the infinite universe appeared both real and illusory, an eternal sovereign enveloped in time, immortal and unyielding. This was an inner manifestation made external. He had intertwined the internal with the external. Jiang Jiwei's expression shifted slightly as she recognized the significance of the phenomenon. Meng Qi's emotions were complex. Had it not been for their burden, senior brother Lin would have reached this realm 3 years prior. Chapter 61. A Leap Across 3 Heavens. Before breaking through the brow's barrier, Lin Yang could only sense the corresponding blazing flames, imposing thunder and ethereal clouds through the exterior cultivation method he practiced. However, at this moment, he sensed an array of energies and powers in the void, including the foul demonic energy, resplendent starlight, the cool glow of the moon, and the vigorous life force, all adhering to some kind of law and principle, naturally operating in a chaotic yet orderly manner. Boom! It felt as if the heavens and earth were fracturing, the vast natural forces rushing back, washing over his body and completing a new metamorphosis. The quality of his physical form surged to extraordinary heights at an astonishing pace. Boom! The sea of vital energy roiled, and dark clouds gathered in the sky, with black lightning dancing like a deep abyss. Above and below, 2 entirely different scenes seemed to split into 2 unrelated worlds. How could there be a heavenly punishment? The nearest black serpent demon king trembled under the overwhelming celestial might, wishing only to flee. Otherwise, when the heavenly punishment descended, it would lose at least half its life and require decades to recuperate. Do not panic. This tribulation is directed at him and will not affect us. The colossal fish demon Bunboba bellowed, dispelling the retreating thoughts of several demon kings. It glided through the sky as if swimming in water, swiftly making its way to the peak. A golden-winged bird demon king also followed closely, swooping low. Crack! Enveloped in dark gray mist, countless minuscule worlds encircled Lin Yang like stars, wrapping him in their embrace. With a single slice, he cleaved through the heavens and earth, the myriad energies and powers in the void dissipating into nothingness, overtaken by the sharp and blazing knife light. One strike altered the natural laws, rendering all foreign powers non-existent. The crashing dark thunder was effortlessly severed, and the gathering thunderclouds in the sky were split open, creating a wide gash, while the brilliant moonlight and starlight poured down, illuminating the world. At this moment, the breathtaking celestial river scene abruptly shifted, as the elements of earth, water, wind, and fire converged, forming countless strange dimensions, some radiant and others pitch black, with hues of yellow, blue, green, red, and purple, all surrounding a vast, boundless main dimension. The unprecedented sight left the demon kings slightly bewildered. The thunderclouds in the sky slowly dispersed, failing to regroup. Lin Yang's heart tightened, as if an unnamed fire scorched his spirit. The second heavenly tribulation had arrived. The flowing cloud crown on his head autonomously awakened a portion of its power, shining brilliantly and quelling the inner flames. What should have been an exceedingly challenging trial of heart fire, under the suppression of this high-grade treasure, returned empty-handed. A new phenomenon rose in the sky, as the winds of despair swept through the spirits of scattered beings. At this moment, the acupoints throughout his body, already consolidated during his prior transcendence, began to solidify, the illusory Fashang taking on substance, becoming increasingly real. Adorned with an imperial crown and clad in a dark imperial robe, the celestial image of the emperor emanated an indescribable majesty. With an ethereal river seemingly encircling him, now fully materialized. The heavenly punishment triggered by his ascent had yet to fully descend, but Lin Yang, building upon his accumulated strength, swiftly leaped across 3 heavens, surpassing the first tier of the celestial ladder. The celestial image of the emperor intertwined with the laws of time in the outer world, reflecting upon his primordial spirit and physical body, making Lin Yang's form yet again stronger while endowing him with some temporal anomalies. The time taken for the emperor to traverse time significantly shortened, and as his cultivation grew increasingly formidable, the temporal anomalies he possessed would also strengthen. Lin Yang experienced a moment of clarity. With a single step achieving the fourth layer of external manifestation, he did not wait for the heavenly tribulation to converge. Instead, directly stepping into the heavens and shattering the winds of despair. The newly gathered tribulation was also dissipated before it could fully take shape. He was a descendant of the heavenly court. The Bunbora Ba was filled with trepidation. In this realm, time flowed differently. The fall of the heavenly court had occurred only a few hundred years ago. It had once witnessed the imprint of a certain emperor alongside its own king, and now saw the heavenly emperor's image revealed by Lin Yang, exuding an eerily similar aura. That kind of supreme and noble majesty, which suppressed all, was eternally unforgettable. Yet, in turn, the Bunbora Ba was overtaken by an uncontrollable greed. Thinking, if I capture this person and interrogate him about the heavenly court's legacy, my future cultivation would become effortless. Otherwise, after 800 years, would I not achieve even greater heights? Damn it, how did this human become so powerful so suddenly? The Black Serpent Demon King's crimson snake eyes flickered with trepidation. Hesitating to advance, Lin Yang gazed indifferently at the 8 great demon kings, his heart set on testing the power of the Dharma aspect. With a mere thought, the celestial form of the heavenly emperor expanded to over 100 times its original size in the blink of an eye. Raising his hand, he unleashed a simple yet formidable fist imprint. The Black Serpent Demon King, sensing danger, attempted to evade, but was ensnared by the ethereal river swirling around the heavenly emperor's form, causing its movements to slow as if time itself had decelerated by several dozen times. Boom! A mist of blood enveloped the air as the robust form of the Black Serpent Demon King was obliterated by the fist imprint. Witnessing such effortless annihilation instilled a chilling fear in the heart of the bustling Ba, extinguishing any greed. The remaining demon kings, recognizing the peril, resolutely summoned a tempest of demonic wind in an attempt to flee. Lin Yang remained composed, continuing to unleash successive fist imprints. The river of time coiled around him, shattering the corporeal forms of several demon kings, leading to their demise. Only the yellow bird demon king, blessed with astonishing speed, managed to escape over 100 miles within mere breaths. Yet, Lin Yang chose not to pursue. The celestial form of the heavenly emperor seized the ethereal river. Resembling both a sword drawn and a whip cracked, its strange luminescence cutting through the heavens and leaving a slender, elongated scar on the earth, which appeared to have been corroded by the passage of time. As the brilliance swept by, the fleeing yellow bird demon king felt the world around it slow, with each breath seemingly aging its vibrant form by a century. No, the yellow bird demon king shrieked in terror, yet was powerless to escape the bizarre radiance. In just a few breaths, its once robust and lively form withered in a frailty, its essence extinguished, before its decayed body could touch the ground. It disintegrated into a cloud of dust in a gentle breeze. Indeed, Lin Yang realized that after breaking through in cultivation, slaying such minor foes would no longer yield experience points. However, he was not particularly concerned. The explosion of the Sunstar Core had granted him 20,000 experience points, and the subsequent ambushes of various elite masters had accumulated nearly 3,000 more. Including what he had previously retained, he now possessed over 27,000 experience points. Achieving the Dharma body in a single day was not merely a fanciful notion. Having just tested the waters, he discovered that the Dharma body chapter of the Heavenly Emperor's Jade Tome could be cultivated 4 times, the first requiring 10,000 experience points, the second 20,000, and the fourth a staggering 40,000. Yet, upon attaining the Dharma body, he would inevitably encounter the awkward situation of being unable to acquire experience points. It was wiser to accumulate as much as possible while the humans remained weak and the monsters plentiful. For the 7 swords of heaven and the Heavenly Emperor's time treading were undeniably voracious in their appetite for points. As the Heavenly Emperor's form dissipated, Lin Yang harnessed the power of his domain, extending his consciousness over 1,000 miles to detect the lurking demonic auras guarding the mountain cave. With the ability to unleash 60% of the power of an exquisite treasure weapon upon ascending to the 4th heaven, he traversed tens of thousands of meters in a single step, arriving at the entrance of a cave piled high with human bones. The gleaming blade of the Calamity knife flickered with black flames and purple lightning, slicing through the cave in a decisive act of extermination against the demonic evil. Chapter 62, The Divine Weapon Exclusive Task. Unceasing in his slaughter, Lin Yang systematically exterminated demons across a 1,000-mile expanse. During this time, he encountered several demon lords equivalent to the 4th and 5th heaven of human realms, but they proved no match for him, falling to his 3 strikes. Upon returning to the temple, he found the battle in the meditation hall had concluded, and everyone bore injuries, tending to their wounds after consuming the great healing pill. If there were no unforeseen events, they would likely face no danger in the coming days, Lin Yang succinctly stated. Have the internal and external forces converged? Zhang Yuanshan inquired. His complexion pale, clearly wounded. Meng Qi and Jiang Jiwei also opened their eyes. The battle could have been far more brutal. However, thanks to Lin Yang's efforts in slaying those demon kings, the panicked lesser demons had fled, greatly alleviating the pressure on the group. Experiencing the demon physique for the first time was indeed challenging. Lin Yang nodded slightly, continuing, after my breakthrough, the might of the Dharma aspect surpassed imagination, effortlessly dispatching several attacking demon lords and cleansing 1,000 miles of territory. Cleansing 1,000 miles? Meng Qi was taken aback, realizing that traveling such a distance would take him days of relentless pursuit. He couldn't help but recall the fierce encounter between Xian Bei and the Weeping Elder. Truly extraordinary. The Dharma aspect? Jiang Jiwei, devoid of color in her face, exclaimed in astonishment, "You have ascended beyond the first tier of the celestial ladder?" Those who had not yet crossed the celestial ladder into the third heaven would suffer severe backlash, even when attempting to manifest an incomplete Dharma aspect. Observing Lin Yang's current demeanor, he bore no signs of suffering such backlash, leading to an incredulous conclusion. He had indeed surpassed the first tier of the celestial ladder, becoming a peerless master of the fourth heaven. After significant accumulation, I have finally entered the fourth heaven, Lin Yang feigned indifference. With a solid foundation and the cultivation memories of the Demon Lord, the upcoming period would mark a time of rapid advancement for him. The few who understood the distinctions between the realms of the fourth heaven fell silent, having never heard of anyone crossing multiple tiers upon entering the fourth heaven. For the next few days, Lin Yang and his companions remained in the temple, not straying far, until the completion of their task, undisturbed by any further demonic incursions. On the 8th day, as the sun rose, the cold voice of the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation echoed. Main quest completed. Return. The Reincarnation Plaza, reminiscent of a celestial realm, came into view as Lin Yang felt a weight in his hand, a reincarnation talisman. This time, under Lin Yang's interference, the group did not enter the Spirit Mountain and thus did not acquire the fragmented Dharma-level Azure Lamp. Instead, they retrieved some spoils from the attacking minor demons. With a member of the team now having reached the fourth heaven, the disparity in strength among the members had become too great, necessitating the division of future tasks. To prevent any underhanded tactics, the prices for acquiring enlightenment-level scriptures, pills, and weapons would be significantly reduced. The words of the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation left the group exchanging glances. Lin Yang sighed, "I knew it would come to this. The merits you all will gain in the future will surely diminish." Zhang Yuanshan chuckled wryly. "What can we do about our lack of strength? Otherwise, we wouldn't have had to rely on you to face 8 demon lords alone, pushing you into a perilous breakthrough." Meng Qi took it lightly, saying, "If you weren't looking out for us, you would have become a master of the fourth heaven 3 years ago. This way, I won't feel guilty anymore. You can shine without restraint." Pressure breeds motivation. After that night's battle, I've come to understand many things. With the increasing difficulty of future tasks, it will also benefit our growth. Jiang Jiwei shared her perspective. Having known each other for so long, they refrained from complaints. Although the merits gained from exchanging for enlightenment-level items would be reduced, they would strive to acquire even more merits. Seeing this, Lin Yang chose not to say more. The group began discussing what items to exchange. He had already made up his mind and proceeded directly with the exchange. The 8-9 Profound Art, External Realm Edition, enhances physical prowess, adept at transformation, concealment, and mimicry to evade tribulations, cost 10,000 merits. He stored the scripture in his mustard seed ring and then made another request. "I want to apply for the forging of a divine weapon." While the divine weapons on the list were indeed excellent, none resonated with him enough to fully unleash the power of the Heavenly Emperor's Dharma aspect. After much contemplation, he decided to seek a custom-made weapon from the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation, though the price would be considerably higher. "Will you provide the forging materials?" "No." Lin Yang Ditlinet. The recently acquired Sunstar Core was meant to serve as a trump card in the divine weapon forging task, not for the crafting of the weapon itself, despite that being its true purpose. If the task became impossible to complete, he would have to rely on a breakthrough in the moment, allowing his enemies to truly experience despair. Choose the type of divine weapon to be forged, including its shape and attributes. A long knife of the path of time. Lin Yang understood that the more requirements he had, the more exorbitant the price would be, and thus he aimed to be as concise as possible. Requires 194,000 merits. Will you forge the divine weapon? The price quoted by the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation left Lin Yang astounded. It was more than half again the cost of an ordinary divine weapon. However, considering the benefits a weapon of time could bring, he gritted his teeth and chose to proceed. After deducting 194,000 merits, the exclusive task for forging the divine weapon was activated. Lin Yang's heart raced, uncertain of what kind of exclusive task would be triggered. According to his memory, such exclusive tasks typically pertain to the level of the Dharma body. Exclusive mission, as one of the 4 esteemed Buddhist temples. Shaolin Temple is home to the venerable Abbot Kongwon, a renowned master of the Dharma. Yet, unbeknownst to all, the true Kongwon mysteriously vanished decades ago. A mysterious figure, whose origins remain shrouded in secrecy, has assumed his identity, masquerading as the abbot and leading the unsuspecting masses astray. Within a year, if one can locate the genuine Abbot Kongwon, success will yield a divine weapon of designated attributes. Failure, however, will result in a deduction of 20% of one's virtuous merit. To uncover the true Kongwon, one must first confront the imposter, who has evaded detection for decades. Evidently a master in his own right. This is the challenge posed by the exclusive mission. Typically, reincarnators receiving such a task either enlist the aid of external masters, leverage their own formidable prowess to assault Shaolin, or manipulate the world's dynamics to covertly exert pressure on the temple. Yet, as a bastion of martial arts, who dares to confront the Dharma Master Kongwon? However, upon reading the exclusive mission, Lin Yang could not help but laugh heartily. He knew the whereabouts of the true Kongwon and could bypass all preliminary steps to attain the answer. Ignoring Meng Qi and the others, Lin Yang retrieved a reincarnation talisman and chose to activate it. A misty luminescence enveloped him. The world of Duozacha, the world of the Tao Te Ching, the world of Mo Fun, the ancient universe. 8 centuries post-journey to the west. A series of worlds he had traversed flashed through Lin Yang's mind. Meng Qi, who was aware of the implications of the talisman, cast a bewildered glance, unable to comprehend Lin Yang's sudden decision. Xi Jingyan shared the same confusion. In the world of Duozacha, Lin Yang made his choice, grateful for his prior experience in this realm. Otherwise, he would have been truly distressed. Amidst the curious gazes of Meng Qi and the others, Lin Yang abruptly vanished. Chapter 63. The Dragon Subduing Arhut. In the world of Duozacha, Mount Xiaohua. Over a decade ago, the barbarian General Duozacha besieged the mountain, intent on obliterating Shaolin Temple. At that time, a celestial figure of unparalleled might descended, wielding thunder with a mere gesture, vanquishing the barbarian general. This was recounted by the then abbot, Master Shinji, and the thunderous plaza bore witness to this truth, instilling unwavering belief among the populace. It was at that moment that the fortunes of the Central Plains shifted irrevocably, profoundly impacting the expulsion of the barbarian tribes. Years have passed since. Lin Yang sighed softly, reflecting that while only 3 years had elapsed in the real world, an extensive period had unfolded in this realm, instilling a sense of awe at the inscrutable methods of the Lord of Reincarnation. He pressed onward, traversing the uninhabited Shaolin grounds towards the back mountains. The monks and visitors alike paid him no mind. At Lin Yang's level, conjuring illusions to bewilder mere mortals was a trivial feat, extending his spirit outward. He meticulously scanned the terrain of the rear mountains, swiftly identifying the secret passage where Meng Qi and his companions had last hidden. The natural laws of heaven and earth clashed gently, and a massive boulder disintegrated silently into dust, revealing a dark and profound entrance. Entering the passage, he discerned blood-stained garments scattered upon the ground, remnants left by Meng Qi and the others. Proceeding to the end, he arrived at what appeared to be a stone chamber. The floor strewn with decaying mats, surrounded by stone tables and chairs. Faint markings on the walls suggested a stone door, inscribed with the words loyalty, benevolence, kindness, do not enter. In the lower left corner of the stone door was a small hole emitting a nameless flame, hinting at its ominous significance. Betrayers and ungrateful souls perish. Lin Yang scrutinized the intangible, formless flame within, seeking to grasp its mysteries. This was the legacy of the Fire Sovereign, one of the celestial emperors, destined to ascend to the other shore. Should he comprehend its essence, his mastery over the Fire Sovereign would undoubtedly reach new heights. As this technique was originally inspired by the exploits of the Fire Sovereign crafted by a predecessor of the Shintian sect, igniting a dark flame in his palm, Lin Yang endeavored to understand the nameless fire, cautiously avoiding contact with the formless blaze. This was a rare power left behind by the beings of the other shore, impervious to the passage of eons. Even the most powerful Dharma masters and demon kings of the present realm would find themselves undone should they touch this fire. It embodied true terror. During this usage of the reincarnation talisman, aside from the month of his own time, he had also procured an additional month, affording him no rush. Thus, Lin Yang appropriated the abandoned stone chamber, a remnant of an unknown past, and commenced a period of seclusion. As days turned into nights, Lin Yang relished the opportunity to delve into the secrets of the nameless fire left by the demon saint, exhibiting no urgency to complete the exclusive mission. After several weeks, Lin Yang opened his eyes while seated upon the stone bed, a haze of chaos enveloping him, imbued with the brilliance of immortality and the dominion of supreme beings over the heavens. He had reached a bottleneck. Further attempts would yield no progress. Rising with a serene expression, he reflected that while he focused primarily on comprehending the demon saint's fire, he had nonetheless ascended to the 5th heaven. With the 6th heaven now within reach, accomplishment would come in no more than 2 months. Approaching the stone door, He drew forth the bright calamity. Its blade enveloped in a faint dark flame, pulsating with violet lightning. Open, Lin Yang commanded, unleashing a blade of exquisite beauty, weaving an endless tapestry of purple and black light that tore through all, rendering the laws impotent, merging fire and thunder into a torrent of sword energy. Boom! The stone door cracked open, and in an instant, it seemed to lurch forward, threatening to engulf him. Before his eyes lay a ground soaked in blood, littered with decaying corpses. Soaring through the air, he observed many grotesque and bizarre bodies. Sensing the eerie atmosphere, Lin Yang intentionally slowed his flight, wary of inadvertently plunging into peril. At that moment, he felt a slight stirring in his heart's lake, as if something were about to emerge. It was suppressed by the cloud crown that reacted instinctively. This must be the calamity that stirs the heart's demons, Lin Yang mused. He was untroubled, for the cloud crown was akin to a master specializing in this path. After a while, a towering peak loomed in the distance, divided into 7 tiers, diminishing in size. He had finally arrived. Turning his hand, he produced the great sun star core, slightly disrupting the balance of this divine weapon's primary material before casting it towards the towering mountain. Each layer of the mountain's array would require considerable effort to traverse, even for him. Thus he opted for the simplest method, leveraging the power of the divine weapon's primary material to assail the time-weathered formation. He did not expect to breach the array. He merely aimed to create enough turbulence for the imprisoned Kongwen to break free using his own strength. The great sun star core, resembling a miniature sun, became increasingly unstable. Just as it was about to impact the mountain, it suddenly contracted, radiating brilliance 1,000-fold greater than that of the sun. Wherever the light shone, long-buried corpses ignited, reduced to dust by the golden shockwave. The layers of formations atop the mountain crumbled under the force of such a violent explosion, igniting a conflagration within the mountain itself. At the peak, Kongwen's countenance radiated compassion as he beheld the rising sun. Amitabha, Kongwen intoned, recognizing the gesture as a means of liberation from the confines imposed by the demon master Han Guang and a mysterious Dharma master. As the array's power diminished, its protective barrier against the outside world faltered, merely at a master level. Thus, subjected to such upheaval, the formation imprisoning him began to shimmer violently, twisting and contorting. Crack! The sound of the formation shattering echoed. Seizing the moment when the suppressive force waned, Kongwen revealed his Dharma body, reclaiming the great sun star core and stabilizing it. Lin Yang gazed upon the mountain's summit. A beam of golden light shot skyward, as if to rend the very fabric of this sanctified ground. The sound of the Buddha's teachings resonated, imbuing the atmosphere with tranquility. A golden-bodied Arhat strolled forth, embodying the image of the dragon subduing. As authentic lotus flowers blossomed in the void, the third on the celestial rankings, the Arhat Kongwen, who had attained the golden body of the dragon subduing, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, benefactor, for your assistance. This kindness shall not be forgotten. Kongwen clasped his hands together, a man of remarkable insight. Recognizing that the strike had been aimed at his liberation. Common folk venture here in search of treasures and secrets. Who would dare to obliterate the potential opportunities that may exist? The venerable monk is indeed a pillar of righteousness, and, as a junior, it is only fitting that I act in accordance with my duty. Lin Yang's words rang true, devoid of any deceit. The impostor Kongwen of Shaolin, the demonic master Han Guang, is the leader of the Mietian sect, which once sought to eliminate him. Thus, there lies a profound connection. Are you perhaps a disciple of the Xintian sect? Upon hearing Lin Yang's response, Kongwen shifted his address from benefactor to young friend, signifying a closer bond. Indeed, I am a disciple of the Xintian sect, of the Qing generation, Qingyang, Lin Yang replied as he descended to the earth alongside Kongwen. At merely 23 or 24 years of age, he has already achieved the pinnacle of the 5th realm of the external scene. Your talents are truly remarkable, young friend. Kongwen praised profusely. With some understanding, he realized that Xintian sect possesses the enigmatic time blade, making it entirely reasonable for Lin Yang to assess his own circumstances from subtle clues. Venerable monk, this place is not of the true realm. I arrived here by sheer serendipity. Lin Yang's words left Kongwen astonished. But soon he comprehended the reason and spoke. This locale resembles the secret realm of the back mountain of our temple. I had mistakenly believed it to be that. It seems that during the clash of formidable beings, instead of destroying the land, they inadvertently caused a temporal rift, giving birth to this world. Hence its similarity to our temple's secret realm. After further discussion, Lin Yang expressed that he had a method to depart, and Kongwen, suspecting it to be a technique of the Xintian sect, refrained from further inquiry. The might of his Dharma body was fully manifested as he transcended the void and returned to the true realm. The task of forging the divine weapon was accomplished, and he immediately returned. Chapter 64. Time flows like a blade. It remains uncertain which great being, behind the Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation, issued the task. They must be utterly bewildered at this moment. Back in the reincarnation plaza, Lin Yang gazed at the light pillar, unable to suppress a smile as he pondered. The exclusive task completed, he could claim the divine weapon. The cold voice of the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation echoed in his mind, as always. Claim it. As the words fell, points of light descended from the heavens, swirling and billowing. The void collapsed and contracted, as if something was about to be birthed. The sound of rushing water seemed to come from the horizon, ethereal and illusory, while the surrounding time appeared slightly unusual. He beheld a phantom river, a portion of which had been intercepted by an unseen force. The illusions before him overlapped, as if time itself were folding. Once his vision normalized, he beheld a divine blade quietly floating within the central light pillar, its hilt transparent and ethereal, the blade shimmering with deep azure waves, exuding an aura of inscrutable mystery. This blade encapsulates the essence of time, capable of being as light as a feather or as heavy as the heavens, all contingent upon a single thought. Its size can transform within myriad magnitudes, containing the embryonic form of a world within it, which, when fully realized, could evolve into a complete world. Reflecting the outside like the great sun, it possesses the ability to slice through time, and with full force, could affect a radius of tens of millions of miles. Valued at 184,000 merits, currently at the level of a terrestrial immortal. Please name the divine weapon. Lin Yang could hardly contain his delight. The Dharma body exists in 3 tiers: human immortal, terrestrial immortal, and heavenly immortal. He never anticipated that he would receive a divine weapon of terrestrial immortal caliber. Contemplating the name for the weapon, he initially considered time, but was also mindful of that singular weapon from the myriad realms, the unique transcendent weapon of the past, present, and future. Thus, he murmured, time flows like a blade, cleaving the proud, on the path of longevity, lamenting the enchanting. It shall be named time. He recalled the profound melancholy from the world of Jitian. Having completed the naming, time flows like a blade, cleaving the proud, on the path of longevity. Lamenting the enchanting, Lin Yang wore an expression of shock, tinged with a hint of unnoticeable regret. What a bewildering turn of events. Surely, the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation must be dazed, or perhaps jesting at his expense. Surely, his intentions could not be misinterpreted. Amidst the tumultuous thoughts, a hand as white as jade reached into the light pillar, gently grasping the ethereal, transparent hilt. As foretold by the Six Paths, it was as light as a feather. Unlike the imposing weapons that display their might upon exchange, time remained tranquil. Had it not been for its profoundly inscrutable blade, one might easily overlook this divine weapon. The spiritual essence of the divine weapon gradually awakened, and Lin Yang sensed an aura of familiarity emanating from time. He reciprocated with a gentle and affectionate sentiment, and soon, a resonance was established between them, creating a profound sense of connection. The newly birthed divine weapon, having never encountered the complexities of the outside world, was in its most opportune moment to recognize its master. A divine weapon? Zhang Yuanshan's expression was one of astonishment, disbelief saturating his words. Although he had never witnessed a divine weapon, the grandeur of the scene allowed for the exclusion of any ordinary blades. He had seen the forms of exquisite weapons exchanged, and thus, this could only denote one possibility, a divine weapon. Meng Qi's face was etched with shock. Jiang Zhui and the others were similarly astounded. A divine weapon is akin to a master of the Dharma body, with the 4 Buddhist temples, the 3 Taoist sects, the 6 sword factions, the 6 prominent powers of the world, the 9 demonic paths, the 14 noble families, and the 6 foreign masters. Their ability to command the martial world stems from the presence of divine weapons to quell dissent. Even if no Dharma body is born in the current era, they can still rely on the power of divine weapons to dominate the world. The impact of this revelation on everyone surpassed that of the 7 swords of heaven. After all, a divine weapon represents tangible strength, while the 7 swords of heaven symbolize limitless potential, but that belongs to the future. Lin Yang refrained from excessive words. Having just undergone a deathly task, he wished not to dampen the spirits of the group. In the blink of an eye, Brother Lin, you have become one of the foremost experts in the world. Meng Qi's eyes sparkled with nostalgia. How little time had passed. From a newcomer in the cycle of reincarnation to a master wielding a divine weapon, it felt as though Meng Qi were trapped in a dream. I thought you would choose a sword. Jiang Zhui pouted, finding it infuriating that he exchanged for the 7 swords of heaven, yet opted not for a sword. I prefer to refer to it as the 7 styles of cutting heaven. Being longtime companions, Lin Yang discerned the underlying meaning in Jiang Zhui's words. I have always regarded you as my target to chase, Meng Qi lamented, shaking his head with a look of sorrow. Lin Yang found this amusing and smiled, saying, who can say for certain? Perhaps one day, you will discover that you have far surpassed me. The next time he visits this realm, it is uncertain how long it will be. According to the legends surrounding Meng Qi, he might ascend to the other shore in a few hundred years. By the time he reappears, Meng Qi may have already become the esteemed Yu Su Palace's Yuan Shi Tianzun. Yuan Shi Tianzun, the first being to open the heavens and earth, is an innate being of the other shore, existing from the moment consciousness was born. believing Lin Yang was encouraging him. Meng Qi appeared somewhat dispirited, lacking the fierce demeanor of the unparalleled blade he once exhibited. Ruan Yushu listened to the discussions without interjecting. Or perhaps it was that she could not interject, as her mouth had been in constant motion. Let us examine what can be exchanged this time. If we wait a moment longer, we may be returning soon, Lin Yang reminded everyone. They snapped back to reality, ceasing to dwell on the matter of divine weapons. Regardless of their magnificence, they were not their own. It is far more prudent to focus on how to strengthen themselves. After speaking, he began to review his remaining merits, 26,480. Lin Yang intended to exact revenge on the Mietian sect and the Burin Tower before leaving this realm. Naturally, he would spend all his merits before departing, for by the time he returns, it is likely that the reincarnation world would have grown cold. An important factor in his departure lay in the emotional bonds formed with his companions over time. He genuinely worried for their safety amidst the exponentially increasing difficulty of tasks. This journey had imparted a lesson. One should strive to avoid emotional entanglements with outsiders, or risk becoming stagnant and forever bound to a single realm. The world is vast, and there remains much yet to be explored. To remain in one realm shall be a discussion for another time when he is old. For now, he is still young. Perusing the exchange catalog, Lin Yang selected his objective. Perhaps my nature is inherently selfish. I am uncertain what to purchase and reluctant to share my merits with them. He mused self-deprecatingly. After a while, his eyes brightened. The return to the mysterious breathing technique, external scene level, allows for the complete concealment of one's aura, rendering it difficult to perceive any flaws. It is valued at 3,100 merits. Beyond this, Lin Yang found little else that piqued his interest. The vast array of techniques and items was overwhelming, and he lacked the time to scrutinize them all. The divine weapons offered options for offense, defense, and mobility, leaving nothing to be desired. After much hesitation, considering the trouble he would seek with the second of the 9 demonic paths, he exchanged for a treasure known as the Linglong Tower of Heaven and Earth, a high-level defensive secret treasure. Only acquainted with this one, he has also cultivated the profound arts of the 8-9 mysteries, rendering his physical form more resilient than any low-grade defensive treasure. With a mere thought, time contracted and slightly curved, entwining around his middle finger. Lin Yang tossed the remaining 2 reincarnation talismans to Meng Qi, distributing the unspent 15,000 merit points among the group without hesitation. Before anyone could voice their confusion, he opted for a swift return, vanishing in a flash of white light. There was an oddity about senior brother Lin today. He left abruptly after transferring merit points, a far cry from his usual tendency to be the last to depart. Holding the 2 reincarnation talismans, Meng Qi felt perplexed, an ominous sense gnawing at his heart. Yet he could not articulate it. I received 2,400 merit points. The usually reticent Shi Jingyan spoke up, a rare occurrence indeed. Lin Yang treated everyone equally. Even knowing Qi possessed merit points, he transferred to him without bias. So did I, echoed Jiang Zhuwei, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, indicating her awareness of the peculiar situation. It seemed they were all in unison. With a grave expression, Zhang Yuanshan spoke in a low tone, and no one contradicted him, clearly having also received a share of merit points. What on earth was happening? Meng Qi murmured to himself, his expression shifting to determination as he declared, after this departure, I will visit the Xintian sect to uncover the truth. Little monk, I shall accompany you, Jiang Zhiwei agreed, their entry points being quite near. Then I leave it to you. The remaining members voiced their own concerns, each entangled in their own affairs, and by the time they were resolved, Meng Qi would likely have returned from the Xintian sect. Rest assured, Meng Qi and Jiang Zhiwei exchanged a look. One by one, beams of white light flashed, and the reincarnation square was left desolate, devoid of any presence. Chapter 65, Departure. Wuliang City is situated at the confluence of southern and northern waterways, with docks abundant throughout, and the majority of the populace earning their livelihoods from the water. In an elegant and quaint courtyard, Lin Yang sat upon a stone bench, basking in the sunlight as he perused an ancient scripture, its cover embossed with the 3 archaic characters, Dao De Jing. This was the task item from his first solo mission, and he had yet to fathom the secrets it harbored, which had drawn the attention of both the imperial court and the martial world, a designated task of the 6 paths. When presented for appraisal by the Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation, it bore no distinguishing feature from the commonplace wares. The only aspect Lin Yang held in regard was the material of the scripture, which he could not bring himself to damage, even as an exterior realm cultivator. Revered as a deity of martial prowess within the Dao De Jing world, he found it impossible to inflict any harm upon the scripture, which was said to have the potential to elevate an individual to the status of a martial deity. As a task item, even if handed over to the 6 paths, it would not be reclaimed. During his idle moments, Lin Yang would peruse the scripture, seeking to unravel its hidden secrets. After countless days and nights of meticulous reading, he began to sense that this extraordinary Dao De Jing concealed within it a form of divine ability, the specific tier of which was difficult to ascertain. Yet through Lin Yang's discerning eye, it could only be at least at the level of a Dharma body. This discovery piqued his interest further. He had not anticipated such an unexpected fortune. At this moment, Lin Yang was not in his original form, utilizing the capabilities of the 8-9 mysteries. He had transformed into the visage of a youthful scholar, clad in the modest attire of a conventional scholar, unremarkable in appearance. To seek revenge on the Mingtian sect and the unfeeling tower, he naturally could not traverse openly in his true identity. The world of divine strategy? No. From the moment Dao de Tianzuan laid eyes upon him, there existed only the realm of the Dao de Jing in both past and future. From the bitterly cold depths of winter to the radiant sun above, months passed, and Lin Yang finally unearthed the whereabouts of the Mingtian sect. According to secretive intelligence, one of the 8 great demons of the Mingtian sect, the extreme evil demon, had been spotted in proximity to Wuliang City. As long as he could strike the opponent first, he would be able to locate the headquarters of the Mingtian sect, placing the initiative firmly in his hands. It was true that the extreme evil demon was a master ranked on the Earth list, yet Lin Yang felt no fear, even without external aids. Months of cultivation had elevated his own prowess to the 8th layer of the exterior realm, with the 9th layer within reach in a matter of days. Conversely, his progress with the 8-9 mysteries had been slower, lacking sufficient heavenly materials and earthly treasures to refine the relevant acupoints. During this period, the 8-9 mysteries had barely reached the 2nd layer of the exterior realm, and its intricate transformations remained unachieved. Lin Yang looked up in surprise, his gaze drawn to the horizon. He sensed that the hidden hand he had left behind had reacted, indicating the presence of someone from the Mingtian sect nearby, and not below the exterior realm level. Which of the demons it was would require a personal inspection. At long last, the moment had arrived. Closing the Dao de Jing, Lin Yang sighed and rose, vanishing from the courtyard, armed with the time blade, a divine weapon of earth-level quality. He was confident even in facing the leader of the Mingtian sect, Han Guang. Thus, he felt no trepidation whatsoever. Outside Wuliang City, the crystal-clear river flowed ceaselessly, with ships of varying opulence gliding smoothly along its surface. High above, 2 figures raced through the skies, one pursuing and the other fleeing. You, how could you possibly be a master? The extreme evil demon, clad in a brocade robe, was filled with a mix of rage and disbelief. He had not anticipated that within just 6 months, Lin Yang would have traversed several layers of barriers, ascending to the 8th layer. You cannot fathom the extent of my growth. Unwavering and calm, Lin Yang shadowed the extreme evil demon, revealing no hint of emotional disturbance. Damn it, the extreme evil demon, filled with both fury and fear, bore tattered robes, a deep gash visible across his back that nearly cleaved him in two, blood gushing forth. Just a quarter of an hour prior, he had been ambushed by Lin Yang, who had nearly taken his life with a single strike. Barely managing to escape to this point, his stamina was rapidly waning. Lin Yang had not struck to kill. His objective was to ascertain the location of the Mingtian sect, not merely to slay the extreme evil demon. Had he intended to kill, the demon's body would have gone cold by now, and his injuries would not be so simple. With a glimmer of azure light in his eyes, he employed a mental secret technique, allowing him to subtly control the demon amidst his emotional turmoil. Unbeknownst to him, the extreme evil demon gradually fell into a daze. After pursuing for so long, they had finally arrived at the moment of harvest. In Jiangdong, at the Maoling branch of the Six Doors, time flew by, and before long, it was again the day for updating the rankings. Idly passing the time, local neighbors and wandering heroes gathered in the spacious square, discussing matters of the martial world. It was said that the Mad Blade and the Absolute Sword Fairy had ventured to the Xiantian sect, intending to visit the return to simplicity, but left despondently after a period of waiting atop the mountain. What return to simplicity? It's clearly a case of the relentless passage of time. Speaking of which, this individual has not set foot in the martial world for nearly a year. If he does not achieve any recent accomplishments in the coming months, he will automatically drop off the rankings, relinquishing his position as number 1. Could it be that the three are acquainted? You are woefully uninformed. A year ago, Taoist Qing Yang, while traveling the world, became close friends with Su Ming and the sword fairy Jiang. After repeatedly facing assassination attempts from the unfeeling tower, he returned to the mountain gate. I know of this. Taoist Qing Yang, with his opened acupoints and formidable treasures, struck fear into even top-tier masters, deterring them from further incursions. With treasures of such renown, it's no wonder the Xiantian sect is hailed as the imperial lineage of the Tao. At that moment, a constable from his 6 doors strode to the center of the square, holding yellow paper, and decisively tore down the old ranking list to affix a new one. As the crowd gazed upon it, gasps of astonishment erupted. Taoist Qing Yang has dropped off the rankings. How could this be? There are still several months until automatic removal. Could it be that he has broken through to the exterior realm? I have not heard any news from the Xiantian sect regarding the relentless passage of time achieving the exterior realm. Such a significant event could not possibly be kept secret. Could he have perished? Someone ventured, uttering words even they did not believe. Impossible. A figure as stunning as he, who has battled first-rate masters. If he were to fall to a stronger opponent, the Xintian sect would go into a frenzy. How could there be no whispers of it? A battle among equals may be acceptable, but who could contend with the relentless passage of time? Moreover, the current number one on the ranking is Wang Xiyuan, who ascended from the previous second position. This individual's reasoning was sound, and the crowd nodded in agreement, convinced by his analysis. The second place was held by the Wolf King, Tai Sheng. Third was the Great Luo Demoness, Gu Xiaosang. Seventh was the Absolute Sword Fairy, Jiang Zhiwei. 15th was the Mad Blade, Su Ming. 27th was the Fallen God Demon, Qi Jingyan. And 29th was the Rui Sword, Zhang Yuanshan. As the well-dressed middle-aged man behind the crowd read aloud the rankings, the Earth list was soon updated as well. Some no longer cared about the individuals ranked lower on the human list, shifting their attention to the Earth list. Name, Lin Yang. Age, 24. Technique, Heavenly Emperor, S. Jade Volume. Unknown external skill, Body Technique. Achievements, ambushed and killed the master of the Unkind Tower, penetrated the headquarters of the Extinction Gate, removed the names of the 8 great celestial demons in a single battle, and eliminated 25 external scene-level celestial demons. Possesses a divine weapon. Ranking 9th. Nickname, Return to True. Return to simplicity. Time is unpredictable. Evaluation. After a year of silence, he transcended the 9 heavens in a single step, unprecedented in history. Identity, direct descendant of the Xintian sect, suspected reincarnation of the Heavenly Emperor. Unwittingly, someone glimpsed Lin Yang's astonishing rank on the Earth ranking, leaving them in disbelief. Questioning their own perception, dressed in black battle attire, Lin Yang walked against the tide of the crowd towards the outskirts of the city. He had not come forth to disclose that 3 days prior, he had ascended the 3rd tier of the heavenly ladder, becoming a true Grand Master, not only in combat prowess but also in his departure. Chapter 66, Enlightenment and Cultivation. The vast wilderness, plagued by ferocious beasts, has historically been sparsely populated. On the periphery of this wilderness lies a village of 1,000 households, most notable for a gigantic spider at its entrance. 2 towering peaks outside the village are interconnected by webs, providing a formidable barrier against the beasts that could wreak havoc. Zhu Village? Lin Yang gazed in astonishment at the familiar little village, everything before him mirroring his memories, even the smoke rising from the chimneys reminiscent of when he departed. The perfect world is my primary realm. Regardless of which world I traverse, returning will invariably lead me back to the perfect world. Furthermore, as the 2 realms are entirely unrelated, with no points of reference between them, the passage of time in other worlds remains unaffected, regardless of how long it has been. Soon, a sudden clarity arose within him, akin to the moment he comprehended the effects of experience points. He instinctively understood the laws and principles of this world. Lin Yang's eyes, shrouded in chaotic energy, emitted a divine light that shook the very fabric of time, revealing the past and future before him. Moments latte. He murmured, it seems this is the battle from the end of the ancient celestial era, where foreign realms ravaged the 9 heavens and 10 lands before severing the great Tao, rendering the paths of the 9 heavens and 10 lands imperfect, hindering the birth of true immortals. Even the most extraordinary beings who achieve true immortality will be eroded by dark forces. The anomalies that those raised in the 9 heavens and 10 lands could not perceive were not secrets to Lin Yang, who had lived through a world of unparalleled supremacy. Apart from the path of lifespan, which had been severed by an unknown mighty figure, all other paths were flawless. In contrast, the deficiencies of the paths in the 9 heavens and 10 lands appeared glaringly evident to him. Seeking a safe haven, he prepared to enter seclusion to consolidate his physical form. Before that, Lin Yang thought of crossing tens of thousands of meters in a single step, entering the wilderness. Roar. The terrifying roar of ferocious beasts reverberated through the heavens, silencing the mountains and forests, causing countless creatures to tremble in fear. It was the king of this domain, far surpassing the spider spirit of Zhu Village, an invincible powerhouse who had slaughtered countless beings daring enough to offend him. The luminous runes of treasure arts shone with unfathomable profundity, breaking through all barriers to attack the intruding humans. A billion appeared before Lin Yang, and his eyes lit up. He unleashed a punch, erupting with billions of divine lights, the overwhelming pressure rendering the billion akin to one sinking into a quagmire, unable to advance an inch. This was an invincible deity. The billion flashed a look of terror, attempting to plead for mercy, but the imprint of Lin Yang's fist pierced through its body, shattering it into a mist of blood. With a wave of his hand, a primal bone inscribed with runes flew into his grasp from the blood mist. Unceasing, he continued deeper into the wilderness. That night, under a bright moon and sparse stars, what should have been a most active time for ferocious beasts was instead a desolate silence in the depths of the wilderness. The invincible beast kings fell one after another, slain by a formidable bipedal being. The remnants of divine blood drenched the ground, instilling terror in the remaining ferocious beasts who trembled in fear of annihilation. So this is how it is. This is the primal treasure art. Lin Yang sat cross-legged in the sky, resembling a descended deity, sacred and untouchable. Dozens of primal bones danced around him, following an inexplicable pattern, revealing the mysteries of the treasure arts. This is the secret of cultivation. Enlightenment dawned upon his face. He no longer suppressed his vital energy, unleashing it with full force towards the heavens. Boom! The sky was rent asunder by invisible blades, the space fracturing into darkness. As if the world were on the brink of annihilation, the ancient relics fled in terror, fearing that any delay would lead to their inexplicable demise. Above Lin Yang, a volcanic-like opening emerged, gray-brown and illuminated by flickering flames, as if molten lava flowed within. The essence of heaven and earth surged forth, replenishing him. The emergence of the first cave heaven was merely the beginning. One after another, volcanic openings appeared, orderly arranged around Lin Yang's form. A myriad of auspicious colors and resplendent rays filled the air, accompanied by the sounds of dragons and phoenixes, as countless crystalline petals danced. Seemingly a tribute from heaven and earth, Lin Yang did not cease his cultivation. With a mere thought, the 10 cave heavens surrounding him ignited fiercely, radiating dazzling brilliance. Showering light rain that nourished the desolate ground, reviving life, an unimaginable miracle that would transform this place into a sacred ground for cultivation. Amidst the blinding flames, the 10 cave heavens began to collapse, diminishing in size, the roar of destruction echoing incessantly, until with a thunderous crash, the 10 cave heavens were utterly obliterated, shattered into countless fragments. He manifested his inner landscape externally, approaching a state of self-sufficiency, where the unification of the 10 cave heavens, though breathtaking and rare throughout the ages, was not his ultimate path. The surge of his blood energy resembled crimson pillars of light, tinting the dim world in shades of red. A phantom cave heaven reappeared above Lin Yang, gradually solidifying. Upon closer inspection, this new cave heaven differed slightly from the previous ones, exhibiting even greater strength. This seemed to signal that one after another, cave heavens materialized, far surpassing those before. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted as the newly formed 10 cave heavens shattered once more. This was an unfathomable sight. Someone relinquishing the rare 10 cave heavens throughout history was unimaginable. Even the primordial beings would not dare to do so. Yet, this was not the end. After countless attempts, any newly birthed cave heaven could rival the initial 100 cave heavens, but Lin Yang remained unsatisfied. This increment in strength was insufficient unless it were amplified by several thousand times to be of any use to him. Contemplating such a state, merely relying on the realm of cave heavens could enable one to challenge deities, while the resources consumed in cultivation could elevate a person to divine status. Truly a double-edged sword. Lin Yang shook his head slightly. His actions remained relentless, as the cave heavens continued to explode, drawing the attention of invincible divine birds from the horizon. Yet they dared not approach Lin Yang's formidable aura. Recognizing their caution, Lin Yang lost interest in targeting them. Having gathered sufficient primal bones corresponding to the laws of heaven and earth he had observed, he no longer required widespread slaughter for exotic treasures. In a realm devoid of inner cultivation methods, where all advancement relied on a natural way, drawing upon the primal bones of ancient ferocious beasts across the 3,000 states, he possessed a unique understanding of cultivation. After innumerable explosions, even Lin Yang, as formidable as a deity, found himself feeling a hint of fatigue. He pressed on, disregarding the ancient divine birds, continuing his journey through the wilderness, slaying the overlords among the ancient relics. The pure-blooded beings who perished at his hands were countless, all consumed by his modified Nihai Sacred Heart incantation, their vital essence nourishing him, empowering his ability to forge cave heavens. How terrifying! Could this human truly be a divine being? Surviving ancient relics gazed in dread at the figure retreating into the distance, unwittingly mustering the courage to stealthily follow, hoping to seize the true blood of the overlord's body. Soon, they beheld a scene that left them utterly shocked. Deep in the wilderness, an invincible true god had fallen. Blood rained from the sky, and an eerie wind howled like a mournful dirge, mourning the demise of a deity. Fortune. The eyes of the ancient relics sparkled with intensity as they beheld the remnants of the divine body plummeting to the earth, causing the ground to tremble as if a mountain had collapsed. In a realm far removed from the mundane, a cataclysmic battle erupted, celestial radiance intertwining to illuminate the expanse for miles. The once invincible true gods fell one after another, while even more terrifying deities were drenched in blood amidst the cacophony of slaughter that shattered the mountains, their crimson essence collapsing the very peaks. A scene of boundless horror. In the 67th chapter of Perfect World, the extraordinary pure-blooded fat, fruit proved to be nothing short of remarkable, bursting with an exquisite flavor. Lin Yang savored it, devouring it with great enthusiasm. The golden, roasted meat exuded an enticing aroma, a testament to the divine beings who could seize the essence of heaven and earth, capable of regeneration despite severed limbs. Its taste far surpassed that of mundane cattle and sheep. Such exquisite flavor was incomparable to the vile stench of the grotesque creatures that reeked of malevolence. He would never concede that his cultivation of the Fire Emperoress technique was merely for the convenience of barbecuing. How long would it take to indulge in this feast? Gazing at the distant, serpent-like form, an entire mountain of a pure-blooded fat, perfectly cooked and emanating an irresistible fragrance, Lin Yang pondered. Having crossed the third tier of the heavenly ladder, his half-formed Dharma body, primordial spirit, and physical form began to fuse, granting him various divine anomalies and immense power with every gesture. Thus, as his thoughts culminated, Lin Yang expanded his Dharma to an enormous scale, towering and majestic. His principles resonating with the cosmic truths. Boundless divine light erupted as if enveloping him in ethereal robes, accompanied by the faint flutter of celestial birds. His pristine, flawless palm opened, blocking out the sun, seizing the pure-blooded fat The divine blade of time, silently magnified, prepared to skewer the serpent's form. This was indeed the right approach. A satisfied expression crossed Lin Yang's face as he opened his mouth. Witnessing this scene, one would be struck with terror, plagued by nightmares, for the once dominant divine being, who had ruled the vast wilderness for countless years, was being consumed before their eyes. The transformation of spirit realm involved the reconstitution of one's true self, facilitating communication with one's own cave heaven, thus generating spirituality. This step could only serve as a reference, not a verbatim replication. Lin Yang's mind was clear as he contemplated the various hurdles within his cultivation. An indescribable spiritual radiance emanated from him, illuminating all facets of his being. The three stages of the transformation of spirit realm: flesh becoming spirit, reconstituting the true self, and nurturing spirit within the cave heaven, overlapped with certain anomalies from the 8-9 profound arts external manifestation section, rendering further cultivation unnecessary. The step of reconstituting the true self would yield no benefits for him, permitting him to bypass it and proceed directly to nurturing spirit within the cave heaven. The path of cultivation began with a myriad of flourishing schools of thought, yet as one progressed, the paths inevitably converged. At this moment, Lin Yang found himself in the transformation of spirit realm, recognizing areas of overlap with his own journey. Nurturing spirit within the cave heaven required the tempering of precious techniques, transforming into living beings. However, the potential of the techniques he possessed was limited, and he would seek the 10 fiend techniques in due time. With a mindset of quality over quantity, Lin Yang set a modest goal to collect the 10 fiend techniques. Yet, it would not suffice to merely leave 10 cave heavens empty. He had already devised a plan for this step. Lin Yang infused his will into the first cave heaven, creating a being resembling him, albeit without any signs of cultivation. Its physical structure was modeled after the human race of this realm, not an exact replica of his own. He comprehended the hidden powers within the Tao Te Ching, a technique akin to a form of doppelganger, yet not entirely so. Using this as a foundation, he radically modified the spiritual body within the cave heaven to synchronize with his own consciousness. The construction of this spiritual body incorporated insights gleaned from the technique of severing the path and recognizing the self, exploring the possibility of creating a separate entity through this method. Success. Lin Yang's face brightened with joy as he experienced the unique sensation of simultaneously controlling two bodies. After the initial novelty, his emotions returned to tranquility. Inscribing patterns and forming formations were superfluous for him. There was no need to cultivate this step. The subsequent realms diverged increasingly from his own cultivation, rendering simultaneous mastery impossible. He resolved to focus solely on cultivating the Heavenly Emperor's Jade Volume, the Supreme Path. With his spiritual body now formed, preparing to enter seclusion for further refinement to consolidate his Dharma body. During this period of seclusion, he would traverse the world with his spiritual body, simultaneously cultivating the laws of this realm. Upon contemplating this, Lin Yang couldn't help but smile. A self-cultivating spiritual body. Surely no one had witnessed such a phenomenon. He speculated on the powers concealed within the Tao Te Ching, yet did not delve deeper. Uncertain if he would ever return to the world of the Supreme One, pondering too much could be taxing. In the mountainous regions at the edge of the vast wilderness, fierce battles raged among powerful beings, ancient forests obliterated and flattened. A charmingly smiling sorceress adorned in a black gown, graceful and enchanting, locked eyes with the ethereal moonshine, draped in flowing white, exuding an otherworldly chill. The atmosphere was thick with tension, as countless strong individuals gathered, eager to witness the legendary clash of the first generation that echoed across 3,000 states. The two breathtaking women merely served as embellishments in the grand spectacle. The collective gaze of the onlookers was riveted upon two figures. One sat cross-legged, a golden lamp resting upon his shoulder, exuding an aura of solemnity that instilled dread. Across the mountains, the young master from the celestial palace radiated brilliance, obscuring his visage. "Come forth in battle," he bellowed, his voice reverberating like divine thunder. stirring the blood of the gathered multitude, leaving them in awe. Is this the heir of the celestial palace? The most elite prodigy of the upper realm? Some, struggling to regain their composure, were unable to quell the turmoil within. In the past, they too had been hailed as geniuses, yet found themselves powerless against the commanding presence of the celestial palace's young master. Wielding a void war spear, the young master summoned divine energy, cleaving the air to unleash a rift, executing a void slash. This is an unparalleled treasure. Such artifacts are seldom seen, even across 3,000 states. Several gazed greedily at the void war spear, realizing that possessing it would elevate them to the status of prodigies. Standing amidst the crowd, Sure Hao's gaze flickered with uncertainty. This was a treasure of the highest order, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary weapons forged from the bones of void beasts. The solemn figure unleashed a palm strike, unleashing a dragon's roar that resonated through the heavens. A true dragon materialized, its might instilling fear and an instinctive urge to submit, radiating with immeasurable brilliance. This is an invincible treasure, a sight rarely witnessed in both past and future, an intact true dragon treasure technique. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as many recognized the nature of this formidable technique. Alas, they had yet to fully adapt to the heavenly laws of the upper realm. Sure Hao's blood surged with excitement, yearning to step forward and engage in battle, eager to witness which was stronger, the Kunping technique or the true dragon technique. As the true dragon technique and void war spear approached an earth-shattering collision, all eyes widened in anticipation, eager to discern which would prevail, the unparalleled treasure or the supreme technique. In the blink of an eye, unfathomable divine might descended, overwhelming the crowd, rendering them breathless and trembling, unable to lift their heads. Only a few first-generation prodigies could barely maintain their composure, gazing upwards. A colossal, pure white jade hand blotted out the sun, absorbing all changes, closing the rift in the void, and shattering the form of the true dragon, seizing the utterly defenseless solemn figure, and forcing him to retreat. "Bold! How dare you!" roared a deity engulfed in divine flames, the protector of the solemn figure. Yet before he could finish, his complexion paled, blood spewed forth, and his energy waned in an instant, grievously wounded by the overwhelming presence of the assailant. Heavenly deity, a heavenly deity. The divine beings were struck with an unspeakable terror, astonished that an unknown heavenly deity would emerge in this remote land, unafraid of the repercussions from the powerful forces to which they belonged. Is this the power of a top-tier strawman? Sure Hao's eyes blazed with fervor. He had never anticipated that the clash of invincible first-generation beings would be so effortlessly dismantled by a single powerful entity, capable of obscuring the heavens with a mere gesture. The crowd stood in stunned silence, none prepared for such a monumental upheaval, not even the young master from the celestial palace, whose radiant visage turned ashen. Divine beings cloaked in flames appeared, their presence causing the very earth to crack under the weight of their overwhelming might, unable to conceal themselves. They were the protectors of the first-generation prodigies. As some recognized the divine beings, enlightenment flickered in their minds. This was to prevent their prodigies from being slain by those far beyond their capabilities. In the depths of the vast wilderness, atop a peak shrouded in ancient forests, Lin Yang was enveloped in the symbols of the Great Path, chaos swirling around him. Surrender the true dragon treasure technique, or face death. His tone was indifferent, devoid of emotion, emanating an indescribable authority, akin to a celestial emperor passing judgment upon the gods. Little did he expect that, given his status, the protectors would not even measure up to the heavenly deities. Heaven was indeed aiding him. The solemn figure was of extraordinary lineage. In the diverse realms of cultivation systems, a general classification can be made based solely on destructive power. However, specific comparisons vary greatly from person to person. In the book review section, there is a pinned post where those who have not yet explored the profound narrative of Supreme, one of all time, can delve into its various realms. The primary cultivation system is the perfect system. Legends speak of the perfect immortal king and the undying king, the creation-grade, semi-immortal emperor, the transcendental immortal emperor, and the ancient ones, the lords of black blood. The transcendental realm can be further divided into transcendental beings, ancient ones, and the most ancient ones. Unique circumstances and specialized techniques may give rise to pseudo-transcendental and weakened transcendental realms. The Tao fruit is temporarily excluded from this comparison, as it eludes comprehension, description, and discussion. Any attempt to articulate it leads to error, and any contemplation results in fallacy. While one can speculate about the creation of heaven and earth, or imagine the obliteration of countless universes, the reversal of time and the inversion of cause and effect remain realms of delusion. Tao fruits are beyond measure. In Chapter 68, Scheming the True Dragon, my sect has placed prohibitions upon me, preventing anyone from peering into the true dragon's treasure arts. Even if I wish to disclose them, I will be powerless. The man of solemn treasure responded calmly, though his heart was laden with bitterness. He had never anticipated encountering such a cataclysmic upheaval, which had led him to such a perilous predicament. Unable to be probed, Lin Yang scoffed disdainfully. His gaze was profound, as if he could see through the river of time. The past and future of the solemn treasure man held no secrets from him. He bypassed all sealing techniques and beheld the most complete true dragon treasure arts. Time, Dong Zhenshu. This mysterious ability arose from the initial fusion of the physical body, Dharma aspect, and primordial spirit after becoming a half-step Dharma body, allowing him to explore the experiences of those weaker than himself without resistance. Once he fully coalesced into a Dharma body, this technique would undergo a significant enhancement. What treasure art is this? The solemn treasure man was filled with dread, sensing that this mysterious powerhouse had seen through him, leaving him utterly exposed. It was an unheard-of, invincible treasure art. Could it be from the first generation? You may leave, Lin Yang declared with satisfaction. Having effortlessly acquired one of the 10 fiend treasure arts, not a day wasted in his wait. Before the solemn treasure man could utter more, his entire being shimmered with great Tao runes, and the aura of immortality pervaded, transforming into points of light that vanished. Who could this invincible figure be? So extraordinary, it was impossible for him to remain nameless in the upper realm. The solemn treasure man's gaze flickered, observing the other. He realized that Lin Yang had obtained the true dragon treasure arts, yet his own prohibitions reacted not at all, leaving him incredulous. Such a treasure art could easily probe the techniques of others. Would the world not descend into chaos? In Zhu village, tranquility reigned as the 3 grandfathers led a group of youths returning from the warrior selection competition, each bearing a downcast demeanor and remaining taciturn, having not achieved their desired results. Sure, Hao did not rush to depart, for the laws within him had not yet been fully reformed, making it difficult for him to exert his full power. He needed to linger for a while longer, in pursuit of the silver-haired woman to seize an opportunity. Countless prodigies from the upper realm erupted into battle, which intensified over several days. However, during the conflicts, restraint was mostly observed, with no intention of annihilating a large clan, as they chose to engage in desolate areas devoid of human presence. One day, clad in leather, Lin Yang approached the door of Zhu Xiong's home, carrying a beast-hide bundle. With a creak, the door opened, revealing Zhu Xiong. Uncle Zhu Xiong, while I was cultivating on the back mountain, I stumbled upon this. Lin Yang spoke cautiously, glancing around as if fearing the scrutiny of outsiders upon his treasure. What is it? Zhu Xiong invited him inside, closing the door before speaking. He recognized that Lin Yang's demeanor indicated something significant. Without uttering a word, Lin Yang unveiled the beast hide, and instantly, radiant treasure light burst forth, blinding in its brilliance. A pure-blooded being growled softly, and a primal treasure bone inscribed with mysterious glyphs rested quietly in Lin Yang's hands. This is... Zhu Xiong's eyes widened in astonishment. His expression a mixture of shock and complexity as he gazed at Lin Yang, rendered speechless for a long time. Just by its appearance, one could tell it was an extraordinary treasure, likely among the rarest of bones in the village. He had not anticipated that the frail youth, whom he had taken in for merely a month, would bestow such a grand surprise upon him. That day, during a battle in the skies, I saw a streak of light fall. Upon investigation, it appeared to be the legendary treasure bone. Having benefited from your hospitality for so long, I offer this as a token of gratitude. Otherwise, I would feel quite uneasy. Lin Yang's words were partly true, partly false. This primal treasure bone was what he had acquired after slaying the celestial deity Fei Yi, and he was genuinely grateful for Zhu village's shelter. Had he not feared bringing calamity upon the village, he would have presented all the treasure bones he had gathered in the past days. At this moment, he was traversing with a spiritual body. His true self had long since departed days prior, leaving behind the Huang Jie and several secret treasures. Vanishing into the void far from this continent to cultivate in seclusion, preparing to coalesce into a Dharma body. Silly child, do you understand the value of this treasure bone? Your month of kindness pales in comparison. Zhu Xiong gazed at Lin Yang with a mix of yearning and complexity, wishing to clarify the bone's worth to prevent future regret. Uncle Zhu Xiong, there's no need for further words. Had you not rescued me and brought me back to the village, I would have perished at the jaws of the ancient progenitors long ago. Lin Yang earnestly waved his hand, halting Zhu Xiong's speech. When he first arrived, with his physique as an earthling, he would have succumbed within 3 days without the village's refuge. The cubs of ancient progenitors were several times stronger than he had been at that time. Good. Zhu Xiong nodded heavily, accepting the radiant primal treasure bone into his embrace. He did not dwell on whether Lin Yang had found more treasure bones. Since Lin Yang chose to relinquish this one in the absence of others' awareness, it warranted his trust. Uncle Zhu Xiong, last time I experienced a fortuitous encounter and achieved the blood-shifting realm. Soon, I shall embark on a journey to seek the path back home. So I shall not linger in the village. The outside world is perilously dangerous, but I understand the yearning of youth to explore. Should you fail to locate your homeland, the village will always welcome you. Zhu Xiong did not press for Lin Yang to stay. He understood the unspoken solitude of one who departs from kin and home. After their conversation, Lin Yang prepared to seek out Hao. Suddenly, a thought struck him, igniting a spark of inspiration. I recall that in the lower realms, Within the 8 domains, there lies a true dragon egg, nurturing a young true dragon devoid of its inherited treasure arts. By employing the secret techniques recorded in the Demon Emperor Canon to refine it into an avatar, I could attain a true dragon body. With my complete true dragon treasure arts, I could once again manifest the might of the true dragon clan. The more Lin Yang contemplated, the brighter his eyes shone. Each true dragon, upon reaching maturity, could ascend to become an immortal king. The prodigies of the upper realm were unworthy even to carry their shoes. Far away, in a secluded location within the demon state, his true self emerged from seclusion, traversing the void for countless miles, heading towards the 5-element state, preparing to visit the everlasting mountain to obtain the coordinates of the lower realm. In terms of destructive power, Lin Yang was vastly outmatched by perfect cultivators of equivalent rank. However, regarding the extraordinary, the degree of affinity with the great Tao, and possessing numerous unparalleled divine abilities, he far surpassed those of the same realm, and even those across realms. To open a passage to the lower realms, as described in the texts, require the combined strength of several sect leaders to barely send a few ignited divine beings below. My cultivation system is unique. My realm is roughly equivalent to that of the celestial gods. In terms of energy accumulation, I am far inferior to the perfect cultivators of the same rank. Perhaps I could be counted among the divine flames? However, the crux remains in gathering several sect leaders. Am I to present the true dragon treasure arts to solicit their aid? Human hearts are inherently greedy. With my divine weapon at hand, they could not hope to retain me, yet I fear they might secretly strike against me once I enter the passage. It may be wiser to directly venture towards the Lin Yang land that sure how will traverse in the future, to test whether the power of my divine weapon can withstand the rules of the dimensional gate. With various thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Yang altered his course towards a certain state, the location of the Lin Yang land. Chapter 69, The Life Forbidden Zone. The Lin Yang land, in the endless epics past, was one of the most renowned life forbidden zones in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. In the terrifyingly chaotic ancient ages, only those realms with an immortal king at the helm could be deemed as life forbidden zones. 2 days later, Lin Yang, undeterred, traversed billions of miles. Standing in the void, his entire being radiating an inexplicable aura, as if the heavens themselves were chanting a sacred hymn. The area was desolate and remote, overgrown with weeds, with shattered mountains and rocks strewn about. Who would believe that this place was once a forbidden zone of life? The scene before Lin Yang evoked a profound sense of awe within him. Time is the most formidable force. It can transform vast oceans into fields, and even render the immortal into mere emptiness. The once forbidden zone, now forgotten by all, seems to linger only in the most ancient of texts. As he ventured deeper, the birds, beasts, and even the buzzing insects vanished entirely, leaving behind scorched traces scattered across the land. Occasionally, he encountered severed sacred mountains, their medicinal properties long lost, decayed into nothingness. This must be the core area, where the powers of the sun and moon are far more potent than in the outside world. Lin Yang's eyes shimmered with the brilliance of profound runes as he discerned the principles of the universe intertwined with the sun and moon, exceptionally vibrant. A master of this path could easily manipulate these two forces to suppress form powers. Ever since his return to the perfect world, he had often found the grand runes and celestial phenomena responding spontaneously to his actions. Lin Yang surmised that this was due to his half-step law body, which naturally resonated with the universe in every gesture, thus manifesting such phenomena. Drawing upon his memories, he gradually ignited the anomalies of this realm. Suddenly, the heavens and earth trembled violently, unleashing an unimaginable aura of terror that cast a shadow over even Lin Yang's formidable spirit. The void split open, revealing a massive fissure where 2 rivers intertwined in a cross, harboring a power surpassing the divine. One was the inky black river of the moon, while the other shone with radiant golden light, the river of the sun. These streams of yin and yang seemed to embody the exquisite balance of duality, a manifestation of the principles of yin and yang, enveloped by profound runes. Just a glance stirred something deep within Lin Yang, awakening insights into the myriad paths of evolution. He resolved to first seek the true dragon egg in the lower realm, returning later to contemplate these revelations. Despite his yearning to comprehend the direct slashing of the true spirit through the method of cutting the path to see me, he could not disregard the opportunity to grasp the essence of all things becoming the Tao. The blade of time manifested beside him, its shimmering edge pulsating with the enigmatic power of time, guiding Lin Yang closer to the void, approaching the fissure. As he drew nearer, the overwhelming energies intensified, causing his heart to tremble. The void surrounding the rivers was littered with the remnants of ancient palaces, the former heart of this forbidden zone where only the mightiest could dwell. Gradually, Lin Yang acclimated to the yin and yang forces present, and various insights blossomed within him. With the protection of the blade of time, he approached the convergence of yin and yang, a place suffused with chaotic energy. The gateway required a resonance with the principles of yin and yang to be opened. Contemplating the method to unlock the door, Lin Yang emanated boundless divine light. Dense runes enveloping him, he perceived the active laws of yin and yang, his fingers subtly moving to intertwine with these principles, making them even more vibrant, beginning to suppress all powers that did not belong to the path of yin and yang. The shimmering blade flickered with mysterious brilliance, skillfully halting time, defying the constraints of yin and yang. The rivers roared tumultuously, a deafening cacophony. Each river sent forth tributaries that converged before Lin Yang, the chaotic energies swirling as they slowly unveiled the door. Lin Yang gazed intently, catching a glimpse through the runes of the laws, revealing a brown ancient road within the gateway, its end obscured from view. When sure Hao had once entered this gateway at the first realm of escape, he had nearly been crushed by the overwhelming pressure. Yet the oppressive force within the door was determined by the cultivator's level, ensuring it was not insurmountable. Lin Yang's gaze flickered with surprise and curiosity. Did the gateway perceive his cultivation level as so limited? Or was it unable to gauge him due to an unseen cultivation system? If he had already condensed his law body, his innate anomalies would suffice to transcend the barriers of the universe, not to mention traversing the lower realms within the same universe. Regrettably, that would require at least 2 to 3 years, time he could not afford. After enduring countless trials, he had amassed over 40,000 experience points, drawing tantalizingly close to attaining the cultivation of the Heavenly Emperor. Not long ago, he had discovered that the deeper his mastery of law body techniques, the fewer experience points he required for cultivation. Now, he needed only around 70,000 to cultivate the Heavenly Emperor's path of time. However, his accumulation of experience points was primarily to cultivate the cutting the path to see me technique. Lin Yang yearned to test his prowess, disregarding the physical body, primordial spirit, and all other techniques to see what brilliance he could manifest in a perfect world without cultivating the true spirit. As he pondered, he stepped onto the brown, ancient road toward its end. Lin Yang refrained from flying, fearing it might provoke an anomaly. The chaos surged on either side of the ancient road, faintly echoing the roars of strange beasts. Lin Yang maintained a calm demeanor, tinged with caution, careful not to approach the road's edge. Days passed swiftly, and the temporal flow of the ancient road seemed bewilderingly chaotic, making it difficult to discern the passage of time. Were it not for Lin Yang's acute sensitivity to the forces of light and time, he would have struggled to know how many days had elapsed. At last, the end of the ancient road glimmered with the dawn of light. Lin Yang felt a surge of joy within, prompting him to quicken his pace. As he approached the source of illumination, a desolate yet majestic aura enveloped him, accompanied by a fragrant scent of medicinal herbs that seemed to elevate one toward transcendence. It was a life-extending herb. This was the mirage within the forbidden zone of life in the lower realms. Lin Yang's mind remained clear. He understood what was about to unfold. Stepping into the light, he found himself standing upon a desolate, rocky expanse. Not far off, an ancient stone tablet of unknown material stood, inscribed with words, "No trespassing. This is a forbidden zone of life." After standing quietly for a while, he maintained a respectful posture. Lin Yang pondered whether remaining silent would awaken the slumbering master of the forbidden zone. For this celestial king of his system could not provide guidance, and he had no desire to seek knowledge. Days turned into nights as the sun rose and set, and after a full 7 days, Lin Yang slowly retreated, distancing himself from the stone tablet. As he exited, he reined in all his energies, seemingly without disturbing the sleeping master of this forbidden zone. Lin Yang contemplated deeply. Suddenly, a gentle voice, akin to a refreshing spring breeze, reached his ears. "A unique law has arrived. Come in for a visit, polite youth." A silver river of stars, resembling a celestial pathway, stretched across the heavens, extending to Lin Yang's feet. Deep within the forbidden zone, beams of divine light shot towards the sky, overwhelming pressure descending like a storm. As if an unparalleled existence were awakening, Lin Yang halted mid-retreat, exhaling a sigh. It seemed that his presence had long been detected by the other party during his time in the lower realms. "Senior, I am honored by your invitation," he replied respectfully, without hesitation, stepping onto the celestial path of stars. Chapter 70, The Law I Created. Deep within the forbidden zone, numerous low mountains stood, each uniquely shaped, adorned with magnificent palaces. Just gazing upon them filled Lin Yang with an unparalleled sense of pressure, as if his very body might shatter. Following the celestial river to its end, he paused at a lake. The lake was modest, but within its bounds lay a bridge crafted from divine wood, spanning both shores. The bridge brimmed with life, energy, and abundant divine power, and a single breath could elevate one's cultivation. Within the lake floated countless shimmering stars, dazzling and resplendent. At a glance, it resembled a cosmic lake, seemingly eager to draw one's spirit within. Lin Yang's heart brimmed with indescribable astonishment. This ability to transform the cosmos into a mere lake vividly illustrated the unmatched might of a celestial king. "Cross the bridge, and you shall meet me," came the gentle voice from across the water. The treatment afforded to different individuals was indeed unequal. Had it been sure how, he would have had to traverse the cosmic lake, enduring various trials and tribulations. Yet, Lin Yang, due to his unique cultivation method, was granted direct access to the bridge. Reflecting on this disparity, Lin Yang stepped forward, placing his foot upon the divine wooden bridge. Instantly, torrents of life, energy, and divine power surged into his body. The arcane energy surged with a visible rapidity, and Lin Yang even sensed an increase in his own lifespan. His youthful visage, originally in the bloom of 23 or 24, gradually became even more youthful with each step he took. This was a supreme metamorphosis, capable of augmenting human longevity. How many venerable masters in the upper realms would go mad with envy over such a phenomenon? The remnants of power crafting this illusion bore such potency. Oh, the celestial king! Lin Yang marveled and yearned within, feeling he had perhaps underestimated the might of the celestial king. The common realms of legend could hardly compare. The divine bridge was not extensive, and Lin Yang soon reached its terminus. At that moment, he appeared no older than 13 or 14, with rosy lips, pearly teeth, a high nose, and an ethereal aura gracing his brow. Seated nonchalantly at a stone table was a man clad in white, exuding no trace of the extraordinary. He poured himself a cup of tea. He was the master of the Forbidden Zone, a figure of unparalleled might throughout the ages. The fragrant aroma of the tea wafted into Lin Yang's nostrils, and he could faintly hear what seemed to be the echoes of dragon roars and phoenix cries. The teacup, carved from celestial jade, shimmered with a fiery red hue. "Having grown it myself, I invite you to partake, young friend," the master of the Forbidden Zone beckoned, gesturing to a time-worn stone bench beside him for Lin Yang to sit. "Thank you, esteemed elder," Lin Yang replied, bowing slightly. His petite frame took long strides toward the stone bench, an incongruence that elicited both laughter and tears. Accepting the teacup offered by the master, Lin Yang took a delicate sip. An indescribable fragrance cascaded down his throat, refreshing and invigorating, reminiscent of a rare elixir brewed from longevity herbs. His very flesh felt cleansed and transformed. An inexhaustible stream of vitality surged within him, yearning to break free through his 9 orifices, yet he swiftly contained it within, sealing his entire being to prevent the essence from dissipating. "Is it not bitter? Is it truly tea?" Lin Yang pondered aloud. He had anticipated a bitter taste, as one would expect from tea, yet his thoughts wandered to the sweetness of iced tea varieties. "Not bitter? Then it seems you are indeed fortunate." The master of the Forbidden Zone responded, slightly surprised. After a smile, he elucidated, "Those who have endured tribulations may find it hard to swallow, while those who dwell in happiness perceive its sweetness and fragrance." Lin Yang understood. In the future, sure how would find it bitter. For his life had been filled with sorrow, and he had seldom tasted true joy. The master of the Forbidden Zone refrained from mentioning that only 9 individuals had ever tasted this tea, instead kindly saying, "Young friend, I see you have cultivated your magical powers to the stage of spirit transformation, employing a method unlike any I have encountered. Could you enlighten me?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Lin Yang contemplated for a moment before articulating, "The essence of heaven and earth is not infinite. It shall inevitably wane. The current methods rely too heavily on the energy of the cosmos, necessitating the absorption of vast amounts of heavenly essence with each breakthrough. Once the essence diminishes to a critical point, igniting divine flames may become mere legend, let alone achieving true divinity. Eventually, practitioners may find themselves unable to even draw blood, leading to a complete cessation of legacy." The master of the Forbidden Zone regarded Lin Yang with approval, appreciating his prudent foresight. Having traversed countless epochs, he had witnessed the arrival of the end of the Dharma age, when divine beings became scarce. Lin Yang continued earnestly, thus by fortuitous chance, "I have devised a new method. Even if the essence of heaven and earth were to vanish, as long as the sun and moon still hang in the sky, I can gradually cultivate and transform myself by harnessing their radiance. When the day comes that the sun and moon no longer exist, life itself would have largely perished, rendering the ability to cultivate moot." "Young friend, this method you have created is indeed your own?" the master of the Forbidden Zone inquired, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. To forsake the well-trodden path for an uncharted route, even if the future remains uncertain, is truly commendable. "It is indeed my own creation," Lin Yang responded with poise, confident that the Celestial Emperor could not interfere with him. Thus he was the progenitor of this method. "What specific wonders does it entail? Could you elucidate further?" Even one as formidable as the master of the Forbidden Zone could only discern that Lin Yang had crafted a new method, yet the finer details were elusive. "Could I refuse?" A fleeting thought crossed Lin Yang's mind as he calmly articulated, "I initially construct a fleeting illusion of a small world within myself, which I refer to as the inner landscape. I then comprehend the celestial laws of the external world, allowing elements of my illusory world to resonate with the heavenly principles. By infusing magical energy into this inner landscape, once it sufficiently aligns with the Tao, I can manifest it externally, merging with the celestial laws I have grasped, thus cleansing myself. Upon completing this step, I can draw forth corresponding celestial energies from my inner landscape to soar through the skies. I term this realm the external landscape. Subsequently, I absorb the corresponding essence of heaven and earth, solidifying the external manifestation of my inner landscape into a tangible form, creating a Dharma image. This Dharma image begins to merge with the corresponding path, granting me extraordinary capabilities. As I grow stronger, the Dharma image approaches substantiality, influencing the corresponding Tao and delineating a realm uniquely my own, capable of suppressing all external forces. Indeed, I can even use this realm to overpower beings of inferior realms, surpassing those divine beings who rely solely on their inherent might to overshadow lower realms. The next step, in my estimation, is the unification of the primordial spirit, Dharma image, in physical form, enabling me to embody the extraordinary attributes of all three simultaneously, coalescing into the resonant embodiment of the Tao I cultivate, which I call the Dharma body. Currently, I have preliminarily merged these three elements and stand at the threshold of the Dharma body, yet full integration will require considerable time. Lin Yang explained with clarity. The master of the Forbidden Zone nodded repeatedly, pondering for a while before praising. An astonishing method. Even in this age of declining Dharma, it could lead to the highest realms. Based on my calculations, your current level slightly exceeds that of the divine beings, yet falls short of the ethereal Tao. After all, this is a new method, and the realms of the two cannot be equated. Once you genuinely complete the merging of the three into the Dharma body, you should achieve a state akin to the escape of the current Dharma. In my era of enlightenment, cultivation was generally classified into 5 realms: mortal, spirit, divine, transcendent, and celestial. Lin Yang nodded in agreement, recognizing the insight of the celestial king, whose discerning vision grasped the essence of all he described with remarkable accuracy. The divine realm corresponded to the igniting of divine flames leading to the celestial beings, while the transcendent realm encompassed the ethereal Tao, encompassing the stages of severance, escape, and supremacy. The fortuitous chance you speak of must be the acquisition of that peculiar knife the master of the Forbidden Zone used. Glancing at the timepiece, transformed into a ring, Lin Yang had no intention of concealing the truth. He replied candidly, indeed. Within the knife resides the embryonic form of a world, and it was with this as my guiding light that I pioneer my method. Chapter 71, Celestial Artifact. An extraordinary knife of time, forged from a segment of the river of time, serendipitously melded with several rare materials, stands as a treasure born of the cosmos itself, containing within it the nascent form of a world. The master of the Forbidden Zone assessed the time knife, failing to discern its artificial creation. Lin Yang nodded, even transcending the boundaries of systems. The master of the Forbidden Zone's perceptive abilities were astonishing. That he could not perceive the time knife as a product of human crafting was hardly surprising. Among the rulers of the 6 realms, there existed beings of tremendous power capable of creating wonders. Not to mention, the sheer magnitude of the knife might have been nurtured by the cosmos itself. The visions Lin Yang had seen during his exchange could very well have been the process of the time knife's birth. You have generously shared the arduous journey of your newly crafted method. I cannot be overly stingy in return. Allow me to offer a gift in kind. The master of the Forbidden Zone mused thoughtfully before smiling. Hearing this, Lin Yang's heart leapt with joy. If even the mighty celestial king spoke thus, the reward could hardly be lacking. Even if he had long since perished and retained but a fragment of his will, it would still far exceed Lin Yang's own. With crystalline fingers that sparkled like jade, he summoned a celestial light, an aura of immortality enveloping the space, illuminating the laws of the celestial path as if cascading like a waterfall. The celestial light surged into the embryonic world within the time knife, and Lin Yang gazed intently as the world expanded at a visible pace, as though it had consumed a supreme elixir, swelling several times in the blink of an eye, and still growing. Lin Yang was left speechless, astonished that a mere fragment of what could wield such power. Was the celestial king truly this formidable? Perhaps the master of the Forbidden Zone had once been a pinnacle celestial king. In but a fleeting moment, the embryonic world accelerated its metamorphosis into a genuine realm, vast beyond measure, gleaming with countless billions of stars, akin to a miniature universe. Time itself flowed with an immortal essence. The complete principles of the celestial path inscribed upon the blade. This is a true immortal artifact. Based on his own experience, Lin Yang made his judgment. Even without the omnipresence of unparalleled divine weapons, the unique traits of this realm far surpassed those of heavenly immortal-grade armaments. At this moment, he was truly overwhelmed with an indescribable astonishment, his heart ablaze with joy at the unexpected opportunity. His initial intention had merely been to forge a true dragon avatar in the lower realms, yet he had instead elevated time into a weapon of true immortality. You have already embarked on your own path at such a young age. I have no fear of disturbing your journey further. I shall impart a few grand techniques to you to safeguard your path and serve as your reference, lest your new methods falter. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone spoke, and before Lin Yang could regain his senses, a strand of celestial light pierced his brow. Techniques such as the dragon taming art, immortal slaughter technique, solar immortal true method, world-shattering force, thought-soaring method, life-creating divine thunder technique, and everlasting moonlight art. Each of these treasured arts and divine techniques appeared to Lin Yang as supreme celestial treasures. This left him utterly speechless. Indeed, the immortal king was a figure of extraordinary caliber, his prowess unparalleled. No wonder every disciple of the past could dominate the world. Armed with true immortal methods and guidance from an immortal king, it was almost impossible for those disciples not to grow strong. All matters concluded. Since you have returned from the upper realms, it is evident you have tasks to attend to. Go forth, and when your new methods reach a new pinnacle, seek me out once more. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone's words, as gentle as a spring breeze, resonated in Lin Yang's ears. Suddenly, his surroundings transformed dramatically. The silvery white hall was reduced to mere remnants. The cosmic lake dried up in an instant. The divine bridge rotted and broken, the lavatory non-existent. The stone table worn and dilapidated, and the teacup shattered, with everything around him appearing as though eroded by the passage of eons. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone, clad in white robes, now left behind only a snow-white, shattered skull. Were it not for his shrunken form and the metamorphosis of time into a true immortal weapon, Lin Yang might have believed everything was but an illusion. The great kindness and virtue of my predecessor shall be etched in my heart forever, Lin Yang declared solemnly, bowing 3 times before the alabaster skull. In his heart, he vowed, when I ascend to the other shore in the future, I shall surely revive my predecessor. The gratitude he felt towards the Lord of the Forbidden Zone was as profound as the ocean, impossible to repay. Even though their initial intentions were merely an exchange, Lin Yang would forever remember this favor. Go forth, attend to your affairs. As Lin Yang's vision blurred once more, he beheld the elegant Lord of the Forbidden Zone, still savoring tea, a smile dancing in his eyes, with a man and woman serving him from behind. Farewell, my predecessor. Until we meet again. Lin Yang turned to depart, not in flight, but stepping purposefully upon the parched ground, leaving the depths of the Forbidden Zone. After his departure, the surroundings returned to the previous stillness, leaving only a solitary, snow-white, fractured skull. The once mighty, immortal king, Lord of the life-restricting zone, reduced to such a state, was indeed a shocking sight. The lower realms were divided into 8 regions, named after the elements of heaven and earth and the primordial universe. Each region was separated by barriers. Only the incredibly powerful exalted beings could break through these barriers to venture into other territories. Through inquiries in a remote small town, Lin Yang discovered that this was the celestial domain, several great domains away from the desolate land where the true dragon egg resided. With a single step forward, a resounding boom echoed. An endless golden light pathway extended from beneath his feet. Celestial music played, and radiant light rained down, with divine phantoms bowing in reverence. As if he were the king of all gods, the god above gods. Lin Yang's form was enveloped by innumerable radiant runes, rendering him indistinct. A terrifying aura pervaded the heavens and the earth, awakening countless, invincible existences. Countless gazes turned towards the golden light pathway in fear. Is this a legendary deity? In the sparsely populated ancient forest, an unmatched king of formations trembled, prostrated upon the ground, his expression one of awe. Did not all beings above the exalted level depart when a great calamity descended? How can such an invincible being still exist? Within a magnificent palace of the celestial domain, a newly appointed exalted being, clad in royal robes, trembled in fear. Before him, 100 officials knelt in submission, bowing their heads in loyalty. Heavens! Is the age of ancient myths about to be reborn? This is an invincible god king, a figure from the upper realm, an ancient sect with a long lineage. Based on records from ancient texts, recognize the significance of this being. The emergence of a being that transcends all would plunge time into chaos. Terrifying speculations arose, their words suffused with a chilling aura of blood and slaughter. Quickly, inform the ancestors of the upper realm. An unparalleled powerhouse has appeared. In the palace of the unaging mountain, the elder in power wore an expression of grave concern, sensing a force from an unfathomable distance that felt as though it could shatter the very fabric of reality. To the deities in the upper realm, who were obscure and indifferent to the future, the lower realm, with its sparse spiritual energy, was but a paradise that existed solely in dreams. A realm to enjoy all earthly delights, where one could dictate the fates of myriad beings, supreme and unparalleled. The golden light pathway tore through the barriers, its vast divine might spreading across the domains, causing countless beings to panic. I must see for myself how powerful this deity truly is. An invincible king of formations. With resolute eyes, stood undaunted by the oppressive aura, his entire being radiant with runes, exuding a rich, innate essence from his mouth and nose. His form transformed into a blazing light, and a vivid phantom of a Baifeng emerged, charging towards the golden light pathway, determined to defy the heavens and battle the deity. Celestial melodies echoed, and divine radiance illuminated all things, as the pathways of heaven and earth seemed to be suppressed by the golden light. The invincible young king let out a piercing scream, struck down by the gaze of a worshipping divine phantom. Chapter 72. Entering the void divine realm. In the desolate realm, endless mountains stretched as far as the eye could see. Ancient trees with branches that obscured the sky stood tall, and ancient species roared across the land, while human tribes struggled for survival. Having traversed several domains, stirring up tremendous waves, Lin Yang concealed his extraordinary presence as the golden light pathway dissipated into the cosmos, the melodious celestial sounds fading away, and the divine beings gradually vanishing. In the opulent stone palace, a primal aura permeated its vast structure. The grand palace lay silent, save for the newly appointed emperor, Shi Qingfeng, seated upon the throne, his eyes lost in reminiscence, recalling the valiant little Shi who had once fought against 7 gods. Unmatched in courage, little brother, Shi Qingfeng murmured, a feeling difficult to articulate welling within him. Startled by an unshakable chill, Lin Yang gently cleared his throat to assert his presence. Who goes there? The reverie of Shi Qingfeng was abruptly shattered, his countenance darkening as he bellowed with authority. The aura of an exalted being, who had once dominated the lower realms, was laid bare, distorting the surrounding space, as if it trembled under the weight of his presence. Yet everything before Shi Qingfeng's eyes caused his heart to sink. A cataclysmic change swept through the palace, the aura of the exalted soaring to the heavens, and not a single soul came forth to protect him. The space before Shi Qingfeng rippled like water as a pair of flawless hands extended from the void, gently pulling, creating a portal. The power of the rules permeated the air. With a mere glance, Shi Qingfeng felt as though his very soul was on the verge of obliteration, destined to become a mere shell of existence. Clad in a Taoist robe, the youthful Lin Yang appeared serene, stepping through the portal as if traversing light years. His deep-set eyes possessed a peculiar enchantment, compelling those who met his gaze to involuntarily lose themselves, sinking into the depths of darkness. Upon his arrival, the heavens and earth responded, automatically generating a realm of divinity, severing the flow of time in this place, existing independently. Everything outside transformed into a monochrome tableau, frozen in time. This was an invincible deity, more powerful than the 7 divine beings from his previous descent, an existence unparalleled throughout history. Even during the mythic era of divine conflict, he was a supreme god-king. Shi Qingfeng's eyes flickered. He discreetly prepared his treasure techniques, ready to unleash a devastating strike at any moment. Little brother entrusted the throne to me before departing. Even a deity cannot insult this legacy. Shi Hao once bestowed great kindness upon me. I shall not turn my hand against you. Lin Yang's words were as soothing as a spring breeze, unintentionally evoking warmth in the heart. Has my little brother only been in the upper realm for 2 months? Is this god king someone he met before ascending? As the discussion of profound gratitude arose, Stone Qingfeng found himself perplexed. He concealed his confusion beneath a respectful smile, his youthful visage, barely 17 or 18, radiating deference as he inquired. May I ask, esteemed elder, what brings you here? Should it fall within my humble capabilities, I shall exert myself to assist. Despite the apparent youthfulness of the god king before him, who seemed no older than 13 or 14, he dared not to exhibit any disregard. The extraordinary ability to extract time from the very fabric of existence with a mere wave of the hand was utterly unfathomable, a phenomenon unseen throughout the annals of ancient history. Prepare some distinctive delicacies from the wilderness for me. I intend to linger here for a time, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Lin Yang said, reclining slightly as he settled upon a fantastical, transparent throne. Upon closer inspection, one would be startled to discover that the throne was composed of fragmented time, devoid of any substantial pathway, thus making it capable of supporting Lin Yang. Stone Qingfeng's face betrayed his astonishment. He had not anticipated the God King's request to be so simple. Do you presume that, given my cultivation level, I require your assistance? Lin Yang chuklet ligfli, his gaze fixed upon him. I was overthinking, Stone Qingfeng admitted sheepishly, only to notice that the stark contrast of black and white in the outside world had faded, allowing him to faintly hear the chirping of insects and the song of birds. The young emperor summoned attendants to prepare a resplendent palace, attended by 100 charming and radiant maidens. Lin Yang established an extraordinary divine formation, capable of withstanding the might of celestial beings for a brief moment. Seated in the palace, Lin Yang entered a meditative state as his primordial spirit exited his corporeal form, piercing through the void to enter the ethereal realm that enveloped the 8 domains. A hazy luminescence enveloped him, mysterious and profound. The desolate land was littered with the remnants of ancient ruins. Colossal mountains of the primordial era lay shattered, and grand palaces had collapsed, leaving behind only desolation in the wake of once flourishing grandeur. This realm belonged to those who ascended to divinity, a spiritual world crafted by ancient progenitors in service to the deities. Stone Sheen Phone recalled how the willow goddess had previously spoken to Sure Hao, pondering whether the future would bring pain to his visage. In a sudden transformation, the realm constructed by the divine beings morphed into a prison for immortal entities. Lin Yang gazed upon the barren landscape and could not suppress a low murmur of sarcasm. He muttered, as enigmatic as the 10 fiends. Sometimes true immortals can engage in combat against kings of immortality. I recall that the quasi-immortal King Sure Hao was effortlessly struck down by a hand from a celestial king crossing realms. Yet one of the 10 fiends, the Kuanpeng, who could contend with celestial kings, met his demise under the immortal banishment curse. After traversing the ruins for a time, a glimmer of light caught his eye, a pathway paved with azure stones, adorned with rare treasures on either side. Surrounding him were approximately 1,000 practitioners, both young and old. Little brother, this is the initial realm. Once you attain perfection in your training here, you may proceed to even more profound territories, a slender, blue-clad maiden, around 17 or 18 years old, explained as she noticed a newcomer. Unperturbed by the age gap, she referred to the 13 or 14-year-old Lin Yang as little brother. Only those visiting the divine illusion realm for the first time would emerge from such desolate territory. Have you seen an elder with a vibrant bird upon his shoulder? And an old man with a plethora of exquisite treasures? Lin Yang inquired, a hint of frustration crossing his brow as he selectively ignored the maiden's address. Still adjusting to being perceived as younger. You know them? She asked, her expression filled with surprise before continuing. Unfortunately for you, they are usually stationed in the initial realm. And today, for some unknown reason, they are absent. The blue-clad maiden observed Lin Yang with admiration, stating, at such a young age, you've already reached the blood realm? You must be a prodigious talent. Perhaps one day you will establish 8 heaven realms and dominate the contemporary world. As she spoke, a hint of narcissism crept into her words. Achieving 8 heaven realms at her age was a rarity in her grand city, and she believed that in a couple of years, she might even establish the ultimate 9th heaven realm, thereby entering the ranks of the immortal orthodoxy. Lin Yang found himself at a loss for words, gazing at the upper realms where 17-year-old sovereigns roamed in flocks, while in the lower realms, such phenomena were mere legends. Have you heard the name Gugu recently? Lin Yang posed, eager to uncover crucial information. The blue-clad maiden searched her memory, then shrugged. Gugu? I have not heard that name. Could he be a hidden prodigy of the immortal orthodoxy? How does he compare to Little Sure? The name Little Sure was legendary in the lower realms, a sovereign who defied 7 others to ignite divine fire, an unparalleled figure of absolute invincibility. If Gugu had emerged 20 years earlier, the dual Shures would not have existed. Lin Yang replied earnestly, his assessment devoid of bias. Impossible. The dual pupil stone, E, and the natural sovereign Sure Hao are prodigies rarely seen throughout history. No one could surpass them. The blue-clad maiden expressed disbelief, regarding Lin Yang with an air of pity, as if he were a misguided child. True dragon's progeny. Lin Yang shook his head, opting for silence. The absence of news regarding Gugu left him disheartened, for it implied he could not directly breach the guardian of the true dragon horn and occupy its body using the demon lord's secret techniques within the divine illusion realm. He would have to shatter records instead, for only such a commotion could attract the attention of the immortal gold sovereign and the second most powerful primordial spirit in the world. His gaze flickered as he began to devise plans for the true dragon spirit he was soon to acquire, strategizing the true phoenix treasure art, aiming for the invincible technique of uniting dragon and phoenix. In the central area of the initial realm within the divine illusion realm stood a weathered gray stone tablet, 3 zhong high, inscribed with numerous characters elucidating the significance of the initial realm's existence. Lin Yang navigated through the crowd, approaching to scrutinize it closely, only to find the information contained therein rather rudimentary and of little use. Have you heard? An unparalleled existence has emerged from the celestial domain. A young man from the Xian domain exclaimed, his face alight with intrigue. An unparalleled existence? A deity, perhaps? How could there still be deities in this world? Some recalled the calamity of a year prior, where deities rained down like meteors and sovereigns were harvested as human medicine. I am from the celestial domain. I witnessed it with my own eyes. That being transcends even the gods. When it appeared, an infinitely long golden road unfurled, accompanied by heavenly melodies, and all gods bowed in reverence. It was sacred and inviolable. Even the slightest hint of offense felt as though one's body would shatter under the weight of its power. A witness recounted the chilling truth of his experience. The crowd exchanged glances, astonished by his words. I have seen it referenced in the most ancient texts. It is the king of gods, the supreme deity. Even amidst the vast and unfathomable upper realms, it stands as an unrivaled entity, a rarity throughout the ages. An old monk passing by revealed the deepest secrets, stating that only those with immortal legacies would possess such knowledge. He is an elder of the Western sect, Someone exclaimed, recognizing the identity of the old monk. Gasps of awe filled the air, as all were struck by the formidable and invincible presence of the sovereign. Where did that god-king ultimately go? Someone pondered, curious to pursue the supreme opportunity he represented. Many shared this sentiment. It is said he entered the Shin domain. Alas, my cultivation is too low to keep pace with the god-king, the young man from the celestial domain lamented, his heart yearning for the golden road that once suppressed the heavens. Why would this supreme god-king emerge? Let's hope it does not herald another cataclysm. Concerns echoed through the crowd, resonating with many. Even the old monk from the Western sect bore a furrowed brow. Such an invincible god-king would likely prove difficult to subdue, even for the leaders of the upper realms crossing into their domain. Perhaps this signifies the resurgence of the mythical era. We are born in the finest of times, capable of ascending to godhood and contending for supremacy in the world. A rebellious youth declared, his ambition palpable, clad in a purple robe that exuded nobility, flanked by attendants. The mention of the mythical era quickened the breath of the crowd. Having survived the calamity, they anticipated a prolonged period of tranquility. The audacious purple-robed youth continued his discourse, revealing many secrets, marking him as an exceptional individual. He is Prince Shunli. At that moment, someone recognized the identity of the youth in the purple robe and exclaimed in astonishment. What? Is that the 22-year-old Formation King? The prince of the great Yuan dynasty of the Yellow Domain? Disbelieving murmurs arose from the crowd, as they had not expected to behold such a prodigious talent. It was rumored that he could have already attained the status of a revered elder, yet he had chosen to suppress himself to avoid calamity. The discussions of the crowd reached Lin Yang's ears, rendering him speechless. One might think they were speaking of a supreme being, Prince Shunli. The blue-clad girl gazed at him with admiration, having heard of his name long before. Now, in his presence, he truly appeared extraordinary. Lin Yang withdrew his gaze from the crowd and casually tapped on the ancient stone tablet with his finger. The tablet, made of ordinary material, was nevertheless fortified by the power of the virtual divine realm, rendering it indestructible and eternal. The blue-clad girl assumed Lin Yang was merely curious about the material of the tablet and spoke up. Her words attracted the attention of several onlookers, some exclaiming in surprise. Is that Hua Yunyu? The prodigy Hua Yunyu? The one said to become a revered elder by the age of 30? The murmurs of the crowd delighted the youth in the purple robe, who stepped forward with a broad smile, saying, I have long admired your name. Should you visit the Yellow Domain in the future, do seek me out for a discussion. Prince Shun's invitation left Yunyu feeling immensely honored. A flicker of joy danced in the blue-clad girl's eyes. Suddenly, a harsh, jarring sound echoed, as if something had shattered. The crowd turned to see a strikingly handsome boy, around 13 or 14, casually tapping on the initial stone tablet with his fingers, each tap accompanied by the sound of cracking stone. Startling fissures spread across the 3-meter-high tablet, giving the impression that it was on the verge of collapse. How could this be possible? Only by transcending the extreme realm can one damage the virtual divine realm. Shunli exclaimed in disbelief, casting a doubtful glance at Lin Yang. Could this boy have surpassed the extreme realm? Was he yet another figure to rival the legendary Shuangshi? Some recalled the two stone-named youths who had once made waves in the virtual divine realm. Alas, both Shuangshi had perished, for such unparalleled prodigies often met a premature end. A plain-looking middle-aged man lamented, perhaps the virtual divine realm is facing a crisis. Even an unparalleled being who transcends the extreme realm would not so easily destroy the tablet. It would require an extraordinarily brilliant strike to achieve such a feat. The old monk from the Western Church spoke with conviction, his words resonating with the crowd. Is that so? They realized with dawning comprehension. Ha ha! I've had my eye on the treasure bones of the initial passage. Now the opportunity has arisen. Someone exclaimed joyfully, raising their hand to strike at the treasure bones embedded in the green stone path. Upon hearing this, the crowd's attention was piqued, and they all moved to take action. Brilliant lights of treasures erupted, and fierce ancient techniques were unleashed, as if ancient relics were roaring. A terrifying force struck the green stone path, seemingly aiming to cleave mountains in two. How could this be? Is it only the tablet that is faulty? Moments later, the radiant lights faded. Gasps filled the air as the crowd observed that the green stone path remained unscathed. Boom! At that moment, the initial stone tablet collapsed entirely, producing a deafening roar that sent clouds of dust swirling, obscuring vision and rendering the scene unclear. Amidst the haze, a dazzling stone tablet shimmering with golden light emerged. The golden radiance pierced through the smoke, capturing everyone's gaze. Shattering the initial stone tablet grants a piece of primordial treasure bone. A line of constantly vibrating words appeared on the golden tablet, resonating with the sound of countless swords clashing. Heavens! It is the primordial treasure bone. Who could have anticipated that such a monumental issue would arise with the initial stone tablet, allowing this child to seize the opportunity? Continuous cries of astonishment and regret erupted from the crowd, many becoming envious of the primordial treasure bone, eager to learn of the boy's origins, even to resort to violence for it. You are indeed fortunate. Hurry and record your name. Even if you merely stumbled upon this, you will gain renown in the virtual divine realm. Hua Yin remarked to Lin Yang, her tone imbued with complexity as she gazed at the tablet. Lin Yang grinned silently, pondering whether chaos and brilliance were necessary to convince others. Truly, this world was absurdly extravagant. What a lucky lad, Shunli mused. A piece of primordial treasure bone was sufficient to incite fierce conflicts among many tribes, leading entire clans to war. Yet now, it had fallen into the hands of a fortunate boy. Using his true name might be inappropriate. Was he a descendant of the Celestial Emperor, or the Celestial Emperor, the Demon Monarch, the Taoist Lord, or perhaps the Primordial? Contemplating these titles, Lin Yang approached the golden tablet. The titles he considered were all related to the cultivation methods he practiced. Ultimately, he inscribed 2 characters upon the tablet. Chapter 74, Xiantian. In the end, from a series of titles that could lead to fatal consequences if spoken, Lin Yang chose the 2 characters of the Xiantian sect. The 2 ancient characters, rendered with silver hooks and iron strokes, exuded an aura of timelessness, possessing an immortal essence. Even without radiant divine light, one could sense their elusive and mysterious nature. The old monk from the Western Church was taken aback, realizing that merely writing ancient characters could influence his mind as a revered elder. This youth was indeed extraordinary. This is the primordial treasure bone of an ancient relic, a rare treasure. You must cherish it. Hua Yin gazed enviously at the treasure bone glowing in Lin Yang's hand. Even common folk understood that this was an extraordinary object. Simultaneously, gold and stone tablets appeared across the virtual divine realm, inscribed with the latest Breaker S information, stirring up great waves, transcending the blood transmutation realm, shattering the initial stone tablet. Xiantian. Has someone truly surpassed the limits of the blood transmutation realm? The ability to damage the initial stone is indeed astonishing. Which great clan does this Xiantian hail from? Has anyone heard of him? Can he be admitted into our cosmic gate? The last record was set by Shuangshi, and it has only been 3 or 4 years. Another prodigy who has surpassed the extreme realm? Is he the new generation of Shuangshi? In the various realms of the virtual divine realm, people marveled. Some hurried towards the initial stone, eager to witness Xuantian's splendor. Unfortunately, the small stone had battled 7 divine beings, exhausting its strength and perishing. It remained uncertain how much of that splendor the Xiantian could possess. Amidst the discussions, some inevitably mentioned the forbidden names. These were myths passed down from the lower realms, where revered beings defied divine spirits. It was not to be exceeded. In the outside world, the newly established heaven-mending pavilion, Brother Shao Tian. Someone has shattered the record of the initial stone tablet in the virtual divine realm. A youthful, brash lad burst into an ancient pavilion. What? The silver-robed youth meditating in the pavilion displayed astonishment, his remarkable features reflecting disbelief. Even as a formidable being in the spirit transformation realm, returning to the initial land would constrain him to the blood transmutation realm, making it impossible to damage the initial stone. Yet now, someone has transcended the blood transmutation extreme. It is a remarkably gifted youth, imbued with an inexplicable aura, as if a celestial being has descended upon the world. I witnessed it with my own eyes. It is absolutely true. The youthful lad spoke with bravado, having only heard rumors. In his words, it was as if he had witnessed history unfold. Let's go. I shall see for myself. The silver-robed youth resolved, his spirit manifesting as he entered the virtual divine realm. In the virtual divine realm, at the initial land. What? A true transcender of the extreme realm. Someone suddenly exclaimed. This drew the attention of everyone present. A middle-aged man in black robes, exuding an air of nobility and accustomed to high positions, was greatly unsettled upon hearing the words of a servant returning from higher realm. Could truly be? The crowd wondered, for a leader of a great clan would not jest lightly. The old monk from the Western Church stepped forward, speaking kindly. Young friend, would you be willing to join our Western Church and become a contemporary saint? Within our sect, the golden body liquid can forge an unparalleled physique, achieving invincibility. What? Shun Li's expression shifted in shock. The immortal lineage was actually seeking disciples? Hua Yin felt as though she were in a dream. To casually point out a person and have them be the utmost prodigy. Was even the Western Church eager for him to join? Where does this youth hail from? Having surpassed the extreme realm, even the immortal lineage wishes to take him as a disciple. Jealousy simmered in the hearts of the onlookers. Some gazed at Lin Yang with fervent intensity, as if wishing to devour him whole. Among them stood an elderly figure from the unaging mountain, who spoke with a commanding demeanor. His white hair contrasted strikingly with his youthful visage, exuding an aura of celestial grace. His words, however, belied the gravity of the situation, as he had already determined Lin Yang's fate. This figure was none other than the Tao Master Qin. Someone among the crowd revealed the identity of the elder. Lin Yang maintained a serene expression, betraying not even a hint of joy or excitement at being favored by the undying Tao lineage. He firmly declined, stating, if it were the celestial king lineage that could protect my path, I might consider it. However, neither of your factions aligns with my aspirations. The crowd's expressions turned peculiarly strange at his words. Could it be that he disregarded the undying Dao lineage? Was he not being overly arrogant? Even the dual stone factions would not dare to speak so freely. Time, after all, is the most formidable weapon. Merely a year or two had passed, and the crowd had forgotten the extraordinary prowess of the former little stone. The Western sect's old monk shook his head, choosing not to engage further. Why would you reject me? The unaging mountain is an immortal lineage of the upper realm, home to countless deities. And the unaging celestial sovereign is an invincible titan among them. Are you truly unwilling to reconsider? The elder narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with subtle menace. To him, the titans of the upper realm were akin to the heavens themselves, the epitome of strength. Qin Changsheng, he mused. The unaging celestial sovereign surpasses any celestial king. Lin Yang could not suppress a derisive laugh. He had anticipated such a scenario. Qin Dao Master's eyes flickered with doubt as he spoke coolly. Who is Qin Changsheng? My young friend, do not misjudge your standing. Even those who surpass the extreme realms are not to be trifled with. I am well aware of whom I cannot yet provoke. Unfortunately, unaging mountain is not among them. Lin Yang replied, a hint of amusement gracing his youthful and handsome features. He cast a sympathetic glance at the elder and added, I hope you are still able to stand and converse with me afterwards. Qin Dao Master responded with a smile, exuding an ethereal presence, though a surge of murderous intent welled within him. Such an individual, beyond the extreme realms, could not be of use to him. Therefore, he must be eradicated. He summoned a servant from unaging mountain and whispered a few instructions into his ear. The servant regarded Lin Yang with deep scrutiny before retreating from the realm of the virtual deities. Impressive, impressive. A transcendent prodigy daring to confront the undying lineage. What audacity! One individual concealed their true appearance, laughing heartily without regard for the might of unaging mountain. This sparked curiosity among the crowd. Was he merely naive, or did he possess an unwavering confidence? What manner of being was the celestial king? Had he surpassed the deities? The onlookers found themselves perplexed. Even the old monk from the Western sect shared their bewilderment. At this moment, the crowd that had gathered in the initial area swelled to a veritable sea of humanity. With no room to spare, the elder Jingbi and Lord Bird had yet to arrive. Lin Yang surveyed the throng with a hint of disappointment. Perhaps the stir he had caused was insufficiently grand, or perhaps the two were entangled in the depths of the virtual deity realm, unable to extricate themselves. Radiating divine light, with runes swirling around him, Lin Yang willed an invisible barrier to expand deliberately, pushing back those within several zhang. In the now desolate expanse, mysterious swords of shimmering, multicolored runes danced through the air, surrounded by divine radiance, imbued with a sharp sword intent that could cleave through all. This was his recently modified Sword Heart Hell, a synthesis of various primordial bone inscriptions. It was an invincible treasure technique. Some gasped in awe, recognizing its significance. Even the old monk from the Western sect and Dao Master Qin of Unaging Mountain were visibly stirred. Such power! Hua Yinyu was rendered speechless, every hair on her body standing on end as if threatened by a sharp weapon. Not only her, but everyone felt the same surge of fear. The realm of virtual deities was divided into 7 regions, corresponding to the transition from blood to divine fire. After clearing the area, Lin Yang strode directly towards the deepest part of the divine fire region, the ultimate destination. His cultivation system was not suppressed by the virtual deity realm. With the transformation of his spiritual essence, he was ready to make headlines. Lin Yang walked at a leisurely pace, seemingly waiting for the onlookers to follow. Chapter 75. The Celestial World? What kind of treasure technique is this? It is unheard of. It seems capable of rending the very heavens. Could he be a born supreme? Then is he the mysterious Tian who rejected the allure of the undying Dao lineage? To transcend the extreme realms at such a young age, could he be another little stone? Where was he headed? He pressed on into the celestial realm without pause. Was he, at such a tender age, already a formidable being capable of making deities bleed? Akin to Sure How? Hurry, let us follow and see. As they approached the celestial realm, many noticed the throng of people and Lin Yang ahead, whispering in astonishment, aware of the recent events. As Lin Yang continued to advance, they exchanged glances and decided to follow the current, eager to witness the unfolding drama. In the initial area, the silver-robed youth Xiao Tian appeared, his expression one of confusion. Where have all the people gone? He asked the inexperienced young disciple following him. Are you here to witness the prodigy as well? He has just gone to the celestial realm. Someone kindly informed Xiao Tian, carrying a massive iron hammer, an older man. Wearied yet nostalgic, reflected on the past glory of Little Stone, who once stirred the virtual deity realm. But no matter how extraordinary, none can compare to Little Stone, who battled 7 deities. The middle-aged man raised his hammer and struck an object, the sound echoing resonantly. After thanking the man, Xiao Tian quickly led his young disciple to chase after Lin Yang. In the deer hunting academy, a melodious and bright voice rang out. Sister, Someone has surpassed the blood extremity. The voice alone painted a vivid image of beauty in the listener's mind. Surpassing the extreme realms? A woman, clad in golden armor and revered as a warrior goddess, was taken aback. A lineage of immortals sought to recruit him, yet the young man seemed utterly indifferent, dismissing both unaging mountain and the Western sect. The melodious voice continued this. The warrior goddess fell silent, her understanding of the vastness of the world deepening. The undying lineage, even in the face of calamity, remained untouched. Let us go, sister. Before I left, I saw him heading deeper into the virtual deity realm. Something monumental may occur, the gentle voice urged her sister. All right, the warrior goddess, now filled with curiosity, followed into the virtual deity realm. In the realm of spiritual transformation, the number of practitioners was visibly fewer than in the previous two areas, with only 1,000 or so remaining. What treasure technique is this? Some witnessed countless mysterious swords of runes swirling in the sword-hard hell. Unheard of. This is the law of the born supreme. Serious murmurs arose. Supreme. The practitioners of spiritual transformation gasped in astonishment. In legends, a supreme being surpassed the deities, rivaled only by true gods, much like the supreme of the Stone Kingdom, who vanquished deities. Some muttered in awe. Others exited the virtual deity realm, returning to reality to summon friends to witness the born supreme. Seeing the crowd behind him grow ever larger, Lin Yang felt a sense of satisfaction. Soon, he would make headlines. Even if Lord Bird and Elder Jingbi were presently unable to break free, they would surely appear once he revealed himself, and at that moment, he could devise a plan to procure the true Phoenix technique. With an unprecedented cultivation system, nothing in the world could ascertain his realm. Only the force of his actions could hint at his level. Even the master of the Forbidden Zone, once a celestial king, could only slightly correlate the two cultivation systems after Lin Yang explained. As Lin Yang pondered, he moved at a leisurely pace. This relaxed demeanor made many anxious, urging him inwardly to hasten, for they were intensely curious about what the transcendent being, suspected to be a born supreme, would do next. After traversing 2 more training grounds, Lin Yang entered the realm of the revered beings, where desolation and silence prevailed. Only a few palatial structures remained, the number of revered beings having drastically diminished after the calamity, leaving this place devoid of practitioners to play tricks in the domain of the supreme beings. Is he planning to step into the realm of the highest gods? Some murmured in dissatisfaction, garnering agreement from those nearby. To proceed onward is to trespass into the divine realm. How can mere mortals act so recklessly? Arrogant, remarked an elder from the divine king hall. It was unexpected that 2 years after the fall of Little Stone, a natural supreme being would emerge. Alas, fate did not allow their paths to cross. Had they met, it would surely have ignited a clash of unparalleled brilliance, surpassing even the legendary battle of the Twin Stones. The speaker was a middle-aged man, his visage marked by the passage of time, and his eyes occasionally glimmered with a profound light, exuding an extraordinary presence. Is that truly the case? Retorted a formidable figure, his aura astonishing. The dual-eyed stone, he possesses the same innate qualities as the ancient gods. How could he possibly be inferior to a natural supreme being? His demise at the hands of Shur Hao merely attests to Shur Hao's overwhelming strength. Not all natural supremes are alike. In the discourse among the crowd, it was evident that they tacitly acknowledged Lin Yang as a natural supreme being, for there was no other explanation for the unprecedented sword techniques that even the immortal lineage was unaware of. Do you not find it coincidental? The emergence of both the supreme deity and the natural supreme being simultaneously. Could there be a connection? A startling notion arose, causing the listeners to gasp in shock. Even the Taoist master of the Eternal Mountain wore a grave expression. If that were the case, it would spell trouble. If the insolent youth who insulted our Eternal Mountain is indeed a disciple of that individual, even the great powers from the upper realms would be powerless to intervene, unless the celestial sovereign himself intervenes. Yet, is such a matter truly worthy of summoning the celestial sovereign? The Taoist master pondered heavily, praying that the two simultaneously emerging figures bore no relation to one another. But one can never be too sure. This Xiantian does not seem like an impetuous youth. His audacity in confronting the Eternal Mountain and rejecting the Western teachings clearly suggests he possesses formidable backing. How else could he achieve such heights at such a tender age? A derisive chuckle echoed from an unknown source, laden with scorn, inciting the wrath of the Taoist master, who prepared to wield his treasure to unearth the source of the insult, determined to defend the dignity of the immortal lineage. Spare yourself the exertion. If you can find my grandfather, he shall henceforth bear your surname, came the mocking retort, growing increasingly brazen, prompting those near the Taoist master to pale and retreat, fearful of igniting his wrath. The atmosphere grew tense, thick with the scent of impending conflict, as it appeared that the Taoist master might act recklessly, disregarding the innocent. Amidst the unfolding events, Lin Yang stepped into the ultimate realm, where only those who had transcended the extremes in the realm of divine fire could disrupt the sanctity of the place. He halted. Murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd. I shall spare your life, you ignorant wretch, the Taoist master scoffed, his long white brows fluttering in indignation. This drew forth a derisive laugh. At that moment, Lin Yang began to levitate, radiant beams of divine brilliance emanating from him as if the sun itself were illuminating the world. The profound runes of the great Tao spiraled around him, cloaking him in a resplendent aura, transforming him into a sun enveloped by countless symbols in the eyes of the onlookers. An ineffable pressure, one that weighed upon the very souls of the gathered crowd, compelled them to bow their heads in awe and trepidation. Are you not curious as to why I have come to this place? A voice, laced with mirth, emanated from the solar manifestation. Instantly, the radiance intensified tenfold, rendering it nearly impossible for the weaker souls to keep their eyes open. Transcendence is transcendence, gasped the crowd, astounded. Such formidable transcendence. Impossible. My esteemed body possesses no such might. The hidden powerful figures within the throng recognized Lin Yang's cultivation level and gasped in disbelief. Just as their astonishment peaked, an even more terrifying spectacle unfolded. The heavens abruptly turned a blood-red hue. In their fearful gaze, colossal worlds of molten lava emerged, encircling the central radiant sun, slowly revolving like a world-destroying grinding wheel, as if bent on annihilating everything and returning to chaos. 1, 2, 30. Could it be a cave of heaven? A groan broke the suffocating silence, uttered by an unknown voice. Good heavens! The speaker was taken aback, his words trembling. Chapter 76. The True Dragon's Divine Art. 10 vast and boundless worlds turned slowly, the sun wrapped in the runes of the great Tao casting divine light. The Taoist master, his aged visage was bathed in a sanguine hue, his gaze unfocused, his white brows drooping. Is there truly such a powerful youth in this world? He murmured to himself, suddenly recalling the natural supreme of the Stone Clan who had once assaulted the Eternal Mountain, a pang of sorrow striking his heart. Why is it that every natural supreme seems to be at odds with the Eternal Mountain? This. Hua Yunyu was left speechless, astonished by the unassailable presence of the youth she had encountered so casually today. Is this what a natural supreme embodies? Her envy surged within her. She recalled that the Stone Clan supreme from years past was equally extraordinary, capable of battling deities. Compared to such an existence, how could she still consider herself a prodigy? The thought made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. If only I had more time, I could manifest a sun to scorch the heavens. Truly, this is the pinnacle of fire's celestial arts. According to the records, mastering this art could transform one into that eternal sun within the immortal realm, a fate that even true immortals could scarcely escape. Lin Yang hoferet abofei, surveying the world beneath him, his current form an embodiment of the solar celestial technique he had briefly engaged with, lacking the lethal potency due to the short duration of his mastery. By his standards, he could not easily obliterate rival techniques of the same tier. They were all rather lacking in lethality. Heavens, has a deity descended upon us? Exclaimed the tardily arriving female warrior from the Zhu Lu Academy, her gaze fixed in disbelief upon the radiant sun, bewildered by the unfolding phenomena. Hey, can you all wake up? Those 10 magnificent worlds of lava in the sky, don't they resemble heavenly caves? Someone nudged his companion, dressed in a silver-embroidered robe, his countenance noble. He spoke with an air of absurdity. Nay, it cannot be. His companion, a 25-year-old youth clad in a blue robe and freshly having reached the 6th cave, swallowed hard. How can it not be? Look closely at everything within the lava world. Does it not mirror our own heavenly caves? Just on a far grander scale, perhaps 1,000,000, no? 10 million times larger? The noble youth stammered at the end, filled with uncertainty. I suspect it exceeds 50 million times. The blue-robed youth remarked, his face shifting through a spectrum of disbelief. With a single cave, one could reign supreme. No, this cannot merely be termed a cave of heaven. Their conversation, unguarded, reached the ears of the nearby spectators, rendering them equally speechless, yet compelled to concede that their assertions bore a semblance of truth. At that moment, in the heart of the divine land, a beam of golden light surged towards the heavens, swallowed by one of the molten worlds. What transpired? Someone gasped. It was as if the sound of a sword echoed forth. A seasoned array master with keen hearing murmured in confusion. Could it be? A member of the crowd, a venerable figure, discerned a glimmer of gold in his eyes, revealing mysterious symbols flashing briefly. He clearly beheld the origin of the golden light, where stood a resplendent golden stele inscribed with elegant characters. The utmost of heavenly caves, beyond all comparison, the strongest of ancient and modern times. Shantian. The elder read aloud from the golden stele, his voice resonating with the clang of metal, powerful and resonant. The crowd erupted in an uproar, astonished that merely unveiling his own heavenly cave, this natural supreme had shattered the historical records of heavenly caves and raised the threshold to an utterly despairing height. The initially perplexed figure wielding the hammer gazed at the emerging golden stele, rendered speechless, as if in a stupor. Across the realms of the void divine, golden light surged skyward simultaneously. Good heavens, why is the void divine empty? A petite girl in a blue dress gasped, covering her mouth as she surveyed her surroundings, finding them utterly deserted. The golden brilliance captivated the girl's attention, and as she peered closely at the ancient inscriptions on the steel, she whispered in disbelief. The strongest heavenly cave of all time? In the gathering of the spirit realm, a pearlescent light coalesced into the form of a middle-aged man, who initially appeared puzzled. But upon noticing the central golden steel, was struck into silence. Xiantian? Though he did not know the identity of this individual, the title of the strongest heavenly cave throughout history would ensure that this person would command unparalleled prestige from this day forth. The final destination. Hundreds of thousands bowed their heads as 10 molten worlds bathed the land in a fiery crimson glow. An endless stream of vital essence circulated through these lava realms, replenishing Lin Yang's energy and ensuring he remained at the pinnacle of his power. In terms of destructive capability, neither the Emperor of Heaven nor the incompletely understood Seven Swords of the Heavens could evoke such awe-inspiring potency as he could. Even inferior treasure arts fell short. Thus, he opted for the true dragon's treasure art, which, after a fortnight of comprehension, could unleash formidable might. He only hoped he would not be playing to an empty house. Surely, among the hundreds of thousands, someone would recognize his prowess. In Lin Yang's half-closed, profound eyes, dazzling runes of the great Tao shimmered. The corners of his eyes seemed to dance with ethereal spirits from the celestial realm, while his long, dark hair cascaded freely. He silently channeled the 8-9 profound art, preparing to transform into an invincible entity reliant on the true dragon's treasure art. Even though he had never laid eyes on a true dragon, the essence of the 8-9 was not entirely absent, allowing him to manifest a significant portion of its divine spirit. What astonishing events would unfold next? After a moment of stunned silence, some regained their senses. Curiosity piqued, as they had not anticipated witnessing the birth of a legend today. Was there yet another hidden move? Speculative murmurs rippled through the crowd. In that instant, the expressions of all shifted dramatically. Even the mighty, exalted beings were not immune. A terrifying pressure, beyond the realm of language, emanated from the golden runes, and merely sensing this oppressive force caused everyone's legs to tremble, an insatiable fear welling within. This sensation, a dragon, the might of dragon. The voice of an ancient monk from the Western teachings quivered with awe. This was a kind of pressure documented in ancient texts. He never expected to experience it in his lifetime. His words were abruptly cut short. With a resounding roar, a magnificent dragon's cry reverberated across the heavens. Its majesty magnified 100-fold. Centered around the golden runes, layers of space rippled outward like waves, as if a single dragon's roar could nearly rend the fabric of space itself. Time itself appeared to slow. The sun of the void god realm swayed, as if on the verge of crashing to the earth. Where the dragon's cry passed, countless souls shrieked, transforming into beams of white light that vanished. Instantly, 80% of the hundreds of thousands perished beneath the dragon's roar, returning to the realm of reality to recuperate. The dragon's eyes gleamed with a terrifying gold, its scales shimmering like the most indomitable divine metal, and its horns sharp as if forged from celestial gold. Within the slightly ethereal body of the true dragon, the runes of the great Tao were meticulously arranged. Spiritual essence coalesced into a cascade of light. Celestial energy formed clouds of mist, and a radiant brilliance emanated from an unknown source, illuminating all. The complete true dragon's treasure art. The invincible method of the true dragon. Continuous gasps of astonishment erupted as several cultivators from the immortal lineage recognized the dragon in the sky as a manifestation of a remarkable treasure art. The shock within the crowd was beyond words. With another roar, the dragon transformed once more, causing a majority of the remaining spectators to dissolve into beams of white light and exit the void god realm. The dragon spiraled several times before darting fiercely toward the central golden monument, traversing layers of space in a blink of an eye. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted, the storm of runes spreading outward, as if the very heavens were reverting to chaos, shrouded in a veil of confusion. The fabric of space shattered into countless fragments, dark arcs of electricity leaping between them. The earth cracked and splintered, revealing voids, while relentless tremors emanated from deep within the ground. It could not hold. An exalted being let out a furious roar, their protective light shattering in an instant, their body disintegrating under the onslaught of the rune storm, blood and bones melting away. They too transformed into white light, exiting the void god realm. Chapter 77. The Decision of Master Qin. Wherever the rune storm rampaged, all life was extinguished. Even the invincible exalted beings of this realm could not withstand its fury for even a fleeting moment before being reduced to white light. The final destination was left in utter devastation, the world on the brink of annihilation, with elemental forces raging, earth, water, wind, and fire swirling in a tumult that would send shivers down anyone's spine. Moments later, the rune storm spread to the exalted being's cultivation grounds, shredding everything in its wake. A newly arrived exalted being, caught off guard, met their demise. What followed was not for your eyes to witness. now returned to human form. Lin Yang's black hair danced in the wind, his eyes half open, resplendent as celestial light. Before him floated two solemn, astonished elders, one of whom had a vividly colorful bird perched on his shoulder. They have arrived. He felt a surge of joy in his heart, in the distant depths of space. The imposing, cold figure of the void god realm flickered in and out of view. Lin Yang cast a glance but chose to ignore it. At this moment, throughout the void god realm, brilliant golden light shot skyward, leaving recently arrived cultivators in a state of bewilderment. The foremost power of the transformation spirit realm, obliterating the final destination in a single strike, transcending the limits of divine fire. Xian Tian. The crowd was captivated by the ancient characters etched upon the golden monument, questioning their own perceptions. Transformation spirit? Surpassing the limits of divine fire? Surely this could not mean invincibility. Today, the void god realm must be facing some cataclysm, for why else would there be no one around and such absurd records engraved upon stone? Have I perhaps attained a false transformation spirit realm? Quickly, I must inform the elders of my sect. Whispers filled the void god realm, some in shock, others decisively departing. This was monumental news, far too terrifying. The power of the transformation spirit exceeding the limits of divine fire, something never seen throughout history. In the Xian domain, at the unaging mountain, with a lingering hint of fear, Master Qin listened to his disciples' report regarding the investigation into the void god realm. A transformation spirit body, surpassing the realm of divine fire? How could that be possible? Master Qin's face darkened, his emotions flaring uncontrollably, sending a disciple of mere blood moving realm flying from the hall. The jade-tiled floor cracked ominously, and the purple-patterned dragon pillar shattered cleanly in two. The terrifying aura of an exalted being caused the disciples outside the hall to turn pale. Several elders from the unaging mountain summoned the divine rainbow, soaring through the heavens. Master, what has transpired? Inquired a middle-aged elder, stepping forward. He bore an unremarkable face, a visage common among the populace. Could it be that someone dared to spy on our unaging mountain? Has the master detected them? Speculated an elderly elder, his white hair and beard giving him an air of wisdom, albeit with a persistent shadow of gloom upon his features. The elders who arrived later remained silent, their gazes fixed on Master Qin, awaiting an explanation for his sudden outburst of energy. Seeing that all the elders had gathered, Master Qin's face was clouded with an inescapable dread. He took a deep breath, striving for calm. A natural-born supreme being has emerged, shattering records within the void god realm. A natural-born supreme being. Is it akin to Sure Hao? The breaths of the elders quickened. If they could unearth the bone of supreme being, they would surely nurture an unparalleled prodigy. I cannot say if he is like Sure Hao, Master Qin replied, his tone laced with trepidation. I once sought him out, but he chose to stand against us, speaking with disdain of the unaging mountain, much like Sure Hao did in times past. Kill. Anyone who dares to offend the unaging mountain shall be executed, along with their entire lineage. The middle-aged elder's eyes ignited with divine light, a powerful aura radiating from him, his flesh inscribed with countless runes forming a battle array, revealing him as a king among formations. Let us extract his bones and refine his soul, so that outsiders know the unaging lineage is not to be trifled with. The elder with white hair spoke with indifference, casually pronouncing judgment on the life and death of the natural-born supreme being. The other elders voiced their agreement. At that moment, one elder inquired, which record has been broken? All present turned their gazes toward the master's seat, for even if the natural-born supreme being seemed doomed, it did not hinder their desire to understand the nature of the adversary. Sighing deeply, Master Qin's heart grew heavier with bitterness. Had he known that Xian Tian was so overwhelmingly powerful, he would never have dared to speak so boldly. He spoke weakly. That natural-born supreme being first surpassed the blood-moving realm, shattering the monument used for the initial introduction of the earth, later revealing a heaven-opening realm deemed the strongest of all time by the void god realm. The middle-aged elder's eyes sparkled with suspicion, his gaze intensifying. He ominously declared, the strongest heaven-opening realm of all time? We absolutely cannot allow him to grow. Otherwise, he will become a greater threat than Sure Hao. Even the strongest heaven-opening realm would not stand against the king of formations. To be safe, I shall personally go and slay this natural-born supreme being. The elder who first posed the question was exceedingly cautious, fearing that sending disciples to ambush might result in a counterattack from the opponent. After all, he is the most formidable being of the cave heaven realm and should not be underestimated. I am also willing to accompany Elder Qin Kong to witness the innate supremacy. The strongest cave heaven since ancient times. The elderly man, with hair as white as snow, could not help but chuckle coldly at the end of his words. A cave heaven is merely a cave heaven. Can it truly transcend the realms of spirit transformation and inscription, contending with the kings of formations? Even those with dual pupils have failed. It is too late. The Tao Master Qin shed tears of blood, unable to contain his agitation. Trembling as he spoke, he has surpassed the limits of divine fire with the spirit transformation realm, obliterating the ultimate ancient land in a single strike. With the aftermath alone claiming the lives of hundreds of thousands of cultivators, including several esteemed ones. Only the celestial being that has manifested in the heavenly domain stands as his rival. After all, he is the helmsman of the immortal lineage and understands the distinctions within the divine realm. It is precisely because of this that he comprehends the invincibility of the heavenly domain deity, a power capable of suppressing all with mere pressure, sacred and unmatched. What? The elders gasped in unison. They could not help but tremble, as if they had uncovered the most terrifying secret, their minds on the verge of crumbling. In an instant, several formidable auras erupted within the hall, stirring a tempest that sent the disciples of the Eternal Mountain outside into a panic, unsure of what had transpired. Tao Master, please summon the ancestral elder from the upper realm to transform him into a puppet. A middle-aged elder's eyes sparkled with a flash of brilliance, conceiving a brilliant scheme. Yes, Tao Master, we beseech the elder to take action. The elders ceased their trembling and voiced their agreement in unison. Tao Master Qin slumped in his throne, weakly gesturing with his hand, a bitter smile gracing his lips. It is too late. Half a day ago, I informed the elder of the mysterious celestial being's emergence in the heavenly domain. We cannot contact the upper realm for 6 months. The elder instructed us to observe the situation without provoking the opponent. 6 months. The elders of the Eternal Mountain were left in a daze. With the battle prowess of that innate supremacy, he could annihilate the Eternal Mountain the moment he exits the void god realm. Let the clansmen and disciples retreat temporarily, live incognito, and endure for half a year until the elder descends. The middle-aged elder proposed a plan, and the other elders exchanged glances, agreeing that this would preserve a glimmer of hope for the Eternal Mountain, preventing it from being uprooted entirely. Tao Master Qin remained silent for a long while, his expression resolute and determined as he commanded. You must also leave with the clansmen and disciples, dispersing the treasures into several groups, living incognito in various domains. And do not gather together. Since this trouble was incited, I shall remain at the Eternal Mountain, awaiting the annihilation of the mountain by that Xiantian Supreme. Tao Master, the elder with white hair wished to speak, but was silenced by Tao Master Qin's piercing gaze. Alas, an elder sighed, choosing not to elaborate. The others received the Tao Master's decree, bowing to him thrice before departing. This was a gesture of gratitude for saving their lives. Otherwise, they had no reason to abandon their sect and flee. Perhaps that Xiantian Supreme would not come knocking. Some clung to this hope, unwilling to witness Tao Master Qin's demise. How could a peerless powerhouse be humiliated without seeking revenge? Others lamented. In a world where strength reigned supreme and human life was as trivial as grass. This had always been the case. Chapter 78. The Dark Ancient Palace. If Lin Yang were to learn of the events unfolding at the Eternal Mountain, he would undoubtedly find it laughable, as he had not taken it to heart at the time. If he had truly been serious, he would have obliterated Tao Master Qin along with his spirit, allowing no chance for him to follow to the ultimate realm. However, had he heard the comments from the middle-aged elder and the white-haired elder, he might have resorted to crushing them in a fit of youthful rage, as he had yet to temper his edges. At this moment, Lin Yang reigned in the celestial phenomena and divine light. He gazed calmly at the bird elder and the Jingbai elder before him, tilting his head slightly in innocent confusion, and asked, "May I inquire who you two are? Why do you obstruct my path?" The bird elder and Jingbai elder could not help but twitch their lips at his words, sharing a silent understanding. You are about to dismantle the outer layer of the void god realm. How can we not come out to see? If the outer layer were to be fully dismantled, what would happen when the core prison was exposed? My young friend, I perceive your celestial talent is extraordinary. However, dear young friend, are you willing to part with that magnificent cloak? I offer 10 pieces of Jingbai. The Jingbai elder began his sales pitch, but halted midway upon catching sight of the divine cloak, unable to resist diverting the topic. He could discern that this cloak was an item of divine quality, rare even in the lower realms. Lin Yang rolled his eyes in exasperation, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Old man, I have my eye on your physical form. How about selling it to me for 10 pieces of essence? The Jingbai elder, a celestial king forged from immortal gold, possessed a physique of astronomical value. With delicate features, he even bore a resemblance to Lin Yang. The Jingbai elder wore an expression of disdain, instinctively retreating slightly to create distance. Lin Yang's face darkened, his eyes flashing with an intimidating light as he impatiently remarked, "What is the purpose of your mysterious visit? I have no time for idle chatter. I must claim my reward for breaking the record." Had he not deemed his martial prowess insufficient, he would have interrogated them directly, much like in his earlier schemes regarding the true dragon treasure technique. Seeing Lin Yang's intent to depart, the bird elder smiled warmly. "We are here to grant you a reward. However, whether you can obtain it depends solely on you. Come with us." His tone turned solemn as he concluded. "Very well. I trust you would not dare deceive me." Lin Yang nodded sleekly, radiating golden light. He left a brilliant trail in the air, following the two elders closely. In the ultimate realm, the cultivation site of the esteemed ones, the site of formation training. The vast expanse of land, within a radius of 10,000 miles, was devastated under the influence of the true dragon treasure technique, reduced to utter chaos. The undispersed runes of the great Tao still lingered in the void, subduing every being that dared to approach. In a brief moment, Lin Yang witnessed several formation cultivators who had just entered the void god realm. Before they could grasp the situation, they were ruthlessly subdued on the spot. Before long, the trio arrived at a chaotic expanse, where a path of azure stone, adorned with precious bones, paved the void. Is this truly the place? Did I arrive so easily? Are they not concerned about my ill intentions? Lin Yang maintained a facade of composure, yet a sense of doubt burgeoned within him. As he pondered, he stepped onto the azure stone path, reaching its end, where an ancient and weathered palace loomed. The palace, entirely shrouded in darkness, was extraordinarily massive, resembling a giant's abode. For ordinary beings, entering it felt akin to stepping into a realm of giants. Inside the dimly lit hall, dozens, if not hundreds, of stone statues were tightly bound by chains forged from the power of the rules, exuding an air of enigma and mystery. Deep within the palace lay an unparalleled treasure technique. To acquire it, one could only rely on their own strength to break through. The Jingbai elder's expression turned grave, shedding the previous air of frivolity. Lin Yang feigned ignorance, inquiring curiously, "What treasure technique is it? I have heard far too many claims of being supreme, the strongest, invincible, transcendent, and my immunity is beginning to build. I sense great peril and terror within the palace. Surely, I cannot risk my life for an uncertain treasure technique. For my instincts tell me that dying here would be far more than mere psychological trauma. I might truly perish." As he spoke, a look of disdain crossed his face, reflecting his innermost thoughts. "You, young man, possess an unimaginable talent. How could you still fear death? If you do not struggle fiercely between life and death, how can you surpass countless obstacles to become an unparalleled powerhouse?" The Jingbai elder scolded, his tone laden with regret, unwilling to witness such a prodigious talent squandered. "Perhaps I fear not death, but I am still young. Is it wrong to fear death? I could easily become an unparalleled superpower through normal cultivation. Why should I gamble with my life?" Lin Yang rolled his eyes, refusing to concede in the exchange of words. "Would you like to gain some experience?" The Jingbai elder continued. "The reason you have not condensed your law body through the system is that the foundation laid during the Enlightenment period was too perfect. Within less than a year, you have become half a step in a law body, and with the memories of the Demon Lord's cultivation. Condensing the law body is merely a matter of time. It is not worth the expenditure. The consumption of my cultivation through the path of severance is truly terrifying. It requires a staggering 300,000 points, several times that of the Heavenly Emperor treading through time. The doers, 200 points. The 9 Heavens Thunder Gods, 500 points, and the owner of the Unfeeling Tower in the 9 Layers of Heaven, 800 points. By this calculation, the initial stages of a law body would only be valued at 2 to 3,000 points. To eliminate 100 or so of comparable cultivation would be an insurmountable task. Lin Yang, having roughly calculated in his mind, could only wish to weep bitterly. He helplessly mused. According to the master of the Forbidden Zone, solidifying one's law body is akin to the cultivation of a first-level practitioner. Such cultivators are so few that they can be counted on 2 hands across the 3,000 realms, leaving him no choice but to join the battle at the Border Empress Pass. He had not forgotten that he was an earthling, entirely unrelated to the realms of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the alien domains, or the celestial realm. His subjective impressions were merely influenced by literature, rendering him somewhat more familiar with the 9 heavens and 10 earths, yet he was far from being at the point of fighting for them. The blood-soaked enmity from the battle of the celestial ancients had nothing to do with him whatsoever. The esteemed elder Jingbi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Inside the ancient hall, the true Phoenix divine art promised rebirth through nirvana, an existence that is neither mortal nor ephemeral. When combined with the true dragon divine art, it would forge an indomitable power. The elder, with a smile that betrayed his intentions, explained this. A fleeting hint of confusion flickered in his eyes when he mentioned the true dragon divine art, as fragmented memories whispered of a past brilliance where he once contended with the true dragon. Of course, if you find yourself unable to withstand the partial power emanating from the beings within the hall and cannot acquire the true Phoenix divine art, I could offer you a slightly inferior technique in exchange. Elder Jingbi added, revealing a malicious grin, as if anticipating Lin Yang's humiliation. The ancient hall was suffused with ominous black mist, revealing shadowy altars. Each altar was encircled by countless runes sealing dark red urns, seemingly flowing with desiccated demonic blood. This was akin to the 9 nether chi recalled from the Demon Lord's memories. It was also something else entirely. Was this the essence of darkened blood, diminished countless times? Lin Yang pondered, aware that each altar was sealing a supreme being from the realm of immortals, capable of unleashing power commensurate with the intruder's cultivation level. enough to crush anything in their path, truly a dire threat. Only the unparalleled prodigies born in complete realms could contend with the power they exuded. Are you saying that if I reach the innermost part of the ancient hall, I can directly obtain the true Phoenix divine art? Lin Yang's eyes glimmered with the symbols of the Tao, piercing through the ominous black mist, fixated on a true phoenix bone deep within. No, you can only comprehend it within the hall. The bone that bears the true Phoenix divine art is an indispensable part of this place and cannot be taken away. Elder Jingbi clarified, even as he doubted Lin Yang's ability to reach the innermost depths. The attack power of the spirit transformation realm surpasses the limits of divine fire, but it is merely the maximum potential of the 8 domains of the lower world, not that of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, nor that of the alien celestial realm. Only when faced with true celestial spirits can one comprehend the heights to which the most complete spirit transformation can ascend. Chapter 79, A World-Shattering Slaughter. Very well, then I shall venture inside and give it a try. Lin Yang appeared eager, nonchalantly stating, since I cannot take the bone, I shall fully comprehend the true Phoenix divine art and then exit. Elder Bird could not help but caution, do not underestimate the being at the altar's center. It represents the invincible past. Even if you reach the deepest part, do not linger, lest you be eroded by the black mist and lose yourself. Even for the two of them, who had long guarded the seals within the ancient hall, they were inevitably influenced by the strange black mist, gradually losing their memories and teetering on the brink of downfall. It was foreseen that the day they lost all memory would mark their complete descent, leaving behind mere flesh that would give rise to new primordial spirits spreading darkness. Should you sense anything amiss, do not covet the divine art. Withdraw in time. After Elder Jingbi finished speaking, he suddenly paused, then shifted his tone. Wait, you might not even be able to breach the altar. Why am I even telling you all this? Thank you, esteemed seniors, for your warnings. I shall remain vigilant. At this moment, Lin Yang finally regarded himself as a junior in their presence. Having cultivated the 8-9 profound art to the exterior realm, he had mastered various transformations, rendering him a formidable combat machine adept in any terrain. With a smile, Lin Yang advanced towards the grand hall. Bang! Several stone statues suddenly sprang into action, all striking towards Lin Yang simultaneously, their movements unadorned, embodying a primal closeness to combat that could bring deities to despair. The terrifying aura unleashed fractured the mind, instilling an instinctive desire to submit rather than resist. Lin Yang's eyes brightened. Instead of retreating, he charged forward with a booming laugh, swinging his fist in defiance. Mysterious symbols, like intricate patterns on his skin, radiated a soft glow, enveloping him in an enigmatic and forbidden realm, effortlessly dispatching the formidable entities. The most perilous battle erupted, with countless fist shadows intertwining, tearing through the void as crystalline droplets of precious blood rained down, each drop seemingly capable of suppressing the ancient heavens, harboring unparalleled strength that surpassed the divine. This was a clash that transcended the extreme. Even the unmatched prodigies of the upper realms, invincible for several eras, would find themselves defeated here. It was not a matter of strength, but rather a lamentation of the incomplete rules of their world, hindering their ascension to the pinnacle. Lin Yang, standing firm against many, exhibited no signs of faltering. Within his fists lay the capacity for countless transformations, resembling blade techniques, sword techniques, spear techniques, and hammer techniques. He elevated the otherwise mundane Tianshan hand to an unimaginable level, embodying the essence of all techniques within his grasp. This was not merely the spirit transformation realm. It was a manifestation of his aura, revealing corresponding realms. Yet due to an unseen cultivation system, these once immortal beings struggled to make accurate judgments. Lin Yang unleashed a deafening roar that echoed through the void, akin to a celestial howl that sent chaos spiraling. Harnessing the momentum of battle, he advanced further into the unspeakable, forbidden domain, exerting all his strength to deliver a punch, pulling everything back to its primordial state, as if all existence sought to return to chaos, unleashing a power that would leave the gods aghast. Boom! One stone statue was hurled into the depths of the dark hall, the swirling dark energy never ceasing. The overwhelming punch imprint, akin to the convergence of all things, shattered the stone shell, revealing the dim and profound interior, where immortal energy lingered, each wisp seemingly capable of slaying beings of the mortal realm. Clang! The chains of divine light formed from the supreme rules firmly locked this statue, sealing the breach. How could this be? Elder Jingbi's eyes widened in disbelief. It was as if he had witnessed the most extraordinary occurrence. To think he could shatter the chains of the supreme Tao. Who was this individual? Elder Bird, shedding his previously nonchalant demeanor, now bore an exceptionally grave expression. Kill! The true dragon divine art was unleashed, glistening scales enveloping his form like a suit of celestial armor. Lin Yang transformed into a radiant light, crashing into several stone statues as the terrifying power of the Tao surged forth. A cataclysmic battle erupted, with Lin Yang appearing as an invincible war god, overwhelming to the point of incredulity. No one could have anticipated that such combat prowess could be attained at this realm. This scene, whether in the celestial realm or the alien domains, could have stirred tremendous waves, yet the only witnesses at this moment were the two amnesiac celestial kings. After hundreds of exchanges, the elements raged as if to recreate a new world. Several stone statues were shattered, temporarily unable to muster any fighting strength, allowing Lin Yang to charge into the Grand Hall. The urn suppressed by the altar's extended bloody hands to engage him in combat. The crimson symbols blazed with brilliance, divine rays soaring into the heavens, an endless force of suppression thwarting the emergence of the immortal beings within the urns. He did not resort to the Heavenly Emperor's jade record. Relying solely on various divine arts and his extraordinary martial skills, he unleashed a ferocious onslaught. The ancient celestial arts enveloped the space, subjugating all beings, the vast cosmos trembling beneath this terrifying celestial energy. Were it not for the peculiarities of the black ancient hall, which isolated everything, the energy that permeated here would have thrown the 9 heavens and 10 earths into chaos. Even the true immortals standing within the realm of immortals could not remain indifferent. The resounding dragon roar abruptly ceased, the phantom of the true dragon disintegrating beneath the barrage of celestial arts. Lin Yang's crystalline form showered in precious blood, each droplet capable of slaying deities. If used for medicine, it would be an unparalleled treasure sought after worldwide, as the forces of time and transformation appeared both antagonistic and unified. In the face of life and death, the profound meanings of the myriad concepts within the wandering law surged forth in his mind. An unparalleled burst of speed erupted. Fragments of time danced, as if time itself flowed backward. He transformed into a supreme entity, eternally pursuing the relentless river of time, capable of traversing the heavens and the earth with but a thought, deftly evading the majority of the fearsome celestial arts. Remarkably, he was honing his own being, contrary to his earlier claims of fearing death. The elder Jingbi's eyes reflected a complex array of emotions. At the current display of speed, he could directly penetrate the depths of the ancient palace. After all, youth often brims with defiance. Though he spoke with bravado, his body remained unwaveringly honest. The elder bird adopted a tone of condescension, feigning a critical assessment. Little did they know, this was merely Lin Yang's desire to witness the former celestial beings. Compelled to suppress his own realm, to observe the extent of their celestial might without shying away from battle. The relentless slaughter was enough to render countless paths to nothingness, and the bloodshed intensified. One bloodied hand after another was repelled. Lin Yang, radiant with treasure light, was drenched in blood. It was the first time since his arrival that he had sustained such grave injuries, teetering on the brink of death. The pervasive darkness seeped into his being during the protracted battle, threatening to corrupt him. Young friend, if this continues, you will be consumed by darkness. Retreat at once. The elder Jingbi's expression shifted dramatically as he discerned ominous signs. He could not bear to see this unparalleled prodigy succumb to the encroaching darkness. Lin Yang fought with fervor, a trace of profound demonic intent flashing in his eyes. He offered no resistance to the dark force entering his body, laughing heartily as he activated the 8-9 profound arts, utilizing the dark energy within him as a foundation to unleash a terrifying transformation, instantaneously becoming demonic. Dark blood flowed from his brow, gradually revealing a blood-red, eerie vertical pupil, exuding an indescribable madness. 6 serpentine purple patterns, seemingly alive, writhed along his cheeks, while a long, obsidian horn protruded from the back of his head, forged as if from dark celestial gold, piercing through heaven and earth. The previously declining aura began to rise incessantly, nurtured by the dark power. His grievous wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace. This is bad. The expressions of the two celestial kings changed dramatically, unable to fathom how this prodigy could fall so swiftly. A flicker of anxiety and regret crossed their eyes, as if realizing they should not have brought him here. Fight on. In Lin Yang's eyes, infused with a frenzied distortion, an unparalleled dark divine light flickered, and he unleashed the most terrifying slaughter since the battle commenced. The profound black light, contained yet deep, spanned across time, shattering myriad paths, obliterating both past and future, as undying beings roared in fury, and true immortals bled. The ancient dark palace trembled faintly, dark light streaming forth. Splutring Célestial Technique. Chapter 80. Celestial Blood. In the boundless expanse of the vast upper realm, a thunderous clap resounded, reverberating throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It resembled the muffled groan of supreme existence or the roar of the heavens, instilling dread into the soul. Emanating from an unfathomably distant place, its source inscrutable. At the deepest recesses of the bronze celestial palace, a figure, marred by physical deformity, was enveloped in the laws of celestial pathways, immersed in the celestial spring. This was indeed a supreme being, a true celestial, existing only in the conjectures of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. However, it was evident to all that this celestial being had sustained irreparable and dreadful injuries. surviving solely through the celestial spring. At the moment the thunder cracked, the remnant celestial being within the palace violently opened its eyes, celestial light swirling, indestructible and immortal. Even the leaders of the great teachings in the upper realm would be obliterated in spirit, their souls extinguished, upon witnessing such terrifying eyes, which now flickered with a hint of astonishment and confusion. Celestial battle? The remnant celestial being recalled the ancient epochs when several kings had fallen. Upon descending from the celestial domain to aid the 9 heavens and 10 earths, only in battles entangled with the laws of celestial pathways would such grand phenomena arise in the vast cosmos. Yet, the thunder now was but the faintest echo, commonplace during the ancient celestial years. Even so, the 9 heavens and 10 earths stirred with a great commotion, unaware of the events unfolding. Could it be that the undying beings from another realm are knocking at the gates? The remnant celestial being pondered, lacking the inclination to break free and confront the undying beings. With his own life hanging by a thread, how could a true celestial from the celestial domain risk his life for the sake of the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Having endured nearly 1,000,000 years on the brink of life and death, all he sought was to persist until the gates of the celestial domain swung wide open, enabling his return to seek salvation from his ancestors. As the thunder roared within the majestic and ancient city of the border wasteland, several invincible emperors gazed at the sky with astonished expressions. Even though their auras could bring down the stars and their combative prowess could tear the heavens asunder, they remained baffled by the meaning of this thunderous sound. Could it be the legendary celestials? Pondered the ancient invincible ones. Not only he, but within the vast ancient structures of the imperial city, many formidable beings murmured their speculations. Each one, if placed in the outside world, would be enough to dominate the 9 heavens and 10 earths, garnering reverence from myriad beings, worshipped by all teachings as the highest authority. Even the soldiers visible throughout the city could be considered titans on any continent, sought after by ancient lineages, undeniably top-tier combatants. In the 5 Elements continent, at the everlasting mountain, the everlasting celestial, Qin Changsheng, wore a solemn expression, his eyes radiating divine light as he attempted to probe the source of the thunder. As one of the most powerful figures in the upper realm, a practitioner of the elusive realm, the everlasting celestial was confident that he could glean some insight. Many others shared Qin Changsheng's approach. They were all leaders of ancient lineages, their formidable cultivation capable of influencing the fates of countless beings with their words. Moments latte. How could this be? I am the supreme being of this world, the strongest and undefeated slayer of cultivators for millennia. How could I gain nothing? My marshal, I cannot discern any anomalies. Is there anyone stronger than me in this world? In various ancient lineages, whispers of existential doubt emerged. This intrigued the ancient prodigies who happened to overhear, prompting them to ponder why their ancestors would utter such words. In Zhu village, the body of Shihao, whose laws had yet to fully reorganize, displayed astonishment as he vaguely sensed that thunderous sound stirring the hollow bone within him, as if it sought rebirth. Suddenly, the spirit body of Lin Yang before him turned pale, expelling a stream of luminous true blood, pulsating with vitality, an astonishing aura of blood. Even Shihao was slightly moved. In just a few days, he felt that this intriguing youth had grown even more formidable. Such talent rivals my own. Shihao marveled internally, astonished that the individuals he encountered in the upper realm within just half a month could be so extraordinary. He himself had once been such a prodigy, constantly growing at an observable pace, and now was no different. He was confident that once his own laws were fully reorganized, his potential would be even more astonishing. Surely, you weren't frightened by the thunder, were you? Though it was magnificent and strange, it shouldn't have been that alarming, right? How old are you? Shihao jested. After days of interaction, the two had grown quite familiar. In Shihao's eyes, even if Lin Yang was not exceptionally powerful, he occasionally possessed insights that greatly benefited him, leading to a newfound respect for Lin Yang. My judgment of character is quite commendable, he mused with a hint of self-admiration. Wiping the crimson blood from the corner of his mouth, Lin Yang's spirit eyes dimmed slightly. He retorted with a smirk, nonsense about being frightened. I am divinely endowed with martial prowess. It's simply uncomfortable not to cough up a bit of blood. Shihao looked on, bewildered. What does martial prowess have to do with coughing blood? Wealth is the courage of the poor. Cultivation is the confidence of the weak. With his overwhelming strength, Lin Yang faced Shihao with a newfound boldness, no longer as cautious as before. Even if he was merely a spirit body, their daily conversations were now devoid of trepidation, free from the worry of being inadvertently crushed like before. In the void spirit realm, within the ancient dark palace, outside an altar, a bloodied hand emerged, leaving behind a shocking scar, nearly translucent. Should you dare act recklessly again, I shall slay you. Lin Yang laugid maniatali. His expression wicked, transformed by the infusion of dark power, he unleashed an unparalleled slaughter technique, merging the essence of various celestial arts, creating a devastating force that astonished even himself. He felt as though he could rend the fabric of the universe, sever the flow of time, and obliterate the great Tao, leaving no existence behind, an unimaginable power, far beyond the reach of mortal realms. Celestial light surged into the heavens, piercing through the ancient blue sky, while the past, present, and future dissolved into mere illusions. All things trembled amidst the cacophony of existence. An aura of eternal permanence manifested within the dark ancient palace. A single drop of resplendent, blood-red essence, imbued with supreme power, slowly flowed from a wound. All extraordinary phenomena originated from this singular droplet, genuine celestial blood. In his dark, twisted eyes, glimmers of greed flickered as Lin Yang, shrouded in black light, surged forth with unprecedented speed towards the altar to seize the celestial blood. What a calamity, sighed the bird elder, witnessing Lin Yang's astonishing power, his voice tinged with self-reproach. Vague memories from my fragmented past hinted that the altar suppressed a comrade not unlike ourselves. The elder's gaze was clouded, murmuring uncertainly to himself. He soon regained clarity, lamenting, "We dare not approach the ancient palace for fear of the dark power. We can only wait for Xintian to emerge and subdue him." Alas, in my time of enlightenment, I have never encountered such a figure. As the black light ebbed and flowed, within the blink of an eye, it collected the celestial blood. The energy and celestial laws contained within the blood were utterly terrifying. Unlike the celestial beings confined within earthen vessels, Lin Yang did not dare to directly absorb it with his physical form. His dark eyes reflected deep contemplation, musing. What are those two old men outside murmuring about? I sense an ominous premonition. They have yet to condense their Fashun, and without it, they remain susceptible to the dark power's influence. Fortunately, all is as anticipated. I can endure. Ignoring the two outside the palace, Lin Yang charged into the innermost depths of the dark ancient palace towards the true phoenix's divine bone. After unleashing his unparalleled slaughter, even though the dark power continued to flood his body, he felt somewhat exhausted, and his spiritual form was slightly affected. Engaging in a bloody battle with the celestial beings confined within the vessels could indeed lead to his downfall.